3 ways to survive in a destroyed world. This is the phrase with which the guy finished reading the novel. He couldn't quite believe that this was really the end, and there would be no continuation. The guy's name is Deok Ja. At least that's how he introduces himself. But most people misunderstand. His name always meant the only son to everyone, and his father gave him this name so that he could live as a strong man, even when left alone. But because of his father's logic, he lived an ordinary and boring life as a bachelor. If we briefly talk about the guy's life, he was 28 years old. He graduated from a third-rate rural university and is currently working under a contract in a branch of a large company. Deok Ja's hobby is reading various kinds of web novels on the way home, and this is the only thing the guy liked in his life. However, today's trip was completely different from usual. His reading was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice that literally whispered to him that at this rate he would be sucked straight into the phone. When he raised his head, he saw the girl with whom he works together. This beautiful girl's name is Yu-san, and she was from the HR department, which was close to the guy's workplace. Deok Ja didn't expect her to be the first to talk to him, and was even a little confused when she asked him if he was going home after work. Still, he pulled himself together and answered her, and asked a question in response, to which she began to answer, and at the same time sit closer to him. She told him that today she was incredibly lucky, because her relations manager went on a business trip, and she went home early. Deok Ja couldn't even think that he would meet the most popular girl in the company on the subway. Even her smell drove him crazy. Looking at her, he understood perfectly well that many men from the company, from the deputy director to managers, were offering to take her home, but still he decided to ask her how often she took the subway home. After this question, she was a little upset, because as it turned out, today she had to take the subway because her bicycle was stolen. He was surprised that she rode a bicycle to work, so she had to explain that she had not had enough time to train lately. So in this way, she decided to compensate. But the guy looking at her understood only the feelings of men whose hearts were stolen. But the reason why today was different from usual was not only because of her, but while he was surprised by the fact that she was learning Spanish on the way back, they really were living in different worlds with her. After a few minutes, she also decided to see what he was reading that was so interesting and leaned closer to him. Deok Ja didn't want to show and talk about his hobby too much, so he tried to put his phone away. Yu-sang still saw that he was reading novels, and this was a huge discovery for her, because she actually also likes to read novels, so she was interested to know who his favorite author is. It's true, his hobby is reading web novels on the way from work to home, and yet he's a little embarrassed to tell people about it. And if we return to why tonight is special, it's because the fantasy novella he's been reading for more than 10 years has ended, and it seemed like there was nothing special about it. But this novella means a lot to him, because he has been reading this novella since his 3rd year of high school, even when he was bullied at school. When he failed the entrance exam and went to a third-rate rural university, he also read this novel. When he got the wrong number and was sent to the damned front line, he read the novel in exactly the same way. The devastation he felt at the end of this story, and the satisfaction of seeing it come to an end, is why today is so special for the guy. Just think, it took the author more than 10 years to write more than 3,000 chapters for a novel that had an average viewership statistics of 1 reader per chapter. 1,000 views in the first chapter, about 20 in the 10th chapters, and then just 1 view. In simple words, one could say that this short story is dedicated to just one guy. Although he wanted to donate to the author, a person living alone with a low salary does not have the opportunity to do this, so he wrote him a comment with words coming from the bottom of his heart. He told this whole story to the girl and added that he tried to post it on the recommendation board, but they simply began to condemn him, despite the fact that it was a pretty good story. An awkward silence hung between them at that moment, so the guy decided to tell her that a whole year had already passed since they started working in this company. Time flew by quite unnoticed. Yu-sang began to laugh and say that at that time they knew nothing, and the guy confirmed this. He also added that he remembers this day as if it was yesterday, but the contract period had already ended. But suddenly the girl stopped laughing, and her gaze was directed to a certain point. After all, the guy forgot that Yu-sang was recognized and had already been promoted to full-time, so the guy decided to congratulate her on this, and thus get out of another awkward situation. He didn't want to admit it, but Yu-sang is amazing, and if this world were a novel, then the main character would be someone like her. Because while she works, Deok Ja doesn't even try. Suddenly, All his thoughts were interrupted by the girl herself, who wanted to show him the application that she uses at work. If of course he doesn't mind. At that moment, Ja was thinking that this is why Yu Sang would become a full-time employee and his contract would be terminated. If only his life were in some other genre and not the continuous realism in which he lives. He would really like to live in the fantasy genre, where the main character would be the guy of this short story called Life. So he told him that everything was fine and added that even if she showed him the application, it wouldn't really change anything. Because the genre of his life is defined by realism, and in this genre he is definitely not the main character who could do some amazing things or something like that. Deok Ja lives the life of the reader. Yu-san thought that the guy was saying really interesting things that she had never heard before, after which she added that if judged like this, then she lives an elephant's life. But the guy didn't quite understand what she was really talking about, so he tried to just smile back. The girl gained motivation from this guy, no matter how it may sound. Now she wanted to take the best from her life. Then Deok Ja could not even imagine what he would soon encounter, but before that, he received a message from the very author of the novel that he had been reading for so long. It really turned out to be the author of the short story, and he was incredibly grateful to the guy for everything that he did with him, and said that only thanks to him he was able to finish this short story to the end, and after which he was able to win the competition, which quite surprised the guy. The author could not answer questions about what kind of competition this was, but he assured the guy that it was quite large in order to receive monetization. At that moment, Deok Ja had no idea what the world would face. After these words, naturally the guy began to suspect that the author was lying because he felt ashamed, so he spoke about a little-known competition. In any case, Deok Ja was counting on some kind of gift card for being the most devoted reader. At that same second, he received a new message in which it was said that monetization would begin at 7 o'clock, and by this time there were only 5 minutes left, so Deok Ja was worried that he would not have time to get home. He decided to go to the site and look at some of the details in the novel, but what a surprise he was when he saw that the novel had been deleted, and if it happened, the reader was notified in advance. 7 o'clock in the evening was quite close, and suddenly the lights in the carriage went out, and it scared all the people quite well, and the guy and the girl were no exception. But this was the simplest thing they would have to face today, because immediately after this, the car began to stop and slow down at incredible speed. The thought ran through everyone in the subway car that these could be terrorists. There was a feeling in the air of the presence of someone else, someone who did not look like a person. Deok Ja immediately tried to calm down Yu-san, who began to panic a little, and the guy tried to calm her down, saying that this could be a normal breakdown and there was no reason to worry. By a lucky coincidence, Deok Ja was able to catch the moment when the clock struck 7 o'clock, but this moment changed his whole life. The next moment, everyone in the carriage began to hear a voice that strongly recommended that everyone in the carriage collect all their things and just run. Deok Ja and Yu Sang continued to sit in their seats, hoping that this was some kind of joke, a stupid and incredibly stupid joke. But unfortunately for them, it was not a joke, and after a few seconds they began to see a spark that appeared out of nowhere. The voice that tried to warn them about the danger spoke again, and this time it notified each of those present that the main scenario was about to begin, a moment that changed the genre of Deok Ja's life. At that moment, someone shouted that this was Dokkaebi, which could mean a mythical creature from Korean folklore. Someone else calls goblins that way, but in any case, Deok Ja began to understand that something was wrong here. Suddenly, the subway car stopped completely, and people's screams could be heard in the pitch darkness. But that was far from the main thing. The guy couldn't quite believe it, because he knew perfectly well that subway trains could stop just like that. So he tried to convince himself that this was normal. But familiar scenes from the first chapters of the novel continued to pop up in his head. But he tried to the end to convince himself that this was simply impossible. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Yu-san, who said to Tokabi in a quiet voice. Deok Ja didn't understand why she was saying this, so he immediately asked her again, what was she talking about? The guy tried to disconnect from the situation, and thought only that this was simply impossible and could not happen, so he tried to convince himself until the end. But at one moment, the beginning of the novel began to pop up in his head, and the guy didn't understand why he wanted to think about it so much. And at that time, an unusual glow appeared at the end of the carriage. He continued to look at the end of the car, and deep down he understood what was happening and what would happen next. but he tried to convince himself that this was simply impossible. But as soon as he saw a small animal, which people called tokabi, while all the people around were screaming and trying to save their lives, the guy caught the moment when fantasy and reality merged together. Looking at other people, it became alarming, because it seemed that some of them did not even suspect what was happening, and only the guy understood the seriousness of this situation. Dokja knew that in the world of the novel, it was Tokaibi, from whom absolutely all the troubles and disasters began, but until now it didn't fit into my head. It's impossible. Yu Sang at one point noticed that the language with which Tokaibi spoke to them was similar to Spanish, so she suggested that it would be nice to talk with him. Jo-chan didn't think this was a good idea because she doesn't even know who he is and what can be expected from this creature, and what will she tell him? All the conversations and thoughts of the people around were interrupted by Tokaibe, who suddenly began asking all the people if they could hear him, because he was going to convey serious information. One of the passengers was not entirely happy with this performance, because he was in too much of a hurry for the interview, so he asked him to quickly finish this, or let him get off this carriage. Tokabe pretended that he was rather surprised to hear such things, because he thought that they had agreed that it would be convenient for everyone to carry out monetization at 7 o'clock in the evening. But it seems that none of those present understood what they were talking about. He was tired of listening to their whining, so he asked them to close their mouths and start listening to him carefully, because he had something to say and something to tell, but obviously no one wanted to listen to him, and they all asked to finally start the train. Dokja was probably the only one who did not shout or demand anything, but in this case only he knew how events would develop further. He understood that he needed to stop all these people from unnecessary movements, but he really had no idea how to do this, so far he could only stop Yusan. Tekabe was already starting to get incredibly nervous because these people were all so loud and noisy. Although he asked them to listen to him, it's not that difficult. He didn't really want to do this, but still he had to finish off the loudest ones so that they all learned their lesson and became quieter. And no matter how terrible it was in the eyes of people, it worked, and silence naturally appeared among them. This monster, in turn, once again asked them to stop for a second, and finally understand that this is not actually filming a movie as they think, not some dream, not a book, and not some reality in which they lived until this moment. And the most important task for them now is to learn this. Dokja completely agreed with him. All this is really real, until one part of his consciousness did not fully believe in it. In fact, it all fell silent until the moment when this carriage was stained with blood. Tekabe continued to say that they should think about what their life was like up to that moment, how calm it was. They were born, ate, shitted, and multiplied when they wanted. They really lived in a wonderful world before that. But this good money is in the past, and it's time to pay the bills, because nothing is free in this world. Another passenger realized that perhaps all this was connected with the fact that the monster was extorting money from them in this way. Yu-san and Deokja recognized this man who worked as a manager in their company, and this guy had enough money, because he got his position at least because of his connections. This guy's name was Khan, and he started saying that if the question is about money, then he will give him as much as he wants. His business card is proof of this. Tokebi pretended that he was quite interested in finding out how much money he could give him, and the man noticed this, so he immediately began to talk about how he just needed to let him out of here, and then he would give him as much money as he needed. But he didn't take into account the fact that the monster doesn't care about his money at all, because it's actually useless, and is used only by people in their narrow space. So he decided to teach this upstart a little lesson, and burned his bills, after which he politely warned him that if he did it again, he would blow his brains out. And this was not just about this man. He was trying to convey to each of them that if they continued to do this, their debts would continue to increase. Therefore, he decided that it would actually be much easier to show them once with a simple example than to explain it 1,000 times, and opened one of the channels, after which each of them had a small screen lit up in front of their faces. Deokja was no less surprised by what was happening than other people, even considering the fact that in his head there was an exact picture of what would happen next. And then each of them had to complete the first task in which they had to destroy one living soul or die themselves. Takeba could only wish them good luck and ask them to entertain them with a wonderful show, and at that moment, he disappeared. Yu Sang, like most people, immediately tried to call the police because they really didn't see any other options. But after a few minutes, it became clear that no one would pick up the phone, and there was no point in actually calling anyone, so obviously the girl began to panic even more. Deokja immediately tried to calm her down and asked her to imagine that it was just a game they played in the office, in which the world was destroyed and only a few people survived, so he thought she should be calmer. It is important to think this way now, and they are inside this space from which they will definitely get out. The girl didn't really understand how to play this game, so the guy again decided to add to her that the rules are actually quite simple and they will change every round, and she just needs to follow them. 151. But most importantly, he tried to convince her that they must first understand them in order to follow. After which the guy began to analyze everything that happened before. Tokabe extended his antennae, several corpses, an office worker soaked in blood, an old woman who prays while sitting in one place. All this is so familiar. Until now, he could not believe it, but he believed that he needed to finally admit it and start thinking about what could be done about it. He didn't know how this could happen, but he knew one thing for sure. The short story that the guy had been reading for 10 years had become a terrible reality. Deokja closed his eyes and tried to think of at least something that he could do about this and how to protect himself and these people around him. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice that asked everyone to calm down and stop making noise. It was one of the passengers who asked to listen to him carefully, after which he added that, as they all know, in the event of a national disaster, small unrest can lead to casualties, which is why he decided that he would take control of the situation. They could not understand what he was talking about, what national disaster and who he even was. The guy introduced himself and said that he is currently serving in the army in Unit Number 6, so he knows how to act in such situations. Doc Jang froze in place, because thoughts are still running through his head that he knows what will happen next, because he has already experienced this whole story a long time ago. After which the soldier added that he recently received a message from the unit, in which it was said that a Level 1 national disaster had been declared, and the most important thing was to remain calm. As soon as he let it slip that he was actually a soldier, they immediately began asking him a bunch of questions, in which they incredibly wanted to know what was really happening. He immediately asked for forgiveness, and added that he was an ordinary soldier, and had a direct line to the Blue House. Jia was not at all surprised listening to all this because, given the current situation, this is normal. But in fact, he was surprised for another reason. He was most confused by this Lieutenant Lee Hyun's son. After all, he knows about him. Of course, he sees this person for the first time, but this name is deeply imprinted in his mind. He's one of the significant secondary characters in that very short story. Moreover, his speech and behavior are completely consistent with what was written in the short story. But on the other hand, the guy thought that in the short story something was different. The image seemed to be distorted. Deokja was 100% sure of this. He is the only reader's way of survival, and the first mention of Lee Hyun-sung was not like that. He definitely appeared after the end of the first script. Then the guy was not entirely clear what was happening now. The guy at that moment just wanted to read the ways of survival so he could find out. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by some guy who was shouting that the Prime Minister had confirmed that this was a first-level disaster. Yu Sang came closer to the guy in order to show him the Premier's performance, in which he stated that in an unknown number of areas of Seoul, unknown terrorists have become active and made their move. The government is mobilizing all ways and methods to stop the terrorists. As the guy thought he was familiar with the content of the speech, listening to it in reality, he understood how absurd it sounded. He was afraid of how much panic it could cause in other people. And this slightly justified his thoughts, because some guys had already begun to think that the Prime Minister was speaking, and not the President, since the head of state had probably already been destroyed. Jung understood that this was a lie, but the guy himself knew that soon something would happen that some would not be able to bear. And the next moment, live on air, they finished off the Prime Minister with just one shot. After which Takeba went on air, who once again repeated to them that this is not something simple, like terrorism, this is their new life. He tried to convey to them that this is not a game, and if they think that they will get away with it, then this will not happen. He then added that, according to the information, the citizens of this country are good at playing games, so he suggested that they increase the difficulty of their new favorite game. A screen appeared in front of them again, which this time was common, and there was a timer on it, which began its report. And while each of them tried to understand what it meant, Jia realized that there was much less time to make a decision and finally carry out first task. Jia stood with the girl and thought only that everything was happening as he expected. These are definitely the same events as in his short story, but the anxiety he feels now just doesn't go away. The guy understood that the minor character Lee Hyun's son had appeared, but the main character was still missing. After all, according to the story that the guy knows, he should have already appeared. When suddenly his thoughts were again interrupted by screams from the fact that people began to panic because a crime had occurred in the next carriage. So they decided to close the doors and not let anyone in. But as soon as one of them approached the doors, it was as if he had been electrocuted. It felt like this territory was not yet accessible to them. Jia understood what it was, but again, he didn't want to believe that it was really true, because if he understood correctly, then this was a door that would only be open after they were able to complete the first part of the scenario. Takeba went live again, and it was incredibly fun for him to realize that interesting things were happening somewhere, and somewhere else they were about to happen. Still, he was quite kind today, so he decided to provide everyone with a small favor, and he would show what would happen to them if nothing happened in the next 5 minutes. People realized that this was a high school uniform for the Taepan girls, who at some point started screaming incredibly loudly. And as the monster explained to them, it was all due to the fact that the time had expired and the collection of payment began. The poor girls began to be callously destroyed, and it was quite difficult to watch. People couldn't believe what was happening, but what scared them most was that the same thing could happen to them. But they haven't seen the worst yet, because as soon as the girls realized what they needed to do, one began to strangle the other, just to survive. Looking at this, people could not imagine that they too would sink to such a level, and they would have to destroy the people with whom they stand next. As a result, only one survived from Taepang Girls High School, who in time realized what she needed to do, and this girl's name is Lee Ji-hai. The broadcast was interrupted and turned on again, but only now they saw the crazy smile of Tekab, who was incredibly fun to watch. The people in the carriage realized that it might start now, so they began to look around. Each of them, in the depths of their souls, understood that the meat grinder was about to begin. Deokja suddenly turned his attention to Yu-san, who was trembling with fear from understanding what was happening. Jia didn't understand why the main character didn't appear, because right now, the events that he remembers from the novel are happening. But some of them are still unknown to him. The guy knew that the only way to find a way out of this situation was to reread the novel, but unfortunately it was still unavailable, when suddenly another idea came into his head. He decided to look again at the message that the author had sent him and noticed that there was an attached file, which made the guy a little scared, because the understanding of what could be in this file simply blew his mind. When he opened the description of this file, he realized that it was a copy of the novel, and most likely, only he had it. Deokja received as his gift the original novella, and now he had a clear picture in his head that all the heroes in this novel had unique attributes and could use equally unusual skills, and now it all looked even more like a game on the line with his life hanging on the line. He understood that the first thing he would do would be to find out the characteristics of the attribute and skill. But unfortunately, he could not activate the characteristics window, and he had no ideas why this was happening. Deokja didn't remember that the heroes in the novel had encountered this before, but he knew for sure that if he didn't look at the characteristics window, he wouldn't be able to find out what attributes and skills he had. In such a situation, he decided that he had only one way out, and the first thing he decided to do was download the file again. Suddenly, the system itself notified him that due to the use of his unique attribute, the reading speed had been significantly increased. With the help of his attribute's effect, he was able to read the first act of the novel in less than 1 minute. But thanks to this skill, he was able to find a moment in the story that relates specifically to the subway car where he is now. After looking around a little, he finally found the number of his carriage, which differed by only 1 digit, which meant that he had found the source of his anxiety. The reason why the events are a little different from what he knows is that the carriage in which he is now locked is behind the next carriage, But then he realized that now he needs to find in the novel what happened in the people who were traveling in his carriage. While the guy was trying to carefully read every word of the novel, he was interrupted by a girl who asked him if they needed to stop them. At this moment, the guy finished reading the sentence. It was already too late, and the passengers could not avoid the worst. Only 2 survivors remained. Doc Ja turned his head and saw how one of the passengers began to try to destroy the other in order to stay alive himself. Looking at that madman, Ja knew who the 2 survivors would be, and it gave him goosebumps all over his body. And the second person, unfortunately, would not be Yu-san. The guy understood that most likely she would not get out of this carriage alive. Only 2 survivors, besides these 2, the rest will most likely die, including the guy himself. And looking at everything that began to happen, he began to worry primarily about Manager Khan. The same madman who started the fight turned all his attention to Khan, who made it clear that he did not seem to fully understand what was happening, after which he again pointed his finger at the screen that was behind him and asked him to think again, why is this timer set here, and what will happen after the time runs out? The army will not come to save anyone, and now everyone is for himself. Words of help will no longer help anyone, and in order to survive at this stage, he understood perfectly well that they had to destroy someone, and they had to choose with whom they would do it. Looking at Khan, the guy understood what he was thinking about, that to destroy a person just to survive is quite low, and only animals do this. And Khan would be absolutely right, but there was another side to the coin. Doesn't this apply in the current situation? The guy believed that this was beyond his control, and they would die if he didn't destroy it, so he asked him to think carefully. The world he knew had ended from that day, and the new world was already dictating new rules. This madman's name was Kim Nam-un, the young guy who adapted the fastest to the world of survival methods. He was the one who drove the blade into the crack. Thus, he was able to destroy the vague concept of morality of everyone who was in that carriage forever. But this was far from the end. And as soon as this situation happened, another notification came which said that if another murder did not happen in 5 minutes, then absolutely everyone in this carriage would die. The guy recalled how he read one particular paragraph in the novel, which said that they were like executioners who pulled a lever at the same time, because they didn't want to know who the killer really was, and he was watching them, as if he was rereading this very paragraph over and over again. It's as if he's looking at this scene from another world. He's just watching the whole performance. In the novella, that old woman he didn't know became the first victim, and if he had changed the original plot, there would have been much less information that he could have used to his advantage. But he understood that it was wrong to watch her demise, that's what Yu-sang thought, who had already literally started running to this old woman. The guy stopped her in the middle and added that she could not afford to act recklessly, because if she went there, she would be in the place of this old woman. Deok Ja realized at that moment that Yu-sang, even though the genre of the story has changed, she still shines as brightly as before. However, the person who can change this story is not Yu-sang, because she is not the protagonist of this world, but just a second-rate character. But still, Ja tried to persuade her to stay in one place. He asked her to listen to him just now, after which she would be able to do whatever she wanted. The guy exhaled the remaining nerves from himself, because he understood that it was too early for him to intervene. This was not his original plan, but he had no other choice, and he would have to do it. He didn't do anything because he was afraid of Kim Nam-woong or the others, and not because he agreed with their inhumane methods. Deok Ja was just waiting for the right moment. That's why he chose the very moment that came right now. He literally took off and began to run into the thick of things. While others were trying to understand where that smoke came from and what kind of explosion it was, Doc Ja attacked Kim Nam-un and knocked him down. He didn't understand what had just happened. At first glance, it might have seemed as if he had pushed Kim Nam-un in order to save the old lady, but that was not his only goal. While they were trying to find salvation in a panic, Ja looked with his eyes for what he actually did it for, and at some point he still found a little boy. Ja immediately ran up to the absolutely calm child and asked him for his small aquarium. Then he stood in the middle of the carriage and began to ask them to stop, because he was actually sure that they would not survive if they simply destroyed this old woman. They actually heard him and stopped, although it was clear from their faces that they were determined to do everything just not to die. Deok Ja actually didn't expect such a quick reaction, but they stopped and it was great. Then he began to argue that even if they finish her off, what will they do next? He agreed that this could buy them time, since he would be recognized as the first victim. But he was more interested in finding out what they would do next. If what Takebi said was true, then each of them would have to destroy the person himself. So which of them is ready to be after the old lady, the person who stands next to them or the one who stands opposite? But his speech was interrupted by Kim Nam-un, who did not understand what was wrong with this, after which he confidently added that they simply had to destroy a coward like him next. So he asked Ja not to worry about his turn. The guy believed that the chances were equal for everyone. But Ja was absolutely ready for such a turn, because he knew that Kim would say something like that. So he continued talking and this time told them that there was no point in putting their lives on the line, because in fact there was a way to survive without becoming a murderer, which amazed everyone in that carriage. Doc. Ja made it clear to them that they were simply inattentive and did not read the terms of the task, which stated that it was necessary not to destroy a person, but to eliminate one or more forms of life, which could be, for example, a cockroach. People literally immediately began to go crazy at the mere thought that they could simply crush one insect and protect themselves from death. The explosive madness they had ignited to destroy the old woman was now essentially directed at him. Doc Ja himself didn't understand why his heart was beating so fast in this situation, and his smile reached his very ears. He began to worry about the fact that he had always been such a person, and at that moment he crushed one of the insects. But he didn't stop there and decided that he would not share these small insects between these people. So he threw the aquarium upstairs, and as soon as he did this, he received a notification that he had received the achievement of the first elimination, and as an additional reward, he received 100 coins. They tried to find out from him why he did it, but the guy continued to look only at the time, of which there was not much left. Kim Nam-una was also one of them, who couldn't understand the guy and why he did this. Couldn't he just give these bugs away? Doc Ja answered him that there were actually only 3 beetles left inside, and Kim Nam-una himself continued that he abandoned these beetles because he understood that they could not all survive. The guy didn't understand why he found it so funny, because it seemed to him that he had acted quite smartly, and thus everyone had equal chances. Kim Nam-una continued to laugh, and at some point added that if he were a sane person, he would not have left her. He asked Ja to be honest, because he just wanted to look at it. Ja, looking at him, understood that he was cruel and free, enjoying the current situation. In fact, Kim Nam-un in the novel was just such a person. Most of the people who appeared in the novel could not withstand the nightmare that reality had become and committed suicide, but Kim Nam-una was a different person. This young guy, who would later be called Chunibai, was quite difficult. He expected the destruction of the world from the very beginning and adapted to it at an abnormal speed, and at the moment this guy asked Ja to unite into one team. The system informed Doc Ja that mutual understanding with the character has increased, and now the guy needs to decide whether to accept this deal or not. Having thought about his proposal a little, Ja realized that this did not make much sense, so he answered the guy that he actually prefers solitude. Kim Nam-woon was quite sorry to hear this, but Ja actually only did it because if he had teamed up with Kim now, his survival would have been guaranteed. If he had not read the novella, he most likely would have given a different answer. However, he is a reader who knows everything about his past, present, and future, and seeing him in person, he could not afford this. While the guy was thinking about this, Kim Nam-una decided that he had unfinished business with his grandmother, but again, he was stopped by Ja. Kim Nam-un asked Ja not to pose as a fighter for justice, because this could end quite badly for him. Deok Ja, looking at him, could only think about how much he annoyed him when he read the novel. At some point, Kim Nam-una turned to Dek Ja, who had already begun to irritate him incredibly, because he believed that the guy was one of those people whom he hated the most. It was very difficult to restrain such aggression, and in fact, it was impossible to say that the guy was trying to do it. So at the first opportune moment, he struck Ja. At the last moment, Doc Ja was able to dodge such a blow, but the main thing is that he confirmed for himself the fact that this bastard is exactly what he expected. Kim Nam-una did not wait and continued to attack the guy, asking him along the way about what types of strikes he likes best. But this was actually not the main problem, because as soon as Ja raised his eyes to look at Kim Nam-woon again, he saw him using his skill, which is called blackout, and it was quite unexpected, because the guy did not expect that he will be able to start using his skills so quickly. Ja was not as strong as this guy, so he barely managed to dodge the blows that Kim Nam-una inflicts. But there was an understanding that such luck would not last forever. Kim Nam-una himself did not expect that he could become so strong, because the guy did not understand that he was using his skill right now. But in any case, he damn liked it. Deokja couldn't decide whether to use his special skill or whether to hold it back. Meanwhile, the others were still trying to find the beetles and did so until they heard an incredibly terrible sound. Kim Nam-una continued to launch attack after attack, while trying to destroy Deokja so that he would not interfere with him. But he couldn't hit the guy, which really made him angry, so he started screaming again. The thing was that Deokja activated the first stage of his skill, the Omniscient Reader, which helped him evade all of his opponent's attempts to attack him. Kim Nam-una continued to attack, but thanks to the timely notification of the system about where his opponent would attack, Deokja still managed to dodge in time. The moment Ja activated his second skill, he began to anticipate Kim Nam-un's movements as if he were reading his thoughts, which infuriated Kim incredibly. But the problem is that with its help he can only dodge, he is not yet in a state to attack, so Ja thought that he needed to buy quite a bit of time, because in fact there were only 2 minutes left. Ja understood that if this guy killed the old lady, then the first scenario would pass, which could not be allowed under any circumstances. No matter what, he couldn't let him move on to the next scenario, so Ja immediately ran to the old lady's defense. But this only made Kim Nam-woong happy, because he actually only hoped that the guy would do this, because he had already prepared a knife for this case. Kim Nam-una was going to strike directly at Ja's heart, unless the system, of course, lied to him. Deokja managed to dodge at the last moment, but it was very close. It seemed that a few more millimeters and Kim Nam-una would destroy the two of them in one blow. Still, Kim Nam-un managed to strike the guy, although it was a small cut, but his skill was so strong that even from such a wound his skin seemed to be burning from the inside. But he was able to find the strength to lift the old woman's body and carry her as far as possible from this madman. The weak die, the strong survive. What a predictable world it really is. These are the thoughts Ja ran with. A world in which man is a wolf to man, in which the strong prey on the weak, this fact has simply become more obvious. He understood that he needed to become stronger if he wanted to survive, because Kim Nam-un, who was trying to convince Ja to give up, because they had almost no time left for this runaway. But Ja decided to ask him one question in response, in which he really wanted to know, what does Kim Nam-una think? Do insect eggs count as a form of life? Kim Nam-una didn't quite understand what kind of nonsense Ja was talking about, but the guy insisted that he gave the answer. But without waiting for an answer from Kim Nam-un, he crushed another insect and told him that the correct answer is yes. Kim Nam-una wanted to laugh because he didn't understand why he should even care about this, but suddenly his expression changed. After all, he realized that he had too little time left, so he immediately went on the attack with the hope of destroying Ja as soon as possible and not dying after the first scenario. Deokja was trying to skip all the training that the system offered as quickly as possible and asked her to invest all his coins in a new skill called physique as quickly as possible, which would probably be very useful to him because Kim Nam-una was already close and was ready to strike. But he seemed to be thrown back along with his knife, after which Ja continued to say that during the mating season, grasshoppers lay more than 100 eggs at a time. And he said all this to the effect that today would be the day of judgment not for Ja, but for Kim Nam-un, who was too confident in himself. Against this background, the guy began to panic, which he could not control, so he ran headlong to attack Ja with all possible options, while the guy just stood and watched this madman. But at this point, the time had finally expired, and the process of collecting payment began, after which there were 5 survivors in this carriage, among whom Kim Nam-un was not. Tekabe was the first to enter the carriage after the time had expired and was quite surprised by what happened there. He actually expected a slightly different outcome. Among the 5 survivors, he observed the same Lieutenant Lee Yu-san, the little boy from whom Ja took those very insects, Han and Kim Deokja. With all his might, Kim Nam-una begged the guy to save him. He even tried to tell him that human life is priceless, isn't it obvious? But Ja reminded him that 10 minutes ago, he told him that this is the rule of the old world. He said so, and the new world needs new rules. Dayak Ja agreed that the guy was right. He was actually the same as him, because he had the opportunity to save all these people. He would be lying if he said that he didn't feel any guilt, but he was still interested to know how he still remained so calm, as if he was still just reading a novel. In total, the guy was able to destroy 125 living creatures, which included 1 grasshopper and 124 grasshopper eggs, for which he received more than 6,000 coins. In the guy's head at that moment, there was the thought that one world had been destroyed, and a new one had been created on its ruins, and he had to survive in it. But looking out the window of the subway car, I felt uneasy, because the picture there was too terrible, many different creatures that would not spare anyone in this world. And Ja was the leader of the people, because he was actually the only reader who knows what end is destined for this world. The subway train continued to move forward, not taking into account the fact that there were so many monsters around them that were ready to destroy them at any moment. This snake-like monster was called an ichthyosaur, which was commonly referred to as a sea serpent. Later in the novel, he is classified as a 7th-class monster. In the novel's scripts always take priority. Therefore, as long as they are protected by the script, they will definitely not attack them. But all this was temporary, because the scenario could change at any moment, and then everything would be completely different. The stars above it indicate the number of constellations connected to the channel. Or rather, they monitor them using channels controlled by Tokkebi, and their Tokkebi was characterized by the number 21, which was quite large for him. If events had developed according to the novel, then Kim Nam-una would have destroyed most of the people in the carriage and survived. But some constellations seem to be furious, and it looks like God, so he was able to eliminate Kim Nam-una. Constellations are mysterious creatures in the world of the novel. They are the source of all disasters, watching all the people sitting on top of the distant skies, and now that the preferences of the constellations have begun to appear, and it really seems that the story begins in earnest. Until yesterday, he was the one watching over them, but now their positions have changed. After all, the guy even received a notification from the system that several constellations admired his script, so they gave him another 500 coins. The guy at that moment only thought that if there are constellations that hate him, then there must be those who I like him. Be that as it may, they can watch as much as they want, but in the end, they will still pay for the observations with their lives, and if not for Yu Sang, who interrupted his thoughts, he would have continued to think about it. The first thing he did was get to his feet and apologize to the girl for the fact that he was not able to save the old woman. But she wasn't too worried about her anymore. She was more interested in how he was feeling. In any case, she was incredibly grateful to him, at least for the fact that he threw a cage of insects in her direction and thus gave her a chance for salvation. Ja did not say that he had planned this. On the contrary, he made her understand that it was an accident that would not happen again. Yu-san may not know everything, but she is smart enough to survive in this chaos, so most likely she understood what he meant. At that moment, their new friend Takebe came to visit them, who was glad that they were able to prove their importance, and there were quite a lot of survivors. 5 survivors, more than planned. Ja expected to see Lee Hyun-sung after all. He has a good physique and athletic ability. By process of elimination, he realized that this boy's name was Lee Gil-young, who actually helped him a lot. Therefore, he decided to approach him and ask a rather unexpected question, in which he became interested in knowing whether he wanted to live, and this was not a rather stupid sympathy, at least that's what Ja thought. He decided that this baby was worthy of surviving in this terrible world, so he invited him to go with them. Besides, the guy really didn't care what they thought about him. He is also a human being, and would also like to survive in this cruel world. He understood that given future events, he needed to capture the attention of the constellations, and even Takebe was surprised by how many interesting things happened today. Even the guy next door turned out to be a psycho. But Khan, who had been carefully watching everyone all this time, was not interested in all this snot. He wanted to know when he would be released from this hell. Ja remembered that in the novel, at that moment, manager Han Meng, a man with truly great luck, just entered the game. But the guy was confused by only one question. Why was such a rich man taking the subway, and besides, he had recently been showing off his new car. Meanwhile, Takebe was trying to explain to the man that he could let him out, But did he really want to go out? After all, if you look a little closer, you can see many very dangerous monsters that are just waiting for the moment to attack. Takebe added that he was impressed anyway, to be honest. He didn't have much expectations about this carriage, but unexpectedly many passed the first scenario and proved that even beetles deserve to live. Therefore, he decided that they should reward their heroes for such wonderful deeds, and as a reward for the first script, they have the right to receive Constellation sponsorship. This news did not make anyone very happy, and Takebe really did not understand this because this is truly an amazing reward. Takebe realized that no one understood anything about this, so he decided to explain a little and began to talk about how if they participate in subsequent scenarios in this form, you will instantly die from a weak earth rat. But there are great beings who sympathize with them and want to help. But looking at their faces, he realized that most likely no one had learned anything, so he decided that instead of listening 1,000 times, he would show them everything once, and those same screens appeared in front of them again. It was not surprising for Dog Jaw to see such a picture, because in fact, no one except him had ever read this novel, so they don't know anything about the constellations. Yu Sang didn't understand what the two strange choices were that appeared on the screen, so she decided to check with Ja, who told her that it was useless to ask him. He asked her to calm down and think of it as a qualifying test. However, she received 2 offers. Yu-San is quite lucky because supporting the constellations is one of the main events in the novel. Sponsor selection is a system in which the constellations looking at them through Takebe channels can choose the person they like and make him an incarnation. In the case of Ja, he has 4 constellations that want to sponsor him as their incarnation. However, the constellations never reveal their true names. With words such as abyss, prisoner, or judge, they must reveal their identities themselves. But for a guy who read the novel from beginning to end, it will be as simple as shelling pears, a powerful entity that is the leader of the Black Cloud group of constellations. If he remembers the name correctly, it is too long, so he was simply called the Black Dragon of the Abyss. If Ja becomes the embodiment of this constellation, he will be able to gain extremely powerful attacking ability. Considering that physique and strength are vital in the initial scenarios, it is the best sponsor, but the more you use its power, the more your sanity suffers. It was quite strange to watch him choose Ja, because in the novel he was Kim Nam-woon's sponsor. It was difficult to believe that he saw this choice. Hellfire Judge, this name reeks of anger and immorality, but hellish does not mean that it is a demon. The flame and the judge, the entity that carries out the judgment of fire, must be Archangel Uriel. Further, the guy noticed that there seemed to be a character who chose this constellation as a sponsor, and it was a good option. The constellations of absolute good are being considered. They are strong, but they impose ridiculous restrictions on the use of power, and finally the third entity is a hidden intriguer. This is the first time he, the only reader, sees this option. It may be a constellation that was mentioned in passing, but he is not sure. But one thing he knew for sure was that this was a faint constellation, the last offer that he did not expect to receive so early. The prisoner of the Guanyin Hoop at first glance sounds quite negative, but you need to pay attention to what comes next. The Hoop is the smallest prison in the world, and he lives enduring pain, the owner of fruits and flowers, the beautiful monkey king with a piercing fiery gaze, the great Muddersun Wukong. Ja knew that among all the characters in the novel, only one was supported by this constellation, but he did not understand why such a powerful constellation was interested in him. On the other hand, he understood that if he chose such a strong constellation, would he then be able to defeat it? Once they finished choosing a sponsor, Takebe was quite surprised that someone had actually made an interesting choice. After which he added that since they were done with their choice, he suggested that they rest here for a while he should go away for a minute to prepare for the next scenario. As Takebe disappeared, Ja asked each of them to come closer to him. Lee Hyun's son was the first to approach the guy and introduced himself. He also added that this may not be the best situation in which to say something like that, but he was quite pleased to meet you. After which he once again said that he was a soldier, to which Ja immediately asked if he could contact the unit. But in his head, he thought that this guy had a very strong grip, which was expected from the tank in the initial scenarios, so Ja was sure that he definitely needed to take him with him. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by an unexpected tap on the shoulder of Ja, who clearly did not expect this and was a little scared. It was Han, who wanted to thank Ja for the good work and check with the guy whether he really knew him, because they seemed to work together. Ja answered in a calm voice that he knew Khan, but he didn't understand something, because he should call him the head of the department. But he forgot a little, because after all, they were not in the office. It's strange, but for this reason the man began to worry and threaten the guy with losing his job, because he believed that Ja had clearly gone too far when he noticed these beetles, because Han believed that he should have given these beetles to him first, and not throw them all over the car. Doc Ja couldn't stand it at one point, and kindly asked the man to finally close his mouth, because if he still didn't understand, then there was no company anymore, and if he didn't believe, then let him just look out the subway window. In addition, he added that Khan was not alone. It was time for them all to understand that this was not a joke. Ja was sure that although they did not say it out loud, they understood perfectly well what was happening around them. He looked at them again and listed all the points that they now have. This is the game interface and characteristics, so if something is still not clear to someone, then he is ready to explain everything without any problems. Suddenly, the lieutenant added that all this looked like a novella, which he read secretly while he was in the service, but Ja was sure that this was reality. Then Lee had only one question. What will they do next, and is there any plan? No matter how obvious it may sound, Doc Ja answered them quite briefly. They just need to do everything now to get out of here. They looked at him with incredibly surprised eyes, because with such a plan, it was clear that he would not actually go far. After all, everyone saw what was going on outside the window and what monsters lived there. Therefore, they did not understand this decision to get out because now it is too dangerous there. All this incredibly irritated Ja, but he tried to restrain himself. At one moment everything became quiet, because someone was desperately trying to enter or knock down the doors of the carriage. Deok Ja suggested that this could be the beginning of the next scenario, but then he realized that Deokibi had not returned yet. Then what is it? Behind that door is the only survivor of carriage number 7, and it was very clear who it was and what he would want to do with them if he got to them. Doc Ja immediately notified each of them that they needed to immediately leave the subway car, because if they did not do this, then it would be too late, and they most likely simply would not live to see the next scenario. The lieutenant was not sure that the enemy was waiting for them behind the door, but Ja assured them that most likely the one behind the door survived only because he destroyed everyone in that carriage. After that, he asked them again if they really wanted to meet with him. The answer was obvious, and the lieutenant suggested that each of them begin to find a way out of this carriage. Ja understood that they had passed the first scenario, and most likely the barrier had been removed, so as soon as they found a working door, they would most likely be able to get out. While they were looking for a working door, that guy continued to take out doors, and by this time they only had 3 doors left to check, among which there should be a working one. But looking at how quickly the door to their carriage broke down, they began to doubt that they would be able to find it in time. At one point, Yu-san screamed that she seemed to have found a way out and began calling everyone to her. There was indeed an open door through which they could get out, but when they tried to open it, they realized that it was also broken, and in order to open it completely, incredible strength was needed. Deok Ja thought that he could use the coins to increase his strength as before, but it is too risky to spend them in the initial scenarios, because no one knows what might happen next. Therefore, he decided that it was time for Lieutenant Lee to use his skill, which he had not used yet. Lee didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about, so Ja had to explain to him that everyone has their own special skill, and since he is a soldier, most likely he should have a useful skill, although in his mind Ja knew perfectly well what skills the guy had. The lieutenant understood everything, only how to use this skill. Ja immediately added to him that he just needed to think about the fact that he wanted to use it, and that's all. And it really helped after the lieutenant concentrated. He was able to activate his skill and, as a result, was able to easily deal with the door of the carriage. Lee was very glad that everything worked out for him, and Ja received a notification that the lieutenant began to completely trust him. It seems that he was successfully able to activate his skill, which is called stigma. In any case, they didn't have that much time, because the door from the 7th car would soon break, so they needed to escape as quickly as possible. But Ja was actually worried about another problem, because if his memory serves him right, then there was waiting for them ahead something much more serious. And as soon as he thought about it, he saw Tokabe in front of him, who seemed to be not in the best mood. He was angry because earlier he told them to sit still and not run around the city, because preparations for the next scenario were not yet completed, so he did not understand where they were going. Khan immediately began to panic and say that he actually knew it. They didn't need to go anywhere. Tokabe realized that it was useless to do anything with them, so he snapped his fingers and added that they were actually very lucky people. And as soon as he did this, the task of the second scenario popped up on their game panel, which they needed to complete, and this time they had to cross the destroyed bridge and get to Oksu Station. Yusan didn't understand the details of this task a little, because it says here that you need to cross the destroyed bridge, but it is absolutely intact. But Ja tried to shout to her so that she would start running and not read so deeply into the new script. Ja knew that in fact, Yusan correctly noticed they left the train too early, and therefore the bridge was still intact. But this did not mean that it would remain like that. Maybe this is some kind of cheating, but without it they have no chance of completing this scenario, so they fled as quickly as possible. As Ja thought, this bridge will not be intact forever, and the first who noticed something was wrong was Han. He saw that some huge monster had literally crawled out of the water, and they were worried that it was not the same monster. Unfortunately, their experiences were justified, and in front of him was now an ichthyosaur, which was unusually huge, and Ja suggested that it could be the sea commander of these creatures. And most likely at this stage of the scenario, he has every right to eat anyone he wants. But his main goal apparently was the bridge, so Ja shouted to each of them to run as quickly as possible. There were only 200 meters left, and with their speed, he believed that they would be able to reach their destination before the bridge collapsed. At one point, Tokabe appeared in the sky again, who began to say that an easy game was undoubtedly not interesting to the viewer, and Ja began to understand what he meant. These creatures offered to spice things up a bit and add some spark to their run. The difficulty of the scenario was adjusted, and now it increased from level E to level D, which meant that all the previous victims had rebelled. Yu Sang again correctly noted that it all looked more like zombies, which clearly had no intention of sparing any of them, because all they needed was to eat them to the bone. The lieutenant and the little boy were able to reach Oksu Station first and complete the second scenario. As for the others, their situation was much sadder, because they were surrounded on all sides by these zombies who were preparing to attack. Doc Ja understood what was about to happen, and all they had to do in order to survive was fall to the ground. Literally a second later, a huge beast attacked the bridge, which bit the bridge with its mouth, and now it was completely destroyed. After such a blow, they would have to retreat for a long time, but on the other hand, they understood that in fact this monster saved their lives with its blow. But now they have a completely different problem. The bridge is now really destroyed and divided into two halves, and unfortunately, they are not on the half they need. It was clear from Yu Sang's expression that they were in an incredibly bad situation indeed. Za understood that this could happen, but he could not foresee that they would remain on the second half of the bridge. Doc Ja was trying to figure out what they should do now because they couldn't jump into the water, and he had no other options until a notification came that someone had received the blessing of the Constellation. After this, the bridge began its regeneration, and in fact, it was incredible. But again, everything was not so simple. Only an even number of people can cross this bridge, created by the blessing of the Constellation. If an odd number crosses the bridge, it will immediately disappear. Ja realized that some constellation that had chosen Yu San as its incarnation was interfering with the script in order to save her. This is a rather rare occurrence even for a novel. So the guy was very interested to find out which constellation began to sponsor Yu San. But as soon as he used his skill to look at this information, he discovered that it was hidden. And did she really have some special sponsor, or was it a mental barrier skill? His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the same Yu San who started shouting to him that there was a cat behind him. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a fist already flying at him and he was unlikely to be able to dodge. Yet at the last moment he was able to throw this monster away from himself and thus saved his life. Doc Ja realized that now is not the time to fly in the clouds and he needs to pull himself together and concentrate. He knew that demons created from ordinary mortals are no different from zombies, but in the case of a special biological host, these monsters are extremely dangerous, like this guy. which right now took off again and started running straight towards Ja. Skills against this type of creature do not work, so he came to the realization that there was nothing left to do but immediately cross this even-numbered bridge. But there are 3 of them here, and someone must stay. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw Han grab Yu Sang in his arms and most likely run to the bridge. Doc. Ja understood the seriousness of the situation, and at this rate he would be the one who would die on this bridge. Han did exactly what he had in mind and took off and ran towards the bridge while carrying Yu San. Ja could not believe his eyes that he had really just been abandoned. At least some constellations admired his sacrifice, and for this he received another 100 coins, although in this situation they are unlikely to help him. Looking at Han, he decided to use his character description skill, but unfortunately, the attempt was unsuccessful again. He began to suspect that this must be due to the fact that he was using his rare skill of a one-legged steed, which he inherited from the constellation of the lame-legged rogue. After analyzing the situation, he realized that none of them have a stigma, and the reason why his skill does not work with either him or Yu Sang is that these 2 are not included in the list of characters in the novel. It was quite logical, in fact, but apparently he will have to think about it a little later, because a huge bunch of zombies have already attacked him, and he needs to come up with something so as not to die here. He tried to move his brain as quickly as possible, but the knowledge that he would not be able to cross the bridge alone frightened him so much that he could not think normally. But suddenly he thought about neutralizing one of the demons and going with him. The chance of success was too low, but at least there was one. There were only 15 minutes left until the end of the script, and this time was too little to come up with something else. Ja continued to fight to the end, and even Tokuba noticed this, and began to say that it would be nice if some constellation helped him. Those who made it to the other side were incredibly worried about the guy, because each of them understood that he was the only key to their survival. Deok Ja was already beginning to feel his body reaching its limit, and the demons became no less numerous. They continued to fall on him and attack him with all possible methods. This time, he really didn't know if he could survive, because he actually didn't even have one skill for fighting. He understood that if it weren't for the increase in difficulty, he might have been able to survive. When suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the system, which told him that his new bookmarking skill had been activated. Although the guy had read over 3,000 chapters of the novel, even so, he had never heard such a name for a skill, even in passing. But fortunately, he intuitively knew how to use this skill, so as soon as it became available to him, Ja used his first bookmark. Since the skill level was too low, the activation time was incredibly reduced to 1 minute. But in any case, this should be enough to cope with the monsters that attack him. Deok Ja felt incredibly strong power and listened to all these dead people screaming in pain, although it seemed that they could not feel it. But still, the skill was not eternal, and its effect passed too quickly, and there was less and less time left. This scenario turned out to be too difficult for the guy. Za understood what should happen next, according to the script, but why was that man late, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a powerful explosion? All of these monsters undoubtedly drew attention to him, because in a sense they loved bright light. As soon as the smoke cleared a little after the explosion, a man came out and was able to destroy several demons with just one blow. Deok Ja understood perfectly well who this guy was and what he was doing here, so his smile returned again. Suddenly, a man in a cloak emerged from the crowd of monsters, clearly feeling confident in the company of demons. Looking at Deok Ja, he asked the guy who he was and what he was doing here. Deok Ja understood that this guy could not be defeated, and this was another problem in his piggy bank. As soon as he thought about it, this big guy suddenly appeared right in front of his face and took him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Doc. Ja endured incredible pain and thought that in the novel, the first person to develop a way to survive in a destroyed world was the man who was squeezing his throat. This guy was called the regressor Yu Ju Hyuk. The great tragedy of this world began with him. The lieutenant tried as hard as he could, but he couldn't see anything, because on the bridge there appeared exactly the same barrier as in the metro, through which nothing could be seen. Yu Ju Hyuk was strangling the guy and trying to find out his name, because he was actually in a hurry and didn't really want to play with him. Za understood that this guy was the same bastard who plays the main role in this story. Through the pain, the guy was able to squeeze out his name and introduce himself, and his name seemed quite strange to Yu Ju Hyuk. But this is not the first time Ja has heard this in her life. Unexpectedly, Yu Ju Hyuk struck the guy right in the stomach, apparently simply because he was talking to him. Yu Ju Hyuk added that he was interested in asking the guy how he was able to figure out how to use the coins so quickly. They only went through one main and one additional scenario, and this guy is already so strong that Ja couldn't believe it. Ja clearly realized that his business was rubbish, and he found himself in a situation that he did not want to get into with all his heart. The former Yu Ju Hyuk was more dangerous than all the characters, and after 3 regressions, his personality underwent strong changes. The guy was thinking too much and did not notice how Yu Ju Hyuk asked him a question, which he successfully ignored, for which Ju wanted to hit him again. But this time Ja was prepared for such a development of events and was able to stop the blow, which Yu Ju Hyuk clearly did not expect. After which Ja added that he should have been polite in communicating with him. Not so long ago, Yu Ju Hyuk was just a character in his favorite novel for a guy, but now he can personally tell him that he is his fan, because he is actually a celebrity. Let Ja embellish the fame of this guy a little, but it's true that his fan, who throughout the story loved and hated him, cursed and supported him. Ja followed him along the path of history for 3,000 chapters and experienced every success and failure with him. Yu Ju Hyuk admitted to him that he had not actually heard such words for a long time, so he slightly did not expect this. After which he added that he could forgive the guy for his arrogance, but in any case this would not change his position because he was interested in a completely different question. And he wanted to hear from Ja the story of how he managed to survive in the subway, but this was a rather expected question for a guy. But first, he decided to set a condition, after which he would tell, and he wanted Yu Ju Hyuk to let him go. But Ja understood that even if he said that he would do it, then most likely he was just lying. Ja understood that he was the only reader of the novella. He would know everything just by looking at his face, and in this case, no matter what he blurted out, this guy would not believe him. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the system, which notified him that he could use the omniscient reader of the 2nd level, and the system itself suggested that he use this skill. As soon as he activated this skill, the thoughts of his opponent began to pop up in his head, who at that moment was thinking about who this guy was, because Kim Nam-un was supposed to survive instead of him. How did it even work out for him? Ja couldn't believe that he could hear the thoughts of Yu Ju Hyuk, who at that moment was planning that if he didn't like the answer, he would destroy this guy. A few minutes later, Yu Ju Hyuk couldn't believe that Ja was able to survive by clearing insects. Ja realized that he needed to be as calm as possible at this moment, so he added that he was just lucky, because thanks to the explosion in the previous carriage, he was able to find a cage with insects in the fallen child. The guy did not stop reading thoughts, and now Yu Ju Hyuk was thinking that the future had changed too much. Ja could only imagine how shocked he was. After the massacre in carriage number 8, only Kim Nam-un and Lee Hyun's son should have survived. Yu Ju Hyuk began to assume that this happened because of him. Everything is not like in the last regression. It was he who caused the explosion that destroyed them all. In any case, Ju understood that this stranger was too calm for a beginner and unnaturally well adapted to the changes in the world. And at one point it dawned on him that it was the one he was holding in his hand that could destroy Kim Nam-un, so using him would be quite dangerous. All his thoughts were at one point interrupted by Ja, who asked him to let him go and offered to peacefully get to Oksu, because there was not much time left to complete the task. Yu Ju Hyuk doesn't like this idea too much, so he gave a clear answer that it won't work. His eyes literally began to sparkle, and Ja could not believe that these were the eyes of an SS-level sage, because this was simply impossible at this stage. The sage's gaze is the strongest analysis skill, which allows you to read not only the character's attributes window, but also hidden information about them. But it was strange because why hasn't he used it yet? Although at one point he realized that all this could only play into his hands because he still does not know his attributes and list of skills, and this gives him the opportunity to acquire information about himself, even if it ends up in the hands of Yu Jun Hyuk. During these thoughts, Ja discovered a new skill that was able to block the sage's gaze, and Yu Ju Hyuk simply could not believe it. Therefore, he began to squeeze his neck even more, because now he wanted to find out from the guy even more who he really was. Ja practically could no longer tolerate this suffocation, but he almost didn't think about it, because the only thought in his head was that he had a defensive skill against the gaze of the sage. But then he read the guy's thoughts, which he didn't like too much, because he was thinking that he needed to destroy this guy. The situation was stalemate for the guy. Yoo Jun-hyuk would no longer allow himself to be outwitted, so he understood that he would have to change his strategy, and he began to tell him that he needed a partner who could be trusted, because he would not pass the scenario alone. Yoo Jun-hyuk didn't understand how someone like him knew this. Was he really also a regression? But Ja answered him that it didn't really matter now. Now the point is that he has the power to help him. Ja had to read his thoughts again to understand what he was thinking about. Yoo Jun-hyuk at that time was thinking that he couldn't be him. He would know if there was another regressor in this world. Based on these thoughts, he realized that it was time to tell him that he had information about the future that he did not have. Heck immediately activated a skill called a lie detector, and it confirmed the truth of Ja's words. Yoo Jun-hyuk could not believe that this was even possible. Another prophet besides Anna Croft, and even in South Korea. Now he wanted to ask Ja if he accidentally had a look into the future, to which Ja told him that he had something similar in his arsenal. So Yoo Jun-hyuk decided that the guy knew that he would come. Ja also immediately added that Yoo Jun-hyuk is distinguished by his special strength. The future is not a mystery to him, but he also knows well that his knowledge will never be perfect. The regressor, having information about upcoming events, repeats the life he has already lived. In other words, if the regressors do not exactly repeat the actions of their previous life, they find themselves in a world unknown to them. And Ja knew that all that this guy lacks is the power of a prophet which he is able to play. After all, he was the only reader of this story, and he will be able to fill in what he is missing. Yoo Jun-hyuk at that moment was only thinking that if he was a prophet, he would undoubtedly be useful, not only because of the script, but also for the future battle with members of Zarathustra, but he was not entirely sure that he could trust this guy. At this moment, each of them received a reminder that there were only 50 seconds left until the end of the scenario. At this moment, he decided that he would still take the guy as a partner, after which they headed with him to the bridge, which could only be crossed by a pair of people. The guys who got out with Doc Ja could only watch and wait for what would happen next. Ja tried to think that in any case he was able to survive. He himself could not fully believe that he was able to convince this regressor. Due to the high energy consumption, his character description skill was disabled, and on the one hand, this of course worried him a little. However, on the other hand, he understood that this was even to his advantage, because if this goes on, it will be even safer. He so quickly managed to win Yoo Jun-hyuk over to his side and cross the bridge. But suddenly they stopped, and Yoo Jun-hyuk decided to ask him one last question. Yoo Jun-hyuk believed that if he really is a prophet, then he should know everything that concerns his future too? Ja doubted his answer a little, and Yoo Jun-hyuk immediately lifted him off the ground and carried him to the cliff again. A huge monster was already floating under it, just waiting for something to eat to be dropped on it. Yoo Jun-hyuk asked his question again, and this time he added that if something goes wrong, he will definitely open his hand. Ja no longer knew what to say to him, and only thought that this main character was actually an incredible psychopath, and it was better not to deal with him. But in any case, Ja knew this guy better than anyone, and if he was the same Yoo Jun-hyuk. Ja decided to ask him to let him say two things before he finally made his decision. First, he is not his subordinate, and therefore Ja hoped that from now on he would deign to treat him fairly, and second, he would unite with him, but he must also promise that Yoo Jun-hyuk would also cooperate with him equally. Yoo Jun-hyuk did not think and answered him that he would do everything as he said, but he was still waiting for the answer to the question he asked earlier. Ja got tired of playing these games, and with a smile he asked Yoo Jun-hyuk to unclench his damn hand and go to hell. Yoo Jun-hyuk did not fall for this and really unclenched his hand. Now only a miracle can save Ja. After this, Yoo Jun-hyuk began to believe the guy that he was a prophet. Ja couldn't believe that this bastard had finally unclenched his hand, and he was now flying straight into this monster's paw. The first thing Ja felt after he fell straight into the mouth of this huge snake was that it was incredibly difficult for him to breathe, but he understood that he had to hold on, because if he now loses consciousness, he will most likely die. Everything that this monster swallowed went to one place and accumulated in her huge stomach. Having barely survived all this way to this stomach, the guy was finally able to breathe air. He understood that he was actually incredibly lucky that he was able to get to the stomach, and not even in pieces. This could actually make him happy. Za didn't even expect that there would be so much space there, so he even had to turn on the flashlight on his phone to at least see a little of what was around. He was not too surprised to see an insane number of corpses of people, various kinds of things, and even entire cars there. It even amused him to some extent. What a truly beautiful view he was now observing. While he was trying to get further, he only thought that Yoo Jun-hyuk is an incredible scumbag and a fucking psycho. Now Ja was trying to imagine what this guy would do so as not to die, because it was his main mistake not to become part of Ja's team. It's not that he didn't understand him at all, because after failing in the first round of regression, Yoo Jun-hyuk never made friends again, and he was a strong regressor, whom people revered and thought that he was a savior. For him, if a person is not a subordinate, then he is certainly an enemy, and therefore this is a test, and Ja wants to be on an equal footing with him. Then he needs to at least prove that he is able to deal with what is happening on his own. Therefore, the first thing he decided to do was check the messages that he received after he fell into the snake's mouth. Some constellations considered his actions rash, some encouraged him, but the most important thing is that he escaped the purge after the timer. But at one point his thoughts were interrupted by an ichthyosaur, which apparently began to move, and according to the novel, the guy knew that 3 hours after the ichthyosaurs absorb food, they begin to secrete gastric juice. And this meant that he actually didn't have much time left, but suddenly Takabe appeared in front of him, who was very disappointed that at first, it seemed to him that everything was starting out so excitingly. But now he sees the guy right in the stomach of a huge monster, although from Ja's appearance you can't say that he is confused and doesn't know what to do. Dayak Ja gave him a rather unexpected answer, saying that he was actually waiting for him. Not only did he plan to get out of here unscathed, but he also wanted to become strong enough to be able to resist him. Therefore, Ja was 100% sure that Yoo Jun-hyuk would simply have no other choice but to take him as his companion. Tokuba asked him again about why he was waiting for him, to which Ja gave him a clear answer, in which he, it turns out, knew that Tokuba would come for his coins. He has to pay with them for the failure of the script, right? Tokuba thought for a moment and added that the other participants were paying for such a failure with their lives. Ja knew that if his life was required, then the fine line would have written death, and not 3 question marks. For Tokuba, it was quite amazing to hear this from him. The guy had to admit that he had excellent deduction. Now, he was not surprised that the constellations paid attention to him, but in any case, he decided to get straight to the point, and added that the guy needed to pay 5,000 coins, and then he could keep his miserable life for himself. Za understood that he only had so much money on his balance sheet, and he would have to give absolutely everything. Therefore, he decided to tell this creature that it was too much, but he answered him that if it was expensive, then he could easily give only one of his lives, because on the other hand, whether to accept his coins or not was entirely at the discretion of Tokeb. And if the guy was dissatisfied with something, then he suggested that he finish here and now, and Za unexpectedly answered him that he would still choose to die rather than give away so many coins. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and he asked the guy again what he wanted, and once again heard the same answer. Ja wanted him to finish him off. In fact, Ja knew very well that Tokubi could not finish him off because now, thanks to him, he was making a very good profit. Ja knew that he brought great pleasure to the constellations, and if Tokubi had decided to deal with him, he would hardly have come down here at all. Tokuba wanted to laugh and scream at the same time, because for a long time no one could piss him off like that. But he was interrupted by Ja, who spoke again, and this time told this creature that he was just a low-ranking Tokebe, whose name was Bihen. Bihen started screaming because someone even knew his name, and that's why he wanted to know who the hell this guy is, because an ordinary person can't know something like that. Za simply smiled and said that recently the pleasure of the broadcast had come to naught. He said this to the fact that the constellations were too stingy with donations. The guy began to receive notifications that several constellations were closely watching him, so Ja suggested that Bi-hyun first close the channel, and then they could talk normally. As soon as he did this, he immediately wanted to know how he, coming from ordinary people, found out about the broadcast of the star stream. Za thought for a while and added that this is actually not as important as he thinks. Now he considered it much more important to become the king of Tokebi. Without allowing Behin to say a word, he continued to ask him if he wanted to overtake Kolcheni and Jeddah and become the best streamer among demons and monsters. After all these words, the guy invited him to make a deal with him, and then all this would be real for him. The guy promised him that he would make him king of Tokabi if he agreed to work with him. But his reaction was not quite what Ja expected, because Bacon began to burst into laughter, because he believed that the guy was just another stupid little man. Bacon added that he should have guessed when Ja refused to support the Constellations when choosing a sponsor, but still, he had no idea where he learned about the broadcast of the Star Stream. But even so, he is forced to reject such a generous offer. But apparently he misunderstood Ja, because he didn't ask to sponsor him. He doesn't really need his power, but his channel is another matter. This answer surprised Tokabe quite a lot, but that was not all. And Ja added that it seemed he still didn't understand what was being said, so he decided to explain it even more simply. Ja wants to sign an exclusive contract with his channel, and then Bacon realized that he wanted to sign a streaming contract, and Ja agreed with him. Essentially speaking, the incarnations have no right to interfere in this contract, since all this sponsorship is only in words, but in reality it is real slavery, and therefore Bacon became even funnier. After all, he couldn't even imagine where he found out about it. But how dare a person even mention the stream's contract, because he's just a small, unsponsored bug? Ja continued to insist on his own, and already said that it was precisely because he did not have a sponsor that a contract should be concluded with him. After which he added that if he wants the channel to gain popularity, then he needs to satisfy at least one of the two groups of subscribers, the first being entertainment seekers, the second being embodiment seekers. Behig agreed that the guy is quite knowledgeable. But how does this even relate to the matter? After which, Ja told him that he had already given him a hint, but he still didn't get it. That's why the number of his subscribers still hasn't exceeded 3-digit number. Bacon silenced him until Ja asked him a question in which he wanted to know whether his channel met the requirements of both groups at the same time. The guy believed that it doesn't matter how entertaining the incarnations are. The Constellations whose goal is to find a protege leave the channel at the end. But what if there is an incarnation that never signed an agreement with anyone? And what if his abilities exceed those of other incarnations with sponsors? Now Bacon began to understand why the guy didn't choose a sponsor. Besides, Ja asked him to imagine how the Constellations were already steaming from their ears, so he recommended that he hurry up and open a channel. Bacon still continued to be angry and asked him not to talk nonsense, because an ordinary person would never win against a sponsored incarnation. This is the law of the world. And Ja was just about to prove to him that this was possible. So he asked Bacon to close his mouth and do as he told him, and then he could make him king of Tokabi as promised. Bacon really thought about this proposal because, roughly speaking, he would not need to do anything in order to become a king among people like him. And Ja continued to smile, because he understood that he was still able to interest this little Tokabi. But to his surprise, Bacon remembered that the guy owed him 5,000 coins for the script. Ja didn't understand what he was talking about, because in fact he didn't fail it. He was so sure because given where the huge monster they are inside is now, he is fulfilling the conditions right now, after which he asked Behan to open the channel, which had just launched. The little creature couldn't believe his demonic eyes that this guy was actually telling the truth. He saw a new scenario there, which was a class, the condition of which was that he needed to deal with the naval commander of the ichthyosaurs and subsequently get out of his stomach. Bakir immediately began to apologize to the Constellations and tried to tell them that the broadcast was simply interrupted suddenly due to a server error. He hoped that they did not think that he did it on purpose. While Tokabi asked for forgiveness and proved that he was not the patron of any of the participants, Ja tried to understand why his system only displays products that he can buy, but there is still no search function. Behan tried to prove to everyone that he always took the streamer's promise seriously, and Ja at that moment only thought that it was he who threatened Behan and forced him to open a Starstream store. Since he can only have access to it when the channel is open, the hype cannot be avoided, especially after the secret scenario is launched. One way or another, the system is designed for both people and Tokebi, and since 2 requests are enough for him to purchase the necessary items, he decided to purchase goods by searching for an ancient dragon. Bacon didn't understand where the guy came from and knew this. But the guy again assured him that he was just lucky. But in fact, he knew very well that according to the novel, the owner of the heart of the ancient dragon is now in Italy. The sponsor stuffed this item into the lucky guy's mouth, and at such moments, he even regrets that he does not have a sponsor. Therefore, the guy continued his search, and the next item was the green of the great demon, and Bihin was simply torn from understanding how the guy knew about all this. And as a result, he buys 4 slimes and 4 thorns, but Bishen could not fully understand why they were for him at all, but Zhang confidently answered him that it was none of his business. The guy spent 800 coins on these things, and Bihin warned him again that expenses would not be reimbursed, even if he later regretted the purchase. But Jia knew about this. Jia actively began to tinker with something and was interrupted by Bihyun, who wanted to remind him that he still had not accepted his offer. Daok Jia knew this very well, so he added that they would discuss the terms of the deal after he completed this scenario. Bihin happily agreed to this and asked the guy to try hard, and it was time for him to actually leave, and finally he added that he hoped that history would be on the guy's side. Jia looked at the time and realized that there was not much time left before the release of gastric juice, and he should hurry up. Therefore, he began to actively lubricate his spikes, which he bought with slime, and did this job exactly 4 times. And as soon as he finished with this, at that very moment, gastric juice began to be released from the glands of the stomach of this snake, which was incredibly dangerous for everything around. But the guy was confident in himself and knew for sure that he would definitely get out of here alive at any cost. The stomach juice of this monster acted like an acid that dissolved absolutely everything that got into it. Not even a piece remained of that car. But Daok Jia was able to predict this, and this is precisely why he needed thorns and mucus, with the help of which he was able to cling to the wall of this monster's stomach. Step by step, he was able to climb higher and higher along this wall, and only thanks to this he was able to survive. After some time, there were thoughts in his head about whether he was able to do everything. How much time had passed? After all, he is just a reader, not at all the main character. In the end, he no longer understood whether all this was real, how great it would be if it turned out to be an ordinary dream. The real world, of course, is not a place worth living in. Nevertheless, the chances of dying in the stomach of some huge snake are less. Suddenly, all his thoughts were interrupted by Becken, who was delighted with what the guy had done. He literally admired him. In fact, 4 days had already passed since the beginning of the scenario, and several constellations admired his vitality, for which they even sponsored him for 100 coins. Bihen couldn't even think that he was using the stone hog's thorn in this way, but he was interrupted by Jia, who at one point simply collapsed due to incredible fatigue. After which he received a notification that the scenario was successfully completed, and as a reward for this, he received 9,000 coins. In addition, he became the first to successfully complete the hunt for a 7th-class sea monster, and for this achievement he was given another one as a reward, 1,000 coins. Jia was in such a state that he was not far from madness, but deep down he understood what had happened, and what a great guy he was that he was able to go through the second scenario, and most importantly, survive. At that moment, Bacon was thinking that it was incredibly smart to close the holes for the exit of the digestive juice of this monster, as a result of which the monster died. In addition, he did not know that the mucus of a seahorse could protect against the gastric juice of an ichthyosaur, unlike Jia, who was well versed in this. Before the thorn of the stone hog got down to business in earnest, Jia hung on it and poured the remaining mucus onto his skin and clothes. The spike absorbed the body fluids of the ichthyosaur, and it satisfied its hunger with the concentrate flowing from it, and thanks to this, it was able to increase its level of endurance. Jia told Bihen that due to the massive consumption of seahorses by ichthyosaurs, the latter were forced to evolve in a similar way, and this allowed him to survive in the gastric juice. Bihen thought it was actually quite impressive, even considering the fact that he didn't like the guy that much. But that was not all. The guy now decided that it was time for him to get out and began to dismantle the wall of the snake piece by piece. And thus he was finally able to achieve what he needed so much, namely the heart of the ichthyosaur. Jia immediately took this heart and asked Bishan to put it up as a barter deal for the Tokebi auction, but he asked to exchange it for a broken faith. Bishan had no words, because he simply could not understand how the guy knew all this. In any case, he knew that the broken faith already had an owner, and Ja took this into account in his plan. So he added that in this way, he would become the next owner. In any case, Bi-hyun added that at first he doubted, but now he is completely ready to enter into a special contract with Ja, which had a few simple rules. Bahan believes that little things like concluding contracts are very important for them, so he was not lazy and did it for him. Ja was quite surprised that he drew up a contract without these tricks of his. It's quite unexpected, but something still confuses him. As soon as he said this, Baekhyun immediately interrupted him and said that just verbal consent was required from him. The contract is the giving of the soul as collateral. But this was not what Ja had in mind. He was primarily interested in receiving his percentage and wanted to discuss it in principle. Beechin suggested that he divide everything equally, but in return he wanted to eliminate the commission for using his channel. He also wanted to split the donations Ja received in the future. Ja immediately asked him a question in response, in which he wanted to know whether Bishen was taking him for a fool or not. But Tokebo himself believed that in the business world, this was a normal distribution of shares. Constellations show their donations to channels, and donations credited from other sponsors are distributed in accordance with the Tokebi percentages. At least that's what Ja thought. The guy is like an incarnation without a sponsor, and when someone like him makes a donation, the Tokebe receives a huge commission, and Ja knew this very well. And if we take into account all these facts, then isn't it possible to assume that Baekhyun is profiting from him right now? Therefore now he will decide how they will make their shares, and he believes that it will be correct to divide 100 by 0. Baekhyun immediately began to get angry. His eyes almost popped out of his eyes, and at that moment the guy added that he would only get his hands on the commission and he was not going to give him a penny. Tokebe tried to beg from him first, at least 20%, then 10%, but Ja began to threaten him, either 100% or he will leave for another channel. Besides, the advertisement will end soon, and then the constellations will be indignant, so Ja asked him to solve it faster, but at least Bi-hyun won't burst from anger now and will be fine. As Ja said, the constellations began to be indignant and complain about the long advertising, because they are essentially waiting for Bi-hen to finally calm down. But still, he had to agree and he was ready to sign all this, but as soon as he said this, Ja announced to him that he actually had one more condition. And this condition was a kind of guarantee in the amount of 5,000 coins, and the guy immediately extended his hand to wait for his payment. After some time, he was finally able to get out, and for him it was so wonderful, because he had spent 4 days without fresh air. Although his original goal was completely different just 2 days ago, since it took Yu Dong-hek the same amount of time to catch the ichthyosaur on the 4th round of regression, he still managed it quickly. Since he would get a lot of coins from concluding a streaming contract with Tokebi, he didn't worry that he was on the right path. On the other hand, it was quite funny for the guy that he, who had not concluded a single miserable contract in real reality, became a phenomenon because he was once the only reader of the novel. In addition, Ja also asked Biktam to fix his characteristics window, which for some reason did not want to open. Tokebi again could not believe that there could be people in the system, but still helped the guy. Who would have thought that even Tokebi with his absolute power would not block him, and since no one is able to call up his characteristics window, he skillfully fools everyone around his finger. Therefore, he decided that without a doubt he had crossed the zone of the second scenario and was ready to move on to his main goal. As soon as he crossed this zone, he received a notification that this zone of this scenario was extremely polluted, and at the same time he received a recommendation to hold his breath and get to the metro as soon as possible. But the situation worsened every second, worse and worse, because now he was struck by a poisonous fog, and some constellations smiled insidiously about this. Listening to all this, Dokja understood that now everything had begun for real, and now you need to be prepared for absolutely anything. Still, he managed to get to the nearest pharmacy, where he was able to pick up all the products and medications he needed. After which, he decided to head straight to the metro. Za realized that he had actually lost too much time changing clothes, so he decided to hurry to get to the subway before the effect of the item that allows him to breathe expired. Suddenly he heard the cry of a man who was screaming and asking for help. It turned out to be a living person, and also a girl who could hardly move and begged for help. Every second she crawled closer and closer and asked her to help. Za understood that with his character he could not leave this girl, so he immediately took her in his arms and ran with her straight to the subway. He knew that the Aksu overground station had already been destroyed, and the nearest entrance to the subway was at the Gumho station. But to his regret, this station was also closed, and the guy, unfortunately, no longer sees any other options. Therefore, he decided that it was worth trying to enter from the other side of this station. The doors to the fourth entrance to the metro suddenly began to open, and the people who were at this station could not understand what was happening and why the doors began to open. But then everything became clear, because behind the doors, they heard a man's voice asking them to open the doors for them. They understood that, unfortunately, they didn't have space and they wouldn't let them in, because they weren't going to sit here like Sprat in a jar. But Ja made it clear to them that he didn't give a damn. But mentally, it was incredibly strange for him, because he didn't quite remember such a development of the plot, that they wouldn't let them in just because there were a lot of people there. In any case, the girls were getting worse and worse, and he decided that it was time for them to go in there immediately, so he used his spike to do so. They immediately began to run away, because they believed that the guy had come to destroy them in order to earn coins or something like that. But all he needed was to receive a notification that he had entered a safe zone, which came to him as soon as he crossed the entrance to the metro station. He took out and handed her an object that would not completely restore it, but she would at least be able to neutralize it for a while. By the way, he realized that he didn't remember a single similar character in the novel. He believed that she had every chance of dying in that store if he had not decided to change the route a little. Therefore, he decided that he should actually look at the description, and at this point his thoughts were interrupted by the screams of people who were running in their direction. A few seconds later, there was already a huge crowd of people standing in front of them, who did what they did, looked at them with an angry look. The gang leader immediately came out and decided to find out who they were and why they were breaking into their hideout like that. The guy immediately introduced himself and said his name, which for some reason they laughed at, although this was not the first time the guy had seen such a reaction, but it still wasn't clear to him that they were doing this. But then this leader decided to ask him about who asked him what his name was, and who the hell did he think he was saying that? Suddenly they saw the girl, and it seemed they even remembered her. They began to think that she was from a group of aliens. The leader suddenly began to laugh at this, because he began to suspect something, and thought only that they did it without his permission. And this already leads to a good punishment. Suddenly, he added that Chal Su should do it first. Ja didn't understand what he was talking about at all. And besides, he didn't remember such a character as Chal Su, since he didn't remember him. Then apparently, he didn't stand out in any way. The opinion that such reckless crimes would take place only because Armageddon was in the yard seemed too unnecessary to him, but this was just the beginning, and they wanted to take away not only this girl, but also his products. And the leader decided to immediately fulfill his wish, adding that if he wants to survive, then he should leave this girl here, and do the same with the food. Then they will think about saving his skin. Za understood that in reality people behave even more stereotypically than their imagination, which however does not seem to him such a positive trend. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the Constellations, which actively opposed such injustice, and decided that it was time for the guy to complete the prize scenario. Because the guy didn't go anywhere, and moreover stood up as if he was going to fight, the leader had to repeat the conditions again for those who are hard of hearing. But over time, he realized that Ja was not going to run away anywhere, and apparently he would have to teach this brat a lesson. It made him laugh that the guy really thought that if he didn't run away now, he would have a chance to win. And at that moment the bonus scenario was fully activated, the condition of which was to neutralize the threat that appeared in front of them. A few minutes after the start of the fight, the leader received a blow to the face and already regretted that he had said such words. Ja thought that the difference in the level of characteristics such as endurance, strength, and agility created a huge difference in combat power. Now his sum of these three indicators is 33, while the vast majority of the characteristics of these guys are in the region of single digits. Even a guy sponsored by a constellation couldn't bridge that gap. It was obvious that among the members of the Gumho Station group, this one was the most thick-headed, but didn't Yu Jun-hyuk nail him, because it seemed to Ja that this was exactly the case in the original plot. Then, looking at him, The guy simply did not understand why he was still alive. The plot of the dreams did not go the same way as in the original. Suddenly, the gang leader himself interrupted him and began to say that it dawned on him that this guy was also one of those who had destroyed a lot of people. This is why he believed that they were similar. Za thought for a moment, but immediately realized that he needed to show this man who is boss here and tell him when he can open his mouth and when not. Having looked at who was sponsoring this guy, Za saw there a constellation of inveterate scum, which was famous for not taking care of its incarnations. Initially, he planned to hit him once, but now his plans have changed dramatically. A masochist who disdainfully accepts as his protege a suitable idiot to play with and throw away, which is why the constellation that this guy had was now enjoying Ja's actions. Suddenly, Ja was interrupted by some scream that was coming from behind. It was one of this idiot's people who asked him to stop. The guy at that moment was thinking that people are weak. Weaklings like him are still capable of such inhumanity, and justify all this by saying that the world has been destroyed, and they are doing it because of instincts. As soon as he asked him why he did it, the man responded by asking him to finish him off, because in any case in this world man is a wolf to man. Za understood that this guy did not act this way because of his own instincts. Before him is the look of a man who was disappointed with life long before the disaster. And this is precisely why they are similar, so Ja could not disagree with him to some extent. But there were only 10 seconds left before the end of the script. But one way or another, the world is ending, so Ja must live a new life. So he did not complete the additional scenario, for which he received his reward and a personal bonus from the constellation that sponsored that guy. While others ran up to examine the guy's body, Ja immediately interrupted them and rather politely asked them to lead him to their group. As soon as the guy went downstairs to this group, he immediately began to hear familiar voices shouting his name. Turning his head, he saw Yu-san there, who couldn't believe that she was seeing Deok Ja again. The little boy was the first to run and hug the guy. Yu-sang and the lieutenant also did not stand aside and ran up to him. Lee immediately added that he was very sorry that this happened on the bridge and that they left him, but Ja immediately stopped him and added that there was no need to apologize, because in fact they could not do anything. Suddenly they mentioned Yu Jun-hyuk, who made it clear to them that Ja would be able to get out and find them. So the guy became incredibly interested in finding out where Hyuk was now. But unfortunately, none of them knew this. All that was known was that yesterday I collected all my things and left the station. Now everything fell into place in Ja's head. The guys from Choldu who were supposed to die at the hands of Hyuk survived because he was in a hurry to leave Gyumho Station. Yu Jun-hyuk is a regressor who lives the same life. In the current third circle of regression, he was born as an all-consuming monster that is forced to leave and not look back in order to achieve his goal. And yet he was the one who came to carry out a radical purge. That's exactly what Ja reasoned. If you think like that, then Ja noticed that someone was missing, and Yu-san immediately added to him that they were just with the head of the department. But before she could finish speaking, a rude voice interrupted. Literally a second later, guys with bats were already standing around them and were about to make a chop with them. And among them was the answer to the guy's question about where the head of the department was, because Han stood among them with a bat and could not believe his eyes that he was seeing Ja in front of him again, after which he immediately began asking absolutely everyone to drive this guy away, because he is a terrible and vile guy who shouldn't be here. But he was interrupted by another person, who put his hand on his shoulder and added that all survivors should get along with each other, and you can't just kick anyone out. It was some guy who was seeing a new guy at the station, and the first thing he wanted to do was find out what his name was. But before the new guy gave an answer, the guy decided to introduce himself and called himself Cheon In Hong. Za had already heard this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember where exactly. In any case, it was clear that this guy had a sponsor, and most likely he was the main one here, and he was the leader of this place. It seemed that Choldu was also under his control, and Ja had crippled half of their group, and now doubted that they would just let him go. But suddenly he was interrupted by Cheon, who added that the people who came with him told an entertaining story, the essence of which was that the guy fought monsters to save them. After which he began to tell everyone to come up because they had a new member of the group, who, as a sign of his joining, brought them food to help them all survive. So to speak, welcome to Gyumho Dak Ja Station, that's how Cheon put it. Za understood that this was far from good for him, but in any case he had to play along with him, because he understood that this was not all that this guy had in mind. Now there were about 86 people at the Jumho station, and this was much less than Jia had expected, but Lee did not stop and continued to tell him that when the explosion occurred, only those people who were close to the station managed to survive. Lee suddenly lowered his eyes and began to say that it's not customary to talk about such things here, but probably everyone went through the first scenario, and Jia himself understood what he was talking about. Each of them trampled on someone's life to save themselves. All the people who are here are killers, and even so, Jumho Station was split into two groups, the main group and the aliens. Jia actually understood this himself, because if you collect 100 killers, they can be divided into strong and weak, but everyone here believes that there was no other way for them except to take someone's life. This core group included Han, who first of all believed in the success of their leader and knew that he could get them out of their ass, with which Cheon himself agreed, who asked them first of all not to lose hope. As expected, the distribution of food is carried out by the main group, but food is running out, so they have appointed people who have been sent to the surface to get it. Hee-won is the name of the girl whom the guy managed to save, and she was one of those people. But in fact, several more people left besides her, but only she came back. Jia was surprised that Lee refused to move to the main group, although with his physique, it was clearly proposed to do so, although he understood why Lee did this. Lee told him that he simply decided to do it. He knew little about such serious things as morality and ethics, but something inside him told him that it would be wrong. But Jia interrupted him and added that duplicity is not a vice. The main thing is what is in his heart, and he asked Lee to remember this. The fact that something is inevitable does not mean that there is no other solution. It was with these thoughts that he looked at Cheon, who at that moment invited him to talk. Although later he thought that there was no point in stalling and directly invited the guy to join their group, Jia continued to smile at that moment, because he knew perfectly well that this would happen. Cheon could offer him a high position, and thus he essentially offered to manage the group together, but Jia was interested to know what would happen if he suddenly refused. His interlocutor began to laugh and answered him that in fact he had not thought about such things. After which he added that the guy is actually a hero who saved people. Isn't he obliged to lead everyone with him with such strength? Jia understood that in this way he was trying to benefit from his existence. In any case, Cheon believed that this was not so important, because he was asking him for cooperation for the sake of everyone's survival, and then asked him to even look at these poor people. Lee was a little worried after this whole situation, so he decided to ask Jia if it was normal that he refused them so sharply. But Jia did not understand this question. Did Lee really want him to agree? The lieutenant didn't want this. He was just embarrassed by what Cheon said at the end. After Jia refused, Cheon told him that they would still see who would refuse in the future. The guy somehow didn't really want to dwell on this. He was more interested in why it was already evening and they still weren't asking him for food. They were a little embarrassed and didn't know whether to do it, but Jia calmed them down and said that everything was fine. He just asked them to take turns. But this feast was suddenly interrupted by other people who were very angry that people did not have enough food, and they decided to eat everything themselves and survive alone. They began to remind him that all the supplies were shared and asked him to return them back, and only then get his share. At that moment, Jia remembered who Cheon was. This is a man who fuels his power with the despair of these people. That's really not to be joked with. Looking at this man, Jia had only one question in his mind, in which he had to choose, share the food and become a hero, or keep everything for himself and turn into a villain. And this made him incredibly angry. At times, Jia could not even restrain his aggression. Cheon carefully watched what Jia would do and asked him to deliberately choose him, the first or second option. After all, it doesn't cost him anything to get this crowd going. Now he must understand that he can't just survive here if Jia doesn't dance to his tune. Cheon decided to intervene in this conflict and asked them to calm down, because most likely there was a misunderstanding, because Daok Jia decided to work with them. And this means that the products will be transferred to them and divided according to conscience. So they agreed to work together in the future. Cheon thought at that moment that Jia was obliged to agree to his demands, because now he was in his hands. But this whole farce was stopped in time by Jia, who added that of course none of them would be left without food. Actually, as Cheon expected, the guy would make concessions and thus fall into his trap. But it seems he began to rejoice quite early. because Ja had not finished yet, after which he added that no one would get food for free. None of those present understood what he was talking about. Wasn't the food free? Was he really going to sell it? Everything was absolutely correct. The guy made it clear to them that he was not involved in charity, and moreover, he did not trust these people. They immediately started asking him about the price and how much money he wanted, but Ja didn't need money. He only accepted payment in coins. Lee and Yu San were a little unsure that the guy did everything right when he set the price at 50 coins. The price seemed too high to them. Ja answered them that they would get food for their beautiful eyes this time. Another time he asked them to pay them 10 coins. The girl he saved understood everything perfectly, but she believed that it would be right to settle accounts now. She didn't want to take anything for free, because Ja didn't just risk his life for these products. After which she extended her hand and said that her name was Heewon, and she was very grateful to the guy for saving her in the morning. Ja did not expect this, and was even a little confused. Then she got up from her seat and literally started screaming at Yusang and Lee and telling them that now was not the best time for puppy dog eyes, because in order to get all these products, he had to risk his life. And they plan like others to just take it for free. This shouldn't happen. Yusang immediately apologized to Ja and added that they didn't really think, so they didn't need free food either, and would like to pay for it as well. Ja was not against such nobility. Besides, he was interested to know if they all knew how to exchange coins and, to his surprise, this was not new to them. They had already learned a few days ago. 801. All that is needed to exchange a certain number of coins is to touch your fingers to each other and say to yourself the required amount for the exchange. Ja at first did not understand why the little boy gave him 10 coins more, but he admitted that he had eaten a chocolate bar during the day. After everyone had paid, Heewon added that in fact, the main group was monopolizing the supplies. She began to say that people here are like some kind of cattle who eat what they are given and then go to explore as if to slaughter. This morning the same thing happened to her. The main group literally trained everyone here. Lee suggested that Ja reduce the price to 10 coins, as he did for them, because at this rate, no one would buy anything from him. Doc Ja decided that he would wait a little longer and would not lower the price for now. Lee agreed with him, after which he suggested that he go to sleep and he would be on duty, but Ja told him that he actually still had work that he needed to do. At first, Lee didn't understand what kind of work the guy was talking about, but that was exactly until the first buyers approached them. Hiren was simply furious that all the products were sold out. It was just funny because each of them walked around and grumbled, and then they decided to buy it after all. The longer Ja looked at this girl, the more he began to understand how false the first impression was. This girl is really strong in spirit. But their dialogue was interrupted by Cheon, who came out of his tent and asked each of them to give him a little attention. After which he began to talk about how from today, the food ration will be limited and its volume will be 3 cookies per person. People immediately began to get angry because really, how can you survive when you only eat cookies and then so little? Cheon could only say that if they want more food, then they can join the ranks of scouts and get more food for themselves, and if they are unhappy with something, then they can get food for themselves. He understood that most people would not want to become scouts, so he suggested another way. He didn't want to say it, but yesterday Doc Ja made one curious thing clear to them. Ja at this moment did not quite understand what this crazy person was talking about, because last night half of the supplies he had were bought by the main group, and of course, they paid the appropriate amount for them. Cheon continued talking, and this time said that if they want to eat, then they just need to prove that they are worthy of it, and if they decide that this is so, then perhaps they will exchange the food for something valuable, all in fairness, so to speak. Ja understood that right now, this guy was using his special skill, which is called incitement, and it was worth admitting that in a sense it was working. The guy kept wondering how people could be so stupid, and all this time it was just a skill that this psycho uses. But now he has another problem. A bunch of hungry mouths are looking at him, who believe that it is because of him that they are hungry and were left without food. Huron understood that now Ja had again allowed the main group to essentially seize all the food, but she didn't quite understand. Wasn't this an attempt to weaken her power by facilitating between people? Ja answered her that in fact it was so. He first of all wanted people to wake up on their own. The guy at that moment was quite surprised that Huron was so insightful. Now she believed that there was no need to do this, because the situation had become even worse, but Jia told her that she was mistaken, because at least he received for this not one, but 1,400 coins. Hyorin simply couldn't believe it, because he basically didn't even leave anything for himself. How should they proceed now? Jia asked them not to panic and act with a cool mind, and the first thing he advised them to do was eat everything they had left from last night right now. The guy believed that it would be better if they managed to finish their supplies before the end of today. After which Jia decided that it would actually be nice for him to look around here a little, and the first thing he did was go down to the metro track. Hyorin immediately approached him and began to say that everyone who went in that direction died, so she hopes that he is not going to go there. But she came here only because she wanted to say thank you very much to the guy for saving her. Jia told him that she had already told him this, but the girl didn't mind doing it again. She also asked the guy to look at that guy. She told him that he attacked her yesterday, but she sincerely asked him not to touch him. After all, the girl decided that the time would come and she herself would destroy him and not leave a wet spot behind him. Looking at her, Jia only thought that this girl would have died if it weren't for him, so he was not entirely sure that she was a registered character in the novel. But what surprised him was that she did not choose a sponsor for herself, although they were quite interested in her. Suddenly, he was interrupted by the girl herself, who noticed how these scoundrels were dragging not only young girls, but also old women into their affairs, so he took off and began to run in their direction. He didn't understand why she was doing this, but for her, everything was quite simple, because she understood that if she didn't stop them from joining the reconnaissance detachment, they were unlikely to return. But Jia understood this. He wanted to know why she was bothering them. Does she really think it's better for them to starve? Hyorin didn't understand him, that he just wanted to stand and look at it. The guy didn't argue with her and said that that's exactly what he would do. Now this is actually the best decision they can take. She didn't understand what he was talking about. How could he say that? Rise even to legendary level. He had to explain to her that the problem would not be solved if she stopped them now. This would happen again and again as long as people lacked food. And he also believed that she was a passable character. But now his opinion had changed, and he would like to make her your companion. The only thing that worries him is that she also has the Demon Slayer skill, anymore, and she could turn into a promiscuous killer. In any case, the guy asked her to just wait a little, because he would appear soon, and then this problem would be partly solved. She didn't quite understand what he was talking about, until another Tokabi appeared above them. Who was just in a great mood today and wanted to know how his favorite people were doing. He went on to say that his friend was originally in charge of this channel, but he was subject to disciplinary action, so he will take responsibility for this script. At this moment, Jia began to worry a little that instead of his friend Bi-hyun, some new Tokaebi had now appeared. By the way, he thought that these people were too calm. Beishin apparently set a level of difficulty for them in which they were comfortable. Therefore, he decided to correct this, and from now on, penalties will be added to the scenario, provisions will be limited, and the available food supply will be destroyed. Finally, he gave them advice, which was that when the game starts, they had better immediately think about how to emerge victorious from it. After which he disappeared and a panel appeared in front of them, and this could only mean that the real game was beginning. From now on, every midnight a life tax in the amount of 100 coins will be automatically written off. If it is not paid, the character dies. This tax remains until the completion of the second main scenario, and on this occasion, Cheon asked each of them to come closer, because he has important announcement. He began to say that the situation in the reconnaissance detachment was extremely bad, all due to a shortage of participants. Therefore, they would stop supplying those who do not join him in the near future with food. Although Jia understood that this was possible, even he was surprised that penalties were introduced. But in any case, he told his people that it was better to eat up all the supplies they had left. Daok Jia understood that this is exactly what Cheon is thinking about now. How could this guy have foreseen what the system agreed with, and sent him a notification that he now understands Cheon better? The guy thought that even if they suspected what they wanted, they still wouldn't be able to check, although it was true that he knew about the food fine in advance, but he told everyone that this was just a logical argument on his part. But the second fine came as a surprise even to him. He understood that he could have been influenced by the conclusion of the contract with Beishin, but suddenly someone interrupted his thoughts by shouting his name. It was Lee, who couldn't even imagine what they should do now. Would they really have to join the reconnaissance detachment? But Ja was against this, because he understood that they couldn't go to the surface, because they would definitely die there. Lee did not understand how they could then get the provisions they needed, but Ja reassured them, saying that the world had changed, and with it the food. They turned in the direction the guy was looking, and couldn't believe that he was offering this. Doc Ja confirmed their guesses with a confident face. From now on, they will hunt monsters. Standing on the rails, they were approached by Keon, who couldn't believe that they were going to go onto the rails, but it seems he wasn't too angry with them. Ja was a little surprised by the fact that this guy didn't start a conflict because they refused to go on reconnaissance, but it seems that their departure, on the contrary, brought him relief. At this moment, the guy again received a notification that his understanding of Cheon had increased again, and now he understood that it was enough to just gain favor or trust. Then his understanding of a certain character would grow. And now his understanding is enough to read feelings and thoughts, like an open book. So he clearly saw that Cheon does not trust him. Cheon even suggested that they take someone else. Since they were going there, Ja knew that he just couldn't let them go. The guy just wanted to convince them that they also wanted information about the tunnels, but Ja didn't really want to believe him. Han joined their team, no matter how ironic it may sound, but the lieutenant had doubts about him. But Ja assured him that he would do no harm or good. You just need to ignore him, and that's it. He was more worried about Hewan, who had not yet fully recovered, but also decided to go with them. She answered him that everything would be fine with her. It was better to worry about the child, because in fact, it would be really dangerous further, and it was difficult to disagree with her. So Ja thought that it might be better to send Gil Yong back before it was too late. Lee was still not sure that she should go, but she immediately interrupted him and added that she also knew how to fight. Maybe not as well as him, but in any case, she would be useful. In any case, they were interrupted by Ja, who reminded them that they both forgot that women and children are now more vulnerable is nothing more than a stupid prejudice, because everyone is capable of increasing their stats and becoming strong. So he asked the boy to show them. The boy carefully sat down and put his hands on the floor, from which some kind of magical energy began to flow, which seemed to illuminate their path to living beings, and the boy showed them this using the example of a small cockroach, after which he decided to explain to them that his attribute is a collector of insects. Thanks to him, he can communicate a little with beetles, which can tell them the way and even tell them whether there is danger ahead or not. For example, this cockroach says that the next 100 meters is safe. He thanked them for their concern, but he also assured them that he was not going with them to be a burden. Hewan realized that she shouldn't have said this and decided to change the topic a little, saying that here, in addition to people's bodies, there are a lot of animals, and the smell is not pleasant. But what was quite unpleasant was getting an additional script in such a place, the conditions of which were to personally destroy an edible monster and then cook it. Fortunately, there was no time limit. After they received this task, they almost immediately saw earth rats, which were underground hunters who moved in packs through dug tunnels. But the fact was that these were only remnants of them. Ja understood that between the stations there are huge crowds of these monsters, so moving here is quite dangerous, but they could be destroyed by, for example, Yu Jun-hyuk, who clearly passed through this section. Lee suggested that they could finish this scenario with the help of these monsters, but Ja dismissed this idea, because the script clearly states that they must destroy the monster themselves, so it will not work. But Ja found a way to benefit from these animals. They were able to succeed in making homemade weapons, but for more effective use they would be well sharpened, so Ja asked them to look for stones nearby. The guy was able to make them only because the novella described in detail fights with monsters with just such weapons, after which he added things that were a little unpleasant for them, saying that they should set aside 100 coins to pay a tax on life, and he asked them to invest the rest in strength, endurance, and agility. It might sound cruel, but he believed that not all of them could to survive, but in any case asked them to survive. After some time, they still found living monsters that they could deal with and try to complete an additional scenario. Each of them was able to inflict quite strong blows on each of their creatures, and even the little boy, for whom everyone was worried, was able to destroy his monster with the help of his homemade sledgehammer. Ja looked at them carefully and did not even expect that they would fight so well, but in any case this is good news for him. Hewan was quite surprised that Diak was able to kill as many as 4 monsters. After all, she was able to cope with only 2, and the lieutenant was able to kill 3. Jia was quite surprised that Li was able to destroy so many, because the difference in monsters was only 1, but the guy spent a large number of coins for this, which could not be said about Li, who at that moment was using the starter set. This set essentially means an unlimited supply of coins that the incarnation can use until its stats exceed the overall average of level 10, which is a pretty good deal for a newbie, which is why this guy is so strong. In any case, they had a new problem, which Yusan correctly noted, how they could cook these creatures, because no one wanted to eat them raw. That is why they all turned their attention back to Jia, who, in their opinion, should have come up with a method of cooking. Before this, Li decided to ask him a question that had been ripening in his head for quite some time. The lieutenant was interested to know if Jia knew something about what was really happening, and at that moment, Doc Jia felt like a regressor. He understood that he could shamelessly state that this was a guess or lie like Yu Jun Hyuk would have done, but from the reader's point of view, it would be best. But before he had time to answer the question, Khan's scream interrupted him, because he saw something incredibly terrible. Looking at this, he could only thank Manager Han for giving him a situation where he didn't have to answer these questions. But it seems he will still have to help, because Yu-san decided to help this man and held out her sword for him to grab, but did not calculate that the monster would be so strong and that he would pull her along with him. Literally after a few seconds, it became clear that it would be very difficult to help. Li was still trying to do something, but Hewan could only say that she knew that this man would definitely cause problems. Li and Hewan were too surprised by the fact that Jia was going to take only Gil on the search. But the guy didn't understand why they were so surprised, because with the help of his ability, he could quickly find these creatures and possibly save Yu-san. Therefore, before leaving, he asked the lieutenant to look after Hewan, because from her appearance one could absolutely say that she was really not feeling well. As soon as they left with the boy, Li invited her to wait here, because they said that they would give a sign, but the girl assured him that she felt fine and did not need his care. Since earth rat dogs absorb light in the places they live, darkness reigns everywhere here, and this was not at all surprising for Jia. If it weren't for Gil's skill, they would probably have to spend a lot of coins again. Their path was not only in complete darkness, but also in complete silence, until Gil decided to ask Jia a question, in which he wanted to find out whether he did it on purpose or not. Jia didn't quite understand what the boy was talking about, so he had to explain that he was interested in knowing if he would let the monster go on purpose when he grabbed Yu-sang and Han. The boy at that moment looked carefully at his face, and he was incredibly interested to know why he did this. Jia did not expect that the boy would look at him in such a situation. The boy was quite smart, and Jia understood that there was no point in hiding the truth from him, and said that it was all because of the leash of rats. They drag their prey to their lair in reserve. Sometimes there are unusually valuable things or objects there, but getting there is very difficult, because the only way is through the tunnels dug by these creatures, and he foresaw what would happen to Han, but he did not think that Yu-san would follow him. Gil did not expect that Jia's main goal would be objects, so he was a little shocked by this answer. But then he added that the only disadvantage that Jia has is that he lies too badly, because if he really was such a person, he would not have saved him in the subway. In any case, it was not so important because Gil trusts him, and this is what he considered the most important thing. For such a small scene, they both received 200 coins, because several constellations were touched and ready to burst into tears. The guy understood that Gil could reason very maturely, but still he was still a child, so he decided to find out from the boy what makes him trust him so much. And he said this because Gil does not understand how many vile adults in this world are ready to take advantage of his early maturity. With such conversations, they were almost at the place, when suddenly the little boy decided to ask another question, which again put the guy into a slight shock. The essence of this question was that the little boy wanted to know if Jia was by chance the main hero of this world. Now Jia believed in Gil's insight even more. He didn't understand what he knew about this, since he was asking about this. In any case, he told the boy that he was not God and not a hero. But still he knew something about these scenarios. The boy guessed about it. So he added that after all scenarios he would like to make a wish. Jia, again, did not understand what exactly he meant, So the boy again had to explain that usually at the end of such stories, a reward awaits the winners. The guy at that moment thought about the fact that all people adapt to the new world, suffer in their own way, some from madness, some from fanaticism, and some from unreasonable optimism. It's good that this place is shrouded in darkness, and Gil does not see the expression on Ja's face, but still he answered the guy's question and told him that he could make his wish. Ja understood that he did not need to be a scoundrel, because he was a vile adult simply because he chose to save the child. Their conversations were interrupted by a notification that said that they had entered the treasury of earth rats. The guy had to close the boy's mouth and ask him not to rush anywhere, because the treasury contains not only jewelry. And he was absolutely right, because around the entrance to the treasury there were these very earth rats who protected this place from strangers. They carefully tried to look around and suddenly heard a rather familiar voice. It was the voice of Han, who actively accused Yu Sang of the fact that it was all her fault, because if they had not taken the subway, they would not have found themselves in this situation. But the girl did not fully understand the connection between the trip on the subway and what's happening now. Khan didn't know what to answer her, and could only remind her that she usually rode a bicycle, and then the girl realized that it was this man who stole her bike. Khan began to make excuses and say that this was actually a necessary measure, because he had offered her a ride by car so many times. Now Ja understood why Khan, owning a Bentley, decided to show up on the metro. The man could no longer stand it and began to shout at her and say that he did it. Yu San began to shout back at him, because she didn't quite understand why he was raising his voice at her, because he was the one who committed the theft, but he believed that she should have just gotten into the car in the first place. Although Ja didn't want to go out right now, apparently if he didn't do this, then one of them would definitely die at the hands of the other. He gathered all his strength into his fist and was able to launch his only spike straight at the target. No one knew exactly what the guy was aiming at, but they had an assumption that he missed a little because Khan could still talk. Yu-san was so happy to see Deok Ja, she thought that no one could help her. Still, Ja got where he was aiming, because a second later cracks began to emanate from his spike, which created a whole mesh. There was a feeling that it was like glass. Ja knew that this place, shrouded in a veil of darkness, was a hotbed for the growth of shadow roots. Everything here was so filled with dark ether that a twilight flame flared up from it. And in a place where there are shadow roots, he, the great spirit of this dungeon, certainly appears. The system knew this creature as the Guard of Darkness, and as soon as he left his lair, the additional scenario was automatically updated, and now their task was to eliminate the Dark Guard. Gil immediately began to feel bad, and Ja allowed him not to restrain himself. After all, the guy knew that all the insects with which Gil had silent contact were crushed, so he believed that this was not a weak mental damage for him. Therefore, he decided to clarify how long the guy could use silent contact again, to which he received an answer once or twice, so Ja decided that Gil needed to rest a little and gain strength. This guard simply passed by them and made it possible to free Yu Sang and Han from the trap. After Ja cut only the roots, only one handle remained of his knife as he thought, this is all the power of a demonic type monster. It was 9th grade, demonic type, guardian of darkness, and Ja knew very well that there were many types of monsters, but the demonic type was unique. The items collected by rats are all the offerings they bring to these creatures. Despite the same class, the demonic type has an overwhelming advantage over them. At that moment, the system sent a notification that the Guardian of Darkness had received a blessing from the Demon King, and Ja understood that everything was very bad, and the only solution in this situation was to avoid a fight. The guard began to speak to them, but the language he spoke was too incomprehensible. It was a mixture of German, Spanish, and Latin. However, Ja understood that this monster was using an aura of fear, which clearly allowed him to control their fear. Deok Ja decided to try to use his special skill, which was called the Fourth Wall, just to neutralize the effect of the fear aura. But apparently this didn't help him too much, because the guard began to get even angrier, and it seems that now they will have a hard time. 990. Ja began to actively look around and gradually realized that the situation had deteriorated greatly. He incredibly wanted to avoid a fight, but apparently it would be very difficult to do. While he was thinking about this, Yu-san sneaked up on him and suddenly began repeating the word mom. Ja turned to her and again asked her not to come too close, but she began to assure Ja that this monster had just said the word mom. after which she came even closer and tried to talk with this monster. The girl at that moment was only worried that her pronunciation was too bad, and the monster might not understand her. Ja stood and did not fully understand what was happening and how this was even possible, but to his surprise, the monster continued to answer her and talk. He understood her when she said that she was studying Spanish, but it was completely unclear why she had to study demonic. But the fact was that her special skill was called interpreting, with the help of which she could speak with this monster. Za tried to find out from her what this creature was talking about, but the girl heard from this monster only the phrase "become a mother," which he repeated several times. However, she understood that she could not become a mother, because she was not even married, but the monster suddenly pointed his finger straight at Khan, who was quite scared, and began to talk about how he was at most a father. The dark guard did not listen to him, and launched one of his tentacles directly at him. This vile tentacle went straight into his mouth and literally continued to move further. After that, Ja finally understood what this could mean, so at that very moment, he jumped out of his seat and instantly ran to Khan. After all, he knew that demons are like parasites that need an intermediate host in order to produce offspring, and now Khan could become one. All that the guy could do in this case was to interrupt this process as soon as possible, and for this it was necessary to interrupt the connection between them. But this only angered the dark guard more, who literally began screaming at the guy, and he even tried to strike him again, but fortunately, Ja was able to block it at the last moment, although it was very difficult to do. But the monster was not going to stop there and continued to attack the guy with full force. At one point, he realized that he could not defeat this monster with exactly the same tactics that he used on the ichthyosaur from the Dongho Bridge. In an open confrontation, he has no chance of winning, which is why his original plan was to open the chest. But in such a situation, he had no other options, so he decided to start shouting to Kebi, because Ja was sure that he was watching this fight. The new Tokshbe did not yet know where Ja knew all this, but everything appeared in front of him, and Ja immediately told him that a package was supposed to come to him, and therefore he asked this creature to open it. Tokabe began to laugh at him and say that this was not his responsibility. This was Bishan's job. Ja assured him that he was now working instead of Bihem, and as he saw, the constellations were not too happy with his behavior, so he recommended quickly doing what Ja asked him to do. Biryu, that was the name of this Tokabe, who realized that he had better listen to this guy's advice, because the constellations were really not too happy, and besides, it could be quite interesting. Therefore, a few seconds later, Ja received a new notification in which he was informed that he had received a new item from the exchange. This item was a broken faith, which he received for giving Bihem the heart of an ichthyosaur and asking him to send it to auction. Now the guy was several times stronger, and his individual power with this item increased significantly. But even taking into account all these details, it will be incredibly difficult to defeat this monster, because he was able to block absolutely all the blows that Ja dealt him. Biryu also noted that it would be quite difficult for the guy to fight with this weapon. After all, not only is his blade broken, it is also useless without the proper skills. But Ja knew all this, because if he didn't know this, he wouldn't have bought it, but this only made the Tokabe laugh more. Diak Ja calculated everything and was still able to deliver a good attack with this broken but quite useful blade. Biryu didn't understand how this was even possible, but the fact was that after the death of the ichthyosaur, Ja was able to buy one skill from Behen. And this unique skill was the pure energy of the White Star, which worked perfectly together with Broken Faith. Ja knew very well that this duo would help him defeat the Dark Guard, because as a result of the mixture of these two skills, he was able to obtain the Sword of Faith. The Dark Guard was not going to tolerate all this, and he was tired of these tricks, so he immediately went on the attack. Za himself did not mind ending this rather useless battle, and also pointed his new sword in his direction. And this time he managed to deliver an even stronger blow, which literally threw the monster back several meters. Ja was happy with this, and he understood that he actually now had a chance, because it is impossible to imagine a better weapon than the Sword of Faith when it comes to fighting demonic-type monsters. But in fact, he has another problem. While he uses this skill, he has a colossal mana consumption. After all, he is not a swordsman after all. He is an ordinary reader, and it is quite difficult for him to perform such complex skills. In any case, now was not the time to give up. So he decided to use another skill that was supposed to help him win, and this skill was called bookmarking. Za, at that moment was thinking that each reader has his own special fighting skills, and he was going to use them to the maximum to finally defeat this monster. Of course, the working time of his combat skills was much shorter than that of people who have these basic skills. But in any case, no one forbade the guy to hurry up and try to attack this monster at this time. Za understood that he needed to develop some kind of strategy that would help him destroy this guard, and he decided that first he would attack the left leg, then the right tentacle. Thus, he hoped that after 2 continuous attacks, the guard would definitely have a weak point, which the guy would successfully exploit. The monster began to scream at him and say some incomprehensible words again, but luckily Ja had Yu-san, who again used her interpreting skill, and informed the guy that this guard was asking him where he knew these blows from. Za looked him straight in the face and slowly replied that he simply liked to read too much. This is what helped the guy defeat this big guy, who after such a blow could no longer stand up. Even some constellations could not believe their eyes. In gratitude for such a show, Ja was sponsored in the amount of 500 coins. Tokebe simply could not believe his eyes that the guy was able to use the ethereal blade in the initial scenarios. What irritated Beer most of all was that such a guy appeared on Bi-hyun's channel, but Ja didn't have time to listen to all this nonsense, and he asked the Tokebi to give his award for the script as soon as possible. A few seconds later, a notification arrived that all the requirements had been met, and each of them received 500 coins for completing an additional scenario. Birya at one moment realized that the Dark Guard was still alive, and therefore the Tokebi was interested to find out if he was going to finish him off. But the guy made it clear to him that taking someone's life is not his style. Birya continued to be surprised, because everyone knows that the reward for his destruction is quite large. The first one who can eliminate the 7th-class monster will receive as many as 7,000 coins, but Ja believed that he would rather open the chest, so he asked him not to get in the way. But Khan, who was walking behind, didn't seem to think so, and the 7,000 coins attracted him very much. So without thinking for a long time, he nevertheless dealt the final blow to this monster. A few seconds later, everyone received a notification that the 7th-class Dark Guard had been destroyed. Han began to rejoice incredibly and shout that he could now become incredibly strong. But Doc Ja was an incredible fool for not destroying this monster and not taking his reward. He also added that only an idiot would think of pity in such a situation, and only for this reason Ja is constantly a loser. But his joy was interrupted at the moment when he noticed that he had received a new notification in which it was said that the Demon King would pursue the one who dealt the final blow for the rest of his life, and that person would be Khan. Za began to smile, because he actually knew that demonic-type monsters bow to the Demon King and receive part of their power for this, and the destruction of such a monster with 100% probability guarantees the furious wrath of his patron, so the guy did not finish off the guard. In addition, the curse of the Demon King brings about the most terrible thing that can happen in the life of a killer. It is not known for certain what this curse does, but it is hardly something pleasant, and now not only Ja knows about it. Now, in addition to the constellations, the guy was also admired by his friends, who were looking at him all this time. In any case, there was one more thing for which they actually came here, and it was that same chest. Each of them found some kind of rare item, for example. Yusan found a restoration bracelet, and Gil found an old iron shield. They thought that things would be much better, but Ja was well aware that this was because the main character had already managed to visit the treasury and take all the valuable rewards from the chest, but he could not tell them this. Besides, nothing bad happened because of this, because they found everything they needed there. Moreover, Ja had not yet looked into the chest, who discovered a rather unusual object there, which was called a magic furnace. Deok Ja figured out how to use it. In fact, it was the key item of the additional scenario. After all, with the help of this magical item, he was finally able to finish that same script and cook the meat of the earth rat. It looked so delicious that some of them were drooling, but Ja decided to try it first. Ja was able to bite off a fairly large piece, and the taste was even very good, so he invited them to try it too. The guy read about it in a novel, but trying it in real life was much cooler. At that moment, Khan approached them, who began to say that he was actually wrong, But Ja didn't care about him, and he simply answered him that he didn't have to worry about it and just eat his meat. After all, Ja saw no point in being angry with people who were already on the same road to the grave, but apparently Khan did not quite understand what Ja was telling him. Or he just didn't want to think about it right now and they were just enjoying the delicious food. Yu Sang was incredibly surprised at how Daok Ja was able to think of this. Preparing an animal that you see for the first time is quite risky. She also added that he is actually a great fellow, because he has so much access to him thanks to the novels he read, and she just sits here and enjoys the fruits of his hard work. The girl thought that she was of no use at all. Ja did not agree with her, because at least she was able to understand the demon's language, although it was not particularly useful. But in any case, she tries, and this already makes her much more useful than the others. But it seemed to him that she wasn't really listening to him at that moment, and so it was. She was trying to read what was written on the box, and it seems she succeeded. There was a box of random objects written there, and Ja was a little embarrassed that she was able to understand it. He pretended that he didn't know this, and began to thank her for being able to read this so that they could do it without her. If the guy remembers everything correctly, then he was first discovered by a flying fox, who took one of the 2 magic furnaces. Yu-jun probably had no idea that the real value of the chest was not in its contents. Unfortunately, he only learned about this in the novel after the 6th regression. So in the initial locations you can find a very strange chest, placing any object in it, for example, the core of a 7th-class demon in a broken faith. That could certainly be obtained from ordinary items, quite rare and unusual. Tokebi at that moment simply did not understand what was happening, so he began to say that he had no idea how it happened, and therefore interrupted the broadcast. After Ja placed a sword-type item into the box, he received a reward in accordance with his rank. Then he received another rather unexpected notification in which it was said that he had received an item that was associated with a constellation, and the guy could not even expect such a thing, so he began to hope that it would be at least an A-class item. According to the novel, the Stellar Stream Administration Bureau was forced to remove this box from the scenarios a long time ago, because by placing 2 low-class items in it, you are guaranteed to receive an item with higher characteristics. This was a legal scam that threatens the scenarios. In any case, Ja was not against using such things, especially since he was the only one who knew about it. And as soon as he made this exchange, he unexpectedly received a brand new sword, which was several times cooler than the one he had before. This sword was called Unbreakable Faith. It was a star relic, and it could increase the strength and endurance of the owner by 2 levels. Yusan was delighted with this item, because only by looking at it did she understand that incredible energy was emanating from it. The guy himself could not believe his eyes. Is this really reality? And he is holding a star item in his hands. He was so happy that he couldn't believe that he could really take this sword for himself. But Yusang and Gil assured that it was really his sword now. But suddenly he added that it was time for them to go back, because soon new Earth rats would appear here, so he suggested moving forward right now. Gil upset him a little when he said that he probably wouldn't be able to get them out, because there were no living insects left nearby that could help them. Za couldn't believe everyone died from the aura of the Guard of Darkness. The guy had no idea what to do with it. But suddenly the little boy added that he had one option, and he could actually summon another monster that could help them. The guy whispered a few mysterious words, and everything around began to glow, which scared the others a little. Yusan began to worry incredibly deeply about the boy, and she asked Diakja to do something about it, because the boy scared her incredibly. Suddenly an incredibly strong vibration began around, and Ja began to suspect that the vibration was coming from the surface. Most likely there were many high-level monsters above. Therefore, he decided that things could not go on like this, and then began to ask the guy to come to his senses, because he understood that if it turned out to be one of the insect rulers, then they would most likely come to an end. Gil came to his senses from a lack of understanding of what was happening to him, and from the fact that Ja asked him to immediately interrupt the actions of the skill. The boy actually realized what he had done in time, so he was quickly able to stop the effect of his skill. Za didn't expect that the little boy could summon such a strong monster at such a distance, but if he could follow through, then they would most likely be buried alive. Therefore, the guy decided that for some time this skill would be banned, and Ja asked the boy not to use it under any circumstances. He also added that if they just entered the veil of darkness, they would most likely get lost, so he suggested they wait for now, and they would set off when small insects appeared nearby. But suddenly Yu Sang intervened in the dialogue, who suddenly said that if they only need to return, then in theory she could replace Gil. As it turned out, she has a skill that is quite similar to Gil N's skill, which was called finding a path along a thread, which she activated when she was kidnapped, just in case. Jia decided to ask her about what attribute she had, but then he realized that he asked what he shouldn't have. But Yu San began to say what she would have said, especially since she trusts him. But the guy said that she did everything right, and she didn't need to talk about this not only to him, but also to other people. The guy began to understand that it seemed that Yu San, in addition to the contract, had entered into some kind of oath, which means that disclosing information could be a matter of life and death. Jia believed that this constellation was trying to help the girl. The thread by which they are selected is quite familiar to him, but in any case he is not sure, and he cannot use his skill that provides information about the character because Yu Sang is not on the list of characters. But suddenly, after several attempts, Jia suddenly received a notification that information was being collected, and he needed to wait a little, and this was quite unexpected, because there had never been such a message before. As soon as the process of collecting information came to its logical end, Bishan suddenly appeared in front of them, who assured them that he really missed them and wanted to know how they were doing. After some time, they were able to get out of the dark underground passages, and Jia suggested that Hyorin and Lee would be nice to have a little snack to restore their strength. While they were walking, Bihyun activated the voice chat and asked Jia to tell him what he had already done while he was away. This voice chat is a special channel that these creatures can create, and at the moment only Jia can hear it. Of course, the use of such communication is prohibited by the rules. But in any case, they needed to talk, so Jia decided to ask Bihyun if he had problems because of him, to which Dokaibi replied that he was given a warning for the long advertisement, and for the fact that Daok Jia began to be willful. Bihyun was able to quickly resolve this situation, and all he needed was to go to the stupid department several times, and that's all. What was more important for him now was that he incredibly wanted to know how Jia knew about that box. Bishan couldn't even think that there were still pieces of his past left, but Jia didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Jia could not even imagine that this box could have been created by someone like Bishan, but at that moment he only made a face and punished himself for being very greedy then. But suddenly their in-game dialogue was interrupted by Hyorin, who was interested to know what else they could find besides the magic furnace. Jia added that they managed to find several useful things, some of which the guys really liked, like this shield that Lee took for himself. She was also no less interested in whether they would share food with other people. Jia replied that everything would be exactly the same as before. Everything would be for a certain fee. After some time, they were able to return to the very place where they started, but somehow they were not too keen to meet them. Jia immediately noticed that there was a rather alarming atmosphere there, which had not existed before. But it seems he understood everything after one of them started screaming that the collection of coins would be in 20 minutes, and her child did not have any, so she begged someone to help her. Unfortunately, she wasn't the only one who needed coins. Most people had this problem. Not only did people not have enough coins to pay the tax, some complained that their relatives who went on reconnaissance had not yet returned, but all the main group could do was send them on searches. All this was carefully observed by Hee-won, who began to boil with anger, and her Jia received a notification that her skill was ready to blossom. And this is actually not the most pleasant news. The guy understood that in this world, coins are power, and at this thought he was interrupted by Cheon, who said that Daok Jia was just in time, and if he remembers correctly, then the guy has a huge amount of coins. And he was incredibly interested to know how many of them he had. Cheon didn't let Jia hide the fact that the person with the most coins at Jumho Station was him, and it didn't take long for people's reaction, because literally a few minutes later a woman ran up to him and simply begged him to give him just 100 coins. There were several other people behind her, and Cheon decided to sum up that he himself did not have enough coins to help all these people, but Jia was probably different from him, and he hoped that the guy could help all these poor people. Jia understood that there were about 20 people here. If he paid for everyone, he would lose 2,000, and if he refused, he would become the main evil of Gyumho Station in an instant. But which of those here was worthy of such generosity? He began to think about the fact that people who took someone's life now do not want to be responsible for their own existence, and simply ask him for coins. Bechen was getting more and more interested in watching what was happening, because for the record, there were only 10 minutes left before the tax collection. Za simply closed his eyes and began to think about what he should do. And at that moment, the concentration of the constellations that were watching him simply went off scale. Therefore, he decided to ask each of those who ask him for coins to justify why they are doing this, and why Ja should give them these coins. Cheon just started bursting with laughter and shouting that he knew that Ja would do this, after which he again decided to use his skill as an instigator and began to talk about the fact that it was Ja who came up with the idea of selling food. And now he asked him to think about how many people could pay the tax if they did not buy food from him. And in fact, it worked well only against Ja. Cheon believed that this was his last chance, and he needed to return the coins right now. Za calmly asked him a question in response, in which he would like to know what would happen if he did not do this. Cheon answered him just as calmly that he would choose the worst option, after which everyone who wanted the coins began to run towards the guy. But suddenly they stopped as soon as they saw Ja take out his sword and literally cut off the hand of one of the crowd. The guy screamed at the entire metro station, and this pile-up ended before it even began. After which Ja looked at each of them and asked them if they really thought that he was to blame for their troubles. Looking at each of them, the guy actually understood that everyone here actually understands that what is happening has nothing to do with him. Therefore, he began to say that they are all simply afraid of these people. That is why they behave this way, knowing who is really wrong. Even in the face of death, they cannot do anything, and all because these people are simply stronger for them. More the number of coins and the best characteristics, and now everyone is trembling in fear. Cheon, listening to all this, could not believe that Ja was trying to stage some kind of coup, but the guy kept asking them why the special group has so many coins and why their characteristics are so high. Maybe because they are scoundrels. Some of the people began to realize that they had been simply deceived all this time, but Cheon decided to try to get out by saying that he only had a lot of coins because he sold something. But Ja didn't stop and was still talking. Now he decided to bring up an unusual fact in which he said that a few days ago, when he arrived at the station, there were about 80 people here, but now only 50 remained. People began to say something about how the majority went on reconnaissance, some were eaten by monsters, but Ja asked them to think about it again and ask themselves the question, why didn't anyone from the main group die these days? Cheon's face suddenly began to change. Almost nothing was left of his smile. But even in this case, Ja continued to ask each of them why each time the main group only gets stronger. The guy noticed that when they decided to attack him, they knew that they could destroy the man and take his coins. But where did they get such confidence? And where did they get such information? Cheon immediately tried to prove to each of them that this was all actually a lie, and there was no point in believing it. And finally, Ja shouted that if they had even a drop of pride left, they would do everything to defeat him with their own hands, and then they would be able to return what he took from them. Now Ja believes that this is the world in which they live and must take care of it. This provoked a massive fight, which they believed should solve all their problems. Lee and the other guys also joined this battle, because they also wanted to help destroy the main group. Ja promised each of them that he would destroy them no matter what, so he also joined this battle with the help of his new weapon. And he was not the only one who did this, because finally Hee-won was given the opportunity to take revenge on each of them, and at this time the conditions for improving the small person attribute were achieved. As a result, Hee-won's character attribute is transformed into a destructive evil, which was one of the 3 attributes of the judge, and the girl was lucky because she got the strongest one. Ja also received a notification that he had made a great contribution to the development of this attribute, but suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by Hee-won, who asked him to step aside a little. After which she added that these people were primarily her concern and she herself would like to deal with them. Then she collected her thoughts and was able to activate her skill, which is called the Time of Justice, with the help of which she was able to kill literally all of their main group at that station with a few blows. And she continued to do this until she destroyed absolutely everyone and got to Cheon, which after some time she was able to successfully cope with, and now he didn't have many options. but he chose to start smiling and laughing maliciously again, which Hee-won could not withstand, and dealt him the final blow, which literally cut the guy into two halves. Za watched everything carefully and thought only that recently they had been grilling meat and chatting merrily, and now Hee-won had finished off the last person from the main group at this station. But that was not all. They forgot about the tax on life, which was collected and destroyed everyone who did not have enough to pay it. It was quite difficult to watch, but unfortunately, this was their new reality, which they would sooner or later find themselves in. Za knew that all this was just the beginning, and they should not lose heart, because an even more difficult life awaited them. From now on, every full life tax will be automatically written off. This notification again came to each of the characters, but it was sad not because the coins would be written off, but because there was practically no one to write them off from now. Before finally leaving, Hee-won once again asked everyone who managed to survive if they would like to go with them. People decided that they would go separately. They still had coins, so they thought that everything would be fine. After the events of last night, most people left Jeomo Station. Only 5 survived, not counting Ja's group. The guy was confident that now they could handle it themselves. No one even asked if Hee-won would come with us. It was obvious to everyone, and from that moment on, punishing Judge Chi Hee-won joined their group. But no wonder Khan was able to survive in this whole meat grinder, but after that he disappeared without a trace, but no one really missed him. Za thought that it was time to leave the station and head to the next scene. Suddenly, during their journey, Hee-won transferred 1,500 coins to the guy. He didn't understand why she did this, but Hee-won explained to him that she was actually just ashamed to take everything for herself. And besides, she had already given it to others too. After all, in the end, most of the coins of those people went to her. She was the one who dealt most of the blows. Za told her that if he were her, he wouldn't really share, but she was glad that he wasn't in her place. But in fact, it was Ja who received the most coins, because this morning, Bishin transferred him a percentage from yesterday's stream, and the number of donations was actually huge, and the guy's balance now amounts to as much as 23,000 coins. Some of the coins almost immediately went to improve the characteristics. In the end, there were 4,000 coins. He had to strengthen his magic in order to use the aura of the purest star. Therefore, he decided that he needed to increase the popularity of Bishin's channel, and then his earnings would increase, and this could be done using the following script. The conditions of the second main scenario were to go through the tunnel and meet the survivors from the first shelter. There is no time limit, and the next shelter was Chunmuro Station, on the way to which they met too many monsters, although they thought that going through 3 stations would be much easier. As Ja expected, there was a pack of earth rats in the tunnel, so they had to fight them off all the way, so it exhausted them incredibly. Therefore, after such another battle, Ja suggested that each of them rest a little. Lee noted that they had almost reached Chunmuro, so he suggested that he rest there, but Ja assured him that in their condition they might not reach it. The Yakshu station, which they had just passed, was overflowing with corpses of people, and from their wounds one can say that not everyone there died fighting the rats, although Ja did not rule out that it was possible that Yoo Jun-hyuk tried. Lee interrupted his thoughts and added that he wanted to go right now to look for something worthwhile among the abandoned things. This could only please the guy, and he thought about how good it would be to have a former soldier on the team. Yu-sang and Hee-won decided to go to the toilet at that moment, because in fact their journey was quite long. But they were stopped by the fact that Lee told them that Deok Ja decided to go for a walk upstairs. This confused them a little, because they could only hope that Ja hadn't forgotten that there was a lot of poisonous fog up there. Apparently their expectations were in vain, because Ja ran to the surface and immediately began to be sent out by a poisonous fog, which he didn't care about at all, because the reason that he suggested taking a break was not only that they were tired. His goal was a little different, and if he remembers everything correctly, then in this place, right from the 6th exit from Dongguk University Station, there is a monument to the great Manaz Yujong. Hee-won simply didn't understand why the guy had to go upstairs. But Lee himself doesn't understand anything, because Ja just went upstairs, saying only that he needed to pray immediately. Bi-hyun carefully watched what Deok Ja was doing and couldn't wrap his head around how he could do such a thing. But suddenly there was nothing left from Ja's calm stance, and he suddenly jumped up and simultaneously took out his sword. Bacon immediately began to scream because he had a good idea of what this madman was going to do, and his guesses, unfortunately, were justified. The guy really began to destroy this statue with the help of his sword, after which he went down into the tunnel again and listened to Bacon shouting at him in a hidden voice chat who did not understand why he did it. Behen began to explain to him that no one would just leave it like that, because Ja essentially broke the statue that symbolizes the idol of the constellation. The guy didn't care a little, because he knew that each idol stores a piece of its constellation, and if you remove the seal, you can get a power, skill, or item that once belonged to it. In addition, to get to Chunmuro, they need the skill of a monk of the Four Seas, but the usual procedure for removing the seal is too long, so he used an easier method that he read in the novel. As soon as the guy came down to the guys, they immediately wanted to ask him how his ritual went and what temple he was in, but Ja did not answer these questions. He decided to tell them that he actually had something for them. Hewan was not entirely sure that this was some kind of terribly cool item, but in fact, it was the rags of the monk of the Four Seas, which increase willpower and a sense of justice. He decided to ask her what she knew about the monk of the Four Seas, but apparently Hewan was not very educated in this regard. Suddenly, Yu-san intervened in their dialogue, who unexpectedly said that she knew some information about this monk, because she had read about him when she was preparing for a history exam. He was a Buddhist monk of the Joseon era, and he fought against the Japanese invaders during the war, and was able to defend the Korean peninsula. Ja at this moment had no doubt that Yu-sang could know about this. Even in this world she remains flawless, be that as it may, these items contain the power of a great monk. After which the guy added that he, hoping for a miracle, folded his hands and said a prayer, and suddenly these things began to fall from the sky. Some constellations after this story were delighted with his shamelessness. Ja believed that the monk sent them to us to protect Korea, and, just as he defended the peninsula during the war, they must save the country. But mentally, he hoped that they would believe in this nonsense and would not ask many unnecessary questions. And he didn't stop there, after which he added that he blessed them by sending these objects. And this time, some of the constellations even felt a pang in their chests from his eloquence. After everything that happened to them, Yu-san is ready to believe it, because the great monk could become one of the constellations. They literally began to idolize him, and Ja received a notification that the constellation had forgiven him for such a bad act. The strength and abilities of the constellations directly depend on their fame. Of course, it didn't work out very well, but what constellation wouldn't like being praised, for which the guy even received 100 coins? But it's time to end this, and he asked them to get ready because they would soon arrive in Chunmuro, and for this, it was worth thanking Gil, who helped them get there without encountering rats. But Ja immediately warned them that it was actually too early to relax, because there was about 1 kilometer left to the station and it should still appear. But the guy could not tell them what he was thinking about, and as soon as he thought about it, a panel window immediately appeared in front of them, which informed them that an additional scenario had been added, and Ja immediately asked them to step back. The conditions of the additional scenario were that you need to escape from the illusory prison within the allotted time. The time limit was 1 hour, and this scenario starts right now. They didn't understand a little what they were talking about and what this prison was like. But at one point they had to cope with a strong wind that appeared from nowhere and literally blew everyone off their feet. Ja seemed to lose consciousness for a few seconds, after which he began to hear a voice that slowly said his name. The guy didn't understand what was happening and where his friends were, but the voice didn't stop and continued to say that he felt somehow strange and asked the guy to help. When suddenly some woman appeared in front of his face and wanted to convince him that he really didn't see anything, it was all an illusion. Ja began to understand what was happening, and he felt uneasy, so he decided to activate his unique fourth wall skill. After a few seconds, this skill helped him incredibly much, and now the effect of the illusory prison had no effect on him. Ja knew that the illusory prison is a place that uses a person's most difficult memories to drive him crazy. He recalled that even Yu Jun-hyuk had a hard time getting through it, because this scenario is one of the most dangerous for regressors. Therefore, he decided that his friends needed to be immediately brought to their senses, and began shouting through this prison that first of all, they needed to calm down and concentrate. But apparently he was late, because he heard Lieutenant Lee start shouting that he didn't hear the commander. Hee-won had already started to fight with someone, and little Gil asked his mother for forgiveness for doing this. When he looked at Yusan, he realized that this prison could not affect her, and apparently the whole point was that she had put on a monk's rosary that protected her. Therefore, he decided that she could help him destroy this prison. Jia ran up to her and asked her to cover him while he dealt with the prison. Jia knew that the reason why he destroyed Monk Yuzhong's monument was because of the skill that allows him to pass through the illusory prison. And when they took their positions, Jia was ready to begin performing his new skill, which was called the Destruction of Evil. His skill literally destroyed all the remnants of the illusory prison and helped his friends cope with this disaster. But looking at Lee, who continued to swear allegiance to the army of his country and its citizens, it became clear that this skill was not so strong. And this was not the main problem, because Hee-won was still in this illusion, because of which she began to attack the guy. Jia could hardly dodge this blow. The girl's sword literally flew past his face. Her eyes were bright red, and she constantly repeated that she would finish them all off as soon as she got there. Jia was afraid of such an outcome, so he gave her the rags of the monk of the four seas, but it seems that even this did not work. Therefore, he decided to lay her on the floor and knock her out first so that she would not do anything stupid, after which he asked Yusan to keep an eye on Hee-won. It seemed that they were able to complete the additional scenario and even received a reward for completing it. But Jia made it clear to them that in fact this was not the end, and they should not relax. After all, they now had a new problem in the form of new spirits, which were called spectra, and they belonged to the 8th class of ghosts. Lee was finally able to come to his senses, and his head hurt incredibly badly, and he did not understand what had happened at all. He tried to find out from Yusang how long he had been passed out, and what the situation was like. Yusan could not answer, because she was interrupted by Jia, who told him that there were monsters here who created an illusory prison, but they had already destroyed it, so now everything is fine. He also added that these monsters specialize in mental attacks, so the battle turned out to be easier than it seemed to him at first glance. Lee was incredibly grateful to Deokja, because again, it was only thanks to him that they were safe again and again. Lee was in his great debt. At some point, their dialogue was interrupted by Gil, who seemed to have moved away from the action of this prison and decided that he could already walk. The only thing that bothered him was his head, which hurt incredibly badly, although Jia understood why this was happening. It seemed to the guy that now this child had the biggest trauma, and it was actually the most difficult for him to survive this prison. But there was good news. When everyone was able to recover from this effect, it became clear that they had arrived at their destination. Looking there, Jia understood that the group was now not ready for a new battle, and he was not sure that they should go there, especially what they had just experienced. But suddenly the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a voice that shouted to them and asked who they were and what they forgot here. It was a man with a sword who immediately warned them that this was their place, and only they could hunt here. Yusan couldn't believe her eyes because she seemed to recognize this girl. The footage that was shown to them back in the subway car flashed before her eyes. This is the only survivor from the Taepan school, whose name was Lee Ji-hai, and when the girl heard her name, she was a little surprised by it. How could they know her? Jia actually knows this girl well because she is one of the key characters in the novel. It was because of her that Yoo Jun-hyuk immediately went to Chunmuro. She is a necessary companion for the sea battles that will be in the following scenarios. But now she asked them to follow her. He was going to lead them to the station. At this point, each of them was able to successfully complete the second main scenario, which was called a surprise encounter. They walked for a certain amount of time, and suddenly each of them received a notification that they had crossed a safe zone. Yu sang, although she was glad to get into the safe zone, in any case, she noticed that they were being followed by a rather alarming atmosphere. Jia noticed that several channels were active in this zone, which meant that there were several Tokebi here, and Beechin would have to work hard to maintain competition. As soon as they walked a little further, they received a notification that right now they were in the zone of the third scenario. Suddenly, they were met by two men who were not quite themselves, and called the girl a little samurai. Jia knew that later the guy would regret calling her that. Lee Ji-hai was shocked that this guy got drunk again, but he didn't understand what else to do. The world had sunk to the bottom, and so he thought that all he could do was drink. But then they turned their attention to the people who came from Dongguk University, and most likely they should have coins with them. One of them went further and decided to meet a girl who immediately fell into his soul, and he decided to offer him a room for cheap. But Yusan did not quite understand what he was talking about. Li Ji-hai asked them not to touch the new girls and not to bore them with their chatter. They had better go upstairs. But they believed that the new girls also had to know everything about this place. The girl didn't like to repeat herself twice, and when she took out her sword, it could mean one thing that the guys had the last chance to listen to her. They realized that it was better not to joke with her, and immediately decided to run away, after which the girl added that she had brought them, and now they had to figure it out themselves, and that was the end of her nanny function. Za couldn't understand why people behave so badly here. Is it really impossible to behave more simply? But as soon as he decided to ask her about Yu Jun-hyuk and find out whether he was here or not, the girl's expression changed very sharply. She turned to him and looked with incredible contempt and misunderstanding, because the girl couldn't even imagine how he could know this. Li Ji-hai abruptly decided to find out who this guy was. Ja understood that Yu Jun-hyuk had most likely already spoiled this child. But he actually understood it, because the sea god of war is a very strong constellation, and he would also like to get her into his group, so he answered her that he is the surviving companion of Yu Jun-hyuk. Li Ji-hai was not so naive, so she immediately answered him that she did not believe him, but Ja did not ask her to believe him. He simply added that if she wanted to be convinced of this, she could simply convey it to him, and he would do it will understand. Therefore, he asked again where Yu Jun-hyuk was. The girl replied that the master was not there now, and Ja could not believe that she was calling him master. What did he do to her? In any case, Ja added that this is not good, because he has a message for Yu Jun that would be good to convey in the near future. Li Ji-hai thought for a while, and then decided to ask the guy to look after the newcomers while she went to the master. He didn't expect such a turn, but in any case, he saw Yu Jun-hyuk's friends in front of him. Ja did not lie to him and added that they were his best friends, his only and devoted ones. After an unknown amount of time, the guy continued to talk about how he met Yu Jun-hyuk and what a wonderful leader. Ja and the company could no longer stand it and begged for his story to end as soon as possible. Ja was not at all interested in listening to the praises of this psychopath, so he decided to summarize that about 3 days ago, Yu Jun-hyuk appeared and saved them from the monsters. Deok Ja knew that this guy didn't know that Yu Jun-hyuk didn't save them out of the kindness of his heart, just because he was lucky to be next to Li Ji-hai. Li decided to brighten up these boring conversations about one person a little, and decided to ask how they distribute provisions, but the guy found it difficult to call it distribution at all. He added that essentially the group was just hunting, and Yu Jun-hyuk was dealing with the prey he brought, but Ja couldn't understand why they were recording all this. Regarding drinking water, he said that on the top floor there is an alliance of landlords with whom they share food and coins, and in return they give them water. But this was already quite interesting, because this is an alliance of a feudal landowner and a number of large aristocrats. The Union of Landlords of Chunmuro, this name appeared in the novel, so he is very familiar with it, and probably the one who now holds Chunmuro in his hands is one of the 10 evils. Yusan didn't understand why these Liuli here use the word room, because they aren't here. What could that mean? Their escort explained to her that these people whom they saw at the entrance are landlords, and the room is a small area near which she can now observe the fight. He explained that the name of the scenario is the Green Zone, but here they are called rooms. In any case, they will soon find out everything in more detail. They concluded that the Landlords Union controls the territory of 3 floors. There are several other small groups, but basically everything belongs to them. Ja suddenly became interested in a question in which he was interested to know why Yu Jun-hyuk did not take any action. The guy answered him that according to Yu Jun-hyuk, they should get on their feet on their own. Ja understood that most likely Yu Jun-hyuk did not ask to follow him. Those people simply transferred responsibility for their lives to him. The only strange thing for him was that June acted like in the novel. So the guy began to understand that he needed to immediately find out why this time everything was different. At one point they reached a certain place where there was a large concentration of people, and the toilet they asked to go into was right behind all this herd. Most of the people here asked to be let in behind the wall and literally begged to stay at least one more day. They promised that they would bring coins. But the 2 men who stood at the entrance were not going to let anyone in, and asked each of them to disperse and do it as soon as possible. Za understood that it seemed like one of the 10 evils was here, but he couldn't figure out who exactly, because they were pretty much the same. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by little Gil, who jumped up and ran straight into the very center of this crowd. The boy ran out of the crowd and fell to the floor, which triggered the security system, and he received a notification that he had invaded private territory. Those two big guys immediately approached him, and he became very interested in who this boy was who decided to invade someone else's territory. The man sat down to talk to him and find out what he was doing here. Gil explained to him that he just wanted to go to the toilet. The man made it clear to him that now you can't go to the toilet here, after which he asked where his parents were and why they didn't raise him, because it was necessary to talk about the fact that one should not enter someone else's territory, but a good uncle would teach him how to behave. Ja received a notification that the character Kong Pil-du had activated a stigma called an armed zone, and now he demands to pay 500 coins for invading private territory. If the demand is not met, all military installations nearby will open fire. Ja realized that he needed to act immediately, so he asked Yu Sang to look after Hewan while he dealt with the situation. The guy made it in time because the man did not open fire on the little boy, but now he became interested in finding out who this hero is. Is it a guardian? If this is so, then you can just pay for the small one and perhaps no one will get hurt. 10 evils. In each regression of Yu Jun-hyuk, their list and order changed. It is always 10 people. The 10 main villains in the novel, Gong Pil-du, also known as Armed Lord Chun-muro, is one of these 10 villains. Za understood that this room is much larger than others at the station, which means all this space is Kon Pil-du. But the guy still decided to ask this man why they were demanding payment, because Chun-muro is a public place. But this man thought differently, so he replied that it was like that 8 days ago. But now everything has changed, and this place is a private territory, for which you have to pay to enter. Ja agreed to pay, but first he would like to see Gong Pil-du. After all, the guy understood perfectly well that the man standing in front of him was certainly not Pil-du. He was just one of his henchmen. Ja realized that things wouldn't work that way, so he simply crossed this private territory and started calling Gong Pil-du, in the hope that the man would hear him and come out. Suddenly, he heard a rather familiar voice, which advised him to stop and not continue moving, because one more step and he would die. Za turned and saw the same armed lord, who at that moment was saying that they had just met the guy and he already needed special treatment. The guy answered him that he had to pay a fine, which was already offensive and he wouldn't want to communicate with the pawns. Pil-du, after that, became quite interested in the guy. He even decided to get up from his seat and at the same time said that Ja is a rather eloquent guy. But still he gave him another piece of advice in which he asked him not to be so impudent. At that moment, Ja had only 2 thoughts in his head: try to negotiate with him or deal with him right now. And this was noticed by Pil-du, who began to say that it didn't look like the guy was just coming to pay a fine, so he advised the guy not to commit rash actions. Lee understood that a rather serious conflict was brewing, and so he prepared his shield. Za realized that now is not the best time to fight with this guy, so he asked them to calm down. After all, he is just a tenant who is looking for the owner of the building. Isn't it obvious? The guy began to ask him to let him and his friends stay in his green zone. The man wanted 500 coins a day for this, but Ja immediately told him that it was too expensive for them and invited him to pay for this place with information. Pil-du was a person who was interested in such things, so he immediately became interested in it. But his expression immediately changed when he heard that this information was about Yu Jun-hyuk. Ja knew that this would make each of them angry, because Yu Jun had brought a lot of problems to these people. So this should have made Pil-du incredibly interested in Yu Jun. According to the plot of the novel, Yu Jun and the landlord's union must fight right now, but he is somewhere chilling, so he will have to answer a question from a man. What exactly is his relationship with Yu Jun? Ja confidently declared that he was his companion, because they had gone through deadly trials on their own. Pil-du was surprised that he was speaking on his own and not together. But in any case, the guy believed that the most important thing now is that he is his close friend, who can be quite useful. Moreover, he noticed that whether to believe him or not is a rather inappropriate question, because he has nothing to lose in any of the options. Ja noticed that at the moment, Pil-du activated the skill of calculating profits and losses, and now he was not entirely sure that he was not losing anything. After which the man added that the guy could easily turn out to be an ordinary scammer. In his experience, guys with such appearance always run away without paying for the last month. Ja didn't quite understand why he was telling him all this. Wasn't he describing everything in too much detail? The guy decided to end these games and added that if he's not interested, then it's his problem, and that's why he's leaving. But as soon as the guy turned around, he heard the man asking him to stop, and Ja thought that he fell for his trick. The man decided to ask the guy where he was going to go because he must first pay the fine. Ja didn't expect the man to remember at such a moment for the coins, so he pretended to be a fool that he had forgotten. But the man reminded him that now they had to pay for 1,000 coins. The guy didn't really want to pay, so he added that it was too much for them. But the man couldn't do anything about it, because they were at least warned about it. And as soon as he realized that the guy was not going to pay, he asked to use weapons on these guys. Lee understood that the first thing he needed to do was get Gil out, so he asked the boy to run right now into the crowd. Ja slightly did not expect such an attack, and most likely would not have had time to react in time. But luckily, he has a faithful comrade, Lee, who came to his aid in time and covered him with his shield. Lee immediately added to the guy that he would not be able to hold back this attack for too long, so he asked Ja to come up with something. Ja understood that since Hee-won was still unconscious, if they started a fight, then one of them could die. And then it dawned on him that they would get nothing if they continued to fight like this. Therefore, he again asked Pil-du to give him 1 minute, and began to say that it was not profitable for him and them to fight now. But the man did not support his opinion. But when Ja confidently told him that if he continued the battle, then the man would die right here, in this place. Ja understood that if he did not gain anything in this battle, then he was obliged to make sure that his opponents lost as much as possible. Therefore, Ja decided to add that his closest ally in the world was coming here, who was unlikely to tolerate such behavior. Yoo Jun-hyuk was incredibly surprised by what he was seeing. He couldn't believe that he was seeing Doc Ja in front of him again. Ja turned to him and began to wave her hand. At the same time, he himself could not think that he would ever be glad to see this bastard. Yoo-jun stood silently for a while because he didn't even know how to react to this. The guy continued to pretend that he was incredibly happy to see him and, moreover, began to ask him how Jun was doing. Apparently it was good, because he looks pretty good. This awkward pause was decided to be interrupted by Ja himself, who began to say that these guys did not believe that they were partners with him. So he asked Yoo-jun to confirm this. In fact, Ja knew Yoo-jun very well, even though he was still a psycho, but the word keeps his own. And he especially won't be able to lie when so many constellations are watching him. As soon as Yoo-jun started to say something, Ja suddenly interrupted him and added that it would be nice for him to be able to use the toilet. Everyone was shocked that Ja dared to interrupt the local master. This made Yoo-jun incredibly angry, and he was about to take out his sword to deal with this upstart. Ja saw perfectly well that Yoo-jun was already incredibly angry, but still continued to say that he was actually incredibly pleased to have such a companion. In fact, Yoo Jun-hyuk did not call him his companion, but the fact that he silently dragged the sword in the direction of Gong Pil-du spoke for itself, and as a result, in order to avoid conflict, they were simply released. Ja decided in a whisper to ask Jun if he hoped that the guy would simply die in the ichthyosaur, to which Jun replied that that would be quite nice. Because of this, Ja only thought about how great a desire he had to hit this guy right in the jaw, but his characteristics are probably already very high. Ja didn't think about it when he read the novel, but now he can understand how exceptionally strong a character he is. But now it seems to him that the guy is even stronger, and is progressing much faster than in the novel. The guy understood that he apparently took more risks and fought more often. This was only the 3rd regression, so Ja was incredibly interested to find out what he was up to. While Ja was thinking about this, Jun had to ask him the same thing several times, so Ja had to answer that he had nothing to add, except that Yoo Jun-hyun annoys him. Yoo Jun-hyun had no doubt that this guy would be able to survive, but he couldn't even imagine that it would be so fast. But Ja thought at that moment that Yoo Jun-hyun simply remained a moron. But Yoo-jun is still annoyed by his behavior, so he thought about just ending it. At this moment, Ja noticed that Hee-won, who had been passed out for quite a long time, had finally come to her senses. Against this background, Yoo-jun noticed that the guy had already managed to find companions for himself and had even assembled a whole team. Yu Jun-hyun decided to use the sage look on Lieutenant Lee and was quite disappointed that he left him with this guy and how Lee ended up being the same weakling. Ja didn't argue and agreed that if Lee Hyun's son had gone with Yu Jun, he would have become much stronger now. But on the other hand, Ja is just a reader who was lucky to know the future. When suddenly Ja noticed that Yu Jun was looking too closely at someone, and his face suddenly changed to surprise. He didn't understand who exactly he was looking at, because they were all standing too close to each other, but he assumed that his gaze fell on Hee-won. Ja incredibly wanted to ask Yu Jun about this, but then he would understand that Ja was reading his thoughts, and this idea was not very good. But how during this time they were interrupted by Hee-won, who did not understand why these two were looking at them like that. Yu Jun began to seethe more and more with anger, and only thought about finishing them all off. But his thoughts were again interrupted by Ja, who suddenly became interested in knowing why Yu Jun decided to leave Pil-do alive. Yu Jun-hyun did not understand why he was asking him this, because he is a prophet and should know himself. But Ja answered him that prophets do not know everything in this world, and he himself simultaneously thought only that this guy was simply unbearable. He still thought and answered Ja that they needed Pil-do alive, and Ja understood perfectly well why. He still plays an important role in the following scenarios. Therefore, Ja continued to ask him a question, because he knows all this perfectly well without him. He was interested to know why he didn't get rid of the bandits who were following him. Isn't that in his style? Why then this time he let everything take its course? Yu Jun-hyun could no longer stand this guy, so at some point he simply told him that he had too much to do and couldn't chat with him forever. In addition, he believed that Ja would not understand anything anyway, but the guy was not going to just give up and asked him to wait and answer the question, and not just ignore it, because if he did nothing, then most of the people from Chunmuro could die. Yu Jun-hyun didn't care at all about everything Ja told him. As he said before, he has too much to do. Ja couldn't stand it, and his desire to hit him just went off scale, so he decided to ask directly whether it was possible to do this. But Yu Jun-hyun, no matter what, decided to ignore the guy and left, while activating his self-defense skill. The third scenario will begin in 1 hour and 30 minutes, and it will last a week. Yu Jun-hyun is most likely planning something and will use this time to put his plan into action. He realized that he couldn't just leave it all like that, but there were no ideas in his head on how all this could be predicted and stopped. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted again by Hee-won, who approached him and began to ask something about that strange guy. She was interested to know how much he was scared when he talked to that guy. Ja honestly didn't see the point in talking about it, and added that now it's much more important to understand what to do with Pil-do. Ja switched the conversation not because he was chickening out. Pil-do and his gang are a much bigger problem than Jun-hyuk, because to successfully complete the scenario, they need Gong Pil-do. But if he doesn't want to help, then it will be incredibly difficult. Hee-won at one point became incredibly angry and immediately decided to go and kick all their asses there. But Ja tried to explain to her that this would not help in any way, and there was really no point in it. But the girl thought differently. She believed that if they united, they would probably be able to win, just like it was at Jumho Station. After which she again activated her skill, which was called Time of Justice, and she was a little lacking in determination to go on the attack. Suddenly her skill was automatically deactivated, and Ja at that moment only thought that this is a unique skill of a punishing judge. It has such power that even he was jealous, but unfortunately it has a limitation. It can only be used against villains. She didn't understand why it wasn't activated. Those guys were definitely villains, but Ja replied that it depends on which side you look at this situation from. Ja meant that their opinion may differ from the opinion of the constellations, so the skill may be deactivated automatically. Often, fairness is just a benefit for the majority, so you shouldn't be surprised that it can't ultimately affect the activation of a skill. Hee-won couldn't believe it, because she wanted to help people so much, and now she literally doesn't know what to do. But Ja reassured her and said that there was actually a way out. Of course, he added that it would be very difficult to do all this, but there is a way to defeat Gong Pil-do. And the first step is to lure him out of the armed zone, because while he is there, they actually have very little chance. But even such a skill has its weaknesses. This is a technique that is aimed at an area, so as soon as he leaves it, the skill will stop working and his turrets become useless, but Pildu will never leave the area just like that. He has food, blankets, and even a chamber pot. So he just sits there in one place, and in fact, he doesn't even need to go anywhere. But Ja decided to think about Pildu a little later. Now he believed that it was more important to find a room in which they could stay. Suddenly, Bishan unexpectedly appeared at the station again, who was incredibly pleased, because he was about to launch the third script. In addition, he could not help but notice that new people had arrived at the station, so it should be even more interesting. So he decided not to wait too long and launched the third scenario, the conditions of which were to find and capture the green zone at the station and fight off the monsters that appear at midnight. This scenario will last 7 days. Tokabi advised them to hurry up, because if they don't find a green zone at midnight, they will be in big trouble. Well, as soon as he disappeared, real hell began. People began to literally destroy each other just to capture this green zone. Looking at all this, Yusang began to feel incredibly worried, because she didn't want to fight like that either. Za assured her that there was no need for this now, because they could find a room that could accommodate more people. The guy knew very well that green areas differ in size. Of course, they are mostly for one person, but there are also much larger ones, for example. So the Gongpil Du gang took over. Therefore, to begin with, he suggested splitting up and finding that same large room. He decided to separate them. Heewon would be with Gil, and Yusang would go with the lieutenant. He also added that if they didn't find anything, then 20 minutes before the start of the scenario, he asked them to come to this place. When he sent them out to search, the guy actually knew very well that they probably wouldn't be able to find the room. After all, at least now these rooms were no longer at this station, but in fact they have another way, but he was not entirely sure that they would be able to use it. He meant to take someone else's life to save his own, which is why he was not sure that they would be able to find a free room. There were only 30 minutes left before the script started, and Ja was just sitting on one of the benches and looking at the phone. Bihan didn't understand what he was doing there because the script would start very soon, and the guy wasn't doing anything. Ja was reading the novella at that moment and realized that he probably shouldn't show it to Bishan or the Constellations. They might not understand it that way. Tokebe didn't understand why the guy was sitting and just staring at a blank sheet of notes, while all the Constellations were going crazy because he was inactive. Bacon didn't understand why he turned them on, because if he didn't do it in order to think over some plan, then most likely he would die. Ja was thinking at that moment that neither the Constellations nor even Tokebi, who have maximum rights, are able to see this text, because he realized that he had used the text many times already, and if they could, then someone would definitely have already said about it. From that moment on, the guy began to think about who this author of the novel was. But suddenly, all his thoughts were again interrupted by some character who was holding a bat, which was covered in blood, because he had just finished off one of the inhabitants of the room. And as soon as he saw that Ja was looking at him, he immediately asked him not to approach him, because he could not control himself. Ja continued to approach him little by little, and tried to convince him that he was not going to take his place. He just wanted to talk to him a little. But suddenly, quite unexpectedly, the same samurai girl appeared behind him, who also did not understand why the guy was so calm. Did he really want to die? Za immediately guessed who could be so masterfully rude. So when he turned around, he knew who he would be talking to, and he should also have noticed that she seemed too calm too. She began to say that they don't break into her room, because everyone actually knows what can happen to them if they try to do this. Ja, hearing this, understood perfectly well what she was talking about, because at this stage only Yu Jun-hyuk or the landlord's union could act against Lee Ji-hee. After which she added that she hoped that he would not die after this scenario. She was very impressed by his conversation with the master, but Ja assured her that she did not have to worry about him. Everything would be fine with him. After all, in fact, the guy knew very well and told her in confidence that you don't have to be in the green zone to survive the night. The girl could not believe his words, because if he was telling the truth, then most likely his strength was as great as that of her master. And their dialogue was just interrupted by the same master who asked the girl to return to the room, which she would do without arguing. Yu-jin came not just to talk. He was primarily interested in knowing whether Ja would fight the monsters, because if he really intended to do this, then most likely he would die and his companions along with him. But Ja was not going to talk to him seriously, so he continued to smile and could only add that they would still see who would die here. Their dialogue ended there, especially since his companions had already returned, and as the guy expected, they could not find the room. Ja didn't have any good news for them either, so he decided to sum up that they were left with two options in the end. The first one was actually quite simple and would allow everyone to survive, but they also wanted to hear the second option. The second one was oddly difficult, and there was a fairly high probability that someone would die. Considering all these nuances, they decided that it would be better to choose the first option, because it was better to save the lives of all team members. But Yu-san was the only one who was in no hurry to make a choice, and first asked Ja to tell her about each option in more detail. He asked them to go up to the floor and pointed his finger at their first option. It was a room that contains exactly 5 places, and if we take into account the characteristics of the guys in it, then they can easily kick them out of there. They couldn't believe what he was offering them, but he interrupted them and added that yes, he was offering them to destroy all these guys and take their place. This is their first option. From the faces of Lee and Heewon, one could notice that now they don't want to do this too much, and it would be nice to listen to the second option. Heewon immediately approached him and began to say that they already knew about this method very well. But Ja added to her that those people probably destroyed someone in order to occupy the room, and it is obvious that they too would not be able to get to the end without casualties. The girl did not entirely agree with him and began to say that many died at her hands at the Gumho station, but she did it only of her own free will and does not regret it at all. However, the fact that she destroyed does not mean that she likes it. It was rather a necessity, and she no longer wants to become a monster and therefore asked him to learn it. Lee also intervened in the dialogue and then suggested that we consider the second option in more detail. Looking at them, he honestly had no doubt that they would choose him. Therefore, he told them that he understood their choice perfectly well, and besides, he was also more inclined towards the second option. Heewon was incredibly glad to hear this, because in fact, at one moment she had already doubted his adequacy, but now she believed that it was a test. But Ja tried to calm her down and prove that it was not a test. After all, in fact, no matter what choice they made, Ja would still respect him. Since they decided that the second option was better, he asked them to remember that they must follow his instructions. Even if it seems absurd, if at least one of them does not trust him, they will most likely die. Ja understood that monsters would probably appear from the other side. They would run through the entire station towards the exit, and they would not be able to fight with them here. And if they started a battle, they would most likely die. Therefore, he decided that it would be much better to split up. Ja divided the lieutenant, Yu-sang, and Heewon into 3, and asked them to believe in him 100%. And no matter how it may sound, he told them to run towards the monsters as soon as they appeared, and they had to do it right now. They understood that they simply had no other choice, so they ran headlong straight into a huge crowd with monsters. Suddenly they saw the wall to their left and realized what Ja was trying to convey to them. Now their main goal was to make it to this passage. But the problem was that the monsters were already too fast, so it was far from obvious that they would be able to make it. Yu-san didn't think so and was still able to touch the wall and thereby activate the secret of Chunmuro Station. Immediately after this, they received a message that they were able to activate a hidden space called the Haven of Daredevils. Ja knew very well that in the third scenario there were several hidden green areas, and the guys had already found one of them. The guy was aware that they appear on a certain wall and become visible only after the start of the script, but even he could not think that green areas would appear on the walls. It seems they were in a hurry when they called them rooms. In any case, the guy could use such space now, because the monsters were already very close, and some had even begun to attack. At this moment, he was thinking that there must be 2 hidden green areas on the platform. The second one was definitely somewhere here. But given the situation, Ja was already thinking that he just wanted to take the room from that guy. Tokabi watched all this with great interest, because in fact the situation developed quite unusually. But still, he decided that the situation could be made even more interesting. So he applied penalties and some green areas were deactivated. Ja continued to fight off these monsters, and only thought that Yu Jun-hyuk was definitely a monster who could survive this. But then the thought came to him that if he exchanged all the coins for skill points, he would probably be able to do this too. But suddenly Gil interrupted him and said that if the guy wants, he can leave him here. Za did not expect such a proposal, because in fact, it would have been much easier for him to act if he had been on his own. And the boy repeated this, because he did not understand why Ja was helping them, because it was obvious that if he lived independently, it would be much easier for him. Za himself didn't know how to explain to him why he was doing this, but all he could say was that the boy was actually right. It would have been easier, more convenient, and more profitable for one person. But he said that he had read a novel where the person who did this ended up failing. And Ja was sure that he was definitely not the main character, and he would not become a hero or savior. But still he promised himself that Gil would not die, at least today. Ja asked the boy to rely on him so that he could get them out, after which he used his skill, which is called bookmarking, with the help of which he was able to temporarily block several blows in a row, but in any case, they both understood that this would not be enough. Suddenly they saw a green light, which could only mean one thing. There was a green zone, and it was quite close to it. But there was another problem due to which they could not get into this area, and this problem was called Yoo Jun-hyuk, who was standing right in front of her and essentially occupied one of two places. Ja understood that there was practically no time and they needed to occupy these places right now, so he asked Yoo Jun to move a little. After all, it was obvious that he could survive even outside this room, but Yoo Jun was not entirely sure that this would be better for him, because today was a rather difficult day for him, and he was very tired. Deok Ja couldn't even imagine how he could find out about this place, because this was only his third regression. The guy knew that according to the script, Jun began to use these hidden rooms only after the fourth regression. That's why he was so calm. There is no difference anymore. The guy decided to act and asked to take at least the little boy with him, to which Jun successfully agreed. Gil could not believe that Ja sacrificed himself just to save his life and tried to break free to help, but Yoo Jun held him back from this stupidity. The Constellations carefully watched the guy and already regretted his choice, and Jun himself was sure that Ja would definitely die now. It seems Ja didn't think so and continued to fight off a bunch of underground rats, which did not get smaller, and with each new monster destroyed, another one appeared. After a while, they unfortunately completely captured the guy and literally covered him with their bodies, and most likely at this point you can say goodbye to Ja. Suddenly, the monsters that attacked Ja began to glow, and then Yoo Jun realized that the guy had previously managed to swallow the very stone that he had taken from the spectrum, which allowed him to create his own illusory prison and at the same time turn into a spirit. Ja woke up again with the understanding that his head was simply pounding, but it seemed that this was one of his least troubles. After all, he again found himself in an illusory prison and again stood in front of him some woman whom he probably should know. He wanted to use his fourth wall skill as before to get rid of this effect, but apparently he won't be able to do this because he received a notification that his skill was weakening and could no longer be used. Ja didn't understand why these particular memories because they were too painful for him. The guy understood that he, too, is actually a person, and he also has memories that he would not like to remember, and it seems that one of these is happening to him right now. On his way to Chunmuro Station, he received a Spectrum Spiritual Stone, which, when absorbed, makes it possible to become temporarily a ghost and essentially invisible to monsters. However, as with everything, there is a side effect. The stone draws out the most severe injuries, so he did not want to use this method, and he really saved it for the worst. Fortunately, he has the fourth wall skill, which allows him to avoid the consequences of the effect of this illusion, and all he needs now is to wait until it is restored. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice that came to him from behind and seemed to be female. This girl tried to talk to Yoo Jun-hyuk and addressed him specifically, but Ja is not him. Why does she address him in this way? Ja understood that his injuries were reactivating again, and it seemed that everything would not be as simple as he could have expected. The girl continued to speak at this time, and the guy recognized this voice, a foreigner with golden hair. How familiar it was to him. She realized that he is not Yoo Jun-hyuk, but then she would be interested to know who he is. Ja decided to use another skill of his to read the description of the skill, and his fears turned out to be true, and it was Anna Croft, who uses a mental barrier. A person who is able to penetrate the minds of others, ignoring any restrictions, a character in a novel who is able to see the future, or simply the prophet Anna Croft. She was quite surprised when the guy recognized her, But he added that there was nothing surprising here, because he too was actually a prophet. But she immediately activated her skill, a lie detector, and immediately revealed the guy's lie. Za had no doubt that this would not work with a real prophet, but it was worth a try. Understanding roughly what was happening, Jia knew that due to the fact that the fourth wall skill was weakening, she could easily guess who he was, so she asked him again who he really was. To be honest, the guy was a little disappointed and didn't quite understand what to do next. But he decided to act quite reasonably, and once again asked her to think about who he is, because he is quite disappointed if she really has no idea. After all, it was he who sent her the heart of the ichthyosaurs, with the help of which she was able to plant the pupil of the supreme demon in her eye. The pupil of the supreme demon, she was very lucky to actually get it, because this item is worth more than 1,000,000 coins. Jia was even a little jealous, but now she wanted to know his name even more. But apparently she won't be able to do this, because the guy's skill began to gradually recover, and her essence completely began to disappear. The guy began to emerge from the illusion. Za decided to finally add to her so that she would not be upset because they would see each other again. Let her just wait for him on the other side of the continent. The fourth wall skill was completely restored, and now the guy can get rid of the illusory prison. Moreover, he even gained immunity, but the guy considered it no longer very useful. As soon as he began to emerge from this consciousness, his head continued to spin, and he also encountered Anna Croft. His affairs were not going well, but he could not give up under any circumstances, and he wanted to find his companions first. Suddenly he thought about what if the third scenario is still going on, and the rats are still hanging around him, and what should he do then? There was also a hope in his head that Yujun had not done anything to Gil, and with this thought he finally woke up. And the first thing he saw was his companions, who were incredibly happy to see the guy conscious. First of all, he started asking them about what was going on with the script, and they started telling him that everything was fine, and they had successfully completed it. But looking around, Jia added to them that it was too early to rejoice, because they were able to hold out for only one day, and there were still many different tests ahead. As soon as he asked what time it was, he was pleasantly surprised that it was 9:30 in the morning, and he could only miss 30 minutes from the end of the script. But that's where the good news ended, because as soon as he asked where Gil was, they couldn't give him a clear answer. Jia saw the little boy standing next to Yujun, and judging by their thoughts, they were talking about the fact that the little boy couldn't finish it earlier. It was difficult to understand what they were talking about. No matter how the guy tried, he couldn't hear anything they were talking about. But then he realized that then Yujun was not looking at Hewan, but at a little boy. Jun at this moment was still trying to convince the little boy to go with him, but Gil was sure that he did not want to do this. Yujun added to him that with him he would become stronger, much faster than if he just hung around with that idiot. Gil already knew all this very well, so he was still against it and just wanted to go back. Jia was able to connect his ability, and again began to read the thoughts of this guy, who at that moment thought that he had saved this kid in vain. But then he believed that Gil could be quite useful. Jia wanted to smack him so badly for this, but his strength was limited outcome. As soon as Gil saw that Jia had come to his senses again, he ran to him without hesitation. While the kid was running towards him, the guy continued to read the thoughts of Yujun, who at that moment was thinking that he had lost too much time here and he still needed to grab something. Gil hugged the guy, but he was now perplexed from not understanding what Yujun was going to capture. He understood that he needed to think about it, but he was so tired that at times it was difficult for him to even speak. But it seems the boy was too worried about him and didn't want to let him go, even taking into account the fact that it would be nice for Jia to actually rest. After some time, Jia woke up and realized that he had been passed out for quite a long time, although in any case it was not in vain, because he was able to regain his strength. Although now he understood why it seemed to him that the pillow was too hard, because these were the legs of a military man. As soon as the guy was able to wake up, Bishan immediately contacted him, who again turned on alerts for him, and Jia immediately saw that he was sponsored for almost 2,000 coins and all this, thanks to the fact that too many constellations were interested in him, which became incredibly interesting. Find out the guy passed. This didn't really make him too happy, because with such curiosity these constellations looked at his past, He also became the second who was able to get the achievement Endless Night at Chunmuro Station, and for this, he also received 1,000 coins. In any case, he understood that he could not do anything with the constellations. But if you think about it, on the other hand, now he has quite a lot of coins that he can use in the right direction. Heewon, of course, was glad that Ja was with them again, but she was interested to know how they were going to act today, because if it was exactly the same, then she wouldn't mind. But Ja upset them. They could act like this only once, and it was in his head. In fact, there is a problem, because the green zones of the fourth day were not indicated in the novel. Therefore, he decided that today they would have to completely complete the third scenario. They didn't quite understand what he was talking about, because there were still 3 whole days before its end. Ja began to explain everything to them in order, and first they need to go and pull the landlord out of his hideout. While Ja was telling the new plan, he noticed that Lee had passed out slightly, and it was noticeable that he was also very tired. On such an opportune occasion, Ja decided to ask him the meaning of the words that he speaks at night, namely about some soldier Hyun-sung and so on. The lieutenant began to tell him that this was actually his injury, which remained from the time when he was a private, which surprised Ja, because it seemed to him that the guy was an officer. The thing was that he was promoted when he had already served more than half of his time. Ja heard that this happens quite rarely. It seems that he was created for military service. The novel did not mention the time when Lee was in the army, but Ja was sure that it was not at all easy for him. Therefore, he decided to support the guy a little and added that he was very glad that Lieutenant Lee was with them. Ja also added that when Lee covers them, it is very calming, as if someone is constantly protecting them, and this was very pleasant for the guy to hear, because he had never been told this. After the guy said all this, he approached Heewon and Yu-sang and said that this was a kind of sample. Now they can do the same. They didn't quite understand why this was needed, but Ja explained that it seemed to him that this would help Lee feel much more confident. He looked so depressed lately, so Ja thought that if they cheered him up, it would be easier for him to come to his senses. Mentally, he understood that in the novel by this time his attribute had already blossomed, thanks to the fact that he protected people from the Koldu group on Gyumho Station. But in the end, this chance went to Heewon, who certainly did a great job, but thereby took away the chance from Lee. And it seems his plan began to work, because when Ja looked at him with the help of his skill, he saw that Lee began to feel responsible for his actions, and this is already a great sign. Yu-sang also joined Ja's plan, and said that she really would also like to restore Lee's confidence. But suddenly, Heewon decided to check with Ja if his sponsor is by any chance someone like the One-Eyed Galaxy. But the guy didn't quite understand what she was talking about, and explained to her that he simply had a skill. One might say that it allows him to understand people better. In any case, he asked just to pay attention to him, just talk to Lee when you have time, and everything will become much better with his motivation. Hivona was the first who decided to approach the big man, and she started talking to him about how he is always so predictable, like a pine tree that no wind can bend. Lee didn't quite understand what she was talking about, but he was still pleased. He just loves the forest and pine trees, so he will take this as a compliment. And at that moment, the system notified Heewon that the guy began to feel confident in himself. But she immediately told him that she didn't ask about it, and didn't want to know where he liked to go for walks. But I immediately realized that I couldn't say that to him, and I needed to support him as much as possible, and I was right, because his spirit fell again. Ja didn't understand why it was so difficult for her to communicate with people, and decided that it was better to send Yu-sang. Now Yu-sang sat next to Lee and talked about how it was so difficult to actually meet someone who had the same sense of justice as him, but the guy didn't quite agree with her. She received a notification that Lee was thinking about justice, but still he was grateful to Yu-sang for such kind words. This was already much better, and Ja liked it much more, so he was pleased. Gil was the third person who had to come up and say something nice, so the guy decided not to bother, and just said that he had great muscles, which raised Lee's self-esteem quite well. Ja and Heewon were surprised that Lee was happy about such trivial things, and that there was no need to bother too much. After all these compliments, Lee began to think that he should prove himself and show his group that he was really strong. Jia praised the boy for doing a good job, and now he wanted to ask him if he could find out what Jia asked him to do. Gil didn't really want to talk about it among He-Wan and Yu-Sang, but still said that it was on the first floor, so Jia immediately went there to quickly resolve the issue. Jia asked the boy to find out some information in order to go and steal someone's military power. On the way, he met some thugs who tried to tell him something because he came to them yesterday without an invitation and was also able to survive later without a green zone, but they were sure that Yu-Jun helped him. Jia was too concentrated and heard these idiots through the word. He was busy counting the rooms, but they continued to talk about whether it was difficult for him to live as Yu-Jun's assistant. They began to invite him to join their union. Pildu even said that he was ready to think about it, but for this, he needed to bring his girls. Jia continued to simply ignore them and went upstairs to continue his calculations of rooms. He was able to count 11 in total, but the man tried to interrupt him again because he was interested in knowing why the guy was ignoring him. Jia finally decided to answer him and asked him to tell Pildu that he would also think about this option. After which he began to leave and thought that after yesterday's fun, there were much fewer rooms and yet this should be enough to fulfill his plan. Just as he was about to return and continue counting, he was suddenly interrupted by a katana that literally appeared in front of his face. Jia understood that this was most likely the same samurai who suddenly began to say that she was very disappointed with his work. The guy didn't understand when she approached him. He didn't feel anything at all. Most likely she used her ghostly step skill. He could only notice that the girl had a rather big problem with respect for elders, but her abilities were definitely extraordinary. His thoughts were interrupted by the girl, who added that he knew very well what would happen to his companions if he made a deal with these scum. Li Jihai thought that he was behaving very badly, so she thought that it would be better if he died yesterday. But suddenly Jia interrupted her and asked her to put away the weapon, because he actually came just to talk. She was quite surprised that he came to talk, and also to her, but Jia didn't quite understand what was wrong. But as soon as he turned around, he noticed that the girl had disappeared again. How does she do this? She used her skill perfectly and appeared literally a second in front of him, and still wanted to find out what was wrong with him. He noticed that she had incredible speed, but Jia didn't understand why she was standing there. Ji Hyun explained to him that the master ordered her to guard this place, so she warned him that he could not get through here, no matter how hard he tried. Jia could not believe that this scoundrel Yu-Jun was following that very route, and if this was the case, then he understood that he should hurry up incredibly much. He decided to answer Z that he came here only because he needed her help, which surprised the girl quite a lot, and she did not expect this. As it turned out, Jia plans to deal with Khan Pildu's companions today, and that's why he came here. As soon as the girl heard about this, her smile appeared on her face, and Jia received a notification that their understanding with Ji Hai had improved. He-Wan was not sure that this girl would help them in any way, but Jia assured her that although she was rude, she was not a bad person at all. Z told her that there was a way they could use, but only if she agreed to it. The guy tried to convince her that without her help, most people here would simply die, but she believed that they would die anyway. In any case, it was inevitable. But he interrupted her and asked, "Who taught her this, Yu-Jun?" After which he added that in fact, during the first scenario, he saw a recording from her school. Jia understood that she destroyed her classmates only in order to survive, and he believed that she really did not want to do this. But suddenly the girl stopped him and asked him to stop saying this. She believed that he didn't know anything at all, and Jia completely agreed with her. He doesn't know what happened there. He just says what's on his mind. However, he knew something for sure. If today she turns her back on them, she will then regret it all her life. Of this, he was 100% sure. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and Jia was ready to start. But before that, he warned everyone that today would be much more dangerous, and he asked to be prepared for any circumstances. They were all ready to carry out the plan and leave as winners. Then Jia added that they were starting to act according to the strategy. Jia tried to convey to them that from this moment on they were fighting for time, so he asked them to do everything quickly, because they had to make it before the landlords' union began to guess about something. The first thing he did was ask He-Wan and Yu-Sang to take Gil Young and go to the 4th line platform. Before doing what Jia asked her, she tried to apologize to the guys who were in one of the green rooms. While Jia and Li were running to carry out their part of the plan, Lee suddenly admitted to the guy that he was not too sure that everything would work out, and he was quite worried that the guys were relying on him so much, and he didn't know whether he could handle it or not. The guy at that moment was only thinking that this was actually very bad timing, because Lee was actually the main performer in their program, so he decided to say a few kind words to him and convince him that everything would be okay. He was everything still a person you can always rely on. Lee was incredibly grateful to him for such kind words. It was simply the first time this had happened to him. Even when he was in the army, no one believed in him. Zha didn't quite understand what to do, because such information was not in the novel. But he was still able to find the words and told Lee that after everything was over, he would like to listen to his story from the very beginning. After such words, Lee began to say that when he talks to him, he feels something incredibly strange, and Zha at that moment received a notification that Lee began to open his soul to him. But it was time to start, and Zha asked him to continue a little later, so after the guy cut one of Pildu's pawns, the game officially began. The other pawns immediately informed Pildu that they were under attack, but he was not too worried. But when he became convinced with his own eyes that they were really being attacked, he realized that this was far from a joke, and immediately ordered them to surround these scoundrels. Lieutenant Lee was inspired by Zha's words, who motivated him quite well, and after that he was able to use his mountain-moving stigma, which forced the entire crowd to move aside. Zha also wasted no time, and while Lee dealt with the crowd of Pildu's pawns, he ran directly to the gang leader, who again used his turrets, and this was actually the problem. But not for them, because they planned everything, and after Lee was able to cope with his fight, he threw his shield straight into Zha's hands, who successfully caught him and was able to block the first barrage of turret bullets. But for a long time this machine could not work, and yet after some time, Pildu's skill stopped working. And Zha only benefited from this, because thanks to the fact that he was able to withstand all these blows, his level of endurance increased, and he also received a notification that his body seemed to be covered with armor. Surprisingly, Pildu remained quite calm, and even in such a situation he could smile and say that apparently the guy did not come to pay him, so he wanted to find out what brought the guy. Zha understood that he was smiling for a reason, and he clearly still had a trump card. It seemed that he had increased the level of the armed zone, and thus he was reducing the level of invaders. In any case, the guy decided not to remain silent and answered him that he had decided to stop being a tenant. The guy received a new message in which there was not very good news, because if you believe him, then Pildu is preparing to fire enhanced magic bombs. The man himself answered the guy that he shouldn't have looked at his territory. After all, now he will regret that he did it, and his turret began to work again and fired the first shot. But suddenly Pildu was interrupted by his own people, who suddenly ran up to him, and Zha noticed that they had cuts from the sword on their backs. And one of them said that they were attacked by that small samurai. Now Zha had no doubt that she had made the right choice. Therefore now the time has come to destroy everything here and bring the matter to an end. And this is what he asked Lee to do. And until this moment he was ready, because his skill began to blossom and faith in his strength really helped. Zha understood that the main goal of this battle was the evolution of Lee Hyun-sung's attribute, and it looked really amazing. After all, this is one of his favorite scenes in the novel, and now he was finally able to see it in reality. It was difficult to convey these feelings in words. The reason why Steel Sword Lee was able to become one of the strongest supporting characters is because of his stigma. No one could match Lee Hyun-sung's strength when he uses it. And right now he will show everyone what his fist is capable of. From his powerful blow, the earth immediately began to collapse, and now it was clear that Pildu had no chance of winning. After such a blow, the expected notification came, saying that the green zone of Pildu was destroyed. As soon as they did this, Lee immediately reminded the guy that he told him that he wanted to listen to his story. But now his situation has changed a little, and Lee also wants to hear Zha's story. He wanted to know more about his friend. One of the strongest characters in the novel that Zha read began to take an interest in him. Who would have ever thought of this? Zha tried to tell him that it would be a rather boring story, but Lee still wanted to know, until they were interrupted by the cry of Pildu, who was apparently under these stones. Therefore, Zha suggested finishing with these guys first, and then they would start talking. Even at such a moment, Pildu continued to speak out not entirely correctly and called Ja and his friend all sorts of names. But Ja answered him with a smile and only said that now they had finally returned to a time when no one had private territories. As soon as they finished with this, the girls and Gil returned to them, who also destroyed everything on other floors and thereby carried out their plan. Hee-won added that she didn't even know that the room could be destroyed in this way. All she had to do was hit harder, and it would collapse. Ja was glad that they managed it, because it was he who asked Yu Sang, Hee-won and Gil to destroy the small green stars. Pildu owned the largest room. The rest on average could accommodate only 2 or 3 people. But suddenly he had to cover his ears from a too loud sound, and the reason for this was Byun, who shouted right into his ears because he didn't understand why he did it. Now all the Tokebi are on their ears because of him. Ja asked him be quiet, because the guy already has a headache from the Constellation messages. He ordered the destruction of zones that could accommodate 5 or more people to Li Ji-hai, who did an excellent job with it. Ja asked her to deal with those for whom Hee-won would not have the strength. This girl showed herself to be a worthy student of Yu Jun, who is the strongest and most revered hero in this story. But the only thing Li Ji didn't understand was what the guy was going to do now, because his men were now furious and wanted to tear the guy's head off. But by the way they came, Bishan was of the same opinion and had already begun to bury the guy, because it is really impossible to defeat so many people. Suddenly, a prize scenario was created in front of them, which was called a murder order, and its condition was that the constellations from the Birya channel made an order to kill a character, and this character was none other than Deok Ja. The time limit was 10 minutes, and the reward for that who will deal the final blow 2,000 coins. Li Ji rather promptly announced that she was not going to help them this time. But Ja did not hope for her help in this battle, especially since his smile suggests that the guy had thought through everything, and most likely he already has a plan that will allow him to defeat this gang of idiots. Although Li Ji noted that now they give 2,000 coins for the guy's head, he jokingly answered her that she could try to earn this money without any problems, but for her it was a small amount, so she didn't really want to do it. Lieutenant Li was far from joking at this moment, and was more serious than ever, and was confident that he could cover Ja in this battle. Za decided to check with the big man how many times he could still use his skill, to which he would receive an answer of around 2 or 3 times. Even some random people who had nothing to do with Ja or Pildu decided to come and try to fight, because they still give as much as 2,000 for the guy. Gil began to worry a little, because the battle would really be difficult, but Ja calmed him down and added that there was no need to worry, because they wouldn't even have to fight. At that moment, Ja tried to remember what kind of regression it was, but he definitely remembers what he read about it, that because of the endless repetitions, Yu Jun-hyuk went crazy and came to Chunmuro and destroyed all the green areas. Therefore, the guy had no doubt that it would be the same this time. That's why they wouldn't have to fight. Yu Jun-hyuk would do it for them. Suddenly, everyone at the station received a notification that since all the green areas in the station had been destroyed, the main scenario would be completed ahead of time. The scenario information is currently being updated, and the difficulty will only depend on the remaining time of the scenario. A few minutes later, the conditions of the scenario were changed, and now, due to the fact that all the green zones at the station were destroyed, the remaining monsters planned according to the scenario will appear simultaneously, so they need to survive the battle with the monsters. No one expected such changes in the rules, so most tried to immediately run away as quickly as possible, but it was unlikely that they would succeed. Za immediately asked each of them to run to the stairs. There is a chance to survive this Armageddon. But at one moment the guy stopped, and everyone else stood behind him. The crowd that stood in front of them did not understand why they were standing, and did not allow them to pass. Therefore, Deok Ja had to explain to each of them that if they did not understand yet, even if they were able to rise, they still would not be able to survive. After which he struck this ladder with an incredibly strong blow, causing it to literally begin to crumble into small pieces. Ja made it clear to them that there are no more rooms in Chunmuro. There is only one way to complete the scenario. They shouted to him and tried to understand what he wanted from them, but it seemed to the guy that the answer was quite obvious. He asked them to just fight. They then decided that they needed to look for another ladder, and as soon as they decided that they could climb thanks to it, they were upset by Lee, who once again used his incredible strength and made a huge hole. Li Ji suddenly realized that this was not exactly what they were talking about with her, because if they were all left there, they would simply die, but the guy knew this even without her. At this point, he again decided to use his ability called bookmarking, and this time he used the skill of Cheon, who often liked to use incitement. Then he turned to Pildu and began to ask him if he was really going to continue standing there, that he didn't want to survive, because he could actually start acting and then he could save everyone. He's a leader after all. Immediately after this, his people began to contact him and asked him to save them. After all, the third scenario is not so difficult. Za added during that time that if everyone refuses rooms and fights monsters, then they appear in exactly the quantity in which they can be defeated. By the way, this was the honest truth, because if everyone at the station united at once, the damage would be much less. The main trap of this scenario turned out to be those very green zones, so Ja continued to tell the man that if he fought together with everyone, then they would definitely be able to survive, and everyone who ran to him for help thought so. Pildu understood that the situation was quite stalemate, and he really needed to do something, so he began to ask everyone who was here to gather, because they would now fight. First of all, he began to ask each of them to cover him, because he needed time to create a new armed zone. But suddenly Ja asked Yu Sang to begin her next mission, and she pulled the first person out of there. While they were doing this, Pildu was able to activate the private territory skill and again install his turrets, which had already begun to do their job. These installations began to shoot a colossal number of monsters, and people continued to praise Pildu again. When Lee looked at this skill, he could only admit that this guy's stigma was impressive, but he still felt that it was taking too much mana and offered to help them. But Ja told him that there was no need for this, because this skill actually has a good balance, so now Pildu alone is enough to control the flow of monsters. The guy suggested that they not worry about them, and just watch the development of events because they actually took wonderful places in the auditorium. Hewan decided to clarify once again what would happen to those who are now fighting, but Ja replied that they were actually just unlucky, and Pildu's cry confirmed this. Because Pildu had been using his skill for so long, his ability level had increased significantly, but in any case there were more and more monsters. Watching this, Ju only thought that an hour had actually passed since the start of the battle, and Pildu's level was growing very quickly. It seemed his sponsor Constellation was trying his best, but the problem was that it was unknown how long another one could sponsor him. Li Ji suddenly interrupted his thoughts with her incredibly crazy laugh, because she was amused by the fact that the old man had aged even more in the last hour, although she had only recently said something about saving people. But Hewan took Ja's words too literally and actually fell asleep, as much as one should care about the situation in order to fall asleep. But Ja was more interested in finding out where Yu Jun-hyuk was hanging around, but Li Ji did not have such information, because he is always busy. Ja could only think about this, that all those who try to get everything alone are always busy. He decided to ask her one more question, because he was interested in knowing when he entered the dungeon, to which he received an answer at about 9 in the morning. But Li Ji realized that she did not say that he was going to the dungeon, so she asked him where he got this information from, but Ja at that moment only thought that Yu Jun had been in the dungeon for about 11 hours. And considering that he had not yet come out, the guy realized that it was time for them to start. He decided to first contact Tokebi and ask him to open a new broadcast, but the problem was that Bishan did not have that many subscribers. Ja began to convince him that if he did not want to lose his audience, then he had to do this. He asked him to simply say that due to the expansion of the channel, he needed to break for a short advertisement. Bi-hyun doubted until Ja sent him 5,000 coins and asked him to make a gold user of the Tokaibi wallet. Yu-san watched Ja for some time, and what he was doing, and still decided to ask him what it was. But as soon as she did this, the guy pulled out of nowhere a sponsorship contract and a mid-level healing potion, which cost a total of 5,000 coins. Behi could not believe it. Would he really enter into a contract with the Constellation? But Ja stopped his panic and added that he was not going to do this. About an hour and a half has passed since the start of the script. Pildu only has 6 hours and 30 minutes left to hold out. Constellation sponsor Pildu has limited funds, and most of the constellations on the channel are entertainment lovers. Most likely they have already stopped sponsoring him and left because they got bored. But no constellation would want the embodiment with which it entered into a contract to die, but Ja had not yet observed any reaction. The constellation sponsor of the character Pildu asked for help from the surrounding constellations, and at some point the constellation prisoner of the hoop smiled at him, and Ja understood that this was his chance. Therefore, Ja immediately decided to turn to Pildu, as it seemed to the man, and began to ask him if he really wanted to just die like that, because he could sign a contract with the guy, as an option. Pildu didn't quite understand what was going on, so Ja had to explain that he was an incarnation, so he couldn't become a constellation sponsor. But he could still sponsor, so he advised making such a decision while there was an opportunity. The man didn't understand what he was saying there, but Ja asked him to close his mouth because he wasn't even talking to him. Ja asked to answer faster, and added that if he concludes an agreement with him, then the guy will give him these items. Suddenly, Ja received a notification that the constellation sponsor of the character Pildu was revealing his pseudonym, and now the constellation defense master was looking at Ja with a look that was full of surprise. Bishan thought that Ja had simply gone crazy because he had never seen a person offer sponsorship to a constellation, but Ja didn't understand what was wrong with that. Bishan, in turn, didn't understand why the constellation would enter into a contract with some pathetic person, but Ja apparently did understood perfectly well. And he tried to explain Tokebi in simple language, saying that he simply had no coins left, which Bishan could not believe. Defense Master, his homeworld was destroyed during one of the past scenarios. For this reason, people no longer remember the legend of Defense Master. In simple words, a legend is a story about some creature, and in the world of a constellation it is the same as power. A constellation without a legend cannot receive coins, and without coins it is impossible to conclude sponsorship contracts with new incarnations. It is through incarnation that the legend of a constellation spreads throughout to the world. Ja knew that the Master of Defense is not like the owner of inveterate scum. He cares about his charges and that now Pildu is on the verge, proving that his constellation simply ran out of coins. Yu-san correctly noted that at this rate this man would simply die, and Ja agreed with her, because if everything remains like this, then yes, but they still have an option. Therefore, the guy stood his ground to the end and simply waited for what the Master of Defense would do, and in the meantime, Pildu was running out of his strength and a little more, and he would really die. Suddenly, Ja received a notification that the Constellation Defense Master wanted to know the contents of the contract. As soon as Ja provided him with the contract and he began to read it, Bishan's eyes simply popped out of his head, because he still could not believe that this was really possible. A smile appeared on Ja's face, because the Constellation Master of Protection asks for time to think over all the details of the agreement. Pildu didn't understand what was happening at all, but he had essentially just been resold. But before agreeing, Ja received another notice in which it was said that the Defense Master would confirm this agreement only if the guy accepted one more point, which he added below. In this paragraph, it was described that the new executive is obliged to protect Pildu and participate in his development. Ja was not afraid of this, because he was going to do this anyway. The most important thing is that after accepting this agreement, he will be able to order Pildu. So he approved these 2 points, and thus they entered into an agreement. While everyone was asking Pildu to stop these monsters, he was slowly but surely bleeding until he saw a small bottle with an unknown liquid in front of him. Ja was not going to answer his questions, but simply added that he should now take it, drink it, and then continue to fight. Pildu answered him that in this way he would not deserve forgiveness, no matter how hard he tried. But still, he opened this bottle and was able to drink it to the bottom, and thus he was able to completely restore his mana. After which he added that as soon as he left here, before he could finish speaking, Ja ordered Pildu to close his stinking mouth and fight. Suddenly his mouth seemed to close on its own, and he received a notification that the right to order had been exercised on him. Everyone except Ja was quite surprised by this turn of events, but Ja continued to tell Pildu that he needed to pull himself together and go into battle diligently, and the guy also told him not to even think about interfering with his companions, otherwise these monsters would seem like a fairy tale to him. The man and his pawns who gathered around simply could not understand what was really going on, But Bi-hyun finally understood what was happening, and he became curious if Ja wanted to get Pill D from the very beginning. From the expression on the guy's face, everything was clear, and now Bi-hyun was actually quite scared because he also signed a contract with Ja. But suddenly Ja decided that he urgently needed to leave, and this was quite unexpected, because now was the height of the battle. The guy explained to them that at the moment there is one scoundrel who has decided to profit from new items and does not care whether people live or die, and he was going to fix it and kick some ass. Yoo Jun-hyuk's head was ready to split from incredible and unbearable pain, at which point he decided that it was better to give up and try again. This was Yoo Jun-hyuk's 8th regression. Ja couldn't believe it. It's simply impossible. This shouldn't have happened now. Hee-won was incredibly interested in finding out why the guy was looking at a blank screen, but Ja assured her that it was a calendar. After which he left Lee Hyun-sung and Yu Sang to look after Pil-du. This man will be able to stop all the monsters, so it's quite safe to be with him now. But before leaving with the others, he left them potions and asked them to throw them to Pil-du every 40 minutes. And he also asked them not to help in any way. Just watch carefully. There's actually something that's bothering him more than Pil-du or the script right now. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Lee Ji, who was interested to know where he was going. Ja had completely forgotten about Lee Ji, so it was great that she reminded herself of herself, and the guy decided that she would go with them, but she was interested in first understanding where he was going. According to the plot of the novel, Yoo Jun-hyuk was in the hidden dungeon of Chunmuro 8 times and was able to go through it 6 times, but Ja still decided to say that her master is in danger, so they go to his aid. He failed in 8 of the 11 regressions, but now this is only his 3rd regression, and he has just entered the hidden dungeon located at the first exit. And now about 12 hours had passed. Lee Ji was surprised that he knew such secret information, but she didn't have much of a choice, so she had to agree with everything. If Ja understands everything correctly, then now this damn regressor has followed the path of the sunfish, and therefore he believed that Yoo Jun-hyuk would die today. After some time, they were able to discover a hidden dungeon that had been discovered long before them, so they were unable to obtain the Discoverer achievement. But it seems they didn't care about it and just walked past the barrier, for which they will have to complete a hidden scenario. The condition of this scenario was a difficult task. Namely, it was necessary to destroy the owner of the stage. As a reward, they were given as many as 4,000 coins. And Ja understood perfectly well that such a high reward was not just there. While they were heading along the course of this dungeon, the samurai girl could not calm down and constantly asked Ja if it was true that the master was actually in danger. And how did he even know about this, and why was he so eager to save him, since they were enemies? Ja calmly answered her that she and he were companions. But the girl did not believe a single word of his. It was not surprising for Ja that Lee Ji and the Constellations seemed strange to want to save the guy who was trying to finish him off at every opportunity. He clearly remembers Yoo Jun's words when his regression reached double digits. At that moment, he was thinking about what happens to the world when a regressor dies. But he himself did not know the answer to this question. He simply always chooses the path in which more people can survive. It sounded so noble, but what he really meant was that he doesn't care who he leaves behind, because his constellation sponsor is a one-eyed fortune teller. The novel didn't really explain how Yoo Jun-hyuk's regressions work. What happens after the regressor dies? Does the world reboot along with him, or continues to exist in a parallel universe? All Ja knew was that he was not ready to put his existence in danger to find out. Therefore, he decided that he had to stop Yoo Jun's suicidal maneuver, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Gil, who noticed the fact that all the posters were torn. Who could have done this? Ja honestly didn't know what happened to them, so he asked them to just move much faster, and now they need to go upstairs. While they were moving along the escalator, Hee-won couldn't help but notice that Lee Ji's sword looked pretty cool, and she admitted that the master gave it to her, after which she would like to know who gave her sword. Hee-won was a little embarrassed to take out his sword, because it would be an order of magnitude worse than Lee Ji's, and Ja at that moment felt a little guilty. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Gil, who tried to stop Ja because he seemed to have seen something. And apparently not only him, because Hee-won and Lee Ji focused their attention on some object and looked at one point. It was a group of people who were quite actively discussing something, but they did not look like those who Ja's group was looking for. Li Ji immediately began to ask questions, because she didn't fully understand who they were and what they were doing here, but Ja suggested that it looked like they had gotten here through the main exit. But she couldn't believe it, because on the surface there was nothing else except poisonous gas. Ja explained to her that the types of scenarios and the speed of passage were different. They probably finished faster than them. Ja understood that if the poisoning is not serious, then the meat of underground animals helps, but he had questions about the profits, because they were not mentioned in the novel. And in general, only he and Yoo Jun-hyuk should know about the hidden dungeon now. Ja just couldn't understand why there were so many differences from the novel. Suddenly, some kind of magical light appeared above them, which reminded everyone of an unknown flying object. After which, as is customary in all films, they simply disappeared, and this made it even more incomprehensible for Ja and the company. Hee-won literally screamed in fear because she simply could not believe her eyes that she was seeing such a thing. But then, Ja again turned his attention to the posters that Gil told him about, and he noticed that all the posters were torn except one, and this poster depicted an era forgotten by humanity. Ja began to understand what was going on here, and Yoo-jun. Of all the options, he decided to leave this one. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by that same light, Gil and Lizzie immediately began to wave their hands, because they thought that now they would disappear in the same way. Ja relatively understood what was going to happen now, but he couldn't say it. So he suddenly decided to ask Hee-won if she liked movies, to which she answered in a confident voice, of course. The guy made it clear to her that perhaps soon she would hate him, because they were caught in the spotlight, and each of them received a notification that the film would soon begin showing. When they all calmed down and the guys stopped waving their hands, then little by little they began to evaporate like those guys. A few seconds later, their consciousness was in perfect order again, and they were transported to some kind of jungle. They immediately began to panic and tried to understand where they were, but thanks to Ja, everything became clear, because he answered them in a calm voice that they were in a film. Mentally, he understood that this place was created by the forces of the owner of the stage, who is located on the 8th floor of the dungeon. The essence of the cinema dungeon is the stages that are hidden in the posters on the walls. Most likely Yoo Jun-hyuk planned to go through everything on his own. Hee-won couldn't help but notice that it was getting weirder and weirder. But Li Ji was more worried about what kind of movie this was. Ja replied that the time would come and she would find out everything, but she didn't understand why he couldn't tell her right away. Suddenly, she saw that Gil was heading somewhere with a confident step and tried to stop him immediately. But apparently she won't have time to do this, because a huge beetle of incredible size immediately jumped out at the guy. The girl immediately took out her katana and tried to help the guy, but literally after a few seconds she realized that her help was not needed here, because the guy was not going to fight this monster. He was just interested, after all. This is a titanopter, an insect from the Triassic period. Ja, looking at this, began to realize that it would be easier than he expected. He was not sure. But it seems Gil has found a new friend. For sure, Yoo Jun-hyuk missed this film because of the content. Because most films are based on the plots of films. Apparently, he was not aware that there was a very important award in this film. Suddenly, all the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a boy who literally started screaming because this insect had told him something incredibly important. And he did this for a reason, because the earth began to literally shake, and this was clearly not good. A few seconds later, several people ran out of the forest and asked them for help. Lizzie and Hee-won recognized these guys. They were the ones in that cinema. But as soon as she saw what was chasing them, she began to suspect what kind of movie it was. Ja could only smile and think at this moment that at first glance you can see an 8th-grade monster. The more difficult the hidden dungeon, the greater the reward. But it was also clear that they needed to immediately run away and do it as quickly as possible, because the monster would not consider who they were. No matter how hard they tried, the monster still caught up with them, and the first ones who managed to catch up were those guys. But then a 7th-grade land-type monster, Tyrannosaurus Rex, noticed Ja and his friends. Ja exhaled at one point and took out his sword. Li Ji could not believe that he was going to fight this monster. The guy explained to her that in order to move on, they must defeat him. This is a movie. And the building that was behind is clearly the Central Research Center. While they were discussing the plan of action, This big guy activated the fear of a predator skill and began to roar at them at the top of his voice. Ja immediately used his fourth wall skill, which was able to block this effect, after which he immediately asked Gil Young to step back, Heewon and Li Ji to go to their sides. While Ja was trying to come up with a new plan, Gil at that moment activated another of his abilities, which was called the Dinosaur Encyclopedia, after which he added that despite their size, the Tyrannosaurus is quite fast, but they have a narrow viewing angle, so it is better to attack from different sides. Gil, as it turned out, saw this in childhood, even deeper childhood, to be precise. In any case, it's time to act because Rex is already running straight at them. Za then ordered them to attack him from behind, and he would try to distract him, of course. He understood that this was not the best time to test new tactics. But unfortunately, they had no other option. Heewon and Li Ji immediately scattered to the sides, and the guy was glad that at least they understood him, because now only he can play the role of a tank. Ja received a rather unpleasant notification in which it was said that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had chosen the guy as his target, but Ja was sure that the girls could easily defeat him while he distracted him. Just as Ja was trying to think of some way to distract this monster, the little boy intervened again and assured Ja that he would be able to distract him. Ja tried to shout to him that there was no need to do this, because he had already asked him to stay behind. But Gil himself was not going to actually come into contact with him. He called on his new friend, who was not against helping. This insect was able to deliver a fairly strong blow to Rex's eyes, and this trick really distracted the monster. Now Ja understood why Yoo Jun-hyuk wanted to take this baby with him so much. While Gil was distracting this monster with his methods, 2 attacks were already flying at the Tyrannosaurus. Heewon and Li Ji were absolutely ready for this. They were able to deliver 2 strong blows to Rex's body, but even this was not enough. Therefore, Ja decided to activate the unique attribute of Unbreakable Faith, and his sword literally became fiery. He was going to put an end to this monster once and for all. Such a blow will definitely be able to finish the job, because the guy literally cut this monster in half. The monster's reaction was absolutely expected. He began to scream incredibly loudly in pain, because not only was he seriously injured, but he also caught fire. A few seconds later, this monster fell, and it became clear that now they were definitely able to defeat it. And besides, they became the first to successfully destroy a 7th-class ground-type monster and received 1,000 coins as a reward. The guy who was seriously injured by a Tyrannosaurus could not even stand up to drink some water. Za understood that his wounds were too deep, and most likely he would not be able to survive. In any case, the guy tried to talk to him because he was interested in finding out how they were able to get here, to which he heard the guy say something about profits in a barely audible voice. But then Ja was shocked because he heard that they were able to receive a revelation from them. Deok Ja knew that the only character in the novel who could really see the future was Anna Croft, and that means a revelation. It was ridiculous, but quite interesting for him. There can be only one conclusion, considering that they didn't come here themselves, but simply sold information to other people, such as this guy. Then it could be quite dangerous here. So Ja decided that first, it would be nice for them to take a little rest and look around a little. After some time, they were still able to reach the center where all the potions that the guy had been looking for so long were, potions that increased stamina, magic, agility, and of course strength. But this seemed to worry only the guy, because the rest, meanwhile, were enjoying delicious dinosaur meat, which was several times tastier than rat meat. While Heewon was looking around, Li Ji noticed that Ja was rummaging through some cabinet, and she was quite interested to know what he was doing there. As soon as she came closer, it immediately became clear to her that these were potions to enhance stamina and more. Li Ji asked him if he was going to take everything for himself. Za, of course, couldn't do that, and he just wanted to share it with everyone. Then the girl immediately called Heewon and Gil to come and see what Ja had found. The girl immediately began to ask him to give him a potion to enhance strength, because she believed that such a little thing like her lacked strength. But the guy knew that she had the most strength and you couldn't just fool him. The guy, in principle, didn't want to give anything to anyone, and then there was Yoo Jun-hyuk's man. But looking at their faces, he suggested doing something quite honestly and manly, namely playing rock, paper, scissors, and 1 round would be equal to 1 jar of potion. The first one who wanted to play with him was Li Ji, who assured him that she played this game perfectly. The guy had no doubt about it, so he activated his omniscient reader skill. With the help of this skill, he knew what sign she would put, and now the girl had no chance of even one bottle. But of course she has no idea about it. While Li Ji could not believe that she had never managed to win, Heewon was not entirely sure that they were doing everything right, because she did not remember that they hunted a Tyrannosaurus in the film. Jia agreed. This did not happen, but also much more fun. They are their own directors. In this dungeon, it is important not to recreate the correct ending, but to make sure that the owner of the stage is happy. He is, by the way, a complete psychopath. So Jia realized that the best idea would be to simply destroy everything in his path. There was one rather unpleasant news for Gil. The monsters in the cinema dungeon cannot move through the floors, so the boy had to say goodbye to his friend. It was possible to take only items, such as potions that improve characteristics, but this did not apply to Li Ji, because she could not win anything. And the potion that they received after defeating the T-Rex makes it possible to increase all characteristics by 10 for 30 minutes, but it can only be used in the cinema. Jia was a little upset by this news. It would actually be quite nice if it could be used outside the cinema, but in any case, he knew that he would use this potion earlier, because without it you cannot go through the last floor, especially if Yu Jun-hyuk finds himself in the situation he is thinking about. After a while, a plane flew for them and it was already like a movie, after which they received a notification that they were included in the final credits, and they received 500 coins for filming. As soon as they returned back to the cinema, Li Ji wondered how many more floors they had to go through, but Jia reassured her, saying that there were much less left than it seemed. They began to realize that they could only get into the film through an entire poster, but Jia asked them to move faster, because they actually did not know how many more films were left. The cinema dungeon is located in the cinema building near the first exit of Chunmuro Station. It consists of 1 underground floor and 8 above-ground floors, including a rooftop garden. Fortunately, on the 3rd floor, all the posters were torn, and this was quite good news for them, because they did not need to waste their time on this. In the end, they found a poster on the 4th floor and found themselves in a new movie, but they didn't like this movie too much, because at least some of them got seasick. As soon as they walked away a little, it became clear that this was the same film, with a sinking ship, and the thought that they would need to sink this ship crept into their heads. From their outfits, which changed after their teleportation, it became clear that Heewon was the main character. But Jia is the main character, but Li Ji didn't have time to finish, because she suddenly vomited again. Gil also participated in this film, and he turned out to be Jeff Dawson, who had already begun to be pestered by some guy. They didn't really understand what to do, because after they managed to catch this man, who is clearly a negative character, nothing happened to them. Li Ji decided to take out her katana and just chop this guy into pieces, because Jia told her that the stage owner loves massacres. Wouldn't it be better to destroy such guys? Jia, of course, did not deny that he said this, and it was true, but he was not sure that in this case it was appropriate. Heewon added that it's kind of like an illusion, like an ordinary movie, but it's quite similar to a real person. But Li Ji tried to prove to them that now is not the time for sentimentality. It's either him or us, and besides, they are definitely alive, but this man is just a character. She also added that he was a villain, but in general she didn't care. Even if he was real, they would have no other choice. After Li Ji did this, each of them received a notification that the owner of the stage was more or less satisfied, and they could move to the next floor. Li Ji was incredibly glad that she was right after all. She believed that they couldn't just chill out here while her master was in danger. After that, they hit the end credits again, and Jia was a little surprised by the fact that they were able to do it so quickly. The thought that the character was actually a living person was still spinning in his head, but they couldn't do anything about it. When they went up to the 5th floor, the awards room was already waiting for them, and it looked like there wouldn't be a movie here. They immediately received a notification that they could take anything they wanted, but only no more than 2 items. Jia knew very well that here were the items and outfits that were used for filming, but all of this could no longer be called simple props. The items here are copies that are a little less than stellar relics, although their properties and class are still quite good, and it is for these rewards that it is worth going through the cinema dungeons. Heewon was the first to like an item, and it was Mikazuki's sword. It was a really cool sword, The blade was perfectly balanced, and the weight was almost unnoticeable. Looks like someone finally has a great sword. After which Ja asked Heewon to take an item that would suit Yusan, and he would pick up something for the lieutenant. Or rather, he had already found something, and it was the shield of Hercules. Of course, all these items were replicas, and one could not rely on them 100%, but in any case, they were excellent copies. But they had one unpleasant problem. For some reason, the items they wanted to take could not be moved. For example, Li Ji really wanted to take the hammer of the thunder god Mjolnir for herself, but as Ja remembers, only special people can use this hammer. But the girl considered herself special. But for some reason, the hammer does not lend itself. Suddenly, she was interrupted by Gil, who actually also liked this hammer, so he decided to also try to lift it, which the girl did not like quite much. But to her surprise, he was able to pull it out with ease, and it seems that the only chosen one here is only a little boy. The girl simply couldn't believe it. Was this guy really stronger than her? Gil was very glad that he was able to take this hammer for himself. She even began to envy them a little because someone got a new katana and someone a hammer. Ja and Li Jie were the only ones who had not taken anything for themselves so far. Ja thought a little about what was best for him to take, and decided that in this room a reinforced suit suited him best, which was not the most comfortable, but in any case it was much better than nothing. Now Ja was completely ready to finally meet their favorite regressor. Unfortunately, Yoo Jun-hyuk was not on the 6th floor either, so they moved to the 7th floor. Fortunately, they easily passed the films that were on the 6th floor, and maybe because they were detective thrillers, the rewards turned out to be quite unusual. For example, a skill book called Cold-Blooded Observation. Ja was only sorry that the skill is not combat, but it will still be useful, because you can find out the approximate characteristics of the characters, and it can also be used on Yusan and the lieutenant, to whom his character description skill does not apply. When they went up to the 7th floor, they again discovered that the entire posters were missing, and Ja began to realize that Yoo Jun-hyuk was at the boss's room. They ran even closer, and just as the guy thought that it would be pretty cool if all the posters were torn and they just ran past, suddenly the spotlight began to shine on them again, and apparently they would still have to take part in another film. The last poster unfortunately remained untouched, and as soon as they were transported back into the thick of things, the first thing they smelled was salt water, and it became clear that they were back in the sea. But only this time it was not a romantic drama, but an action movie in which it will be found for a reason. Bullets were flying from all sides, and Ja tried his best to protect his team with a shield, and it seems he succeeded. Ja understood that they were really in trouble, because there was no person who did not know this film, and he cursed Yoo Jun that he left this particular film, because it was the most difficult. Heewon didn't seem to fully understand what was happening, because with a smile she pointed her finger at a bunch of ships that were sailing in their direction. Ja understood that the situation was really critical and they didn't have many options in this case. He tried to remain calm, but it was quite difficult to do because they were in the minority. Suddenly it dawned on him that the film was actually historical, which meant that not all was lost. But everything was not as he had imagined, because there was not a single ship around, although Ja was sure that there should still be at least 12 Allied ships. He immediately ran up to one of the sailors and began to ask him where their commander Lee Sun-sin was. But the sailor did not understand what Ja was asking him about, and what other commander he was talking about. Ja at one moment realized that the owner of the scene simply changed the plot, and most likely he wants them to win the naval battle without the help of the commander. But looking at their situation, it would be simply impossible to do this, so the guy couldn't stand it and started screaming. Around the 40th chapter of the novel, information appeared about Lee Ji-hai and Admiral Lee Sun-sin. Among those who were still reading the novella, a debate arose whether the great Yi Sun-shin could have chosen an incarnation based on the principle of blood relationship. Yi Jia began to suspect something, so he immediately ran to Li Ji and asked how she was feeling. The girl was in a really bad state because she was just crying and screaming that she wouldn't go anywhere, even if he didn't even try to persuade her. But Jia realized that at the moment she was not talking to him, so he decided to interrupt this dialogue and tried to persuade her to stand up. The Constellation's sea battle of war encouraged the incarnation of Li Ji as best he could. The girl continued to say that she didn't want anything and believed that they could cope without problems without her. Za understood that this was the simplest way to say it, but they really didn't have time for childishness. So he decided to tell her that he knew very well that it wasn't really seasickness. After which he said the real reason, it was her favorite movie of her best friend, which she killed with her own hands. Li Jie couldn't even imagine how he could know this, but Ja knew a lot more than she thinks. He knew that she hated the sea, and justice did not mean that much to her. It would seem that the admiral had no reason to choose such a person, but when the Constellation looked at Li Ji, he remembered his old friend. In fact, Li Ji Hai is a descendant of Li Aka, who was a comrade in arms with Li Sun Sin during the Imdi War. Admiral Yi Oki, together with Yi Sun Sin, was able to win the battles of Tan Hanpo and Han Sando. When Yi Sun Sin was driven into a corner, he was one of the few who rushed to the rescue. But there were not enough legends about him, and he could not become a Constellation. Therefore, he could not just sit and watch as the descendant of his comrade kills his best friend and turns into a monster. At least that's how it was in the novel. And at that moment they opened a prize scenario in which it was necessary to support the incarnation of Li Ji, and the guy could get for it a stigma. The stigma of Li Sun Sin, even without a sponsorship contract, of course Ja agreed to this adventure. And this scenario had to be carried out as quickly as possible, because the enemy was already very close, and it was necessary to at least repel the attacks. Ja immediately ran up to Li Jie and simply began to beg her to get up if she didn't want to just die here, because she didn't just kill her friend in order to survive. The girl continued to cry and literally burst into tears, but Ja did not stop and continued to say that it didn't matter whether she stayed or ran away. She would not be forgiven in any case. But if she gets up now, she can save several lives that are now in incredible danger. He continued to block the enemy's bullets and at the same time shouted to her that she needed to get up as quickly as possible and start helping. At that moment, the girl had all the memories of her friend come up, and she was not entirely sure that she even had the right to live after this. Za answered her that in some ways she was actually right. But if you think like that, then you can tell him the same thing. After all, he uses knowledge about the character to survive. How is this different from Li Ji Hai, who without hesitation destroyed the negative character? But still, he made it clear to her that no one has the right here, but since she survived, she must bear responsibility. In addition, she can live while trying to atone for her guilt, or simply remain trash who constantly feels sorry for herself. Za tried to convey to her that what is happening now is much more important than what has already passed and what she has already done. Or does she just want to die here, leaving no chance for redemption? While he was saying this, his understanding of Li Ji Hai's character had improved significantly, so he decided to activate the second stage of the unique skill Omniscient Reader, with the help of which he began to read her thoughts, and the girl at that moment was only thinking that she really didn't want to just die. Constellations behave as they please and do not always help their incarnations. Even if they ask them to do so, most of them do not care much whether the incarnation survives or dies. However, it was absolutely clear that no constellation would turn away from its incarnation from the place where its legend took shape. Therefore, Li Jie decided that she was not going to just stay here, and as soon as she stood up, she was finally able to activate her stigma, which was called the Ghost Fleet. Jia was happy about this and couldn't even imagine how happy Yu Jun Hyuk would be, although Jia didn't even envy it. In any case, he was able to gain profit. As soon as the girl got up, she began to destroy the warrior one after another. But this was still not enough, because there were still 12 ships left. At this moment, all she could think about was that even if she died here, she would still have no regrets. After these words, she was able to activate her stigma to the maximum, and her ancestor appeared behind her, and this meant that their victory in the battle was much closer than each of them believed. The fleet that attacked them began to gradually crumble. The ship caught fire one after another, and the crew had to flee in a hurry. The girl who never cries turned the tide of the battle, destroying the entire ghost fleet to the last ship. A strong stigma that will make Li Ji a great admiral of the seas in the future. Not even an hour had passed since the start of the battle, and the girl managed to independently destroy almost the entire enemy fleet. It was truly incredible. After she finished, they again received a notification that the owner of the stage was satisfied with the result, and they all got into the final credits together, for which they again received 500 coins. Heewon and Gil approached the girl to thank her for essentially saving them and adding that she has an incredible ability, the power of which is beyond belief. Ja completely agreed with them and even thought that this stigma was really too strong, and he would not want to give it to Yu Jun. But on the other hand, he understood that now he also received a stigma, and perhaps it would also be a navy like the girls. But his guesses and hopes were cut short when he received a stigma called the Song of the Blade. It couldn't be said that Jia was upset, because in fact it was even better than the Ghost Fleet, because Li Jia received this stigma in the middle of the novel, and now he was able to master it now. Jia was more shocked that the Constellation gave him such power. Now their chances of passing the 8th floor increased several times, and in the meantime, they began to return to the cinema. But before that, the Constellation decided to separately thank the guy for his words and for helping the girl get out of her deplorable state. As soon as he looked at Li Jie, he actually realized that they had a pretty good ending. A few seconds later, they were back in the cinema, and now the guy insisted that they needed to rest a little. Li Jie tried to tell him that they needed to save her master, but he asked her to do so, he said. Jia understood that now was not the best time to sit and enjoy the new stigma, because the owner of this dungeon was far from a weakling, and he would not be able to win by protecting the weakened Li Jie. Therefore, the guy decided that he would take only Hewan and Gil, and they moved to the next floor. While they were running, Jia could only think that the stigma obtained with such difficulty was saved by Li Ji with such difficulty, and all this could disappear if Yu Jun Haik would die, so they had to hurry. While they were running, the guy, with the help of potions and coins, significantly increased his characteristics, and could only hope that Yu Jun was alive. But suddenly he stopped, and his eyes looked only at one point. And it was quite obvious that his eyes were directed at Yu Jun, who was standing in front and waiting for something. Hewan noticed that Yu Jun was standing in front, but he was fine, although Jia told them that he was in danger. Although he seemed fine, Jia undoubtedly decided that he should approach him as soon as possible and talk a little. As soon as he was near his old friend, the first thing he did was greet him politely. Hewan and Gil began to worry a little about Jia because such a greeting could have been received. But what a relief it was for Jia. He had waited so long to hit him in the head one more time for making them worry about how much he dreamed of doing this. But Jia was embarrassed by the fact that Yu Jun did not react to this in any way, although it seemed that he should be furious from this. Doc Jia immediately tried to get him to talk, but he continued to remain silent, and the guy was already thinking that he could be so angry because Jia hit him so hard. But looking straight into Yu Jun's face, it became clear that it wasn't a matter of shock at all. It was as if he had been hypnotized. The guy remembered that during the 8th regression, Yu Jun Hyuk died in the cinema dungeon, but not because he was weak, he was just unlucky. And the culprit of this was none other than the owner of the stage, who was also there and sitting nearby. This man was also called Simulation. Jia understood that this was very bad, and they still didn't have time. The owner of the scene was the worst thing that could happen to the regressor. Now Jun Hyuk has lost control and has become an ordinary puppet of the boss. And it seems the boss is not very happy to see Jia, so he ordered Yu Jun to deal with him. The guy understood that this was the worst-case scenario. Now there was not a single character who could stop him, but he thought about it too late, because he had already caught the blow. Yu Jun did not understand what was happening, but in any case, his skills did not disappear anywhere, and he was able to strike Jia with the help of his skill, which is called an enhanced lunge. Jia immediately began receiving notifications that his protective suit was damaged, and his damage resistance was temporarily reduced. Hewan couldn't just look at this, so she had to immediately activate her skill, which was called Demon Slayer, after which she immediately went into battle without thinking that something could go wrong. Jia tried to shout at her not to even try to attack him, because she had no chance against him, but unfortunately, from such a blow, Jia even lost his voice. Hewan had no intention of stopping and launched her crushing blow, which Yu Jun was able to easily dodge. After which he was able to grab her hand and block her blows. She understood that in this position she was unlikely to do anything. Therefore she decided that she needed to let go, and, having struck his hand, she was still able to get away from him. Now Hewan understood that in fact she had never had such a strong opponent, and she was unlikely to be able to defeat him so easily. But as soon as she thought that she would not give up, the next moment she saw Yu Jun in front of her, who was using his skill called the Spiritual Fist technique. Li Ji had moved away a little from the naval battle and was ready to help, so she ran to the 8th floor. As soon as she climbed onto the roof, she was almost hit by some body, and she was even a little scared. But when she looked closer, she saw that Heewon was lying in front of her, who clearly didn't feel too well. Za immediately began shouting at her to turn around because she was in danger. Lizzie turned her head and saw her master in front of her, who was about to strike her right in the face. But still his blow could not reach the target and hit the wall. At the last moment, the girl still managed to dodge this blow, although it took her by surprise. Looking into his eyes, she couldn't believe that he wanted to hit her, but Za tried to shout to her that now he was just a puppet who didn't know what he was doing. Ja further added that there was no point in attacking Yu Jun, because no one could defeat him, so he asked each of them to concentrate their forces on attacking the stage owner, who at that moment could not take the smile off his face because he liked the plot that was developing in this scene too much. Li Jie listened to Ja and immediately went on the attack on that same owner, and at one moment she was quite close to striking him. But her master was faster than her and was able to catch up with her and then deliver another blow that literally went across her face. At this moment, Heewon had already slightly moved away from the blow and was able to go into battle again, but this time she decided to attack much more thoughtfully. In addition, she believed that she had an excellent chance. While he was busy with his student, she would be able to stab him in the back. But it didn't work out as she planned, because Yu Jun simply disappeared at one point, and their blows could not cause damage. Heewon was not going to stop there, and she decided that it was time to activate the skill, which was called the Time of Justice, and Little Gil decided to help her and activated the Mjolnir Thunder skill, which became available to him after he became the owner of this hammer. But this guy couldn't even get through with this skill, because he simply blocked this blow with the help of his next skill, which was called Resistance to Electricity. Heewon could not help the boy, because unfortunately her constellations did not give her permission to activate Justice, and this seemed very strange to her. As Ja expected, Yu Jun-hyuk's actions have reasons, so he cannot be called absolute evil, and therefore Heewon's skill does not work on him. Za, of course, knew that this guy was a pretty strong opponent, but he couldn't even guess that his strength was so great. The guy decided to use his skill on Yu Jun, which was called Character Description, where he found the first level skill, which was called Legacy, which meant that this stigma allows you to return the skills acquired in previous regressions. Za realized that he essentially had no other choice but to drink the very special potion that he received for defeating T-Rex, and thus he doubled his abilities. But the problem was that such an improvement would only last 30 minutes, but the guy was sure that this time should be enough for him. He decided to compensate for the lack of skills with huge performance indicators and his special skill, Pure White Star Energy. The guy understood that this could work while his skills were low, but again there was no confidence, especially after Yu Jun activated the skill Tearing the Skies. But Ja understood that there was no other way out, and was ready to finally fight this stupid regressor and finally show him who the real main character is. As soon as they crossed their blades for the first time, it became clear that this battle would not be easy for both sides. The battle had just begun, and Ja already felt that he was starting to have problems, because even with increased characteristics, it was incredibly difficult for him to resist. Za understood that the first thing he needed to do was break through his defense as soon as possible, because if he couldn't do this, then improving his characteristics and various kinds of potions would no longer help him. The guy suddenly became quite interested in knowing what Yu Jun was thinking about at that moment, and he activated his skill, which allows him to read thoughts. And Yu Jun-hyuk at that moment thought that he was incredibly tired of living the same thing several times. He is literally tired of living this way, and every ending and every beginning of a new story exhausts him. But he didn't stop and continued to fight. As soon as Ja heard this, he immediately began screaming and asking him to finally come to his senses. Za realized that words did not help in this case, so he decided that the best method to bring him back to normal was physical force, so he dealt him a rather strong blow to his head. At least it seemed to the guy that he had hit, but apparently this was not the case and his blow simply missed him. But Ja did not stop reading the thoughts of this psycho, and this time he only thought that every time everything returns to the starting point, his companions lose their memories, and the history of his life is erased so that he can write it again. And he has to live everything all over again. Now the guy began to understand why the owner of the stage managed to seize control over Yu Jun-hyuk, only because this idiot has incredible troubles with his head. But suddenly the guy was confused by Jun's thoughts, who at one point asked himself why she was fighting at all. Ja couldn't believe it, and he still dares to call himself the main character. This is only the third regression. Even Ja took more effort until he read the novel to the end, which is more than 3,000 chapters, but Yu Jun continued to think only that he was actually the only one still alive in this world. The guy was incredibly angry when he heard this, because Jun promised that he would not give in to such thoughts. Ja decided to convey his message that if he cannot find meaning in rebirths, then he should just die. How suddenly did he start thinking about who he was talking to and why his skin was literally burning and his eyes were watering? He activated his fourth wall skill again, but he didn't hear anything new. Yu Jun just kept repeating that he is actually alone in this world. Ja became even angrier, because at least he was offended to hear this, because he can't even imagine how hard it was to get here to save him. And so he demanded to tell him why Yu Jun decided so. Even when he died like an idiot in a cinema dungeon, when he was mourning his dead sister, when he died because of the betrayal of the prophet, when he first fell in love, and even had a child, and even when he ruined everything because of his death. Ja absorbed the plot of the novel and saw how Yu Jun Hyuk stubbornly strives to continue his life. And he too, as a devoted fan, constantly read this novel in order to continue his life. But suddenly he realized that what he had said seemed unnecessary. But in any case, he did it in order to stall for time. Apparently it didn't work out, and now he will have to fight off an unusually strong blow. Ja concentrated all his strength in his sword and was still able to do it. He repelled Yu Jun's blow and thereby stopped him. At least that's what it seemed to him, because Yu Jun began to put pressure on him with all his strength and suddenly shouted to the guy, "Who is he anyway?" Ja at this moment received a notification that his fourth wall skill was shaking due to too much immersion. The guy just couldn't believe that because of his ordinary words. Yu Jun regained his consciousness. Yu Jun, looking at the guy, asked him again who the hell he is. Simulating he, who was the owner of the scene, was completely confused. How could this even happen? Therefore, he decided that he needed to tighten his control over Yu Jun Hyuk's character immediately. And unfortunately for Ja, he succeeded, but the guy really didn't hope that it could end so quickly. Jun went on the attack again, and the guy received a notification that his opponent's skills had increased significantly. And Ja understood that these were again the privileges of the protagonist. Even at such a moment, he was becoming stronger. At such an important moment, the guy decided to remind him of how Ja once asked him if he could hit him, just once. And then Jun answered him that it was certainly possible, although the guy mentally understood that in the future, he would become so strong that he would not be able to compare with him. However, now, if he can gather all his strength, then at least for a second Ja will be able to surpass him. And in this, he should have been helped by his attribute, which makes his sword fiery. But Ja even decided not to stop there and applied his new stigma, which was called the Song of the Blade, because he knew that this was one of the coolest buffs that can be obtained from the constellations. Its effect is random, so he doesn't know how much his damage will increase, but in this situation, this skill is perfect for him to punish Jun at least once. The battlefield suddenly turned into a thunderstorm that literally destroyed everything in its path. But the main target nevertheless became the owner of the stage, who was already tired of everyone with his presence. While Ja tried to do everything to get to the old man, Yu Jun used his regeneration skill to then re-engage in battle. But the guy didn't even imagine that Yu Jun would be able to do it so quickly and appear right before his blow. Ja understood that this was possible, so he prepared a small plan for this case, in which Gil Yong was supposed to participate. The little boy played an incredibly large role in this battle, but now something very strange was happening to him. But after one very quick minute, the dome that protected this garden was torn apart by a huge insect that the little boy liked so much. It was hard to believe even for the stage owner, who had never seen anything like this before. Gil just smiled and didn't even pay attention to the fact that he was bleeding, because he was actually very glad that he was able to do it. This huge insect understood who it needed to attack and knew exactly its goal. But even such a rather unexpected attack, Yu Jun was able to repulse with the help of his huge sword. It was clear that the owner of the stage was whispering to the guy about what he needed to do, and Yu Jun was not against doing it. But suddenly a voice was heard behind him that asked him a question. Why is the old man smiling so much? After which Ja decided to correct this situation, but it would not be as easy as he thought. Because the old man again used his skill, which was called mind absorption, but now it was aimed at Ja. The guy, of course, tried with all his might to fight such force, but it was quite difficult for him to cope with it. And the owner of the stage noticed this, so he continued to put pressure on the guy and do everything to make him finally give in and succumb to his magic. But it seems he will have to change his mind, because Ja was a difficult guy who would fall for such tricks, and he was able to put the old man in a similar state, in which he literally saw nothing except white light and heard only one word: survival. But this is where his story apparently comes to an end, because Ja was already in flight and was ready to apply the final touch, which is exactly what he did. And immediately after that, the incarnation of the owner of the stage disappeared forever. Ja expected something a little different, and already thought that this was some kind of another trick, until he received a notification that he had become the first to successfully destroy the owner of the stage, for which he received as much as 9,000 coins as a reward. The guy still couldn't get over it, and it seemed to him that it looked like some kind of joke. But then he received an equally pleasant notification, which said that he had fulfilled the conditions of the hidden script and received 4,000 coins for it. In any case, Ja could not understand how this happened, because it seemed to him that the old man was still able to use his skill. Could the fourth wall really be able to block him? But his thoughts were interrupted by Gil, who approached him and, without having time to say a word, fell unconscious. After the boy fell, Ja hoped that the monster that flew to his aid would not attack him, because the guy actually had no strength left at all. But the mantis still gathered itself and simply flew away. The guy didn't want to fight with it at all. As soon as the monster flew away, Lee Jae and Heewon approached him, who were gradually moving away from the battle. By this time, the time for the end of the third scenario was already approaching, and Ja understood that it looked like they were also finishing down below. From this roof you could once enjoy a beautiful view of Seoul, but today it is a city inhabited only by monsters and the remnants of people. The city was truly destroyed, and one could only look at what was left of it. Gil, who suddenly came to his senses, noticed that a star was falling in the sky. But the boy was wrong. No matter how beautiful it was, Ja knew that this did not bring anything good, because it was a meteor shower, which acted as a harbinger of the next main scenario. In the places where these stars fall, even greater troubles and nightmares will arise. The boy didn't know anything about this, so he decided that now it was worth making a wish, which would be a symbol of hope. And he was quite surprised that Ja didn't make a wish either. But Ja answered him that in fact he had already made a wish, but he couldn't say what he made, because if you tell about your wish, it will not come true. Mentally, he wanted to survive and see the epilogue of one short story. When the sun appears in the sky, then the door to a new nightmare will open. Finally, the third scenario was completed, which left Pildu so exhausted that he could not even move. But what surprised them more was not this fact, but the fact that the fourth scenario was about to begin soon, and Ja could not believe that it would start so quickly. After all, not even 10 minutes had passed since the third scenario, but in any case, they needed to prepare, so he asked Lee Jae to stay with Yoo Jun. Moreover, Ja believed that she was of absolutely no use, and if he woke up, he could cause trouble. The only thing he asked was to notify Ja when Yoo Jun woke up. While they were walking back to the station, Ja was unexpectedly contacted by Bi-hyun, who wanted to tell the guy something, after which he added that every time he thinks that the guy is finished, some inexplicable things begin to happen. Ja understood that the constellations have abilities and resources, but they are not omniscient, so they definitely do not have all the information. If Ja understands everything correctly, then his words were transmitted by constellations. It is possible that Bi-hyun's film blocked even more, because in the novella, the information that Yoo Jun-hyuk is a regressor was displayed only through a filter. But Bi-hyun added to him that in fact, no one there heard anything, not even himself, which was quite strange for the guy. Is there really information that is not available to Tokubi? And the guy began to suspect that they began to obey the limitations of probability. Bi-hyun also said that the guy received a lot of messages, but he decided not to distract him, and Ja told him to always do this, and display the message only when there are a lot of donations. Heewon suddenly interrupted the conversation with Bi-hyun and offered to carry Gil Young, and to be honest, the guy wasn't entirely against it, because he was really very tired. When he handed over the baby to Heewon, Ja still made up his mind and asked her if she had heard something, to which she answered positively, but not very much, and the guy hoped that they were far enough away. After which she was quite interested to find out who he was after all. Ja doubted the answer and didn't know whether he should say anything at all, but he still managed to squeeze out that he knew a little about the future. In response, she asked a rather unexpected question. She was interested to know if he was going to destroy her, but Ja didn't understand such a question a little, so he answered that he didn't seem to be going to. She decided to ask this because she thought that's what they usually do. They say something like, "You know too much" and all that, but Ja answered her that in that case he should have finished them off a long time ago. Ja actually started this conversation not to intimidate her. On the contrary, he wanted to say that each new scenario will be more difficult and dangerous than the previous one, and they will meet face to face more than once. She didn't quite understand why he was telling her this, but he just wanted to tell her to stay close to him in the future, after which he even invited her to become his companion, which Hee-won clearly did not expect. When they returned back to the station, they found a rather unpleasant situation. Pil-du shouted at Ja's friends and demanded to show him Deok Ja. Apparently, Ja returned on time and immediately went downstairs to solve this problem. Ja understood that Pil-du's characteristics had increased greatly, and talking to him would be an unpleasant undertaking. But it looks like their conversation will have to be postponed, because at that moment, each of them received a notification that the fourth scenario would begin in 5 minutes, which shocked more than one Ja. At the same moment, Bishan appeared, who really wanted to know how they were doing. But looking at their faces, he saw the universal joy. But he also came to tell the details of the fourth scenario, so he asked to listen carefully. He began with the fact that they will go through the fourth scenario together with other stations. A funny story awaits them, and everyone will definitely like it. Ja, listening to this, understood that even in Chunmuro alone there was such a mess, and if other stations were involved, then complete chaos would ensue. In addition, Bishan added that to complete the scenario, they need to complete a preliminary task, because if they simply increase the number of people, then everything around them will turn into a cheap bazaar. So he gave them a clear task, which was to choose a commander or a so-called station representative, after which each of them received an additional scenario, and the Tokebi added that now there should be a collision between them, and he called it a warm-up. The conditions of the additional scenario, according to Becken, were quite simple. You just needed to capture the white flag, which is located in the center of the platform, for which you could get 1,000 coins, and most importantly, complete control over the group members. As soon as Pil-du heard about this, he immediately ran headlong forward to capture this white flag. At this moment, he was only thinking about how to capture this flag and become a representative. Then he could not obey this petty one. But Ja thought a little differently, and as soon as Pil-du thought that he could become a leader, Ja immediately stopped him and asked him to unexpectedly lie down. He had to immediately fulfill this desire because in fact he had no other option, after which Ja, not entirely respectfully, simply stepped over the man and went to collect his well-deserved white flag. It was even easier than the guy could have imagined, and as soon as he took the white flag, of course, the first thing he did was apologize to Pil-du because he accidentally stepped on him, after which he received a message saying that he was now a representative of Chunmuro Station. Holding this flag in his hands, the guy noticed that it was glowing in some rather strange way, and then realized that energy was emanating from it. But that was not all. The system notified everyone that if the owner of the flag did not change within 5 minutes, then Chunmuro Station will fall under the control of Deok Ja. Ja understood that this flag should have been taken by Yu Jun in any case, but it seemed to the guy that he had no time for that now. Pil-du did not think that everything was over, and ordered his guys to move and do everything to take away this flag in 5 minutes. Everyone, both his enemies and his friends, literally started running towards Deok Ja. He was even a little confused. But first, he decided to throw that very shield of Hercules to Lieutenant Lee, who was among those who were so eager to approach Ja. After which he added that he found something new and took this shield especially for him, and he could throw away his old one. Ja had never seen such satisfied eyes in his life. Lee was incredibly grateful to him, in fact, and he decided to thank him right here and now. He was going to not let anyone get through this protection and the throne of Ja even with a finger. The properties of this shield in the hands of Lieutenant Lee impressed the guy. This shield really suits him much more. Pildu did not give up even now and decided to use his weapons to break this defense. But he was immediately reassured by Ja, who reminded him that Ja did not allow him to get up and asked him to take a lying position again. He also asked him to keep his head on the ground, and these turrets made him a little nervous, so he asked to remove them, although the guy himself was quite surprised that his turret level had increased all the way to 8. Pildu continued to call him names, and Ja had a new desire, so he asked Pildu to close his stinking mouth for at least 30 minutes. Moreover, Ja believed that everyone had already understood what their situation was here, so he would like to talk to him a little, because his people now have only 2 options. There are 29 people left at the station. 20 are in the landlord's union, plus 9 others, including Ja's team. Although the number was small, he liked how everything turned out. The time had come to recruit his people. Although he understood that if there were too many of them, it would be difficult to manage them. In general, Ja wanted to say that the time has come to take his side. The first way is to go to another station. The second is to stay here with him. The guy did this only with the expectation that he wanted only those people around him whom he could trust. Looking at Heewon, he remembered their conversation in which he invited her to become his companion. She asked him in response. It seems that until that moment, the guy did not perceive her as a companion. But Ja answered her confidently that this was not entirely true. He believed that no matter how he considers her, this does not make them companions. After which he added that if this is a burden to her, then she can consider this a deal in which she provides the guy with help in battle, and he, in turn, information, will be beneficial to everyone. And the most important thing is that their relationship will not change in the future, in which case, she decided to ask him one more question. Heewon wanted to know what she was doing in the future that he knew, but the guy, unfortunately for her, knew this, and even more, he hoped that their dialogue would be filtered as much as possible. He explained to her that in the future that he knows, she simply doesn't exist, and that's the only reason she needs the deal he offers, a variable that can change a lot. After the end of this scenario, the second selection of sponsors will begin. If Heewon gets sponsorship from a good constellation, then she can play an important role in the future, especially when they encounter variables that he does not know about. But the girl needed time to think about all this. Ja repeated again for those who didn't get it the first time. He only needs an answer. Will they stay here or go to another place? He also added that he would not try to restrain those who disagreed by force. If they chose the first option, they would have to obey him. Some of them believed that he imagined himself to be a king. Ja did not deny this, but still added that he did not intend to charge them rent and living expenses, like some, but they were still interested in the question of security. Could he guarantee it for them? The guy answered them that he could guarantee their safety outside the station, but he would not interfere in the affairs that were happening in the groups. They would have to resolve their disputes on their own. One of Pildu's pawns believed that there was no point in listening to this guy and suggested that he leave immediately. But Ja didn't think so and added that Pildu was staying here, which caused some incredible surprise. After all, Pildu is Ja's property. Where can he go without his master? Who would have thought that some would actually decide to leave? But there were 5 of them, and Ja believed that they could somehow survive, and this completed the additional scenario. Ja received 1,000 coins for completing this scenario, and now became the official representative of Chunmuro Station. His current group numbered 24 people. Some of them even asked him for forgiveness because they were wrong about him, but Ja believed that he was not the person to whom they should apologize. The system also notified him that he could impose disciplinary sanctions on the participants, but he did not yet have enough to become a king. Bahan watched this picture carefully and was ready to finally start the real game, after which he happily announced that the 4th main scenario was starting. This time there were as many as 5 conditions of the scenario. First, all stations receive a flagpole in which the flag is installed. Then they will need to protect their flagpole. If there is an enemy flagpole in it, then its owner will determine the fate of the station. You can occupy someone else's flagpole by placing your flag in it. Only a station representative has the right to dispose of the flag. Each station has its own target station, which needs to capture the target station's flagpole within the allotted time, and their target station is Changqing. The time limit is 12 days. Heewon decided to once again summarize that they need to protect the flagpole and at the same time stick their flag into the flagpole at another station. Li completely agreed with her and added on his own that it looks like their goal is at Changxing Station. For some reason, Jia started laughing, and Heewon realized that they were simply repeating everything that the guy had already known for a long time. Yusang was unpleasant to realize that they would have to fight with other people again, but Lieutenant Li interrupted her and began to say that it was written that if they captured the flagpole, they would be able to decide the fate of that other group. So if they try, they can do without casualties. Yusang agreed with him, because it's true. If you think about it, it wasn't said that capturing the flag means the death of the other participants. Heewon and Jia looked at them and continued to listen that when they decide what to do with these people, it would be good if there was an opportunity to unite. Then they could go through the scenario without killing anyone. But Jia understood that, unfortunately, this was impossible, because the fourth scenario brings more victims than any other before. But the guy understood that telling them about this was not a good idea. Lieutenant Li also knew very well that the station they needed was number 6, and if they moved through the tunnels, they would first need to get to Yakshu, and they also needed to split into groups. Several people would guard the flagpole, and the rest would go to the target station. This was all a plan that the lieutenant spoke about, and after he asked how he liked the idea, they all looked at Jia, who essentially had to make the final decision. But Jia was looking at Pildu at that time, and some idea was creeping into his head, after which she leaned closer to him and allowed him to speak, after which he began to talk about how they didn't really get along with him. But now, they have a common goal. But first he must understand that he is not a landlord. Jia knows why he clings so strongly to possession of the territory, but the guy also advised him to know when to stop, if of course he wants to stay alive. 2236. Jia asked him to take on the role of protector of this place, and this time, the guy will not force him, but if he agrees to fulfill his request, he will receive an appropriate reward for it. The guy asked him to think carefully about everything, and at that moment remember about his family, which is no longer around. As soon as Pildu decided to answer the brat, he was interrupted by the sound of a vehicle driving in their direction. Jia could not believe that the scenario had just begun, and the invaders were already near their station. This is very strange. One of them complained that it took them so much time to write this script. His friend tried to calm him down, because he knows very well that each station has differences in the scripts. Jia immediately shouted to the two to stand still and not move, and then lowered their weapons and slowly approached him. The guy pretended that he was really scared, so he asked Jia to calm down and solve everything calmly, because his guts were shaking. It was so scary. After which he stood up and added that there was no need to be so angry because they did not come to fight. Then Jia did not understand why they were here. To begin with, the guy decided to introduce himself, and his name was Kan-il. He is the deputy representative of the Dongdaemun group. But Jia didn't know who he was at all. Most likely he was some kind of minor character. Jia understood that perhaps this is one of the very variables that worries him, and judging by the skills of this guy, he is one of the minor characters. But suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by Kan-il, who wanted to know the name of his interlocutor. As soon as Jia introduced himself, the guy suddenly changed his face and began to smile stupidly, after which he asked again, "Is this really Mr. Dek Jia?" Jia noticed that there was incredible surprise on Kin's face for a second, but then the guy immediately continued to say that he saw that Jia was a representative of the station because the flag was in his hands. Doc Jia decided not to waste his time and asked them to get straight to the point, because he perfectly understood that they had already examined everything here a long time ago. Kin assured him that they needed to make sure of safety, nothing more, after which he once again repeated that they did not come here to fight, and they actually had a proposal for him. Kin began to explain that there was really no point for them to come here without a station representative, because only a representative could seize someone else's flagpole. Jia understood that there was no leader among them, but in any case, he decided to find out what they were offering. It was worth admitting that Kin-il's answer surprised Doc Jia quite a lot. As it turned out, they came here to conclude an alliance. Before making any decision, Jia decided to consult with his group, and Heewon was the first to express her opinion, in which she believed that such people could not be trusted, and in general she was very suspicious about all this. Suddenly their discussions were interrupted by Kin, who wanted to add that Chunmuro was not their goal, so he asked them to think about his proposal carefully, because they could bring all the fighters and capture the flagpole, because it would be more profitable to attack immediately after the barrier was removed. But they didn't do this, and don't intend to. But Ja decided to ask them what they would do if they found out that Ja's target was their station. But Qin remained calm, because as it turned out, they already knew their rivals. Ja repeated his proposal once again, and Qin confirmed it, and as a bonus, he decided to tell his future allies that at each station, the content of the scenario and its duration are slightly different. And for some, the fourth scenario has been going on for 2 days. Qin invited them to provide even more information if they needed it, and Ja thought about it, because in the novel, their station really began to go through the scenario later, and besides, their main problem is the lack of information. In addition, they knew some of the secrets of the fourth scenario. Their group knew how to extract maximum benefits. Qin assured them that they would not regret teaming up with them. Ja thought that he should first meet with their leader to discuss the details. Therefore, he first decided to ask him where their leader was, to which he received the answer that he was at the station in Dongdaemun, and Qin happily offered to take Ja to him. But as soon as they decided to set off, they were suddenly interrupted by Yusan, who was interested to know why they came to Chunmuro, because in fact, there are many other stations with which they can form an alliance. Qin was a little doubtful of his answer, but still said that Chunmuro had only just opened and other stations had already formed alliances. However, in Chunmuro there was no such opportunity, and he would tell the details again after they concluded an alliance. But the guys didn't like the answer at all. He was too uncertain. Before leaving, Ja left Gil Young at the station and ordered Pil Du to guard the boy. Finally, they set off and Ja decided to prepare for the fact that everything would not be so smooth. At one point, Ja decided to ask Qin, "Didn't everyone else say something about Chunmuro?" The guy didn't really understand what he was being asked about, and Ja decided to give an example that perhaps he had heard that there was such a scary dude here named Yu Jun Hyuk. And as soon as Ja finished this, he immediately shouted and Yu Sang began to carry out her part of the plan. She was able to tie up her group and then threw their guests off their motorcycles. Qin didn't understand what they were doing and was already starting to get angry, but Ja asked him the same question in response. Before going, Ja suggested that the guys pretend that they are quite interested in this proposal, and in this way they will be able to find out more, and if there is something strange, they will immediately react. Ja advised them to improve their stealth and ambush skills, because this was no good. Qin realized that there was no point in hiding anything and began to shout to his people to attack, but Ja and the company were ready for such a development of events. Meanwhile, Pil Du, who remained at the station, was only thinking about the fact that he seemed to be no longer at the age to obey some kind of young kid. The Constellation of Absolute Good approved the use of the time of justice skill. To be honest, Heewon didn't even hope that she would succeed, but if we compare it with what was in the cinema, then these guys are not villains yet. A few minutes later, there was nothing left of these guys, only Qin was alive, who clearly understood that their plan had failed. But as soon as Ja decided to deal with him, he was interrupted by Yusan, who shouted to him that their station was attacked. The guy immediately ran to their aid. He asked to tie them up and then they would return to them. Ja assumed that these people came from the direction of Myeongdong Station, and it seems that they have teamed up with the Dongdaemun group. One of them made it clear to them that they didn't need to get carried away with the fight, because in fact they just needed to put the flag on the flagpole. As soon as Ja saw this guy who had a flag wrapped around his head, he realized that this guy was the very leader of the group. Representative Myeongdong, there was a man whose name was Kim Hyun, and his main skill was called Red Flag, which he successfully activated. This skill made it possible for others to improve everyone's stats by 5%, after which he began shouting that all they needed was to capture the flagpole. Ja knew that the color of the flag is an important part of capturing the flag. There are white, red, dark blue, brown, purple, and black flags. With each subsequent color, the improvement for the group becomes stronger. The flag of the Mendong group is red. The guy understood what this means. They have already captured at least one station, or simply destroyed a representative and took away the flag, and it is obvious that these guys have excellent fighting skills. But even so, do they really think that they can really capture Chunmuro? Pil Du didn't think so, so he decided to show the small fry who's boss. They realized that they could not defeat such a strong man, so they decided that the right decision would be to retreat. But apparently they won't be able to just leave, because Ja was already quite close to the station and had already enveloped his sword in fire. They tried everything to break through this fire, but not only were they attacked by Ja with his sword, they were also pursued by the bullets of Pildu, who was still using his turret. The group from this station suffered incredible losses, and after a few minutes of this battle, they still lost all their people, and their flag lay on the floor, which could mean the end of the battle for them. For Pildu, this was just another chance to lose his slavery to this guy, so he tried with all his might to reach this flag. But Ja did not think that he was doing everything right and suggested that he lie on the floor a little longer if he continued to reach for this flag. Pildu realized that there was no point in even trying, because he would never be able to take it in time, so he decided to leave the flag for Ja, who slowly walked up and picked it up. After he took this flag, his white flag turned into a red one. Also thanks to this, he was able to absorb all the accumulated experience of the red flag, and now he is one step closer to the king. All flags except white give an advantage to the representative and all participants, which is why groups capture not only the target station, but also others. Each of the representatives can claim the throne. They all fight to change the color of their flag. Kan Yin, who was surprised that it was the station representative and the invaders who were waiting for a certain moment. Is it possible that they received information from the prophet? The guy was very interested in the question of what they would do to him. Apparently he was very scared for his life. But Ja made it clear to him that it depended on what information he told them, although on the other hand, he added to him that if he didn't tell them anything sensible, they would simply kill him, after which he began to count to 3. If by this time he does not say anything, then he will simply finish him off and his life will end there. As soon as Ja counted to 3, Qin could not stand it and literally began shouting everything he knows. And the first thing he said was to Donma. There were people at this station who told them about Chunmuro. They call themselves prophets. Ja was a little shocked by what he heard. Is there really a whole station of prophets? This simply cannot happen. Qin immediately began to shout something else, but Ja asked Yusan to cover his mouth with threads. The guy thought that they were bastards who used hypnosis so that the guy wouldn't say anything unnecessary. It was quite thoughtful. And yet, it seemed to him that the matter could be resolved quite easily, because hypnosis can only be used when close to the target, so with the help of this guy they could figure out who activated this skill. Li Jie's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Ja, who had sneaked up so quietly from behind and wanted to know if Yu Jun had come to his senses yet. She did not answer this question, but simply asked her own in response, in which she so wanted to know what was happening downstairs. But the guy made her understand that there was nothing to worry about there, because they had decided everything, after which she wanted to find out what would happen to the master. But Ja assured her that everything would be fine with him. Perhaps only a minor injury would remain. Ja also believed that Jun Hyuk's psychological state was worse than it seemed. He would feel better when he got some sleep, so he asked her to take care of him a little more. Li Jie was surprised that he spoke so confidently. The guy assured her that he knew Yu Jun better everyone in the world. In fact, Ja didn't have much time, and so he decided to write a small note to Yu Jun, which he asked to give to Li Jie, but asked not to read it, but mentally understood that she would definitely read it, although he wrote it in such a way that it would make sense only Yu Jun Hyuk understood, so he didn't care. Before leaving, Li Jie decided to clarify one more question. She became interested in knowing what he said about the master then. Ja understood that it seemed the girl had probably heard it too. At that moment, Ja didn't quite think about the fact that there were people nearby, so he said a bunch of unnecessary things. Therefore, he decided that the best option would be to turn into a fool, and then she might fall behind. But at one point, she could not stand it, and simply shouted out that she had heard that the guy promised not to succumb to such thoughts. She wanted to know where all that determination that was with him from the very beginning went. At one point, Ja couldn't stand it and simply asked him to ask Yu Jun everything when he woke up, if she was so interested. While the guy walked back to the group, he tried to remember at least something about the prophets, but he was almost sure that there were no prophets in the story, so he decided to double-check. Due to some variables, Other prophets appeared besides Anna Croft, or there are simply other readers besides the guy who stopped reading much earlier than him. And he believed that the second hypothesis was more likely because it is not so easy for a prophet to appear. While they were on their way to the next mission, Lieutenant Lee had a question. He was not sure that there would be enough of them, and offered to take someone else. But Ja assured him that they were not going to fight, but simply to reconnoiter the situation and accept further decision. In addition, he perfectly understood that if you leave the inhabitants of Menden just like that, they will quickly die. People without a group become wanderers, and if they do not have a huge bag of luck in stock, then they will quickly be killed by other groups. The same is with the members of the Landlords' Union who left Chunmuro. Looking at Yu Sang, he realized that they were sorry that they could not unite. But he immediately added that they should not trust people so much, especially like this. After all, in the future everything will be much more complicated and difficult decisions will need to be made. The girl completely agreed with him, but on the other hand, she really wanted to help. She justified this by saying that it was only thanks to Ja that she was able to be here. If not for him, she would not have even gotten off the subway car. The guy didn't expect such a confession from her and didn't even know how to answer her, so he decided that it would be better to remain silent. During such conversations, they did not notice how they approached the next station, where they saw 3 men standing in the middle of a whole mountain of corpses. These 3 strangers also saw Ja and his friends, but their reaction was a little unexpected. They immediately got on their motorcycles and decided that they just needed to get out of here quickly. Lieutenant Lee immediately wondered what happened here and who these people were, but Ja, unfortunately, could not give him an answer to this question. Yu San and Lee understood that if the guy didn't already know the answer to this question, then it was very strange, and he agreed with this, because mentally he understood that these guys ran away as if they knew that he would come. In any case, they decided that nothing would stop them from going up to this station and leaving their flag there. Moreover, at the moment, Myeongdong Station does not have an owner, so Ja decided that now they will take over this station. After this, the guy received a notification that the power of the red flag had been increased, and they had captured new territory, so their power was growing. And thanks to this, they also received a new hidden scenario. This new scenario was called the King's Road, the condition of which was to capture more than 10 stations in the allotted time. The penalty was quite harsh. If at least 1 station was not captured per day, then he and his group would die. Za immediately realized that this scenario would be very difficult to pass, but his friends encouraged him and said that they were glad that he would fight for the title of king, and he, in turn, did not quite understand whether they were good-natured or just fools. Most people would be jealous that he got the hidden script. Lee decided that now they should address Ja as Your Majesty, but the guy hoped that he was joking, but Heewon didn't think so, because she would like to clarify with His Majesty, if you believe the hidden script, then they will have to run away right now and capture New One stations. Ja thought that it would be a good idea to first find out more about those who attacked them, so he decided that he would go towards Dongme and asked Heewon and the lieutenant to go with him. Yu Sang would also like to go with them, but Ja assured her that it was better for her to stay here, because she would be much more useful here. She did not argue with him, and added that she would do everything possible so as not to disappoint him. Za hoped that she understood that everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. The guy understood that she was now thinking about her role in the group. She is not as strong as Heewon. She does not have the stamina like Lieutenant Lee, and she also doesn't have a useful hidden skill like Gil Young. But suddenly, he decided to remind her of how he told her on the subway that he has his own path in life, and she has hers. Yusan remembered this phrase perfectly because she even saved this phrase on her phone, but Ja did not understand why she did it. After all, he believed that she was needed here, because she was needed here, because Gil Young could not be left unattended, and Pil Du could do things in his absence, and the guy also needed a person who could calm anxious people. And they also have to defend themselves from those who come from Huihen Station. They can attack when they are not there. Of course, they have Pil Du. But he may need help, in general. He would like to transfer some of the powers in managing the station to her. Lee and Heewon completely agreed with him. Besides, they believed that Yu Sang could be trusted. Heewon also added that she did not dare to contradict her king. Therefore, he decided to use his special rights of representative and transferred some of the powers to Yu-san. She was not entirely sure of this, but it was too late. After this agreement is concluded, Yu-sang can officially take disciplinary action against the group. And Ja once again added that he could not entrust this task to anyone else except her, and he was confident that she would be able to cope with this task. The girl was incredibly embarrassed, but then she was able to thank Ja and added that she would do everything in her power so as not to disappoint him. After which they set off, and Ja immediately told them that he did not do this to cheer her up. He just thought that Yu-san would do a great job. She is actually not just a little naive girl. He entrusted her with exactly what she could handle best. He-won agreed with him, but she was more worried about the one who went who they left there. Ja understood that she meant Yu-jun. But Ja thought that everything would be fine. She noticed that he spoke as if he knew him better than anyone. Ja, in response to this, decided to ask if she had a younger brother or sister. She told him that she had a younger brother who annoyed her at times, pestered her, and picked on her at the slightest provocation. She even went to school with him instead of her mother a couple of times, but she still worried about him. He is family to her, and Ja added that he has a similar situation with Yu Jun-hyuk. Then she decided that he doesn't really hate him, but the guy just hates him more than anyone else, because of him he quarreled with many, because when the novella first came out, the guy wasn't the only one who read it. The first 10 chapters had good statistics, but by the 50th, there were about 12 people left. The guys with whom he argued in the comments, and the guy thought that perhaps those whom they were going to look for right now were one of them. Hee-won noticed that Lee was somehow a little upset when he listened to all this, but Ja actually understood him perfectly, because judging by the plot of the novel, Lee studied at a school for boys, then went to a technical university, and then immediately into the army. But in fact, he just wanted to say that they seemed to have arrived at the station, or he just didn't want to show that he was really very sad. As soon as they arrived at the station, Ja noticed the fact that it was too quiet, as if an ambush was being prepared. They received information that this station was under the control of the Dongmei, and in order to capture the station, they needed to take the flag from the representative, or place their flag on the flagpole of the Dongmei group. When suddenly Kin-il woke up and began screaming at the top of his voice and repeating the words, "Dongdae Station!" Ja understood why the guy started screaming, because it looked like Dongdae had been captured and this was his reaction to what happened. But he also understood that it was a trap. Those who sent the Myeongdong and Dongdae group to Chunmuro Station knew from the very beginning that they would die there. And when most of the people left the station, Myeongdong and Dongdae became easy targets. Most likely the people they met at Myeongdong Station were the invaders. They knew that Ja and the others would repel the attack. They also probably knew that the person who was supposed to become the representative would easily win. It seems that everything went according to plan. But suddenly his reasoning was interrupted by Lieutenant Lee, who drew everyone's attention to the fact that someone was walking in the other direction. And it was indeed so. In the distance, some people were visible who were heading in their direction. These guys didn't choose their words very well, and as soon as they got closer, they immediately began asking Il-hun who he had brought with him. They believed that these were not entirely welcome guests for them. Ja didn't wait, and simply activated his character description skill, and while the guy who was in the center asked to introduce them, Ja tried to find out who they were. But at this stage, a problem arose. He again could not read the information about this character, because he, like Yu-sang, is not on the character register. Ja became more interesting every second, so he decided to find out who they were directly. But first he said that they came from Chunmuro. But as soon as he said this, the guy who was standing in front of him suddenly used a skill called character search against him. His skill, of course, did not work, because Ja's fourth wall is always in place, and she did not allow him to read Ja's characteristics. This was the first time this happened to the guy. Usually he could analyze any person he looked at, but this time something didn't go according to plan. Ja, nevertheless, continued the conversation, and asked what their names were and asked to introduce themselves. But at one moment he began to think that the people who knew who was supposed to become the representative of Chunmuro were standing in front of him. Therefore, he decided to get ahead of these guys and introduced himself as Yu Jun-hyuk, which surprised not only these guys, but also his friends, who clearly did not expect this. In the novel, Yu Jun-hyuk was described many times, and the word handsome was especially often mentioned there. But Ja did not consider himself a freak, so he decided that this should work. After Ja introduced himself as Yu Jun, this guy immediately became more polite, and now he has no doubt that the one who is now standing in front of him has definitely read the novel. This guy immediately tried to read the information on Lieutenant Lee, and Ja understood that this was actually to his advantage, because by reading carefully, he must remember who Lieutenant Lee was. In addition, he must be sure that Ja has the look of a sage since he is pretending to be Yu Jung. So the guy confidently asked him in response, how long is he going to look at them? Ja tried to explain to him that there was no point in looking at him with his rank B skill, because he instantly figured out his plan and asked him not to do that again. This guy's friend apparently wasn't a reader, but just a thug who in this life is used to solving everything by force. So to put it mildly, he wanted to clarify why this guy talks to his friend so disrespectfully. But no one expected that there would be an instant reaction from this guy. He literally immediately struck him on the back and thereby destroyed him. Ja did not expect that he would act so cruelly, but not only that, he also apologized to Ja for the words of his uneducated friend. Then he added that they shouldn't show such unworthy behavior in front of such a respectful person, so he asked first to introduce himself formally. This guy's name was Seong-guk, and he is the deputy of Dongmei Station. Anyway, Ja couldn't figure out this guy's plan. But they gladly led them to their hideout. Most likely, Song-guk did this only because he is afraid of Yu Jun because of his power, especially in the first chapters. Lieutenant Lee wanted to turn to Ja, and as soon as he began to pronounce his name, he immediately received a blow to the side from Hee-won. She seemed smarter than him. Ja hoped that she understood what they needed to do, and Hee-won realized that from now on, he should copy Yu Jin's character first class. And as soon as he realized that Hee-won and Lee knew his future plan, the guy suddenly stopped Song-guk and said that now this station belongs to him, so he just needs to give up the rights to it and get lost. Sun didn't really understand what this guy was talking about, but Ja made it clear to him that this was not a joke, but the guy believed that it was simply impossible to give up an already captured station. But Ja asked not to take him for a fool, because he is a deputy representative and he has the right to transfer the station. Didn't he know? In any case, Ja was not going to wait until tomorrow, and so he told him that he had 3 seconds to think about everything. As soon as he counted to 3, then his head would fly off his shoulders. Apparently the guy didn't quite understand, but Ja wasn't joking, and so he decided to teach him a little lesson, and little by little began to draw his sword. But as soon as the number 2 came out of his mouth, Song-guk immediately decided that he would give everything, because his head is really more valuable. Ja was incredibly happy, but answered the guy that he no longer needed this station, and apparently Song-guk was a little late. But still, he decided to give him the last chance, saying that in addition to his station, he should also give Dongdae, so Ja wanted to get the Dongdae Cultural Park. Song-guk began to explain to him that he could not just give up the cultural park, but Dongdaemun, here it was necessary to meet with their representative. Besides, he swore that no harm would come to Yu Jun. Ja agreed and ordered him to lead him to representative. If Ja remembers correctly, then according to the novel, the representative of this station is the same nerd, as Song-guk promised. He quickly led him to the representative of the station. Now Ja was interested primarily in 2 things. The first was whether this Song-guk had the same file with the book, and how many of the same prophets there were. He would also like to know if he has similar abilities, but given that he did not use a character description, but a search for characteristics, then we can probably assume that he doesn't even have a file. But this guy is still very diligently shooting somewhere. Zod decided to check what he was doing there, so he decided to invest 5,000 coins in dexterity, and thus was able to get to the guy too quickly, and even scared him a little with his question about what was so interesting there. Song-guk immediately began to make excuses and say that there was nothing like that there, and it actually seemed to him. But Ja clearly saw a group chat there and couldn't really believe that the internet could be used here. Although then, the guy thought and realized that there might be that nerd at this station. That's why he's catching the internet. At one point his thoughts were interrupted by a guy who added that the representative was already waiting for him. Before entering that tent, Ja asked Hee-won to stay here and observe the situation, but only warned her not to do anything rash. He also asked to make sure that their warrior didn't say anything unnecessary, Kivoy understood why he was asking to do this, so she wasn't too against it. But she couldn't resist bowing to him and adding that she would do everything in the best possible way. He's her king, one of the kings of Seoul, the one who will soon become the reclusive Shadow King, and all this may become true about this guy who has already passed the halfway point. And this guy's name was Han Dong-hoon, who was only 17 years old, but he was already so strong, especially his intelligence was at a high level. After the script started, because of the Teokebi channels, the entire internet in Seoul was blocked. But thanks to this guy, the internet could be used thanks to Han Dong-hoon. Outside the capital, no one is aware of what is really happening here, because this guy could control the situation with the help of his skill in manipulating comments. But the guy had to be distracted from his important affairs at one point, because his assistant told him that an important guest had come to him, so he asked to take a break a little and say hello. Looking at him, Zha understood that it was the same in the original. This guy always avoided communicating with strangers. But looking at him in real life, he never thought that this guy dislikes people so much. But his thoughts were interrupted and asked Yoo Jun-hyuk to get down to business and start discussing what he came here for. Zha immediately answered him and asked the guy if he thought he was a clown, or perhaps he decided to make fun of him. Song-gun didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about, so he had to explain that he would never believe that this clown was their representative if they decided to put a doll in front of him and force him to talk to him. This plan did not work out for them, because Zha realized that in fact their representative and the one who controls everything here is Song-gun, who had to admit that this is true and add that Yoo Jun is really not like everyone else. Zha didn't understand why he was dragged to such a distance if he was in charge of everything here, but Sun immediately explained to him that it was in order to hide from prying eyes. The soundproofing skill was activated in this room. The dream asked him to listen carefully now, because everything he wants to tell him now is very important for all of them. The guy continued talking, and at one point he mentioned something about the prophets, and at this stage Zha was very glad that he was finally able to get the information he needed. Song-gun literally began to admire Yoo Jun's abilities and say that he has a special power that only he is endowed with in this world. The guy couldn't stop and continued to say that he had probably already lived many lives, probably fought with terrible enemies, and even fought with extraterrestrial creatures in order to save people. And all this alone, so they sincerely respect his noble mission. Zha at this moment could only admit that this guy is flattering. Of course, the trowels. Yoo Jun-hyuk would probably cry with emotion. Moreover, he was sure that over many regressions he realized that even despite all his greatness and this wonderful ability, it was impossible to fight alone with the disaster that was approaching them. However, this time Song-gun was sure that everything would be completely different. They prophets received a blessing and were sent here to help him. Of course, he understood that it was quite difficult to believe in this, but the revelation was received by them more than 10 years ago. Zha was even a little funny to hear it. But Sung-gil made it clear to him that he meant secret recordings of revelations. And then he realized that the legend that tells about the life and great adventures of Yoo Jun-hyuk, the only recording of revelations, is the short story that the guy read. Song believed that it was thanks to these records that they knew that Mr. Yoo Jun would take the steel shield Lee Hyun-sung under his protection. Of course, now they came with him, but they guessed that most likely these were not all the warriors who were under his command. Zha decided to skip this part of the conversation, because he was primarily interested in finding out where these records of revelations were, but unfortunately they were lost, and it was impossible to find the original source. But Song assured him that there was no reason to worry, because, as it turns out, they remember different parts of them, and are ready to use these notes to help him choose the right path. The dream tried to reassure him that with them he could live a life that would be different from anything he had known before. Zha was surprised, but only that in such a short time he was able to construct such a plot. This guy would become a writer. Therefore, he was a little confused about what exactly he proposes to do with these revelations. Meanwhile, Hee-won and Lee were standing and not touching anyone, when suddenly a man turned to them, who suddenly became incredibly interested in finding out who they were and what they were doing here. After which he quickly decided to approach them, and it seemed to him that they were here only to join their group. The dream decided to convey to him the idea that all this is just an alliance in words, but in fact they want to be under his command. Zha understood that they just want to hide behind the back of the main character. Zha decided to answer him that this was a rather tempting offer. But as soon as Song was glad that Yu-jun would accept his decision, Ja continued to say that it seemed to him that there was still one drawback, and it was that the procedure was not entirely correct. Hee-won answered this guy that they do not enter into contracts with some suspicious individuals about whom they know nothing. Then this guy even more did not understand why they were hanging around here. Ja made it clear to Sonu that if he wants to unite with him, then he should first reveal all the information about himself. Hee-won made it clear that they were standing here for a reason, and in response decided to ask who he was and why he was asking so brazenly. Both that guy and Songgun didn't understand what their interlocutors were talking about, so they just stood silently with their mouths open. Songgun believed that he seemed to have already revealed all the information about himself, and he actually had nothing to add. But Ja was not going to listen to all this nonsense, and at one moment ordered him to kneel down. The dream thought that he had heard it, so Ja had to repeat it again, only in a ruder form. He also asked him to immediately post information about what attribute he had, knowing that Sun would probably doubt it. Yu Jun-hyuk can see his information with the eyes of a sage. Why should he ask what he already knows? Is this a test? Ja wanted to raise all these questions in the guy's head, and it seems he succeeded. And after a few seconds he knelt down and added that his real attribute is a master of hypnosis. Ja suspected that he was the person who was able to hypnotize Kang Il-hoon, but again, Doc Ja understood that this was not all, and he would continue to interrogate the guy and ordered him to continue talking about his abilities. Gritting his teeth, Song was able to squeeze out only one word, and it was the 9th word, but Ja didn't really understand what he was talking about. Therefore, he replied that he had never heard such an attribute, and Sun had to explain that it was because they were prophets and they were the first to be born. However, it was strange for Ja to hear this, because if revelation really exists, then why are they called the descendants, and not some keeper of the revelation? Therefore, he decided to clarify with Song what all this meant, but again, he could not get any specific answer. But after a few seconds, he still shouted out that those who stopped reading it were numbered. He also added that the revelation was quite complex, long, and also serious. Now Ja understood that the 9th was just the number of a person who could not read the novel to the end, and it turns out that he would not be of much use. Sung-gul realized that they were trying to drain him, so he began to convince Yu-jun that he would be useful for him and should not underestimate him. Ja was angry at the fact that the guy grabbed his phone again, and therefore already shouted and asked him what it was for it does, but Sun tried to convince him that it was just an addiction. The guy who pestered Hee-won and Lee believed that some third-rate characters had no right to argue with him, so he decided to punish them a little for such insolence. Hivian was too bored to listen to this upstart, and besides, she did not understand why this idiot bothered them in the first place. Suddenly, Ja heard the vibration and ordered Songgun to close his mouth, because it was incredibly similar to the sound of a new script. They both came out of the tent and saw something that they could not even expect. Hee-won still could not just stand still and observe the situation. But on the other hand, she could be understood, because the guy was the first to go into battle because he was offended that she called him an idiot, who is to blame for him that he is so touchy. Ja immediately shouted to Hee-won to stop the fight immediately because he asked her to behave calmly. Luckily, Ja and Song quickly intervened and were able to prevent another death. After all, both Ja and Lee understood perfectly well that Hee-won would have finished off this guy in one moment and didn't even notice, but Ja didn't care, so he made them apologize anyway. Song-gul even made this guy who started it first apologize. Ja, of course, tried to check information about him, but as he thought, this guy was not on the list of characters. And this could only mean one thing, that this guy is actually also a prophet. But in any case, he had questions for Hee-won, because he asked her to be quieter. But she tried to explain that this guy started the fight first, but Ja didn't care at all. Therefore, she had to ask Yu Jun-hyuk for forgiveness and promise that this would not happen again. After which he asked him and Lee to leave the tent, because he needed to talk to this guy, who knew very well who Yu Jun-hyuk was, because, as Ja had expected, he was also a prophet. This guy didn't know what to say, so the first thing he did was ask Yu Jun-hyuk's permission to leave for a while and take Songguk with him. Ja let them go without any problems, but warned them that he really didn't like to wait. The guy understood that he had to hear this dialogue, so he immediately turned to Bishan and asked him to improve his hearing. The payment for this was 2,000 coins, but it was worth it. he was able to gain the skill of hearing enhancement, which allowed him to literally hear every word of the conversation between Songguk and that guy without straining. The guy tried to convey to Songguk that all this seemed strange to him, because the author of the novel wrote that Yoo Jun-hyuk is actually handsome. But in life you can't say that. Ja didn't quite expect to hear that his facial features were somehow abnormal. They of course suspected that the author's tastes were very specific. But Songguk was sure that that guy Yoo Jun-hyuk and even his character was like in the novel. But he didn't understand why he was so sure of this, because he was only the 9th. He recalled that Dream said that he had forgotten everything a long time ago, but he would receive improved memory and remember the details quite clearly. And without his help, he would even survive, couldn't. But Sun believed that he was overestimating his skills, because he had only read the prologue. Still, this guy couldn't believe that this person was Yoo Jun-hyuk. Of course, he could believe that the same Lieutenant Lee Hyun's son was with him. But who is this woman next to him? She definitely wasn't in the 3rd regression. Songgin didn't want to do this, so he told him to check on her himself. Besides, Song believed that if they could get Yoo Jun-hyuk, then they could show those show-offs who had read up to the 50th chapter what they were really worth. After which they returned back to the tent and continued the conversation again. And now the guy was much more cultured. He asked for forgiveness and was now completely ready to introduce himself properly. His name was Jung Min Seop, and he was one of those prophets they were talking about. Ja didn't wait long and immediately became interested in knowing what number Jung Min had. Young Min couldn't believe that Songguk told him this too, but in reality he simply had no choice. Therefore, he had to say that he was the 1089th to descend. Ja realized that other prophets had also descended, and therefore decided to ask how many of them there are in total. They answered him that at the moment there were about 48 people. Ja did not expect that there would be so few of them, because about 1,200 people read the first chapter, and only 129 had reached the 10th chapter, so on the other hand, one could expect such quantity. Sun added that he believes that there were many more prophets before, but they probably couldn't pass the first scenarios, but Ja couldn't understand how it was possible to die knowing the future. He also added that in fact, they recently realized that the revelation was real. Well, Ja agreed with this because the novel actually came out more than 10 years ago. Jong Min intervened in the conversation, who first said that it was a great honor for him to talk with Yoo Jun-hyuk himself. But still, if he allows, then he would like to ask him a few questions. Ja immediately asked him a question in response, in which he was interested to know if he doubted that Yoo Jun was real. But he still allowed me to ask the question, and the first thing he said was that he knew that during the 3rd regression, among his companions was the crazy demon Kim Nam-un, but today a woman unfamiliar to them came with him. So he thought, it's not Li Ji, but the woman doesn't exactly look like a schoolgirl and the name is also different. Ja calmly gave him the answer to this question, saying that in this regression, the crazy demon doesn't really exist. Which surprised the guys quite a bit, and they immediately started thinking that he had died or something like that. Za added that unfortunately he was killed, and he himself believes that it was the prophet who did it. After which, Doc Ja began to tell them that he kept wondering how this could happen. But now, it finally became clear to him. He also knew the future, even more than they did. He not only killed Kim Nam-woong, but also went through all the hidden scenarios before him. This bastard ruined all his plans. Sung-gun couldn't believe it. Is this even possible? And Ja added that he was pretending to be him and telling everyone that he was Yoo Jun-hyuk. Besides, in their last meeting, he was almost able to destroy him, but failed. Now he believed that this guy was starting somewhere in the vicinity Chunmuro. Song-kuk picked up his phone again, and now he understood why there were so many changes, and even Jong Min now had no doubt that the real Yoo Jun-hyuk was sitting in front of them. But suddenly Dream added that perhaps they know this man who was able to destroy the crazy demon, but before that he wanted to tell him something else. And he added that all the prophets who are still alive do not act together. They are all simply divided into several groups. Finally, Ja can rest a little, because he finally finished speaking with these guys. But in a separate room, a lot more questions from his friends were waiting for him. But there was still some pretty good news. Their flag changed color to dark blue. Yi Jia didn't think twice about activating this color, But still he had to spend 3,500 coins to do this, and he also asked him to stop a little and stop asking him so many questions. After all, he had a surprise for them. Now they can use group chat with companions, because after their conversation with those guys, they kindly gave him Dongdamun and Chonggu stations. Ja, of course, still hoped that Changxin was next to them. Then they also captured it, but unfortunately not. Sung Gun told Yu Jun that there is a group of people who claim that they have read a real revelation and think that they can change the world. Ja understood that this might be true, because there were exactly the same number of readers for the 50th chapter. Now they knew 11 apostles, of course these are just guesses, but there was a fairly high probability that the prophet they met was that same unknown apostle. Song believed that, unlike other people, they want to take over the world with the help of knowledge obtained from revelation. Instead of helping Yu Junhyuk save humanity, they only think about their own benefit. Ja listened to all this carefully, and at one moment realized that his conscience was gnawing at him, because it seemed that he was the very last apostle, and Sun, meanwhile, asked him to lead them so that together they could stop these crazy people. Doc Ja realized that he essentially had no choice and agreed to work with them, but he wanted to get Changxing Station, but they were forced to upset him, because they really don't have such an opportunity. Because they simply could not capture this station, and Changxing is not in their possession. Moreover, they knew that it was captured by the Tyrant King, who was one of the 7 kings of Seoul, a man who can fight with Yu Junhyuk on equal terms. In the novel, he was able to become a powerful enemy much later, but due to the mistakes of some prophets, his strength increased rapidly. And for the guy, it was actually quite understandable, because most of them don't even remember the plot of the novel. As soon as Heewon mastered the group chat, the first thing she wrote was that there are some people in this world who see the future, and they suspect that this is why Ja said that he is Yu Junhyuk, and the guy only had to confirm this information. Heewon also believed that they would be here for some time, and therefore they were obliged to find out as much as possible about them. But Ja was categorically against this idea. In that conversation, Song promised Yu Jun that they were preparing a huge army in order to destroy the Tyrant King, and then they would be able to resist not only him, but also the other 12 apostles. They both thought that this was the perfect time to test them. Besides, tomorrow, the night of the prophets would be held. All the prophets would gather except the apostles, and they would like Mr. Yu Junhyuk to go with them. Za understood that he couldn't leave everything as it was, because these guys could easily do bad things, and as a result, he decided that he needed to take care of them. So he made it clear to Heewon and Lee that he needed to deal with this right now. That same night, while everyone was sleeping, Ja secretly entered the tent of their figurehead representative. He carefully approached him and, unexpectedly for him, grabbed him from behind and began to hold him. But he didn't stop there, because he took a small bottle in his hands and began to pour some liquid into it. Suddenly, it was as if the guy lost consciousness for a second and he just looked at one point. Then he came to his senses again and started screaming from not understanding what was happening. Za tried to calm him down, so he directly told him that he would not do anything bad to him. He doesn't need their flag either. He came here for a completely different reason, because he's a smart guy and should quickly understand that if he wanted to harm him, he wouldn't remove the hypnosis. But the frightened guy still had the question in his head about what he needed from him, and Ja could only add that he needed to be friends with Yu Junhyun. Deok Ja understood that it might be difficult for the guy to talk to him, so he offered to communicate with him via chat. Of course, he felt sorry for the coins he spent on the invisibility cloak and the potion, but a deal with this guy could pay for everything because he is a propaganda machine, which mixes truth and lies. And he does this in order to control everyone around him, and until recently he was under the control of the prophets. The character Han Dong-hoon realized that there was no one to joke with, so he decided to activate a skill called Internet in a wide area. This skill allowed him to use the Internet while Han Dong was conscious, and as soon as he essentially gave Ja access to the Internet, the first thing he did was ask the guy who he was and what he was doing in his tent. Young Min was so glad that tomorrow everything would be over, and at such moments it would be nice to drink a bottle of soju and eat some meat. But Song Guk was more concerned about how Yu Junhyuk simply drilled him with his sage's gaze, and he thought that his heart would explode in his chest. But Jong Min was quite funny to hear this, because he only read the prologue and did not understand how he knew what was against him used by Yu Junhyuk. In any case, This is not important. But the important thing was that the other prophets doubt something and they always break through to go to Chunmuro. Young Min didn't think that this was some kind of problem, so he immediately snatched the phone from his hands because he believed that he could talk to them and solve everything. Ja, meanwhile, wanted to know what Han Dong's attitude was towards the prophets, although he knew that the guy really hated them and suggested that he destroy them because they could ruin the whole end. But Han Dong believed that he only needed his abilities, but Ja-I actually wanted the exact opposite. After which he put his phone aside and carefully approached him and asked him not to do anything from that moment on. Jong Min was just about to start a conversation when he noticed that the internet had gone out again. Apparently, they would have to go to the boy again and wake him up. But as soon as Jong Min had already decided to go wake up Han Dong, Ja, whom they did not expect to see, burst into their tent. Huan burst into the tent after him, who made it clear to him that they had dealt with a few, but there were too many of them, and they were unlikely to be able to hold out for so long. Young Min and Songguk did not understand what was happening and why Lee Hyun's son was fighting with their people. They began to understand what Yoo Jun-hyuk was up to and began to ask him not to do this to him. Besides, they believed that even the great Yoo Jun-hyuk could not cope with all of them. But Ja did not understand why he was talking to everyone. After all, he doesn't really need to deal with everyone. It's enough to do it with the representative, after which he struck. And as soon as he cut Youngmin's jacket, he only confirmed his guesses that he was the real representative. After all, Ja understood that even idiots like them would not hang a real flag for everyone to see. Besides, these two know the future, so they would not make a representative of one of the characters in the novel. So thanks to hypnosis, they were able to use Han Dong-hoon, and Ja understood this very well. Lee Sun-guk was also not a representative, and all this was quite obvious to him, and for this he received the flag of Dongmei's group, and at that moment his flag absorbed the accumulated experience points of the blue flag. Now his dark blue flag turns into brown, and from that moment the power of the flag begins to protect them. Songguk decided to add that if the other prophets found out about this, but Ja immediately interrupted him and reminded them that the internet was not working. Who would tell them? They didn't understand why he was doing this to them, but Ja didn't quite understand whether there was any point in asking him this question at all. But still, he decided to give them an answer, and began with the fact that if he really were Jun-hyuk, he probably would not have entered into an alliance with someone like them. This information shocked the guys. Ja did not stop talking and understood their surprise, but still noticed that their main mistake was that they did not read the novel to the end. And at that moment, while Young Min and his friend were trying to perceive this information, Ja received a notification that the members of the Dongmei group were waiting for his decision. Now he could impose restrictions on the actions of the group members. The next day, Ja woke up in a rather tired mood, because yesterday, after he dealt with those prophets, he had to go around the surrounding stations that belonged to Dongma to capture them. Now they had 9 stations, which meant that they needed to capture one more, and the hidden scenario would be completed. Thanks to this, he almost achieved the main goal of the initial scenarios, so he was ready to move forward. But before that, he will have to solve one more problem. Songgun and Jongmin asked him not to destroy them. Ja told them that if he were Yoo Jun-hyuk, he would definitely finish them off. But they might be of use, so I decided that I would leave them in my group. But there were some conditions. And the first point was that they do not have the right to tell anyone about who he really is, and Ja did not rely on them. So he immediately decided to use the power of the representative, which he received after capturing the flag. Secondly, they must obey all his orders, and he forbids them to act without his permission. And they answered in unison that they would fulfill his request and would not disappoint. But Ja still decided to play it safe and impose a mortal restriction on them. But they didn't care, because they were glad that they were just alive. Ja added to them that perhaps his opinion might change, so they had better try, and then maybe that would be enough. After they agreed, they wanted to know what they should call him better. But Ja did not understand the purpose of this question, because they can call him as before. They just owe it to the other prophets to call him Yoo Jun-hyuk. But his conditions did not end there, because he also wanted to take the fugitive mask that Chong Min owned. And as soon as the guy gave him this mask, Jia immediately turned into the real Yu Junhyuk, and now they believed that this was the real Junhyuk, because he was really very handsome. The fugitive mask is the only item that can change the face and appearance at the request of the owner, and this item will be quite useful for Jia, because he will have to pretend to be Junhyuk for some time. But he won't leave this couple unattended. He wanted to find out even more about them, and decided to start finding out right now. So he asked, what attribute does Youngmin have? Jia decided to try again to use his character description skill, and to his surprise, the information began to load. A few seconds later, he was again able to see information about Jongmin, although just yesterday he could not see his characteristics, and then suddenly the character description worked. Now Jia didn't need the guy to name his attribute, because he already knew that he was using the Berserk attribute. Even this Jia did not stop, and this time asked to give him their phones, but then he realized that they were actually useless, because the internet did not work. But as if by his order, he received a notification that the character Han Dong-hoon used the internet skill in a wide area, and now he can use the internet on this device again. And as soon as he entered the chat with Han Dong, he saw a message in which the guy wrote that he would only believe him once. Jia was glad that he managed to convince Han Dong-hoon, so he thanked him for his trust. Next, Jia entered a group chat in which there were only 36 people. But Songgun immediately began to make excuses and say that in this chat only those who descended in the first chapters are not among the apostles. However, at that moment he decided to ask a question to their representative. He was interested in the meaning of the phrase that he told them that they needed to read to the end. And the question was that they were interested to know if he knew something about the novel? Jia calmly answered them that he knew this was not the right word, and they were very lucky to meet him, after which he got tired of talking to them and said that this was the end of the questions and they were setting off. In fact, the guy was just very interested in reading what they wrote about him in this group chat, so he ended the dialogue with these guys. After a fairly short time, they arrived at the place and Sun reported this. They arrived at the Anguk station, and Jia immediately noticed that no one was occupied. Sun immediately explained to him that they had specifically agreed on this, so as not to meet at a station that someone had captured, they decided to leave such a neutral territory. Young Min entered this station as if it were his home, because in fact everyone here knew him very well. They shook hands and asked each other how they were doing, but they both understood that things were not going very well for them, because of the tyrant king, they would all end someday, so they were not in too much of a hurry to rejoice. And Young Min spoke he shouldn't poke his nose in there, but he didn't listen to him, and now he's screwing him. But their sweet conversation was interrupted by Jia, or now Yu Jun, who immediately attracted a lot of attention, because every prophet who had at least read the prologue knew him. Young Min's friend immediately decided to greet him, and added that it was a great honor for him to meet the greatest Yu Jun-hyuk. But he was not the only one who wanted to talk to Yu Jun-hyuk so badly, and literally a few seconds later, he was surrounded by these prophets who just wanted to talk to him. Jia didn't really understand why everyone was such a fan of him. Some said something about the battles in which he participated, and thus made them fall in love with him. Some told stories of how Yu Jun saved someone, and thereby amazed them. But all this was suddenly interrupted by a voice that said that he was so sorry that this was only mentioned in passing in the novel, and he always dreamed of hearing the details of that story from Yu Jun-hyuk in person. And behind this voice stood a guy who was 1168th, and Jia understood that this guy had read almost to the 50th chapter, and among everyone here, of course not taking into account Jia, he had reached the farthest. This guy allowed himself to clarify whether he was now experiencing a third regression, to which he received a positive answer and seemed to be upset. But Jia didn't understand how he could be disappointed, because the first regressions were also cool. But Jia was not the only one to whom people paid their attention. Lieutenant Li was also involved in this, but the man did not quite understand what they wanted from him. Heewon was also questioned whether she was by any chance Naval Admiral Li Ji. The woman's reaction was similar to Li. It was quite ironic for Jia that they called it the Night of the Prophets, but they organized some kind of fan gathering from it. He decided that it was time to end this and get down to business, so he began asking them about where their weapons were, which they had promised to show him. At first they didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but then one of them realized it and he removed the cloth from the huge stone. Za himself didn't quite understand what kind of stone it was and why they were showing it, but then it dawned on him. The starfall that they then watched from the roof was apparently the same meteorite that fell right into the center of the city. And this information was confirmed by the prophets, who also added that if you believe the story, then there is a powerful weapon inside it. The guy who spoke the most was sure that there would be a top-rank item or even a star relic inside. But Ja understood that the meteorite needed time to mature, but they reassured him and added that as soon as they saw it, from that moment they began to pour magic into it one by one, so it should be ready tonight. But Ja still believed that this is some kind of nonsense. After all, it was a scarlet meteorite. Only those who read beyond the fourth regression can know about it. So Ja immediately began asking them about who gave them this information. The guy didn't really understand what Yujun was asking him, so Ja had to shout and ask again. They began to remember that they received this information from a guy who called himself 1124. But Ja could not believe it, that some prophet who did not read to the fourth regression knew about the meteorite. Ja began to realize that this was nothing more than a trap, so he immediately realized that they needed to leave here as soon as possible. Who would even have thought that this meteorite could be used as a weapon? But suddenly, all his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by some kind of earthquake, which made the guy understand that he had come here in order to get rid of the prophets, but apparently they would only get rid of him here. Za still decided that he needed to run away as soon as possible, but as soon as he started doing this, he realized that it was too late, and in fact he simply had no ideas what to do next. Dekja was already starting to get angry and asked them who suggested that they gather here today. 124, Young Min was not sure about that, and Dekja realized that it was his mistake to trust something to these idiots. He immediately wrote in the general chat for his friends to ask them to stand behind him, but he understood that they still wouldn't be able to escape. It was very bad for him, because they didn't even have time to finish the fourth scenario, and disaster had already come to them from the fifth. The meteorite is the main event of the fifth scenario. Depending on the color and size, the reward and danger differ. But the meteorite they brought here, as far as Ja remembers, should never be awakened. But the problem was that apparently it was already too late to think about it, because the meteorite began to become covered with cracks, and also everyone received a notification that a harbinger of the fifth scenario was appearing. One of the prophets leaned closer to this meteorite because he did not understand why the main scenario suddenly changed, what suddenly happened. But this was his biggest mistake, because as soon as he bent even closer, he was literally filled with lava, which burned his face. Ja knew that they were all wrong, because in the third regression, Junhyuk took out the star relic from the dark meteorite, so all that Ja could do was pray that it was not a great disaster. Looking at what came out of this meteorite, it became clear that this was not exactly what they were waiting for. But in any case, each of them still had hope that this was the stellar relic that they had been waiting for. But Ja understood that this was far from true, and already standing there on the sidelines, he tried to come up with at least some kind of plan that would help both him and his friends escape from here as quickly as possible. And he was right, because a few seconds later, a fifth-class dragon-type monster called the small dragon Igrin appeared from this meteorite. They immediately began to run towards Yu Junhyuk, because they believed that he would save them. Za understood that a hidden scenario was about to begin, so he decided to warn his friends about this, and also ask them to run to the corners. The guy understood that this monster should not have appeared in the fourth scenario, and even some constellations were outraged by the inadequate complexity. At the request of those very constellations, a local Tokebi appeared, who did not understand how they could cause such a commotion, and he also did not understand why they would awaken such a catastrophe if they did not even pass the fourth scenario. He also added that there are incarnations here about which their constellations are very worried, so you can't let them die so easily, but he can't reduce the difficulty. Unfortunately, Ja understood that if he sees an average-level Tokebi, it doesn't mean anything good. But at some point, he was still able to stop this monster and prevent him from continuing to advance. At this time, people were shouting that this was quite dishonest because it was too difficult. But the Tokebi asked them to close their mouths, because right now a decision had been made that he would announce. And it was that he couldn't reduce the difficulty, but if they just died, it wouldn't be interesting at all. So he would add something to this scenario. He snapped his fingers and added edits to the hidden scenario, These edits were that they needed to defeat the minor disaster of the dragon Igrin within the specified time or survive under its blows. The time for implementation was given 20 minutes. Ja understood that they were beyond their strength to defeat this beast, because it doesn't matter whether it's a small disaster or a big one, it's still a disaster. They couldn't handle a 5th-class dragon in any case, even if the real Yu Jun-hyuk was here. At this point, the Tokebi could do nothing more and decided that at this point he would leave them alone. Let them enjoy the scenario. Za understood that they had no other choice but to run clockwise as quickly as possible. But it was quite difficult to do this, because the dragon began to spew fire, and not only were these quite dangerous blows, the temperature rose to incredible numbers. Za knew that it was still possible to somehow evade the usual attack of this monster. But here was the next one, which was called the Fiery Flower of Destruction. In any case, they continued to run as quickly as possible, when suddenly Ja asked them to look at the tile, but it was not entirely clear why. He continued to say that some numbers should appear, the sum of which should be 5. But after a few seconds, it became clear what he was talking about. The numbers on the tile were activated, and if the number of people standing on the tile is equal to the number on it, then for 10 seconds, these people will receive an absolute shield. Someone definitely planned this situation, and Ja, probably one of the prophets, understood this. The situation was getting worse every second, and people had already begun to fight for their places on the stove. It seemed to him that he wanted to gather all those who descended early in one place and get rid of them at once. By the way, Ja appreciated this idea, and it was pretty good for him. Even if they only have grains of information about the future, then the fewer people know, all the better. But this was not the only problem, because in the general chat, Jongmin wrote that there were no more free tiles, and this was confirmed by Hee-won, who also did not see them. Song-guk didn't think so and answered them that there was one here, but he had a small problem. Only 4 people could enter it. But there was too little time to think, because the monster Ignir activated the Fire Flower of Destruction and was not going to spare any of them. Za tried to think of something, but in such conditions only one thought came into his head, and his brain suggested that he sacrifice someone. But suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by a cry that called Yu Jun-hyuk to him. Za immediately ran towards this guy and ordered everyone else to activate the shield and stand still. He managed to run before the dragon could strike, and as soon as they were both in this zone, the shield was immediately activated. The dragon released its fire anyway, but within this shield, they did not receive damage, and Ja thought that it was quite close. A little more, and his story would have ended there. In any case, he turned to the guy who helped him and asked him who he was. This question offended him a little, because he had already spoken with Ja. He is 1168th, but apparently he did not understand that the question was not about that. The Battle of Yu Jun-hyuk with Asmodeus, more precisely, a flashback of their battle from the second regression. Ja remembers that scene very well because it is one of his favorites in the novel, but it was first mentioned only after the 50th chapter. Asmodeus appears only in the 57th chapter. Therefore, Ja decided to remind the guy that he had the look of a sage, although in fact he himself perfectly understood that the apostle was standing opposite him. Suddenly, this guy's surprised look turned into a smile, and he had to admit that Yu Jun-hyuk cannot be fooled. He is truly an apostle. As it turned out, he is the 1195th who stopped reading the novella, and he is the 5th among the apostles. But Ja was unable to talk to him, because everyone received a notification that in 3 minutes, the location of the slabs would be changed. As Ja thought, it was a trap, because they significantly violated the script, which led to such irreparable consequences, but the 5th apostle seemed even amused by this. He understood that in order to complete the hidden scenario, he needed to survive 10 dragon attacks, which meant that from now on, there were only 9 of them left. Ja wrote to them in the general chat that they should roughly understand the tactics, so their only chance is to dodge on their own, because he will not be able to take care of each of them. After which he again turned to the apostle and asked the reason why he could so easily reveal his identity. Did he really need his help? The apostle answered him that partly he would like, of course, to be saved, but on the other hand, if Yu Jun-hyuk dies here, then it will be quite difficult for all of them, and all the information from the novel can be thrown out. Za realized that the guy knew that he would come, after which the apostle added that they only knew a few hours ago, so they quickly adjusted the plan. While they were talking, the dragon continued to actively attack them. But there was good news. The location of the plates had already changed, and they could take their places again. The apostle did not spare his people and simply cut them like a butcher, and at the same time talked about how he should not have been here, but he came here only because he knew that Yoo Jun-hyuk himself would be here. And now he decided to play games with him and asked Yoo Jun-hyuk what he would say next. He was interested to know if he could guess. After several minutes of waiting, the apostle finally added that they would hunt the dragon. Za doubted that they would be able to do anything meaningful with such forces, because now only a quarter of the prophets remained, and his companions also tried to hold on. The apostle assured him that this was possible, and they even prepared, and looking at him, Ja could believe it, because this guy didn't even sweat, and then he realized that this guy was using blue ice drop, a potion that can be obtained from 7th grade elementals. Ja knew very well that if you drink it, you can withstand even the most powerful attacks for 30 minutes. When he even managed to get this drug, although even so he could not cope alone. But the apostle corrected him, because he did not say that he came here one. At this moment, Ja turned around and noticed that the energy of the blue drop was coming from 5 people, who would have thought that almost half of the apostles had gathered here. But in any case, even if there is someone else, this still does not change the situation. The apostle interrupted him and added that this is why they need his help. Besides, he has an ice drop for him too. Za, looking him straight in the eyes, asked what would happen if he decided to refuse such an offer. The apostle just laughed and replied that then at least all his companions would die. Yoo Jun-hyuk is not the kind of person who cared about the fate of his companions, so Ja decided to adhere to this tradition. The apostle laughed even more and added that he expected such an answer, so he recommended that he think again. And as food for thought, he added that the station where their base is located has long been under their control, which incredibly surprised Ja. The apostle began to list the composition that guarded the station: Li Ji, a boy with a strange ability, a girl with whining, and one of the 10 evils. Of course, the composition is different from that described in the novel, but it's not bad at all. Therefore, he thought that it would be quite a pity if they all died. After this, it would probably be difficult to continue going through the scenarios. Ja, listening to all this, could not believe his ears that these bastards, after they learned that he would come here, decided to capture Chunmuro. But that was not all, and he added that their group had already captured 10 stations and completed the king's path, and he was well aware of the difference between a group with and without a king. And now they should have finished by this point. The apostle believed that now their king was awaiting Yoo Jun-hyuk's decision next to the flagpole at Chunmuro Station. This was quite serious blackmail, but again it was worth understanding that he was doing all this in relation to Yoo Jun-hyuk. In any case, to begin with, Ja decided to find out a little more about their king, and the first thing he asked was what his number was, but the apostle believed that this word did not quite fit his description. After which he added that their king is the only person who read the novel to the end. This person knows everything about the past and future. As soon as Ja heard this, he froze for several minutes. At first, he could not believe it. The apostle tried to shout to him that the dragon was behind and he would now attack him, but Ja suddenly began to smile and say that they apparently forgot what a stigma he had. After which he turned around and went straight to the dragon, while the apostle shouted to him that he could die. Ja mentally asked them not to make him laugh that there was someone else who had read the novella to the end. However, he became incredibly curious to know what would happen to them. Those who exist exclusively in this regression, will they exist in the next one, or will they simply disappear along with this world? And if they read the story to the end, then he assumed that they should know the answer, although in his mind he knew that this was simply impossible. The apostle could not restrain himself and began shouting to all his subordinates to catch Yoo Jun-hyuk as soon as possible. Ja was not going to stop for a second and believed that he would make it in time, so he continued to run as fast as possible, and at some point, he still saw the flagpole of the Anguk station and jumped out of the place as far as possible in order to insert his flag. He finally succeeded, and from that second he took possession of the Anguk station. The power of the brown flag has been increased, and the hidden scenario of the king's path has been completed. Now he can become king. But before becoming one, he first had to choose what kind of king he would like to become. And he was given 3 options to choose from. The first was a hypocrite king. The second, a loner king. And the third, which interested him most, was a king, no deaths. Ja turned to face the monster and began to tell them that they needed to be more careful, because they only live once. He continued to stand and watch as the dragon attacked him. His companions tried to shout to him and ask him to dodge, but the guy did not react. From such a strong blow, his armor received critical damage and was then completely destroyed. But Ja was not going to be upset. His smile was still on his face, because he knew very well that he had a backup plan. A message first popped up in his head saying that he had died. Then another notification came saying that his death-free king privilege had been activated, and finally he woke up screaming. His psychological state was not very good, because he had essentially just been burned alive, and this feeling was incredibly disgusting. Fortunately, he had the 4th wall skill, which helped absorb half of the psychological trauma. Ja was a little surprised that the 4th wall helped him again. The novella he read has now definitely become the reality in which they now live. But what is this wall that he feels every time? In any case, he decided that this was not the best moment for such thoughts. Having the privilege of the King of Death, he could move on. This title is only available to those who have not destroyed anyone. Soon he should return to his body. But suddenly he received a message that due to a skill conflict, the activation of the privilege was postponed. He didn't quite understand what that meant, but on the other hand, his thoughts were filled with the fact that now was not the best time for such problems. And at some point, his head began to feel incredibly dizzy. History began to repeat itself, and Pildu again sat near the flagpole of Chunmuro Station and thought about why he should obey this brat at all. He simply did not understand why this was happening to him and what he had done to deserve such a punishment. But looking at the little boy who was sleeping in his arms, he suddenly remembered his children, whom he really misses very much. His thoughts were interrupted by Yusang, who came closer to him to say that it was unexpectedly good to exist in peace and harmony. But Pildu could not wait for this to end. The girl heard that he was called the main owner of Chunmuro, so she became interested in knowing how much land she had, but he did not want to talk about it, and said that it was like everyone else. But she knew that only he received the special attribute of being the owner of the land, although in there were many who had land in the Union of Landlords. But he explained to her that it was not a matter of quantity, but of quality. She did not quite understand what high-quality land meant, so he had to explain that this was the land that everyone wanted, and only he had such land. This dialogue was heard in its entirety by Ja, who seemed to be a spirit who was observing the situation in Chunmuro. Is this really the 3rd stage of the omniscient reader? Suddenly the conversation was interrupted because they all clearly heard a sound that came from the tunnel, and it was obvious that someone would attack them. They immediately rose from their seats and decided to first prepare for defense. Pildu immediately shouted to each of them to get ready and wait for his instructions. Yusang confirmed that this was an attack, so she asked everyone to gather around Pildu and act according to the prepared plan. The girl began to give instructions. She asked Group A to move towards the front turret, Group B was supposed to guard the blind spot, and Group C was supposed to provide protection for Pildu. These turned out to be monsters, of which there were incredibly many, and it would be very difficult to defend against such a number. But at least they had an obligation to try, so they tried their best to prevent these monsters from ascending the station and reaching Pildu. After some time, they still managed to cope and repelled the attack of the monsters, and Yusan believed that they only succeeded in all this because they acted together, and therefore they really succeeded. But as it turned out, this was only the beginning, because immediately after they dealt with the monsters, several more guys came out of the tunnel and discussed the fact that this was Yu Junhyuk's territory, and it was unlikely that they would be able to defeat his companions so easily. Yusang noticed the fact that these guys were different from everyone they had met before, but Pildu guessed that they apparently had incredibly big problems from that moment on. The first thing he decided to do was order someone to call Li Jie, who had just come to see what the noise was all about. She was not in a very good mood, and in this case it seems that this is even good. As soon as these guys came closer, they were slightly surprised that the Sea Admiral and the Landlord were still on the same team. Pildu then pointed his turrets at them and asked them to stop talking nonsense, but rather introduce and tell who they are. They didn't seem to hear him and continued to talk among themselves, so he had to shout again and say that if they didn't do this, he would definitely finish them off. These guys, even in this case, did not hear him and continued to talk about who was involved in capturing the dragon, and one of them reported that the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th apostles were working in this direction, and thus there were only 5 of them left. But apparently their boss considered that this will be quite enough. After they agreed, one of them suddenly added that he would take on Li Jie because he believed that without the sea, she was not very cool. He said this quite loudly, so it was not difficult for the girl to hear it. She believed that he had said it in vain and would soon regret that he did not keep his mouth shut. After which she immediately went into battle. Pildu was also not going to stand still and watch all this, so he decided to activate his turrets and start attacking these arrogant strangers. Zha was still carefully watching all this, but somehow he could not help because he was still in a state of mind. He could only think that they were incredible bastards who decided to capture Chunmuro, get their hands on Yu Junhyuk, and then conquer the world, and they prepared quite carefully. In their arsenal there were quite a lot of rare skills that they used without hesitation, the gamel pipe, and even a shield that blocks magic projectiles. In any case, knowing the skills and strength of his people, he understood that it would not be as easy as they imagined. And this was proven first of all by Li Jie, who literally demolished that guy with blows and let him know that he was wrong. Jia understood that thanks to him, Li Jie and Pildu are now much stronger than in the 3rd regression from the novel. Yu Sang and Gil Young are also not amiss. So this group of people miscalculated a little when they thought that they could easily capture this station. But then Jia noticed some guy who was on the sidelines of the battle and was busy concentrating some kind of energy in his hands. A few minutes later, when this guy threw something similar to the grenade, Jia finally realized that it was a fiery projectile of mass destruction, who literally demolished everyone who was at that station, and it seemed that he didn't care at all whether they were his people or enemies. He just continued to attack. All of his friends were suddenly swallowed up by a wave of explosions that destroyed them one after another. Jia couldn't believe that just like that, with just one bomb, this guy dealt with all his companions. Taking into account all the nuances, he began to understand that apparently this guy is the very king of the apostles. After such a blow, even Li Jie could not get up, and that bald guy continued to mock her. But he still had to admit that she was much stronger than he thought. And only for this reason he will do everything to make her die as slowly as possible. But he was suddenly interrupted by the same king of the apostles, who once again reminded him that they had little time. But the 7th wanted to destroy her so badly, even taking into account the fact that he did not read to the end and does not understand how important she can be. He believed that people like her ultimately turn out to be traitors and double agents, so he believed that she should be eliminated first. While Jia was carefully observing this whole situation, he noticed that the girl was literally looking into his eyes, and at one point she even asked him to help her. The guy didn't even understand how he ended up here, and now Li Jie is definitely looking at him and asking for help. But how can she really see? He understood that Li Jie was definitely a character, but she was still capable of such things, although on the other hand, he understood that there was no difference, because this freak dared to grab her right by the hair, so Jia's anger accumulated stronger and stronger every second. At this moment, he again began to receive notifications that, due to strong interference, the level of his omniscient reader skill had increased sharply. He felt bad again and began to feel dizzy, only this time it was much worse. His incarnation disappeared and suddenly appeared again, but this image had changed, and for Li Jie this image was incredibly familiar. The girl, looking at all this, began to cry, because she understood perfectly well who had come to help her. Jia's consciousness turned on again, only now he did not understand what was happening. He felt himself walking, his foot stepping on the ground, his legs seemed to be walking themselves. He began to look around and saw how everyone who was there focused their gaze specifically on him. Moreover, he understood that he was at Chunmuro Station, but just now his body was in a completely different place. Jia felt as if something had changed in him, and the expressions on the faces of these guys only proved it. As soon as the 7th decided to say something to the new Jia, he immediately received a blow to the neck with a katana, and most likely this was the end of his story. When suddenly he began to understand what was happening to him, he prayed that this was not reality, But apparently it is. He is Yu Jun-hyuk. And everyone who attacked this station will simply die without further ado. And that's what he promises them. Suddenly, his consciousness is again transferred to another place. His body has completed regeneration, and now the guy remembers that he fought with a dragon. Zha didn't fully understand what had happened to him. The air was so light but very hot. But what kind of visions were these? It seems he was able to be reborn without any problems. And apparently, he saw the scene of how Yu Jun-hyuk intervened in the conflict at Chunmuro Station. And his consciousness at that moment was on Jun-hyuk's side. And he saw through his eyes everything that was happening. Light, silent steps, long fingers squeezing the handle, and this frighteningly beautiful movement of the sword. All this is about Yu Jun-hyuk. In any case, no matter how wonderful it was, Zha did not want to ever repeat this experience again. When suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by some kind of notification that said that his reward for using the third stage of the unique skill Omniscient Reader was almost ready. Activation of the king's death-free privilege was completed successfully, and his body was completely restored. Heewon and Lee couldn't believe what they were seeing. Zha deliberately chose the king without deaths, because oddly enough, this title gives immortality. Although it would be more accurate to say rebirth, of course, he will not be able to constantly be reborn. For this, he needs to accumulate karma points. But fortunately, the first revival is free and even a bonus is given. But in any case, he needed to quickly find the tile with the number 1. Heewon started shouting at him to run to them as quickly as possible, because this way they could move to the next tile. Lee also ran out of his comfort zone and began to head towards him, after which they were successfully able to occupy a free tile for 2. The lieutenant almost cried with happiness when he saw that his friend was still alive. For a second, he even decided that his eyes were deceiving him. But no, Doc Jha is really alive. Jha was very glad that the guy was so happy, but he could use some clothes, and Lee decided that he would give his own. Doc Jha asked him, to put it mildly, not to do this, and to forget that he asked him. Doc Jha understood that things were more important to him now than clothes, namely the flag and his unshakable faith, and unfortunately, they were both under the foot of a huge dragon who would not just give up these things. Heewon and 2 prophets immediately ran up to them. Jha felt incredibly ashamed because he was literally naked. At this moment, he instantly changed his mind and now believed that clothes were also incredibly important, and all his clothes were burned. Heewon decided to support him and added that she didn't see anything there, after which she covered him with her robe and added that now there is no time to think about such things. They have a more important problem. And she was actually right, because as soon as he put on her robe, the dragon decided that he needed to eat several people. Zha didn't know what to do with this yet, so first of all he ordered them all to run away as quickly as possible. At that moment, Song-guk told him that in fact, the situation was quite complicated, because all the remaining apostles were burned alive. But Jha at that moment was interested in something else. He saw a blue drop, which apparently did not burn with them. In any case, he began to understand that the first thing he needed to do was return the flag and the sword, which he gradually began to cope with. After he picked up his sword, he began to run away as fast as he could, shouting at the same time that they should all find themselves new slabs. Immediately. They were lucky because they were quickly able to find a suitable slab and thus survive another dragon attack. After another attack, a Tokebi appeared, who could not help but notice that they were holding up quite well, but he was quite interested to know whether luck would continue to accompany them. Heewon couldn't listen to this little goat with horns and asked Deok Jha to come up with something so that they could get out of here. Deok Jha realized that they really had no options, so he upset them when he said that they would have to fight. But he wanted to do this only with the help of a blue ice drop that the apostles brought. Their number exactly coincides with the number of his companions. If there are any, then you can try to damage the small dragon. But he was far from sure that they would be able to inflict damage before the next dragon attack. In any case, it was worth a try. So he ordered each of them to take the blue beads that were lying on the floor. With them, he believed that they would have more chances to win. Doc Jha knew very well the weaknesses of each of his friends. Lieutenant Lee had a lack of dexterity, but he had a skill called mountain destroying. Heewon had enough dexterity, even with a reserve, but she was sorely lacking in strength. But Zha himself lacked a little magic, so he invested 4,000 in the development of this skill. His magic level was increased to the 25th level, and as soon as he ate this blue bead, his body literally began to emit cold, which was bound to cause damage to the dragon, but he asked each of his people to attack at the same time. But before that, Ja decided to check his notification system again. Firstly, he wanted to find out the abilities of this dragon and perhaps find a weak point, and secondly, there was a notification about some kind of reward. As it turned out, as a reward, he managed to get a skill that was called in the first person of the main character, which meant that one of the skills of the character he was became available to him. At first, Ja didn't quite understand what exactly this skill did, but then it dawned on him that he could essentially learn the skill of Yu Jun Hyuk, in whose body he had been. Hee-won was already too angry with him because the guy was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice how the huge dragon attacked him again. She didn't understand. Did he really want to die again? Still, she managed to save him at the last moment. But Ja didn't even thank her because all his attention was focused on his panel, because now he could choose the skill that Yu Jun Hyuk has. Doc. Ja didn't expect that this would need to be done right now, but fortunately there were even options that significantly simplified the choice, but there was still too little time. There were 3 options in total. The first was cold resistance, the second was fire resistance, and the third was a lie detector. Doc Ja was not entirely happy with these skills because they could offer something cooler, but in this situation he can only choose flame resistance. To begin with, Doc Ja decided that he needed to think a little about how to proceed, and then he remembered that he was a reader, and the answer might be that he had read. Hee-won tried to hurry him up because the situation forced her to do this, but Ja could not use his attribute faster, which helps him remember the pages he had read earlier. Still, he managed to find the answer quite quickly, and instead of choosing the flame resistance skill, Doc Ja decided to choose the cold resistance. After which he turned to Hee-won and Lee and asked them to give him their blue beads. Sun-guk and Young Min had almost put them in their mouths and were about to eat them when Daok Ja shouted that he needed all the beads, and they were no exception. After Doc Ja took absolutely all of these beads himself, he received a notification that the effect of the blue drops was cumulative. Now his attacks deal over 200 additional cold damage, and he is surrounded by exclusively icy energy that can freeze even his heart. It was for this that he needed to choose a skill that would protect him from the cold. Now he has a chance to defeat this dragon. Doc Ja was finally able to control his strength, after which he asked everyone to stand behind him. All that remained was to activate the Sword of Faith, and the guy was ready for battle. But he didn't stop there. He began to activate everything he had. He even managed to discover a new ability that was given by an ice drop, and activated the cold effect. He could only hope that it would work. Doc Ja was ready for battle, and it seems the dragon also didn't mind starting this duel and flew into the attack. At that moment, Ja noticed how some parts of the dragon glowed red. Were these really the weakest areas of the monster? Now the guy's confidence had grown even more, and he was ready to start the fight, which could actually be his last. He was able to dodge the dragon's first attack and literally flew over it, allowing him to strike exactly at the spot that was glowing red. Doc Ja understood that this was unlikely to be enough to win, but he still needed to finish this fight before this monster decided to attack again. During the previous attack, there was only 1 slab left, and they were very lucky that there was a number of 5 on it. But if after this attack 3 or 4 appear, or in the worst case, 6, then the end will come for everyone. Therefore, he did everything to avoid making a single mistake because otherwise he would lose everything. Ja realized that he actually needed to repeat the movements of Yu Jun Hyuk's sword just once, and then the monster would not be alive. And it seems he still managed to do it, because the dragon began to scream incredibly loudly in pain. The blow was not only struck hard, his body also succumbed to freezing, which was quite critical for him. After this blow, Doc Ja could only hope that after this, the monster would fall and never rise again, because his strength was running out. Apparently this is still a long way off because the dragon was able to recover quite quickly and deliver a counterattack. Ja couldn't believe that he would die. Apparently this would happen only because he is not the main character. After all, if only he could become a main character like Yu Jun Hyuk, he could easily finish off this dragon. But then he realized that all this was only in his head, and in fact his strength should be enough to destroy this dragon and leave him no chance. In addition, he had the perseverance of the reader, which helped him find the very weak point of this monster, which in the end turned out to be the heart. Daok Ja was the only one who spent 10 years reading this novel, and some dragon just couldn't defeat him, and as a result, he became the first to successfully destroy a dragon-type monster. The head of the Soul Branch, Tokaibi Param, was dissatisfied with the report he was holding in his hands, especially when he was told that it was sent from Japan. He thought that it would be better for them to keep an eye on their territory. Why do they even dare to talk about probabilities in a foreign country? But he was told that this is all because there are now heated debates among low-level Tokebi. This person not only started by obtaining high-ranking skills, but also had information that was automatically filtered due to the fact that he had the gaze of a sage, so it was necessary to go to the highest level to study the materials, but the head believed that it's better not to touch Junhyuk. In addition, the fifth scenario will begin soon, and this is what they need to worry about and focus all their energy on. As soon as Ja finished off this dragon, he remembered that in the sixth regression of Yu Junhyuk, there was such a scene and he remembered this, so he was able to do the impossible. Even the system itself was incredibly surprised, and sent the guy a notification that they needed time to calculate his reward. He also learned that some low-level Dokaibi requested a credibility check from the department, but all his reasoning on this matter was interrupted by a strong slap on the back from Hee-won. But she clearly did not do this to praise him. She was still angry with him that he was acting so recklessly in relation to his life. Most of all, she wanted to know if he knew this time what would happen next. But the guy was under the effect of surprise because he had just been sponsored for 20,000 coins. It seems that now he needs help, because Hee-won was already losing her temper because he didn't think about the consequences at all. He had to explain that he literally just received the resurrection skill, but this resurrection will only work after he can save about 100,000 lives, although this seems impossible, but having such an opportunity is also very cool. The king's privilege without death is certainly cool, but its limitation is very unpleasant. He cannot destroy his own kind. As soon as he destroys a person, he will immediately lose his royal title. In any case, he is not eager to destroy someone. Lee, listening to all this, could not help but notice that the guy already had so many different abilities. It already looked more like some kind of fantasy novel to him. Song-guk and his friend also wanted to know why he suddenly became so polite to them. Ja told them that now he didn't need to play Yu Junhyuk, so his behavior changed, and since they spoke to him, Ja wanted to take their phones. They didn't quite understand what it was for, but the guy asked them to do it faster so that he wouldn't raise his voice at them again. Ja at that moment was thinking that almost all the items he had were burned in the dragon's flame. Most of all, he was worried about the loss of his phone, so he told the guys that he would take their phone, and this was not discussed. He was worried that the file that the author had sent him had simply disappeared, and he didn't know what to do with it, exactly until the moment he received a message that he could restore it on a new device. A few seconds later, the file was downloaded again, and now Ja understood how it worked. But he was worried that the prophets might read it, so he decided that now he should be much more careful. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Bishan, who began to tell Ja that he was called to the department and all this was because of him. The guy became interested in how it all went, but from the answer he realized that it wasn't very good, and all because Ja received skills that even at the highest level of management don't know anything about them. But he was lucky that Bishan stood up for him, so they concluded that the skills are not strong enough. But his victory was recognized because it simply cannot be considered cheating. Ja assumed that this could be the case, and therefore he deliberately did not upgrade his passive skills. And before leaving, Beechin advised him to behave more carefully. The Tokibi responsible for this area is not happy with him, and therefore it will most likely be difficult for him for some time. As soon as Beechin finished speaking, as if by order, a local Tokebi appeared, who began to say that there were some circumstances, so they were late with the reward. But now, although it was late, they were ready to give him the reward. He received 3,000 coins, after which he received another 15 for eliminating the dragon, and also received a protective amulet over victory in the first disaster, which was pretty good for the guy, because the amulet was a suitable thing for the fifth scenario. But the guy was not the only one who received awards. His companions also received some awards, but it was still not enough for him, because he was the one who did the main work. His thoughts were at one point interrupted by Tokebi, who continued to say that due to their overly active actions, they had identified an error in the script. After which he added that the management decided that the level of incarnations that are located here does not correspond to the upcoming scenario, and, in connection with this, it was decided to increase the complexity of the scenarios in this area. And the first thing he did was reduce the execution time of the fourth scenario, until the end of which there were now only 48 hours left. And this meant that now, if the target station was not captured in 48 hours, then all participants would die. As soon as they returned back to their station, Hee-won could not believe her eyes that she was seeing such a picture, and immediately began asking Yu-san what happened here. The prophets were more surprised by the fact that the heads of those very apostles lay on the roads. What are they even doing here? Deokja understood what happened next, so he was interested in where Yu Jun-hyuk went. But suddenly the head of one of the apostles flew out of the tunnel as if someone had kicked it. It was the same Yu Jun-hyuk, who apparently chased after the one who decided to run away, and, as one could see, still caught up with him. Of course, the guy was impressed by this, but still, who should ask all the questions now if all the apostles died? And it seems that not only Deokja had questions, because Yu Jun-hyuk suddenly turned to him, who wanted to find out something from him. But apparently, he was not addressing him, and it seemed to the guy, because as soon as he turned his attention to the head that flew out of the tunnel, he saw that this apostle was still alive, although he had no body. How is this even possible? On the way back, Ja became interested in asking Song-guk and Jong-min how they managed to gather all the prophets so quickly. They answered him that there was actually a person who did it for them. Jong-min added that almost immediately after finishing the first script, he came to the station where they were, introduced himself as an apostle, and said that he had read the novel to the end. It was he who invited them to join the prophets. But the strangest thing is that similar things happened at other stations. While Chin was telling all this, Ja decided that he urgently needed his pants and asked Sun to take off his. Of course, it was difficult to believe that all this could be done by one person, but still, apparently, he was not just called the first apostle or the king of the apostles, as one liked. Deokja understood that he could not survive with a severed head, because for this he needed a skill, which even in the methods of survival there are only a couple. He doesn't even bleed. It was strange to watch how the severed head continued to say that the guy did incredible things. He not only pretended to be Yu Jun-hyuk, but was even able to fool the apostles and take the dragon from them. At that stage, Ja understood that the king of the apostles did not know who he was. As soon as the scenario began, he gathered everyone who had descended. He can move between the barriers as he pleases. Even if his head is cut off, he does not die or bleed. And he says that he is the only reader who read the novella to the very end. Apparently, he could do all this with the help of the ability to create avatars. In the novel, this was a very rare skill. Few could obtain it, those who dedicated their lives to creativity, or people whose personalities became multiple due to psychological trauma. Therefore, given all this information, Deokja realized that this person could be the author of the novel. A writer is one of the few professions in the novel that allowed the creation of avatars, and if this guy is really a writer, then this explains all the miracles that he created. And Ja was almost sure that now it was not his real body, but an avatar. In response, this guy could only laugh because Ja was quickly able to guess that he was the author of the novel. It was he who created the revelation. Deokja suspected that this might all be a lie, so he decided to activate his omniscient reader skill and ask again. Yu Jun-hyuk also did not stand aside and used his lie detector skill, and now Deokja was interested to know what else this author would tell them. A few seconds later, Deokja received a notification that Yu Jun-hyuk's character confirmed what he had said. The guy was telling the truth. This infuriated Deokja a little because he couldn't quite believe that this guy was really the author of the novel, and it was he who sent him the file. He couldn't stand it and started shouting at him and asking him to tell him exactly what kind of revelation this was. The guy answered him that he already knew it. So why was he asking? Now it was the author's turn to ask, and he wondered how Ja knew about their operation with the apostles. He couldn't believe that the guy was also a prophet. Deokja told him that he wrote the novel himself, but didn't know the answer to this question. This guy believed that if the author knew absolutely everything, the game would not be interesting at all, but these words only added to Ja's confidence that this guy was definitely not the author. After all, if he were, he would be able to recognize his only reader. although suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by this guy, who added that he thought that the last apostle was a girl who was hiding in Seodaemon prison. This pseudo-author saw that Ja was very surprised when he heard this information, so he decided to offer him a deal. The guy talks about who he is, and he shares this information with him, but Doc Ja understood that most likely he does not have the information he needs. The author answered him that he was celebrating his victory too early. This is not his real body. And as soon as he decided to say that he was incredibly lucky, he was interrupted by Ja, who confidently told him that he knows the future. Moreover, he knows much more than he does. Mentally, Doc Ja at that moment was thinking that Yoo Jun-hyuk was following their dialogue, and it's time to add some spice to this dialogue. This guy was incredibly surprised by his words, because he didn't understand how this was even possible, but suddenly Ja thought about it, and suddenly fell silent. The reason was that he thought that perhaps there were pirated copies of the novel, and in front of him now is the same bastard who used one of these copies. Deok Ja wouldn't be surprised for a second if he found out that this guy had a copy of the novel, and so he decided to ask him what it was like to be a thief. After this question, Ja understood that it was very important to pay attention to the expression on the face of this guy, who began to get nervous and stammer, which means that Doc Ja is most likely right. As soon as Ja saw the weakness of this pompous guy, he continued to say that he was incredibly sick of looking at the person because of whom the real author suffered so much. The pseudo-author could not understand how this guy even found out, but he didn't even have time to think, because Ja continued to choke him with questions, and this time he wanted to find out how he lives at the expense of others. This guy couldn't withstand such moral pressure, so at one point he started screaming and calling Yoo Jun-hyuk. Even in such a rather unwinnable situation, this guy tried to offer a deal to Yoo Jun-hyuk in which he wanted him to join his team. Looking at this head, Yoo Jun-hyuk listened as this guy continued to talk and talked about how he knew everything that was said in the Revelations and in this world, only he could see it through to the end. He begged him to think about it, because he would never be able to go through 46 scenarios alone. He needed to team up with him to defeat Anacraft. Listening to all this, Ja restrained himself so as not to laugh, because somewhere he had already heard this. Yoo Jun made him understand that he had never heard of any revelation or novel, so the guy began to explain to him that it was something like a prediction, and he was the last one to read it. Yoo Jun-hyuk immediately decided to activate his sage gaze to check the words of this guy, and together with him, Ja activated his all-seeing reader gaze. But later it turned out that he could not use it due to extreme fatigue, and how could it be that it was not at the right time? And the guy's head kept screaming for Yoo Jun-hyuk to destroy this guy. He even knows that he is incredibly dangerous. He even reminded him that Deok Ja was pretending to be him, and he would never do such a thing, and literally begged him to go with him. He would be devoted to him for the rest of his life. Yoo Jun-hyuk didn't quite understand what was happening. One guy calls himself a prophet, the other says he wrote a revelation. After thinking a little, he stepped on this talking head and turned to the author, saying that if he knew the future, then he asked him to give him an answer to one question. He took out his sword and asked the author what he thought. Would he eliminate him now? After all, June believed that if he knew the future, then he probably knew what he would choose. The author immediately began shouting that he urgently needed to destroy this guy. But apparently the answer was wrong, because after that he simply crushed this head. Then he added that the only thing he knows how to do is chat. This was quite unexpected for Deok Ja. He really believed that the choice would not be in his favor. Next, Yoo Jun decided that his business at this station was over, and he decided that it was time to leave. Deok Ja didn't quite understand where he was going, and he tried to find out from him what would happen to Lee Jae if he just left. Yoo Jun-hyuk confidently answered him that since the future had changed, then he should change his plans. But Ja tried to convey to him that it would be more profitable to work together because the guy could help him. But apparently he doesn't need help. He did this in order to repay the debt for the rescue, and then their paths should diverge. Yoo Jun doesn't even mind that the flag remains with Doc Ja, but the guy thought that he couldn't leave the station, because how, at the very least, he will receive punishment for this. As a representative of the group, Ja could punish any member of the group, and apparently Yoo Jun did not like this too much, so he began to take out his sword. But Ja then began to talk about the fact that he knows what Jun's plan is, that he wants to become king, And for this, he needs to go towards Canggu and fight for the black flag there, and in this he can help him. Moreover, he believed that Dekja's tongue was still faster than his sword, and he would be able to punish Yu Jun Hyuk much faster than he decided to deal with it. Yu Jun continued to remain silent, and Dekja added that he did not need to go to Canggu. It was better to go north. Ja promised to help him defeat the tyrant king and seize his territories, but Yu Jun believed that he could handle it himself. Dokja believed that this was not entirely reasonable because there were only 48 hours left until the end of the fourth scenario, and he essentially needed to capture 20 stations and get a black flag, and Ja could not believe that he was ready to abandon his family just like that. These words made Yu Jun Hyuk incredibly angry, and he was ready to destroy the guy, but Ja tried to calm him down, because he really had good intentions. Jun believed that there were no good intentions, and tried to find out what he needed. Ja was not surprised by this behavior, because this guy was always rushing ahead and did not listen to anyone around him. Ja simply asked him to tell him the name of the attributes of the guy whose head he crushed. One of them should be the last one to come down. In the end, he was interested to know what it was all about. The guy, of course, understood what was being said and what this guy was using, but Ja was not entirely sure whether he should tell these guys about it. But still, he decided that he would try to convey something to them, and the first question he wanted to know was whether anyone knew this infinite regressor of the SSS class, and whether they had heard of such a novel. The guys, of course, had read it, because it was in first place on all the lists. Ja was not surprised that these guys read this novel because they had an interest in web novels. In any case, Ja was leading to the fact that the first apostle is the author of that short story, which rather surprised the guys, although if you think about it, the plot there is quite common, and there are also too many identical details. Then Ja immediately left a comment that this novella was plagiarism on a way of survival, but they immediately began to pour a bunch of bad comments on him in response. But the most important thing is that he probably has the original file of this plagiarism, and therefore he can approximately know future events. As soon as the guys heard this, they immediately assumed that then it was simply impossible to defeat him if he plagiarized the entire novel. But Ja did not quite agree, because he certainly could not plagiarize everything, because in that case the theft would come to light. Taking this into account, it can be assumed that over time there will be less and less information that he knows, and he was sure of this because after the 100th, most importantly, he was the only reader. But that's not about that now, because he had a task for them. But before that, he wanted to clarify something. They said that the tyrant king defeated the prophets, but left some alive to provide him with information. Ja understood that there were 48 hours left until the end of the scenario, and it would be quite difficult to defeat the tyrant king during this time. So he decided to do things a little differently, and told the guys that they had to confuse him, and for this they would give him part of the revelation. From that moment on, he decided that they would create a file called an infinite regressor of class SS and distribute it, after which they will pretend that this is the revelation that they are all talking about. And for this, Ja asked for Pil Du's laptop so that they could create this file. But the guys didn't understand how they would create plagiarism if they didn't remember the content of that novella. Ja didn't understand why they should remember the plot of this plagiarism. They know the original. The apostle, who acts on the basis of information received from the novel, is the plagiarist writer, and the person who learned about the existence of the revelation of the tyrant king. A guy who wants to have sole control of information, and a guy who wants to know as much as possible, so Ja decided that he needed to make these guys fight each other. Therefore, Ja will give them everything they need. They will add details to the information from the beginning of the original novella, then distribute the file, and then make sure that their plagiarist and the tyrant king collide. After some time, Ming noticed that it turned out to be so difficult to compose, he actually began to respect writers more. Ja asked him to write approximately. They do not need a complete work. The main thing is to add information that can captivate them. Plus, he understood that Lieutenant Lee and the samurai girl would not be able to react normally to the fact that they were characters in a novel, so he decided that they should also change this moment a little. Of course, they would gradually learn that this was the world of a novel. But he understood that there is no need to reveal it now. But the guys thought that he didn't have to worry about this, because he and Sung-guk, for the purpose of an experiment, went and told some characters that they were inside a novel. Their reaction was quite expected. They did not understand anything at all. They said that these were not games and the guys could not convince anyone. This was quite unexpected, and they added that this was why the first apostle was able to quickly find the prophets, and the term revelation was introduced so that the characters understood them. Then Ja was interested to find out how they differed from the characters. The guys believed that they were real people, and they were only part of the work. Now he was interested to know at what moment the work began and the real world ended. The guys didn't know what to answer him and just started looking at each other. All that came to their mind was when the first scenario started. After the recent update, Ja began to see information about these two, and now he thought that over time, all people become characters. While Ja looked at his friends, the guys were able to finish their work and asked him to look at what they ended up with. Daok Ja read a few lines and said that it suited him, but then he added that if their writing had really been released, it would have immediately failed. But now it doesn't matter. At first, he wanted to spread the rumor that they had a revelation. Dong-hoon can help them in this matter. With his skills, it won't take much time, but the guys noticed that the internet is not available at all stations. But Ja knew how to solve this problem. He had one option. Who could be sent there? And apparently he wanted to ask Kan-il to do this, who was actually ready and was already shouting that no one could cope with such a task better than him. Ja immediately warned them that it would be incredibly difficult. If they could not capture Changxing in 40 hours, then the entire group would die. In addition, this time their opponent is the Tyrant King. This is one of the 7 kings of Seoul, who owns the largest territory in the north. He uses those who are to his taste as his concubines and destroys the rest or turns them into slaves. According to, at least that's what they say about him. Hee-won began to worry that Deok Ja would most likely become a slave. He told her that he would be happy to share this role with her, but she didn't really want to become a concubine. So he suggested just killing this guy. But the problem was that he, the sponsor, is a very strong constellation, so it will be quite difficult. In any case, Deok Ja offers them 2 options. The first of them is to take his flag. The second is to capture his Dobong base station. But first he decided that they would go towards Gwanghwamun in order to prepare a trap for them, after which they would calculate the time and move forward. But suddenly his speech was interrupted by notices that said that the things he had put up for auction were sold, and now everything was going faster than he thought. For this he had to thank Dong-hoon, who was able to distribute the file quite quickly, and of course Ja did not make it free. After all, he understood that he couldn't just thoughtlessly post the revelation online, and besides, many might not believe that the file was real if it were free. Bishan, who suddenly got in touch with him, said that even some constellations give this file to their incarnations. Ja understood that in any case, everyone who needed this information had already signed contracts with the constellations, so he calmly put the file up for auction. The files flew away one after another, and in a fairly short time, the guy was able to sell copies worth 16,000 coins. Everything sold much better than he could have imagined. After he told them the plan, he decided it was time to go and get some sleep. They tried to tell him that he had relaxed too much, but Ja did not listen to them and simply lay down where he was standing. He managed to fall asleep quite quickly. Based on what he now knows, the Omniscient reader skill is divided into 3 stages. The first stage allows you to find out the basic desires of the character and his feelings. The second stage is more interesting and allows you to read the character's thoughts. Well, the last 3rd stage, thanks to which he can see through the character's eyes and feel the same as him. It was precisely in order to use the 3rd stage that he fell asleep in order to see what was happening through the eyes of Kan-il, whom he sent on a mission. There are 2 conditions for using the 3rd stage of the Omniscient reader. The first is that his mind must be clouded or unstable. The second, no less important condition that must be observed, is that they must think about each other at the same time as the character. At this moment, the Tyrant King was talking to his courtiers about the very revelation that Deok Ja had put up for auction. His people assured him that it could not be fake because it was being sold for a fairly good amount of coins. He was quite interested in finding out who distributed the copies, probably one of the apostles, but people continued to convince him that they had verified some of the information from this revelation, and it was all confirmed. Well, then he believed that they no longer had any other option but to go to Gwanghwamun and capture this place. When Ja heard this, it could not help but make him happy, because the king was doing exactly what the guy needed. At this stage, he decided that everything was fine here, and he could move on, and now he decided to move into Minseop's body. He concentrated a little and thought he was able to get into the consciousness of Minseop, who was actively observing at that time. The guy he was following put on a black hoodie, which school children love so much it was definitely him. Ja didn't even doubt it. And we were talking about the same writer who steals works and creates plagiarism. Ju thought that there was something important in Gwangwamun from the third regression of Yu Jun-hyuk. He probably already began to panic, so he should have come running. But Min Seop thought that it was actually someone else who came. The Yongsan kings, there were even some kings of the West, were all gathered here. Ja didn't quite expect to see a complete set here, but in any case, it was even to his advantage. Suddenly he ran out of strength, and his third stage of the unique skill of the omniscient reader was deactivated. After using this skill, it was quite difficult for the guy to move away, because the third stage exhausted him greatly. He couldn't use it for a long time, and this time he was not given the skill as a reward. He began to assume that it could only be obtained by using the first-person view, but Ja still did not quite understand how to activate it. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Heewon, who was glad to see that the guy had finally woken up, because she so wanted to laugh at him again, because he was talking in his sleep again. He didn't understand what was so funny about it, but as it turned out, he shouted the word mommy in his sleep, and this amused her quite a lot. But even so, he didn't understand what was funny about it, because he was just worried about his mother. In any case, he had a request for her, and he asked her to listen to him. After which he stood up and unexpectedly added that in the upcoming battle, he would really like her not to participate in it at all, which surprised the girl quite a bit. As soon as they collected everything they needed for the hike, they set off, and many people came out to see them off, who were most worried about Deputy Representative Yu San. They so wanted her to return safe and sound. Ja was very pleased to watch this, because she had just recently become a deputy, and was already so popular, although he did not expect anything else from Yu San. But the girl herself was not entirely sure that she could help Ja, because she cannot be as useful as Lee Hyun's son or Heewon. Before leaving for Gwangwamun, they distributed responsibilities. Since Yu Jun-hyuk and Lee Jae cannot be controlled, he entrusted the protection of Chunmuro to the lieutenant and Pil-du. He assigned a special task to Hyewon, which she immediately set out to carry out. While everyone who remained was Yu Sang, Gil Young and Song-guk went to Gwangwamun, so on the way he tried to cheer up Yu Sang, because she is actually capable of something that these two cannot. Her participation is simply necessary. After which he decided to move away from the topic a little, and decided to remember that she said that she had done well in the exam in the history of Korea. He remembered this for a reason. He wanted to ask her about the items that he obtained last time from the statue of the monk of the four seas. He warned her that on the way to Gwangwamun, they would encounter something similar. They would pass by a couple of special statues and a state museum where the powers of the constellations might be hidden in ancient ruins. And Ja really hoped that she could help him find them. The girl was now maximally motivated to help, so she would look around. Ja wanted to find as many relics as possible on the way to Gwangwamun in order to somehow equalize the forces, because the tyrant king would probably bring several incarnations, and the plagiarist writer also has many people on his side. The last part of the fourth scenario was more like a fight between constellations for influence than a battle for territory. Yu Sang knows history very well, so she will be very useful in this scenario, when suddenly she remembered one place, but she was not quite sure what remembers correctly. But it seems there was a shrine here. Yu Sang assumed that perhaps she was imbued with the power of a great man, so she suggested going there on the way. And in fact, Dokja did not believe that Yu San was right, and there would really be something like a temple here. Who would have thought that in the very heart of the city there would be a place of honor for one of the best generals in China? Song-guk at that moment was more surprised that they were able to go outside, because there was always a poisonous fog there. Yu San had to explain to him that this was a feature second scenario. Yu San, of course, knew what kind of statue and temple it was, but she didn't quite understand what to do next. Dokja understood that simply destroying everything here was not a very good option. It was unlikely to work again. Therefore, he decided that at first it would be nice to express minimal respect, and then they would look at the circumstances. so they all stood up together and began to pray. Literally a couple of minutes later, a notification came that this shrine had been ignored for a long time. The constellation that reigned here was happy about their visit, after which it even revealed its pseudonym, Guandao. A circle suddenly lit up around them, and everyone suddenly increased their stamina by 5 points. They were quite lucky because the general with a beautiful beard, although he is from China, any Korean knows his story. Jia thought that this shrine honors Guan Yu, the divine general of the Three Kingdoms era. He was truly a great historical figure. Yu San thought that this was a pretty good start for them, but the chance of getting items here was close to zero. But suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a little boy who started screaming because he saw something quite terrible. And his cry was actually justified, because some small army of warriors was marching towards them. They were all dressed rather atypically for people, and their eyes seemed to be filled with black paint. Song-guk noticed that this was a rather familiar outfit for him, and the person who shouted to them and asked them to introduce themselves was quite familiar. Deokja was not going to answer first, so he immediately asked in response, "Who are they and what do they want?" Suddenly a girl appeared among them and interrupted their dialogue, because she saw Ja's brown flag and assumed that he was also a king. Song-guk was now almost sure that Min Ji-wan was standing in front of them. The girl was quite pleased to realize that at least someone recognized her. It was actually quite easy for the guy to do this because he is actually her fan. John noticed that she had a rather strong attribute, which was called a master of hypnosis. But it was also absolutely clear that if Song-guk recognized her, then most likely she was not a character. Deokja remembered that in the novel, one of the 7 kings was the King of Beauty, and his real name was Min Ji-wan. He decided to check it out and used his character description skill. His guesses were correct. It was really Min Ji-wan, who was only 26 years old. She was an actress, and in this world she became the King of Beauty. Ja was absolutely sure that this girl was in the novel, but how could Song-guk recognize her? Because she essentially could not be an ordinary woman. But in any case, he added that it was a great honor for him to meet her, although he and not her fan. After all, how can you not know the queen of the Xiongdong region? The guy also noticed that she has a very high level of connection with her sponsor constellation. Therefore, Ja also asked to tell her that it was a great honor for her to meet the last queen of Silla. The constellation of this character suddenly began to worry a little, and Deokja knew very well that this was the last queen of Silla, Queen Jin-sung. The guy had not yet forgotten that there were many historical figures in the novel. The sponsor constellation and the incarnation have a close connection, which means that the constellation can make one fulfill his unfulfilled dreams. So he asked the girl not to hide the fact that she is here for Scylla's cherished desire. As Ja remembers correctly, Seoul was divided into 3 regions, and each is now preparing for battle, so it was very similar to the 3-state period in Korea for him. While he was listening carefully to the girl who told him that her co-star sponsor wanted to see his sincerity, the guy received a notification that he could go through the prize scenario. The conditions of the scenario were as follows. The constellations of the Scylla state, led by the lady on silk sheets, want the incarnation of Min Ji-wan to become the queen of the 3 regions. But the reward for this did not suit Ja too much, only 2,000 coins. Min-ji decided to speak directly and added that a war would soon begin among the kings, so she invited them to join her team, especially since she believed that all the small groups in the area would disappear. And they can only survive if they join a group whose leader enlisted the help of the great constellation. But Ja did not let her finish and directly said that he was not going to do this. Deokja, first of all, did not want to be her subordinate, although mentally he understood that the reward for such a task was actually very small, so he refused. After which they turned around and started to leave, but the girl decided that she couldn't just let them go and added that she could give more coins if it wasn't enough for them. But it was strange to her that they still didn't understand what the situation was now. She is Queen Scylla, the queen who will soon unite the 3 states, so she believed that in such a situation, they should be the ones who should pay to be under her protection, right? Yu Sang decided to answer this and began to say that as far as she knew, of all 3 states, Scylla was the weakest. Wouldn't they be a loser if they sided with her? In response, she could only scream and say that they really didn't know anything. But Yusan assured her that she understood this, because she knew the history better than anyone in the city. The queen still didn't understand what was wrong. Jia asked Yusan not to waste time on this queen, and suggested leaving again. The girl realized that she needed to change something because they were about to leave, so she decided to offer them 3,000 coins for working with her, but Jia replied that this was also not enough, and besides, they had no desire. She continued to raise the bids, and already offered 3,500. Jia at that moment was thinking about what kind of face this woman would have if she saw what notifications he was receiving now. The guy's last notification was that he had sold files for 5,000 coins. The girl did not give up hope that they would return, so little by little she continued to raise the amount. Suddenly he stopped, and the girl decided that she had outplayed him, because she was sure that he was only pretending to be cool, but before she had time to say anything else, Jia offered to pay them 10,000 coins. She did not expect that he would ask for so much, but the guy pretended to be talking to the queen and asked for forgiveness, because she clearly wants a larger amount. Therefore, I decided not to be impudent, and invited her to settle on an amount of 20,000, at which point she felt quite funny, because it was obvious to her that the guy was probably joking, because they clearly weren't worth that much. But as it turned out, she misunderstood him. Diak Jia wants to buy her for 20,000, and to be even more precise, the guy was going to buy her and her entire army in addition. She couldn't even imagine where he got so many coins from, and at first she couldn't believe it until he actually transferred so many coins to her. He made her understand that in the future, she shouldn't think that if she doesn't have something, then others won't have it either. He also wanted to clarify that he would still have enough left after the deal, but the most important thing is that not everything in this world can be solved with money. Besides, she was an actress and had probably heard this phrase more than once, so she even disappointed him a little. Yusang was surprised that even Sungguk recognized her, but she didn't know who she was, only the district she represented. Gil decided to support her and added that in fact, he also didn't know who she was. This calmed her a little that a little schoolboy didn't know the history of high school. At that moment, Jia was thinking that if Minji Wan exists only inside the novel, then it is natural that neither Yu Sang nor Gil can know her. However, the problem was different. Sungguk knows her, who was still falling for this woman, so Daok Jia had to ask him to immediately come to them. Sungguk simply could not look away just because she was a very famous actress whom he always dreamed of seeing in life. Although after a few minutes the guy thought that it was like he was seeing her for the first time in his life, his consciousness seemed to turn on. Daka Jia immediately decided to carry out a description of the character and noticed that his prophet attribute had disappeared, and now he had also become a character, and apparently his knowledge of the novel ended with this queen. Jia understood that everyone who read the novel knows the future of this world, but Sungguk only knows the prologue and the very beginning. Jia was sure that this guy did not read to the third script, so he began to assume that when the reader's information ends, they become ordinary characters. And now only this thought was spinning in the guy's head, because if this is really true, then sooner or later he too will become a character. Suddenly he received a message that Minji Wan was interested in him, which caused him incredible surprise. After all, she was clearly swearing at the top of her lungs, so he believed that there could be no talk of any interest. But then the guy remembered that when Yu Jun-hyuk first met Ji Wan, he roughly grabbed her by the collar, and as a result, Minji Wan literally fell in love with him, despite the fact that he was her enemy. Daok Jia, of course, assumed that this was possible, but on the other hand, he didn't do anything like that. Why then is she suddenly showing interest in him? He could only hope that he was wrong and that his only option would be wrong. The moment he approached the National Museum, his heart began to beat faster. Most of the items resting here are just useless trash, but one of them is a real treasure. Hiding in this place is an S-rank item, the strongest in Guangwaman, the Sword of 4 Tigers. It sounded damn cool to Jia, even though it was written by Sungguk. Gil didn't understand why they still weren't doing anything to get this item, but Jia reassured him, and added that they really had nowhere to rush. Of course, the rank of the sword is not that high, but it's still good enough. Even Yu Jun-hyuk used it in one regression. Those who have read the novel will definitely be interested in such an important relic, and they will simply take advantage of the time they have gained and find other treasures. Therefore, Ja asked everyone to get ready, because soon they would begin to act, and they should not lag behind. And as soon as he said this, a tokebi appeared in the sky, as if on schedule, and immediately praised them for being such obedient children for coming here on time. But apparently, instead of a reward, they will again receive some kind of dirty trick. And as soon as Ja thought about this, the ground literally began to disappear from under their feet. The cause of such an earthquake was some kind of palace, which was needed in order to update the main scenario, which is now called the right to the throne, in which it was necessary to take the absolute throne. This scenario can only be completed by those who have completed the hidden scenario. The path of the king, the one who takes the absolute throne, will be able to give orders to other kings. This scenario has additional conditions for passing. Ja understood that the situation was actually not in their favor. They didn't even capture the target station. Tokebi, who saw that they were a little confused, decided to calm them down and added that they would have enough time to complete the passage. And he also added that, as they had already guessed, the fourth scenario is aimed at determining which of them is worthy to sit on the throne. Of course, not every king will be able to do this. The throne of the king will only be taken by the one who has confirmed his right, and now he will reveal to them the first condition. A few seconds later, the condition was in front of them, and there were several points, the first of which was that the king must be braver than everyone else, so the representative must at least have a black flag. Yusan had no idea what to do, because they need to get 10 more stations. But there are no empty stations nearby. Ja told her that this condition appeared precisely because there are no empty stations nearby. As far as he knows, there is not a single king with a black flag now, and it seems that this was done specifically so that the kings would start taking flags from each other. And Ja was actually right, because as soon as this condition was announced, fighting immediately began on the street. Daok Ja decided that they would not engage in these battles, so they would go west together. Sung-guk was incredibly surprised that his representative was so calm, because it was he who would have to engage in battle in the future to get the black flag. Ja made him understand that in fact he was still a little worried, but the guy who worked in the sales department and Daok Ja, who found himself in the world of the novel, still could not avoid the end of his life. Therefore, he believed that what is important is how this life is lived. In the short time allotted to everyone, it needs to be filled with meaning. And in this case, it seemed to him that he was on absolutely the right path. They ran for a while and finally stopped near the entrance to the Seoul History Museum. Yunsan did not understand what they were supposed to find here, to which she received an answer from Ja, who confidently told her, Kang Pyeong. He explained to her and the others that this is an object that looks like a disc from the Joseon era, but he doesn't know what floor it is on, and it needs to be found as soon as possible. So he suggested splitting up. Gil will go with Yu Sang, and Ja will go with Song-guk. But they didn't have time to start searching when suddenly a shell was launched at them. Apparently someone decided to attack them. It was something like magic arrows. Ja didn't quite understand how strong they were, so he asked them to immediately run inside the museum. When he took out his sword and began to hit these arrows one after another, he realized that the skill of the one who fired them was very well developed. Ja didn't understand who it could be, because they didn't engage in battle, and apparently someone just knew about their movements. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a voice that began to shout at him and ask him to give up his flag if he wanted to live. He even promised him that he would spare his allies. Ja knew this man very well, and he couldn't even think that here he would meet Master Huang Sanbol. But from his idiotic manner of speech, it was clear why he was only hired for minor roles. Although he is a so-so character, his stigma is at a high level, and if he does not add skill points, it will be quite difficult for him to cope alone. However, he perfectly understood that he needed coins for the last phase of the scenario. Ja continued to fend off his blows and thought about what would happen if he spent 20,000 coins. But suddenly he was interrupted by another voice, which spoke and intervened in their dialogue with the words that someone hides behind the name of 3 states and attacks the weak, and isn't he ashamed? This was the same queen that the guy actually bought, and apparently she came to his aid. Master Huang Sanbol didn't expect to see the damn queen here, and she didn't expect anything more from the commander who destroyed his state. Jia couldn't even imagine where the beauty queen Minji Wan had appeared again. He began to suspect that she was just following him, although it was worth admitting that she appeared quite on time. Looking at her, Jia again received the same message that the queen was still interested in him. This scared the guy a little, because he didn't really want to enter into an alliance with her. Their awkward silence was interrupted by the queen, who suddenly added that the guy was actually right. You can't buy a person, so she came to make amends. Master Huang Sanbol immediately realized that the damn queen had fallen for some small guy, for which the queen's soldiers went into battle, because how dare he even talk like that about the queen? Jia was of course grateful to her that she came to his aid, but still he did not understand why exactly they had to collide. This is a famous story. At the Battle of Huang Sanbol, Guang Chang was beheaded by General Quebec, so the hierarchy is based solely on their past life. The commander cannot be higher than the ruler, and the relationships of longtime enemies are formed on the basis of historical records, and the closer the sponsor's relationship with the incarnation, the stronger this is manifested. So Jia asked her to simply retreat, because he cannot be defeated. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Yu San, who joyfully shouted that she had finally managed to find the very item that Jia wanted so much. Now Jia understood that they had a chance to win, so he asked to bring him this item as soon as possible, and then he invited the queen to repeat the Battle of Huang Sanbol. It was a well-known story. Silla won the Battle of Huang Sanbol, so the guy really wanted to repeat this success, and he managed to activate his stigma, managing a special forces unit. Young Quan Chang sacrificed himself for Silla's victory. General Quebec also lost his life in that battle, so there were losses on both sides. Master Huang Sanbol was quite surprised by such courage. He believed that they just wanted to say goodbye to their lives, so they were going into battle. Well, he was ready to destroy these cockroaches. Jia decided that he would advise the queen in this battle, so the first advice was that the troops should retreat, because it was impossible for Quan Chang to clash with General Quebec. But the queen, unfortunately, could no longer use her skill in commanding troops, and they simply did not listen to her, and all because they had lost their minds. This was actually beneficial for Chu Wang, because he could thus destroy her warriors one by one. Jia understood that Quang Chan alone was not enough. Nevertheless, the scene should appear soon. The environment around suddenly began to crumble, and Doc Jia realized that it had all begun. For staging, incarnations are needed that have a strong connection with their sponsor, constellations that were at war in the past. When the conditions are met, the battle is transferred to the place where the battle took place initially. Jia understood that in fact these were ordinary decorations, but for those participating in the scene, everything was different. Seok Guk at that time noticed that this guy with whom they were fighting was not even a king, and he had more than enough strength, but Jia understood that everything the fact is that Quebec is the main character in this scene. Considering all the facts, Jia began to say that at the moment they have two options. They can leave the incarnation of Quang Chang to die. The queen didn't quite understand what he was saying, how they could abandon him, but Jia began to explain to her that during the reenactment, the events that took place in the battle would be repeated. Therefore, the death of Quan Chang will raise the morale of the Silla army as it did then, or the second option, more complex, they can simply change history. She was curious to know what would happen if they failed to change history, but Jia actually thought that she understood what would happen. Silla would lose. After these words, she didn't even think anymore and chose the first option, but Jia made it clear to her that in fact it would not be her who would decide. After all, in fact, Doc Jia had already chosen the second option. Then the queen didn't even understand why he was asking her. As it turned out, he just wanted to give her a chance, and now, unfortunately, she is of little use. So without thinking for a long time, he activated the effect of the item, Kang Pyong. While he was busy calling the Constellation for help, Sung Guk decided that he could protect his representative, as well as the queen who was standing next to him. As soon as the guy began to cast a spell and use this item, suddenly the whole sky was covered with stars, and all the warriors suddenly stopped. At that moment, Jia received a message that the Constellation Great General Hongmu was looking at the guy. But there was also sad news, because this general does not want to interfere in current events. Jia did not expect this. The great general was ready to refuse the guy's request. Suddenly, Yu-san intervened in their rather modest conversation, asking the general to talk to her. She began to say that the legends about him were simply incredible. She had read many books that told about his life. She also added that she absolutely agrees with him that he respects history that has already happened. But she also thought that history does not end the moment it is written down. Doesn't he have regrets? She asked him to look at the battlefield, which was littered with the bodies of Scylla soldiers. Had he already forgotten about it? Yusong understood that the past could not be rewritten, but his help today could change the course of the battle and save many lives. Perhaps the Battle of Hwangsanbol was over for him, but for them, it was just beginning. Jia thought that during her internship, Yu Sang had the nickname of the Presentation Queen, so he was not surprised that she could persuade anyone so easily. He praised himself for taking her along with him like that. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the fact that the Constellation Great General Hongmu answered his request. And it was quite positive for the guy, because he gave him a blessing, and at what moment it seemed to him that his heart would simply break into pieces. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his head, which told him that this was just the repentance of an old man who could not forget the past. So he asked to lend him his voice for a while, after which Jia raised his head. But apparently his body now belongs not only to him, because he suddenly turned to Quebec and told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. The warriors and Warangqua immediately realized that this was their general, who first of all asked them not to show him their respect, because they had already proven everything on the battlefield long ago. He continued to say that all this is such an irony. History is already hidden in centuries, but still, after so many years, they all gathered again in this place. Quebec began to laugh with all his heart, because it was so funny for him to hear the voice of an old man who really did not understand anything. The fact was that the Constellation, the last hero of Hwangsanbol, penetrated into the body of his incarnation and began to say that all this was done only in order to meet him again on this battlefield. He is the commander of the 15th Detachment of the Warrens. Kim Yu-sin promised each of his warriors that he would calm the soul of the poor Constellation and correct history. The power of the sacred item, the blue dragon's sword, temporarily shrouded the Unbreakable faith, and the general stuck it into the ground and asked the Hua Hyangdo squad to return back to the battlefield. His order was immediately carried out, and a small army appeared on the battlefield. But these were no longer people, but the walking dead who would follow their general anywhere. The queen, to put it mildly, did not expect this, so she tried not to make a single sound so that they would not notice her. But Jia, or rather the general who was in his body, ordered the soldiers to continue their path and go only forward. They did not take risks and went straight into battle. No one even thought about disobeying the general. The general looked at all this in silence, when suddenly he became interested in asking Quebec why he didn't penetrate his incarnation. Had he really forgotten about the rule of probability? After all, now, if his incarnation dies, it will take him with it, Jia agreed with the general. Although for him, as the only one who read this story to the end, it was quite strange. Quebec began to shout back at him that the general actually didn't know anything, but this turned out to be even more offensive. Jia, listening to all this, did not quite understand what was happening. But his incarnation continued to shout that he really couldn't get him even on this fake stage. He just wanted to fight him. Yu-san correctly noted that the textbooks say that General Quebec's special detachment never lost to Kim Yu-sin's detachment until the day of the Battle of Hwangsanbol. And as far as she remembers correctly, that day General Quebec was never able to fight Kim Yu-sin one-on-one, and now it is clear why he is so offended. Some may call Kim Yu-shin a coward, but he remained persistent even in the face of the fear of defeat, did not give in to emotions, and was able to win at the very end. But then Jia realized that it was impossible for the general to destroy this guy with his hands, because he has limitations. The general understood him, so he asked him not to worry. He would take care of it. He called one of his warriors and asked him to finish for him, but before that he added to Quebec that he believed that they would meet again. After which, the warrior struck and cut off the head of this incarnation, and with this, the staging was over. The guy received a notification that he was able to feel the Battle of Hwangsanbol, for which he received 1,000 coins, and also his title of the King of Deaths remains, because he essentially abstained from destruction. Ja began to gradually come to his senses, and the first thing he said was that they had little time left, so he asked them to move straight to the north. He had already sent a soldier from Kim Yu-sin's detachment there, and as long as these warriors obey him, they have an excellent opportunity to take a couple of flags. After some time, with the help of these warriors, they were able to defeat several groups in which their flags fell. Sungguk was incredibly surprised that they could pick up all these flags, and they really could use them. Ja was 100% convinced of this himself when he began to pick up these flags, and he received notifications that all the accumulated experience of the flags was passing on to him. Now his flag had turned purple, and the Constellation added a few words to him, in which the general praised the young guy, because the great Constellation moved into his body, but his mind did not waver. Za answered him that in fact he was just a mentally stable person, but in his mind he thought that when this happened in the novel, the incarnation simply turned off. But his thoughts were interrupted by the same general, who said that the guy should him for helping them today. The guy thanked him and added that he would never forget this, but inside these words alarmed him incredibly, especially after he said that the guy had no legacy that he could carry into this world. But someday it will appear, and then Ja will definitely tell his children about today. But in fact, the general was talking about the fact that the guy was traveling without a sponsor constellation. After which he finally made up his mind and added that he liked the guy, so he invites him to become his embodiment and travel the world together. Za thought a little and answered him that this is actually quite difficult to do. The general did not quite understand what was the matter, because he showed him all his power. With his stigma, the guy could become the strongest in this world. Ja did not argue with this. Although in his mind he thought that this was a complete lie, because he was not even a legendary constellation, but still the guy could not say that, so he answered him more softly, saying that the era of the 3 states had long passed, and at his age it was time to retire. The general was apparently a little offended by such words and suddenly reminded the guy that his blessing was still affecting him. Inexplicable things began to happen to Ja's body, and the general added to him that he was giving the guy one last chance to think. After which the general began to tell the guy something about his limitation. Ja understood everything perfectly, so he began to shout at Yu-san to immediately step aside. His body simply did not obey him, and at what point his hands began to reach for the sword. The guy's fears were justified. The general began to ask him about what would happen if he destroyed Yu-san, but Ja tried to justify himself and say that nothing would actually happen because he controls his body. The general believed that this was quite fixable because he could return control to the guy when the sword could no longer be stopped. It looks like the old man incredibly wanted to become the guy's sponsor, so he repeated a bunch of times that the guy had to promise that he would choose him. But Ja continued to answer him that he couldn't, because if he wanted a sponsor, he would have chosen him after the first scenario, so he just asked to return his body. But the general continued to put pressure on the guy, and Ja had no choice but to use his 4th wall skill to drive this old man out of his body once and for all. After that, the old man disappeared, and with him his army. But Ja understood that this old man was unlikely to be able to just leave him behind. But in any case, now there is no such threat. But apparently Yu-san still decided to play it safe, but the guy understood that she did everything right, because he could attack at any second. Therefore, Ja began to praise her for her great idea, but still asked him to free him from these threads. All this action was carefully watched by the same queen who decided to leave, but then thought that they could go in one direction, so she decided to stay. After which she decided to leave them, and finally Ja thought about whether she could become a good queen in this regression, but he decided to put this question on the back burner because it was time for them to go. They returned to where they were already, and Ja started shouting to Min Seop to come out of their hiding place. The guy was a little doubtful, but still took off his invisibility cloak and shouted that he was here. Ja, without thinking for a long time, asked the guy how many people were inside, to which Min Seop gave a clear answer: 9 kings, including the first apostle and the tyrant king. But Ja was also interested in what flags they had. The guy counted 7 purple and 2 brown, but there were also 2 purple ones, which were much richer than the others. Ja understood that this was most likely the first apostle and the tyrant king. Ja thanked him for his work. The guy turned out to be quite useful, but now he asked them to hide under the robe, because he would only go inside with Gil Young and Yu San. Before entering there, they will have to complete another hidden scenario called the Relic of Trials, the condition of which is to clear the relic dungeon of their choice. There were several rooms to choose from, but Ja confidently chose the copper acupuncture room. A few minutes later, their bodies moved into that very room, and now they are ready to begin the hidden scenario. In fact, it was a rather terrible place in which they were attacked by monsters made of stone. Yu-san did not wait and decided to be the first to strike the body of this monster, and she actually did it quite successfully. But it seemed so only at first glance, because as soon as she raised her head, she realized that this monster had used some kind of regeneration technique and simply blocked the blow in this way. She immediately jumped to the side because she had no idea how to fight with these statues that did not take damage at all. Za asked them to first of all turn their attention to their bodies, and specifically to the inscriptions. They are all different, so he asked them to be more careful. Every time they click on any of the points, the effect will be different, and thus they can become silent, freeze, and even die instantly. He decided to immediately show an example of how to do it correctly, so he carefully struck that very point, and this monster literally crumbled into small particles. Well, now that they understood the rules, he suggested that they clear everything here as quickly as possible and continue to advance as far as possible. They cleared the dungeon for a team of 3 and now they can move forward. But also as a reward, Jia received a special skill called a thrust, and he was quite happy because this was the only skill he lacked. And now he said that they would go to a hidden dungeon where they could get the sword of 4 tigers. The guys were a little surprised by this decision, because only recently the guy said that they didn't need him, but Jia didn't say that they were following this sword. They were following the kings who came for him. Gil was so happy about this that he added to Jia that he should not worry, because he would destroy them all instead of him. Jia realized that Gil had guessed that he should not destroy anyone. Although he understood Yu Sang's concern, he added to the boy that he must concentrate because this is not a game at all, and he must be extremely careful. Duck. Jia only thought that in the new world there is no longer the word morality. Those who are behind this door understand this best. In order to enter these doors, they needed to use the same coins that they received in previous tests. So he asked the guys to give their 3 coins, and he would use his 4, and there would be 10 that were needed to enter. Za understood that the sword of the 4 tigers was in a hidden dungeon, and only those who were able to complete the first dungeon reached here. While he was thinking about all these things, he gradually inserted coins into the doors, and finally they glowed with a bright light. But as soon as they entered this room, they were horrified by what they saw. There was literally a sea of blood, and in the middle of the room, there was a huge fire. But after some time it became clear to them what exactly they were burning in this fire. Suddenly they were noticed by some people who most likely did not want to give them a tour here, but just to find out who the king is, and they will now take the flag from him. And Jia actually immediately understood this. So without thinking for a long time, he took out his sword and struck several blows at them. These guys decided not to just leave it like that, so they simply ordered all their friends to destroy this guy. None of them even knew how fast Doc Jia could be, and this was what ruined them. His speed was incredible. He literally destroyed one after another. In addition, he had good assistants. Gil and Yu San also joined this battle and were able to destroy several guys. At some point, Yu Sang asked Gil to move away so she could do it all herself, but the boy was not against helping her. But Jia noticed that she had an abnormal desire to destroy people, because she literally begged to be given the opportunity to destroy. The fact was that she incredibly wanted to help Jia, so she took away some of the responsibilities that are responsible for the destruction of people. When suddenly someone interrupted their dialogue with their clapping, apparently this person saw all this. It was a young man who asked them to relax because he did not come for a fight in the first place, but first it would be nice to talk, after which he added that the guys were quite capable. They were able to cut out the entire Chunshin group without a single passive skill, although they did a good job for those who lost the king. Now Ja understood why these guys acted so recklessly. But suddenly he began to say that they were late, because most of the kings were already in the dungeon, and now they must be fighting each other. It was obvious to this guy who would win, because all they see is the work of the last king to come. Ja actually suspected who they were talking about, but decided to ask again, and the guy began to tell them about the Tyrant King, who in his opinion was the most powerful king in the northern district of Seoul, and therefore he should take the throne of the king. Although then, quite unexpectedly, this guy added that a Tyrant King would never get the throne, even despite his strength. He thought so, only because you can't become a leader using power alone. A real king must put the needs of his people above all else, and this guy's king is just capable of this. That's why so many incarnations follow him, and the guy sincerely believes that he is destined to take the king's throne. Listening to all this, Ja only thought that it sounded like his king was behind one of these doors, and this guy could only stay here for one thing, and the expectations were justified. Then, he suggested that they unite. But Ja didn't understand why. He seemed to ignore this question and just continued to ask the guy to think about it carefully, because if the Tyrant King takes possession of the legendary sword and takes control of all of Seoul, then real chaos will begin, so they must stop him. Ja saw the meaning in his words, but is an alliance possible now? He also added that soon their group will have a fight with the Tyrant King, and they have already agreed with some other kings, and if he has not yet decided, then he can talk to their king, and here he comes by the way. As soon as the doors opened, all the people who were sitting suddenly jumped up and ran to greet him, which was quite unusual for Deok Ja and his friends. Although when he himself saw their king, only surprise suddenly appeared on his face. This guy looked like an ancient monk to whom his courtiers, who had been waiting for his return, immediately ran up to him. Yusang was surprised that their representative looked like that. He even shaved like his constellation. This character's name was Cha Sangan. His constellation sponsor is the one-eyed Maitreya. Deok Ja came up to meet him with the idea that he was incredibly sorry that Heewon was not here, but their acquaintance was quite successful. Almost immediately after meeting, this guy invited him to see his destiny, and Ja was just waiting for this guy to ask him about it, so Ja pretty quickly agreed. After which the character Sangan used second-level soul understanding. This stigma does not open the attribute window, but gives general information about the opponent's personality. For example, if a person is good, then he will see this. In the same way it will work in the other direction. This skill can see a person who will most likely betray in the future. But on Ja, he showed that the guy is a demon with whom it is better not to mess with. The character Sangan, as soon as he found out that he was a demon with whom it was better not to mess, he literally began to panic. Ja actually did not expect anything different. Although at one moment he suddenly changed his mind and said that in fact he was mistaken, and how could Ja have foreseen this? Most likely the Constellation simply decided that this was nonsense, and he listened to him. The guy who met the new guests was quite scared, but now the chairman decided that they would begin to carry out their plan in an hour, so he would eagerly await their help, albeit with a slight delay. But looking at them, Ja could not shake the feeling that this chairman was disappointed when he was branded a demon. Ja's thoughts were interrupted by a guy who added that it was quite tense. He was already thinking about attacking them, but everything worked out. Ja did not answer this, but simply asked him who he even was. The guy started laughing because he forgot to introduce himself, so he immediately corrected it. His name was Han Suyen. He is Mr. Sangyen's assistant. This was not enough for Ja, so he decided to activate a special skill called Personal Information. But to his surprise, he received a notification that the specified character was not included in the database, so information about him could not be viewed. Deok Ja couldn't believe it. How was this even possible? But he couldn't continue to make such a surprised face, because Han was looking at him at that moment. So he laughed back and said that he was a little distracted because he saw a demon for a moment. Although in his mind he was thinking about what a bastard this guy was. They stood and laughed at this for some time, although each of them understood that this was insincere laughter. Suddenly this circus was interrupted by some guy who shouted that the kings were coming, so everyone needed to get ready. The situation repeated itself again. Many people who served these kings immediately began to run towards them and bow. It was quite strange for Jia to see that many people decided to unite with King Sangan's group. There were quite a few kings there. Jia didn't know all of them, but luckily Khan was there, who told him that the timid King Yungian was walking from left to right. Next behind him was the brave King Kim Bakcho, who showed with all his appearance that he was truly brave. And finally the Earth Dragon King, Gu Taisung, who was also quite strong, but apparently the latter did not respect King Sangan too much, because Taixin called him one-eyed and asked how he was doing. Sangan was not going to answer him, so he asked him to just shut up. Yusang believed that he had a very good sponsor, because she once read that King Bakcho was born an earth dragon, which is probably why he is called an earthworm. She also knew that other kings were trying to make fun of the son of the earth dragon in this way. But for Jia, the only thing that was surprising was that Yu-san recognized his sponsor based only on her knowledge of history. As Yu-sang said, the Earth Dragon is one of the 7 kings of Seoul, one of the most important people in this group. Not many people have royal sponsors, starting with Queen Jinsung. A similar course of events will develop in other countries. In Japan, Oda Nobunaga and other heroes of the Sengoku era must be fighting using their incarnations. And in England, Richard the Lionheart, Henry VIII, and others most likely have already collided. As Jia said, the 4th scenario was created for historical constellations, that is, for sponsors. After everyone had gathered, one of the kings began to say that their main goal was the tyrant king who entered the 3rd door. 2 innocent kings had already died at his hands, just because they had pearls. Many had already lost king because of this scoundrel. Now Jia understood why there were so many corpses in the waiting room. The tyrant king seemed to have destroyed the other 2 kings and taken their pearls. And this could only mean that if Jia goes against them all, he will be able to take possession of the pearls of the 7 stars, and after that take possession of Star Greed, the reward for passing the room of the Northern Star. The Earth Dragon continued his story, and finally he got to the point where he said that this battle would be for the fact that they were rightfully remembered as heroes who made a new page in history. Jia at that moment thought that only a couple of months ago they lived in a democratic country, and now they all behave like underdeveloped people. For Khan, this whole story was like a mysterious treasure map that leads him to distant lands, and it is said that a powerful sword is hidden in stone catacombs, and whoever takes possession of the sword will become the most powerful ruler on Earth. Jia answered him that this is a common cliché from this genre. Han thought that it looked like Doc Jia had read several such short stories. The guy smiled and told him that he actually read quite a lot, and there is always a sudden twist in such stories. For example, if at the end the treasure map turns out to be a fake, it will be unpleasant to find out. Khan didn't quite understand why he was saying this, but still continued to smile. And Jia continued to say that if the map is wrong, then the warriors who came in search of treasures will fall into a trap, and whoever was behind it will quietly wait on the sidelines, and the situation they are in right now is quite similar to this cliché. This may just be a coincidence, but Jia will be disappointed if this happens. Han would say that this shows how time-tested they are, but Jia believed that this was just a pathetic excuse. If the author will use clichés only because they are time-tested, then, frankly, he should be ashamed to even be called an author. But on the other hand, Jia noticed the fact that they are not in the novel now, and the kings do not look like the characters. When suddenly Khan asked him to imagine for a second that they were in the world of a novel written by a real person, what would Jia do then in the author's place? Doc Jia pretended that he didn't understand what he was talking about, and answered him that he somehow hadn't thought about it. Khan then continued to say that in the end, one could end up with the same cliché in order to provide readers with a banal ending. Doc Jia tried to understand what this guy was talking about, but he sounded just like the author. But the guy said it with a smile and as a joke. Although Jia noticed the fact that no one said that clichés are bad, he simply says that you should not plagiarize them. Khan clearly did not expect such an answer. Khan himself did not think so, because all the stories are similar to each other, except perhaps for small details. How can you call it plagiarism? But Jia assured him that he would have written his story completely differently. After which he carefully took out his sword and literally deprived Khan of his head. This was an incredibly unexpected cliché for him. Jia did this only because he thought there was no point in pretending anymore. The head that Jia was able to cut off like that time did not bleed, and Han did not die at all. It was again the same avatar, who continued to smile and say that Dekja was quite an interesting person. Ja understood that this was also an avatar, but now he would be interested to know if Han Suan was his real name, to which the talking head answered yes, so Ja thought that he was the first apostle. Looking at him, Ja only thought that this guy was a pathetic plagiarist, when suddenly Khan began to say that he knew very well who was spreading the revelation, and so he began to shout to his people to destroy him immediately, but they were slightly shocked because their boss's head is talking. But this will not stop Ja, and therefore he added that the avatar will now become the very cliché he was chatting about. And as soon as he said this, the crowd of people was hit with a fiery rod, and each of them began to understand what was happening. A few seconds later, the Tyrant King emerged from the darkness on a stretcher, who was clearly not happy with the fact that so much unnecessary garbage had come to him in the dungeon. Ja understood that he would most likely want to get rid of them, so he immediately began shouting to Yu Sang and Gil Yong to move back. And in fact, he was absolutely right, because after that he began to destroy one by one, and there were fewer and fewer people. The Tyrant King could only tell them that they were all incredible non-entities, and they still dare to call themselves kings. It's just ridiculous. The king's real name was John Yonghu. He was 33 years old, and by all accounts he was the worst tyrant in history who took advantage of the disgruntled inhabitants of the Korean peninsula. Looking at the amount of his skills, Ja was not surprised that this man was so strong, and unlike the original novel, he even had a hidden item, a bicyclic ring. It looked like the prophets were really working with him and what kind of connection he had with the Constellation. Ja understood that the Tokebi would test his veracity if he stepped away from his role. The Tyrant King continued to say that even though he was a tyrant, this trait no longer exists. After all, today he believed that he would write a new history of these lands. So he asked each of them not to be afraid of the past, but rather to worry about the future, after which he continued to attack again, and he literally dealt with the army of the four kings himself. But the kings were not going to give up, so the Earth Dragon continued to support the army and shouted at them to go on the offensive. Ja and his friends stood aside and talked to the head of the first apostle, who was still laughing, which meant that he still had an ace up his sleeve, which he did not show to anyone. Khan asked him not to think that everything was going according to his plan, because if Ja thought that he would set the kings against each other, and when they would cut each other's throats, then he would enter into this game and take the sword just like that, then this will not happen. Khan believed that even if he spread the revelation, he had been preparing for this day much longer than him, but Ja did not quite understand what this madman was talking about. In the midst of the battle, a local Tokebi appeared, who was happy to bring them good news, and it was he who presented them with the second condition. He snapped his fingers and everyone had a new condition appear on the screen, in which they had to prove their determination to the one who dreams of taking the throne, and only 5 kings can throw this challenge. And in fact, this was the main problem, because the current number of kings was 14, and they could not believe that there were so many of them. Dokja himself did not expect that there would be so many kings. There are 12 of them in the hidden dungeon alone. All the Tyrant King did was continue to laugh, because all this was only to his advantage, because now these idiots will have to fight against each other. The Earth Dragon didn't think he was right, so he asked everyone to get together and continue attacking the Tyrant King. But suddenly, he was interrupted by the talking head of Han, who began shouting that Daok Ja was also a king, because he saw his flag and absolutely everyone turned their attention to him. Daok Ja understood what would happen next, so he calmly let go of this idiot's head and was ready for the fact that he would have to fight these people. But he was not the only one who was going to be hunted, because now those kings who did not hide this were included in this list, and now there will be a real test for them. Some of them even decided that they were able to destroy the Tyrant King, so they went at him with their swords. But this was their main mistake, because they are little bugs who don't even imagine how strong he can be. Suddenly a girl appeared on the battlefield who was so fast that she could steal all the king's gems. This girl was called the False King, Han Su Yan, who was able to get all the star gems and then added that her cliché still worked. Daok Ja couldn't even imagine that this was the real appearance of a plagiarist. He didn't expect that she was a girl, and her nickname was really perfect for her. Apparently only Daok Ja understood that she was using avatars to infiltrate their ranks and was waiting for the right time to strike. And now that her plan had come to fruition, she was able to exchange all the star gems to create a new item. And this new item turned out to be the same sword of 4 tigers, which was actually quite expected for her. But she was still very happy to see it. As soon as she was able to get this sword, Yusang actually began to get incredibly nervous, because she couldn't even imagine what they would do with it. But he asked her to relax. Everything would be fine. They didn't understand him a little, why he remained so calm when he himself said that this sword was incredibly cool and could destroy anyone. Meanwhile, the false king continued to destroy everyone who was there with the help of her new toy. But suddenly she and everyone else whom she cut began to realize that this sword did absolutely no damage. Apparently, Ja foresaw this moment, which is why he remained so calm. How he would like to tell her that this sword is known absolutely not because of its strength, but apparently now she will understand this herself. This sword was only known because its previous owner was incredibly powerful, which is what made this sword so famous. The false king did not even imagine that this was possible, but it was already too late to do anything. Besides, Ja was already behind her and said that she had a rather wonderful cliché that was worth using it in her novel, which she stole. She immediately turned around and tried to strike him as many blows as possible, but no matter how hard she tried to do it, she still couldn't do anything. The tyrant king decided that it was time for them to end this stupid massacre, so he was going to finish them all off. Ja, looking at him, thought only that it was time for him to show up. The guy couldn't believe that he still hadn't found the way. The northern station was of course far away, but so much time had passed that it was even possible to get from there. Suddenly he received a notification that the current number of kings began to decrease at an incredible speed, and Ja was pleased, because this meant that he had finally arrived. The other kings who were in this dungeon could not understand what had happened that the number of kings began to decrease so sharply. The tyrant king continued to destroy everything that moved. He didn't care about these notifications, but at some point, even he had to stop, because the walls above his head simply began to crumble. And this was his main mistake, because literally, a few minutes later, a whole pile of stones fell on him, which eventually crushed him. Ja at that moment understood that the tyrant king was of course the strongest king in Seoul. No one argued with that, but he was definitely not the strongest. After all, the strongest among the kings was the High King Yoo Jun-hyuk, who appeared quite on time. As Ja expected from the main character, he is already here with the black flag, but he sent it to the north. Considering how angry he was, it looks like Lieutenant Lee and Heewon did a great job, so Ja asked to immediately give him the sword that the fake king was holding at that moment. But the girl was not going to do this and wanted to keep it until Ja asked her if she was ready to die for this sword. After which, Ja immediately asked Gil Young to use his ability and summon an insect. He was able to cope with this without any problems, and literally a few seconds later, the 6th-class insect Lord Titanopter appeared. Ja no longer began to talk to the false king, and simply unexpectedly struck her. Then he grabbed her purple flag and absorbed all the experience, as a result of which his purple flag was updated to black, and from that moment on he has access to the benefits of the black flag. And he's talking about the sword, I haven't forgotten either. Thus, he was able to complete the first task to obtain the throne, but he did not stop there and went further, and picked up an item from the tyrant king, which was called a bicyclic ring. Yoo Jun-hyuk was not going to tolerate this, so he immediately went into battle and tried to simply blow off Ja's head, but the guy skillfully covered himself with other kings. But in any case, he understood that there were not as many kings here as he would like, so he asked Yoo Jun-hyuk to start talking and try to solve everything. Apparently Jun was not going to talk to him about anything, but simply continued to walk towards him, talking about some kind of note and about his sister. Ja didn't quite understand what was going on, but Yoo Jun-hyuk did not give up and continued to ask him about where he was keeping his sister, and at the same time turned on the 6th-level lie detector, with the help of which he was able to figure out that Ja was lying. So he once again warned him that if he did not tell him where his sister was, then he would destroy him once and for all. But Ja continued to smile as if he had another ace in the sleeve. The guy was still trying to talk to Yoo Jun-hyuk, so he asked him to put down his sword, and then they could talk normally and come to an agreement. Yoo Jun-hyuk, gritting his teeth, began to say that he knew that it was necessary to destroy this guy even then, at their first meeting. And as soon as Yoo Jun-hyuk was about to attack Ja again, the guy was incredibly lucky that at that moment the Tokebi intervened, who literally forbade him to do this. After all, if you look at the number of living kings, it was exactly what was needed, which meant that the contenders had already been determined, after which a shield appeared in front of each applicant, which would allow them to safely move to the next stage. This time, Dokja was really incredibly lucky, because a little more, and Yoo Jun-hyuk would have definitely gotten him. And this made Jun even more angry. Now that everyone is ready, the final test officially begins, which will determine who is worthy of the right to the throne. But Dokja apparently will not take part in this, because he was not teleported to the right place. But instead a message came saying that he was excluded from the last test of the right to the throne. He could not understand what was happening, and for what reason he was expelled at all. He only heard the laughter of the Tokebi, who later explained to the guy what happened. While Ja was making big plans, he missed the most important detail. He did not occupy the target station of the fourth scenario. Ja really got so carried away with suppressing the other kings that he completely forgot about the target station. He understood that running there was not an option, because by the time he got there, the scenario would already be over, and the other kings had already begun their final test in full force. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Yu Sang, Gil Young, and Hee-won, whom he did not expect to see here. Ja didn't understand what she was doing here, because he told them to wait at Changxing Station. Hee-won was very angry with him, because she waited there for a very long time, and besides, his little sister wants to eat. But the little girl made it clear that this was not her brother. She did not know him at all. Until recently, Hee-won thought that this little girl was Ja's sister, but if not his, then whose is she? Dokja seems to have guessed that who would even think that this cute girl is the sister of such a psycho. The essence of Ja's plan was to use a note through Lieutenant Lee to lure Jun-hyuk to the north for the sake of his sister. And at that time, Hee-won would find her and guard her in order to manipulate him. It was cowardly, but the guy had no other options. But now, this ideal plan may collapse. After all, he will now have to go and capture Changxing Station, without which he will not be able to continue fighting. But Hee-won interrupted him and asked him to wait a little, after which she asked the little girl to get the thing that Hee-won gave her. The little girl pulled out a huge object from herself. Ja understood that apparently she was using a skill called inventory, but in any case it looked quite scary. Anyway, the most interesting thing was that she literally pulled the stand out of her mouth. If Hee-won is not mistaken, then to capture the station you just need to place the flag in the rack, and now Ja can essentially do it. He simply couldn't believe that Hee-won had picked out the flag stand from Changxing Station. In all the chapters of the novel, no one had done such a thing or even thought about it. She didn't understand why he was looking at her like that, after which she added that if His Majesty doesn't mind, then it would be nice to finally insert the flag. Dokja was not completely sure that this could work, but still he received a notification that he had captured Changxing Station, for which he received 2,000 coins, and now he will probably be able to take part in the last test. And so it was. After he captured the target station, they immediately began to transport him to the arena where other kings fought for the right to the throne. From the moment the guy entered the arena, all kings would no longer be able to receive help from their sponsors. Also, all items that did not affect attack and defense were limited. This also applied to special items and stigmas. Also, all the characteristics of each king became equal, and this was done to ensure that their chances were leveled. With someone like Yoo Jun-hyuk, the battle would last only 1 minute. But he has no abilities, and in fact his strength is now on par with everyone. Queen Min-ji was also here, and Dokja was quite surprised that she managed to survive to this stage, but even now she made eyes at him and said that she did not want to fight with Ja. But the guy recommended that she give up her right to the throne, otherwise he would attack, but she believed that it would not be as easy as he thought. King Sangan was the first to decide to fight Yoo Jun-hyuk, but apparently it was his mistake, because even without skills, the Supreme King was able to deal with him. Looking at all this, Ja thought that if he was not mistaken, then in this regression, Yoo Jun-hyuk found a loophole in the system of the last phase. Skills and stigmas were not available. Sponsor support was cut off, and everyone's characteristics were equal to 10. In fact, it was forbidden to use everything except coins, and Tokebi believed that this was quite fair, because all participants had the right to spend coins earned with sweat and blood. But still, Tokebi added one important thing, At the end of the scenario, all levels purchased with coins will be reset, so he recommended using them wisely. After all, in essence, this is money thrown away if you lose, and the first person to feel it was King Sanggen, who is no longer able to fight due to another blow from Yu Junhyuk. Jia understood that most likely the others had no more coins left. It was unlikely that they had not spent them before coming here. However, Yu Junhyuk had a useful habit of always keeping coins in reserve, and this reserve was in the region of 30,000 coins, although given how he developed his abilities, the reserve this time was much larger. Beauty Queen Minji, after seeing what happened to King Sangyong, decided that it was best to refuse further participation. And considering all these details, it turns out that the battle for the throne will be between Deok Jia and Yu Junhyuk. Jia believed that he would immediately attack him, but from Yu Junhyuk's look it was clear that he was waiting for the guy to show his characteristics. And this was quite correct, because in this way, he could win by spending a minimum of coins. After all, having taken the throne of the ruler, he could easily return his sister. But he would soon pay for his arrogance, and Jia was going to do this with the help of his rather huge supply of coins, so he spent more than 40,000 in developing his strength. Jia was not going to be gentle with Yu Junhyuk, so looking him straight in the eye, the guy invested 70,000 in developing his abilities. His strength was so enormous that at some point he received a notification that his strength had gone beyond human capabilities. Jia believed that the time had come to use his newfound power against Yu Junhyuk, and apparently he would be able to do this, because his strength had reached 3-digit power points, for which he received 30,000 coins as a reward. Yu Junhyuk, of course, tried to counterattack him and somehow cope with Jia, but the guy immediately invested 10,000 coins in developing agility, which helped him dodge all the blows, and thus he was able to get as close as possible to Yu Junhyuk. The blows were quite strong, and in the end, Deok Jia, who was the dark horse in this battle, was still able to win and gain a new title. Looking at Yu Junhyuk, Jia began to think that he apparently overdid it a little, because after such blows, this guy could simply die. But when he came closer to him, it became clear that this guy was still much stronger than it seemed at first glance, because not only was he able to survive after being hit with a force of the 100th level, but he also remained conscious. At least that's what it seemed at first glance, because in fact he still lost consciousness. Yu Jun was just lying there with his eyes open. Jia decided to bring him to his senses a little with the help of slaps, because he was so interested in knowing why at every meeting he declared that he would destroy Jia, and now he says nothing. In any case, he did not receive an answer to this question, but he received full rights to the throne because the Supreme King, Yu Junhyuk, is no longer able to fight. After they sorted all this out, the Tokebi decided to contact all the incarnations of Soul in order to announce the new owner of the absolute throne. But Jia asked him not to rush so much, because how can he be declared king if he hasn't even sat on the throne yet? Although the Tokebi didn't really understand what difference it would make if he sat down now. Jia first asked what he could do with it, to which he received the answer that if it concerns people, then anything, it's not for nothing that it is called the absolute throne. The one who takes it will command all people. But for Jia, it sounded too good to be true, so he asked again whether he would have absolute power in the land under his control. The Tokebi did not understand what kind of stupid questions. Did the guy really think that this was an unfair reward? They had been to the hair's breadth from the end for this throne. If this is so, then Jia decided that this wonderful throne could remove the probability restrictions from him. But the Tokebi did not answer anything to this, and Jia decided that he was such a liar. Wouldn't his superiors knock him on the head for lying? Tokebi started talking about how they needed to finish the script, so he offered to end this tiring argument. So he asked the guy to quickly sit on the throne, and if he didn't do this, then Tokebi would simply destroy the throne. But he didn't expect that Jia would spit on him words and tell him to do whatever he wants. After which she turned to the people and added to him that she would never sit on this absolute throne again. Most people could not believe his words. Is he really capable of such a thing? After such words, Tokebi was bursting with anger, so he asked the guy to repeat what he said. Jia turned around again without any problems and told him that he would not sit on the throne. Tokebi could not understand why the guy was resisting so much, because the throne could give him whatever he wanted, As soon as he sat on the throne, he would become legendary. Also, the constellations that entered into a contract with him would rise in level, and he immediately warned him that he is not a low-ranking tokebi, and this will not work on him. Za at that moment believed that the tokebi was indeed right in some ways. Without the absolute throne, it is really difficult to pass the fifth scenario. But he still kept something back. If he ever sat on the throne, he would never reach the last scenario. Doc Ja knew very well that in the original Yu Jun Hyuk only guessed this in the 41st regression. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some guy from the crowd, who sincerely did not understand why Ja was so opposed to this, and did not want to finally sit on the throne. Doc Ja immediately responded by asking him a question in which he wanted to know why they so wanted to see him as king. What would happen if he destroyed himself as soon as he sat on the throne? Such questions took people by surprise, and they did not quite understand how to answer this. But Ja did not expect answers from them. He continued to ask questions, and at what point reminded them that before that, they had not lived in the kingdom. So why had they already resigned themselves to the fact that they would be slaves? More importantly, Ja did not want to rule over trash like them, so he decided that he would not sit on the absolute throne. He also could not help but add that he is not interested in any constellations of losers who are watching the broadcast right now. However, he was not going to let anyone else near him. Today no one will sit on this throne. That's enough for this tokebi. His patience is not limitless. But Ja continued to shout and try to find out from people how long are they all going to obey the tokebi's scripts. This also applied to the constellations. They are not all equal, and this is a known fact. Some of them are of low rank, and some of them are high. But aren't they already tired of all this? How long are they going to use this country as a field for their battles? He shouted to the heavens that first they do everything to become a great constellation, then they do the impossible for the sake of the legendary rank. He believed that this is just gluttony. How much more should their descendants suffer so that they can stroke their ego? Tokebi simply could not tolerate this anymore, and so he created a new scenario, which was called Seizing the Throne, and in order to pass it, it was necessary to defeat the incarnation of Doc Ja and appropriate the throne for himself, a reward of 6,000 coins and, of course, power. Doc Ja actually understood that in the end, it would turn out exactly as he thought. And of course, everyone who was there, when they heard the fact that he could become king, immediately decided that they would go into battle against this guy, especially since he was alone. At least that's what it seemed at first glance, until Heewon jumped out in front of him and made it clear to them that if they wanted to defeat Deok Ja, they would have to defeat her first. It was clear from her face that she would not let anyone offend her friend and was quite serious. But Heewon was not the only one who decided to help the guy. After some time, those same prophet guys approached him, who said that sometimes it seems to them that the main character here is Dek Ja. Yu Jun Hyuk, in their opinion, would never do such a thing. Yu Sang also did not stand aside and was already standing next to the others and saying that no matter how the world changes, they must remain human. That's what she believes in. Even the Beauty Queen and King Maitreya, who had just recovered from the fight with Yu Jun Hyuk, went over to their side. The king believed in his ability, which convinced him that the guy could be trusted, and the queen decided that she would help him just one more time. But the tokebi didn't give a damn about what they came up with. He simply started shouting to each incarnation and ordered them to attack. In any case, they won't be able to hold out for long, but Deok Ja convinced them that this was not necessary. He simply asked them to buy him some time. He had only one option, and that was to destroy the throne, and for this he needed time. As soon as he got closer to the throne, he took out his gun pen and launched a special function called Echo of the Stars. This was only necessary so that he could summon a constellation. The guy knew long ago which constellation he would turn to in this case, so without thinking for a long time, he turned to the 7 stars of Ursa Major. Tokebi was bursting with anger. At some point it seemed that he would simply burst or his eyes would pop out. After some time, the stars began to move, which meant that the constellations of 7 stars were watching him. The constellations immediately began to ask him about what he was only thinking about when he called on them all, because if he did this, his soul would be destroyed. And it seems they weren't lying. Ja was getting worse and worse every second. He understood that in order to use the sword of 4 tigers, he needed all the constellations, because now only 6 out of 7 were looking at him, and this, unfortunately, was not enough for him. At this moment, he could only think about how lucky it was that the Tyrant King got him a porcelain dragon jug from a dungeon for 7 people. Ja decided that he would donate an S-class item, a bicyclic ring, and thus he could replenish the number of Ganpen charges that he had run out of. The power of smelting the dragon porcelain jug manifested itself. He donated an S-class item, and for this number of uses, the Hapton item was upgraded. After which, Ja again began to call on the 7th star of the Ursa Major and ask him to come to him. After some time, she finally came to the guy and immediately asked him what he needed from them. The guy did not restrain his emotions and began to shout to them that he wanted to destroy the connection of the Constellation. And for this, he needed their sword, which he tried to borrow. Ja understood perfectly what this meant and what would happen to him for it. The reward for the 4th scenario is the Absolute Throne, which gives the divine power of one of the rulers of the Dark World. Ja understood that his life would become much simpler. If he sat on the throne, he would easily be able to control Junhyuk, eliminate all his enemies, but in this case the real world would be destroyed, so Ja only wanted to destroy the connection of the object with the owner. They tried to tell him that his body might not be able to withstand such a heavy load, but he made it clear to them that he had already decided everything, and this was solely his decision. The constellations answered him that they respect his choice, even though he will die here, but they will always remember him after such an act. The Sword of 4 Tigers was created for the purpose of performing spiritual rituals. Besides, it is one of several objects that can break the connection of the constellation with its artifact, and Ja was going to show the real power of this wonderful blade. Someone might say, why not just take the throne and calmly go through the scenario? But those who think so narrowly will never reach the ending of this story. That's exactly what Doc Ja thought. Therefore, without a single regret, he destroyed this ominous throne with just one blow. Once he destroyed the throne completely, Ja received a message that the star relic had severed the connection of the constellation with the item Absolute Throne. And thus Deok Ja was able to forcefully complete the non-main scenario in which it was necessary to seize the throne. Tokabi still couldn't believe what had happened, so he started screaming at the guy, who apparently didn't understand what he'd done. At that moment, he absolutely did not care about this little talking dog, because the constellations made it clear to him that punishment for this act was inevitable. He tried to the end to think that everything was fine with him. The possibility became plausible, and he gave it his all, but now his body is literally bursting with pain. Tokabi was amused by this, because he understood that the guy would not be able to get away with it after doing something like that, and it seems he was absolutely right. His body was torn into small pieces, and he thought that this would be the end of his story. But at what point did he realize that his incredible pain was becoming less and less? It was just going somewhere. All this became possible only thanks to the constellations that came to share his burden, and thus took a piece of the pain upon themselves, after which the 7 bear stars added to him that they would watch over him and called him the king of the world without a king. And as a result of this story, Ja was able to forcefully complete the 4th scenario in which no one won. But it was worth noting that there were no losers, except those who had already died. And Doc Ja himself was able to create his own legend, which was called the Legend of the King of the World Without a King. Now, due to unforeseen circumstances, time is needed to accurately calculate the scenario, and Ja at this moment was thinking that he had no regression or second life, so he would reach the final in this world. Tokabi told the guy that he had chosen the worst option, and now for the rest of his life he would suffer and regret what he had done. And he also assured Ja that his words would not be empty words. But all Ja could do at that moment was smile, which was already enough to drive Tokabi mad. After all, in fact, in this way he achieved the main goal of the 4th scenario, namely, he created his own legend. Some still didn't understand what was happening, and asked Tokabi to simply create a new throne and a scenario that they could go through again, and choose a normal king. Tokabi understood that no one has the right to change the completed script, so he tried to convey to them that no matter what happened to them, only Deok Ja would be to blame for everything. Deok Ja was still smiling, although mentally at that moment he simply hated this Tokabi, whose tongue he wanted to cut off more and more. But this was not the end. Now Tokabi decided to show them how it is to live without a king, and now they will try to survive in such a world. Za didn't understand where everyone was starting to disappear, and mentally asked this crazy person to slow down, because this didn't happen in the original. Along the way, the Dokebi asked each of them to remember one important nuance, namely that whatever happens in this world, even if it collapses, they should blame only one person, and that is Deokja. The guy couldn't stand it, and decided that the best option in this case would be to yell at this parasite. But he snapped his fingers again, and Deokja disappeared like everyone else, and this made him very happy. Now Tokebi was very interested to see how long he could last in the new world. Ja woke up in a new body that was actively mocked by his imaginary classmates. He didn't quite understand what was happening and why they treated him like that, and where the world in which he lived was. Why was he being strangled right now? His consciousness seemed to have shifted again, and now he was observing this whole picture from the side, and could suggest that it was just a dream that took him to a time when he was incredibly passionate about the novel, and when he had such pitiful dreams. Of all the possible dreams, he came across this one, in which Songmin mocks him. Ja suddenly became so interested in what this guy is doing now. He once heard that this bully entered a good university and found a cool job. The world is so unfair. But what happened to him after they crossed into another world? Ja knew nothing. And on the other hand, he didn't really care, so he used his fourth wall skill to get out of this terrible dream. He-one couldn't figure out where they ended up, so she tried to somehow call Deokja, who was nowhere to be found. Li-je also didn't understand what had happened, but she was more worried about the fact that they ended up in school, and this is the worst place on Earth for her. Just like for Lieutenant Lee, the barracks, where he actually moved. Deokja could only watch all this, and at some point he still understood what the point was. He assumed that they were moved to places with which their lives were connected. At this moment, he disliked Tokabi even more, because he seemed to have created a separate scenario for everyone. Even though it was not related to the main scenario, he still could not avoid being reprimanded for this act. Even if they didn't hear him, he tried as best he could, and conveyed to them his thoughts that everything was fine with him. The main thing was that they'd take care of themselves, and they would definitely meet again. After which he decided that it was time to start executing his own script, and activated the third stage of the all-seeing reader, which moved him to the roof of some building. Za didn't really understand what this place was, although logically, he should have moved to a place that was familiar to him. Although as soon as he looked down, he immediately realized where he was and what kind of place it was quite expected for him. But still he was wondering why exactly Microsoft, his place of work. Deokja remembers like it was yesterday. Every time she and Mr. Yoon were scolded by management, they came to that roof and complained about work and talked about how much they wanted to leave. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a notification that said that there were only 10 days left before the start of the fifth scenario. But for now, they had to complete a temporary sub-scenario before the start of the main one. The new conditions of the scenario were that he needed to survive 10 days in a destroyed city, where he had to eat 3 meals a day, sleep at least 6 hours a day, and also pay a tax of 500 coins. The penalty for failure was death. But for Ja, this was another reason to earn extra money. But when he looked down, he saw a large number of strange people, which he had not observed before, and as far as he remembers, there was no king in the Soko area, and most likely they were just wanderers. And given all this area belongs to them, so the guy decided that he needed to double-check it immediately. But first he needed to charge his phone. Therefore, to begin with, he decided that he would walk around the office where he worked and try his luck, and perhaps find a power bank. At some point he approached their department in which he had previously worked. He remembered how much he hated his job, and now he even misses it in a sense. In any case, he is here on business, so he immediately started looking for a charger for his phone. But so far his success has been sad. When suddenly he was interrupted by some guy with a flashlight who was shining right in his face, and asked Ja who he was, and what he forgot. But then he suddenly lowered his weapon and flashlight because he recognized his friend Deokja. It was the same Mr. Yoon with whom they worked together. He continued to look at Ja, and could not believe that his friend was still alive, and then began to say that he found the first scenario right here, like many other workers who worked overtime that day. Then he decided to brag and tell how with his own hands he was able to finish off their boss, Kim, the bastard who pestered them every day. Blood spattered all around because he pierced his throat with a ballpoint pen. They were with him as if they were in a game that Mr. Yun won, and he was so happy about it. And then Mr. Yun realized that Ja was probably not yet accustomed to such a world. But Ja at that moment decided to clarify whether this guy was acting alone. But Yun immediately said that he had a group, after which he began to ask Ja where he had been and whether he had completed the main scenario, because Yun did not remember that they had seen each other near the office. Ja said that he was in Gwangwamun, but suddenly something happened, and he was literally teleported here. Yun believed that the guy's luck had left him, because according to his story, the guy decided that Ja went through the scenarios on his own, so Yun decided to enlighten him that it is not necessary to do this, because if you don't stick your head out, then others will go through the scenario for him. Therefore, he believed that there was absolutely no need to risk your own life when there were other people who could do it for you. For such rather nice conversations, they came to the very group in which Yun was a member. It was not as good as Ja imagined, because there was literally some kind of prison in which there were policemen and prisoners. As soon as they entered inside, they were immediately approached by some guy who began to ask Yun who he had brought, to which he said that it was his work colleague whom he had met by chance. Afterwards, Yun told Ja that it was just the manager of a coin farm, which, strangely enough, Ja had never heard of. For Yun, this was not a problem, so he immediately took the guy away so that he could see what it was. Ja was quite surprised when he saw what they called a coin farm. It was cage fighting, but not for life. Yun was delighted with such a spectacle because he always liked such fights in cages. The guy began to argue that in the gaming industry, the players were the kings, and in Minosoft, the director was the king. But now everything has changed, and the king does not exist in the new world. Ja immediately decided to find out if they use sponsor constellations. Yun quite confidently answered him that yes, there are many constellations that like such battles. Yun thought that in this case everyone wins because they get coins and the guys in the cages get food. Deok Ja thought that even though it was in the novel, he didn't expect that they would appear in reality so quickly, but now they are in early scripts, which means they don't earn as much as they could. Suddenly, Yun began to laugh and say that Deok Ja had arrived at the right time, because now he would be able to see something interesting. They watched as new guys were driven into the cage and apparently the same fate awaited them. Looking at the faces of these people, Ja remembered that all these guys worked in their company, but apparently Yun and his friends did not care about that. They asked to let them go and not to do anything like that with them, but no one heard them, or they pretended that they were empty space now. Yun began to remind Deok Ja how he once said that games in modern times are not desperate enough, and that no one will pay for a game that was created for the sake of money, thinking about his words. Only now he understands how right Ja was then. At this time, they continued to watch this madness, and at that moment one of the newcomers was thrown a small blade and told that he had to figure out what to do with it. Yun was too happy to watch this because right now they were looking at Chief Lee, Deputy Chief Gan, and Senior Manager Shin, and now they are not as impudent as they were before. After which, several constellations announced the beginning of the Colosseum and some armor began to appear on the newcomer. He couldn't understand what was going on here at all, and besides, a strange notification came that said that now he could carry out his revenge. Then several guys began to pit the guys in the cage against each other so that they would finally start the cherished fight. Listening to what the newcomer was told, he believed in his own strength and was ready to take revenge for all his suffering in real life, for how badly he was treated at work and humiliated every day. Ja did not approve of this kind of fun, even if they make money at the same time, because they even provoke people for the sake of this. Suddenly, he heard a voice that they had brought new meat, and then you could see surprise in his eyes. After all, inside the cage lay that same false king, who apparently will participate in the new scene. Ja understood that if he left her just like that, then most likely she would just die like that. But if he helped her, he might very much regret it in the future. Apart from him, she is the only one who is aware of what is happening in the world. The course of events has already changed considerably, which means that her knowledge is useless. At some point, Ja realized that his thoughts seemed to be imposed on him, because he had just actually thought that those who are dangerous should die, and those who are useful have the right to life. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his friend, who asked Deok Ja to promise him something, and then Yoon promised him that he would be the first to use the services of this girl. Ja didn't really understand what this guy was talking about, but Yoon didn't stop, and at some point added that he was in a group and the guy knew it. So he wanted Ja to introduce them to them, because they want to increase their farm. And Yoon, looking at his cool blades, realized that his group was clearly not weak guys. Ja answered him that this is not a difficult task, and if he wants it, then Ja will introduce him to his group. But in any case, it will not be just like that, and in return, Ja asked him to finish all this. These cells must disappear. Yoon didn't understand what Doc Ja was talking about because they were doing well here, but Ja continued to insist that they let these poor fellows go. The guy didn't understand why he was behaving this way, because all these people were so familiar to him. And besides, they had gone through so much together. Yoon hoped that he was not one of those guys who could say that. But this was not the most important thing that Yoon wanted to say so much, because the guy was just getting ready to ask if Deok Ja accidentally read novels alone. He continued to say that the guy always wore dark clothes, and only interacted with a couple of colleagues. Only weirdos like Yu Sang tried to talk to him. Deok Ja again pretended that he did not understand what his friend was trying to convey to him, which made him start laughing even more. After which he seemed to go crazy and started talking about how he was almost sure that Deok Ja's inner self was enjoying this now. The madman believed that they were birds of a feather, both from the same department, so Yoon decided to remind the guy of what other departments called them, lab rats, cheap labor who are only capable of testing games. And now it's something like a boomerang. Now they are the lab rats who are sitting in a cage. Yoon believed that they were the ones who looked down on them, and now they were earning a huge amount of coins from them. His friend asked him to just imagine that without doing anything, they receive 5,000 coins every day. They simply don't need all these scenarios. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by the same newcomer who threw his blade and began to repeat that he simply could not do this. It was not in his power. Yoon began to get incredibly angry, because this young bastard ruined everything for them, and it seems that now he is going to teach him a lesson for it. But Ja stopped him in time and added that if they want to earn more coins, then there is another way. Yoon asked Ja not to make him laugh, which could bring in even more money and be just as exciting. Deok Ja began to tell him that this was very similar to their method. First, you need to give the constellations what they want, and Ja made them understand that this method is much more, can bring more than 5,000 a day. They immediately began asking him to share this method. Ja continued talking and reached the point that the constellations value what they really like. So he activated his blade of faith and decided to show them a few techniques. After a couple of blows, he literally gutted the cage where the hostages were and added that they needed to show something like that, and then the constellations would reward them with coins. Yoon and his friends stood with their mouths open because they simply did not understand what was happening and how Ja had just destroyed this lattice so easily. But Doc Ja didn't stand for long. He continued to break bars after bars and finally got to the one where Han was sitting. A group of these nomads realized that he was far from their friend, so they went on the attack and wanted to stop him, but they did not even suspect that the guy would be so strong and, moreover, would be so fast. A few minutes later, half the people of this farm were lying without their legs and some were without arms. They would definitely not go into battle again. Looking at all this, Yoon couldn't believe his eyes. He tried to shout to his friend and stop him, but apparently he couldn't do it. Because Ja has already begun to receive coins for deciding to destroy this farm, and now they are unlikely to be able to convince him. Yoon began to blush with anger and was about to kick this asshole's ass, but first he decided to send his mercenaries to Ja. When Deok Ja finally finished this fight, he took the fake queen in his arms and discovered that she was not actually sleeping. As it turned out, she was pretending to faint and was soon going to destroy them all. If so, then Ja invited her to stay here. But the girl did not mean that, so she asked him to wait and not leave her just like that. She began to play her best role and say that her strength had actually dried up, and if he saved her, the constellations would leave his channel, although the guy understood why she was saying this. But then she corrected herself and started talking about how there are also constellations that like it when someone saves someone. Deok Ja was already completely confused and didn't understand whether he needed to save her or not. Hannah continued to speak in riddles, and this time said that now it is a cliché. The main character saves a beautiful lady from an evil fate. And she also noticed that he says that he does not like clichés, although he himself behaves inconsistently. Za thought that he would probably be in trouble now because other wanderers were coming here, but he still answered her that she was mistaken in two aspects. The first one, he is not the main character, but his speech was suddenly interrupted because he received a notification that he saved the life of one of his own, so he was counted 1 karma point. Therefore, the guy thought about the fact that the karma points that accumulate due to the king's system without deaths only when the system itself decides that he saved someone, which meant that if he had left her there, she might already have been a corpse. Well, finally, he decided to continue his dialogue. After thinking about all this, he told her that secondly, in this whole story, she is far from a beautiful lady. She got angry at this and started screaming at him to let her go immediately, but she didn't expect that he would actually do it, and so easily. The girl now began to scream in his direction, because how could he drop her so easily? So the guy had no other choice but to invite her to fight together, because she likes clichés so much. Moreover, the situation was quite suitable for this. The girl answered him that even if she loves all this, it seemed to her that rivals who united against a common enemy is also a too hackneyed topic. But that's the only reason she suggested that he quickly finish with this and move on to the next scene. Za quite accurately noticed that she wanted to show off, but it turned out so-so. Although they were rivals, they worked quite well together, and therefore managed to deal with these bandits quite quickly. After the battle, Jia received a rather large amount of coins, of course. He did not want to share with the girl, but on the other hand, he understood that perhaps he would not be able to get so much. But his thoughts were interrupted by laughter that came from behind him. It was Yoon who began to tell his beloved friend that he actually expected something like this from him, because he had heard several rumors about the legendary Daok Ja. The girl did not let this guy finish and cut off his head with just one blow, because she believed that he was talking complete nonsense. Hannah, looking at him, didn't understand why he was standing with such a face as if he was sad because of this. Za didn't seem to be sad, but something still made him think. At that moment, Ja recalled how he and Yoon went out for coffee, and now his unexpected partner simply cut off his head. His thoughts were again interrupted by Hannah, who once again asked him why he allowed this character to talk such nonsense, why Za just stood there and listened to him. She continued to talk, and believed that the constellations did not like such boredom. They needed live emotions, some kind of retribution, but Ja was not really thinking about that. He was surprised that she was suddenly worried about him, so he added that apparently she did not understand that you need to let a person say as much as possible before his death in order to get more coins from him later. In addition, he believed that without boring dialogues, there would be no epic retribution. Hannah did not entirely agree with him, because readers like it better when the main character immediately deals with his victim. Besides, she didn't understand why he came to such conclusions because he's not even a writer. While the guy was looking at the brown suit of one of the corpses, he answered her that although he is not an author, he is a reader who also knows a lot. After he put on this suit, he really began to look much better, although the protection of this suit was not high, but it was clearly better than the old monk's rags. As soon as people started leaving those very cells, the guy began to have karma points. Now he had 25 points. Jia then decided to explain to them that he was no longer going to save them. It was a one-time action. Now they must stand up for themselves. It was clear from the faces of these guys that they did not expect this, because if they could stand up for themselves, they would hardly have gotten here at all. Za understood that this sounded quite cold-blooded, but he could no longer care about their lives. After which he added that they had not collected all the items from the bodies, so they could do it. Perhaps they would find something useful, and if they managed to survive, he suggested that they go to Chunmuro Station, where he would be waiting for them. They listened to the guy and immediately began to search each of the bandits in the hope that they could find at least some useful items. But even in this situation, they began to argue with each other and were literally ready to enter the cage again to find out who was the first to find this or that item. Looking at this chaos, Jia thought that most likely the Takubi wanted to show him exactly this scene, life without a king. A world full of anarchy, not subject to anyone, the law and morality with which they lived all the time. At some point, these concepts disappeared. Hannah couldn't help but intervene in this farce because she didn't understand where their brain had gone and what they were even doing. Then she added that if they want to survive, then they should turn on their brains and do this at least sometimes. And what if they meet again one day? She advised them to stop creating enemies for themselves, but rather unite together. She also noted the fact that they already have a lot of essential things, and most likely an extra trinket is unlikely to help them, so there is no point in fighting for it so much. She told them a clear truth. If you can't become so strong that no one dares to touch you, then you just need to find allies you can trust. After such words, they were still able to calm down and even began to help each other. This is what the girl wanted to see. As soon as Ja wanted to laugh that her words were like replicas from some short story, the girl took off and began to run away. Ja didn't understand what suddenly happened and why she started running away, so he stood still for a little while. But then he decided to catch up with her, and therefore chased after her, which the girl didn't like quite much, so she literally shouted at him that he didn't need to do this. While he was trying to catch up with her, even at that moment he told her that even her remarks were plagiarized. The phrase that she said to these people, this line intended for helpless people in the novel, was said at one time by Yoo Jun-hyuk, but she tried to prove to him that this was not plagiarism at all. She believed that these were words from her short story. Then Ja did not understand why she was running away, although he was mentally sure that she had plagiarized everything to the last word. At some point, he still managed to catch up with her, and he added to her that she had to pay him for the rescue, so if she had a power bank, she would give it to him right now. They stopped and she tried to prove to him that she did not have power banks. She left everything at the station. Then Ja told her to give her his novel. But she was not going to do this. Moreover, she said that if he wants the content, then let him pay. But the guy was not going to play games with her, so he simply pulled the phone out of her hands and at the same time tried to find out how he could pay her something if all the platforms were offline. At that moment, he thought that perhaps her files were the same as his. But what would happen if they were also invisible to outsiders? But fortunately, his assumptions turned out to be wrong, and everything was in the public domain, so he was able to calmly familiarize himself with everything. Ja began to read lines from the novel, and reached the point where Yoo Jun-hyuk silently opened his status window to try out the newfound ability of the sage's eyes, after which he checked the status window and smiled. After reading this, Ja added that the girl had no conscience at all because he literally copied the status window from the original novella verbatim. He believed that if she had already ascribed to herself the title of writer, then she could have changed at least something. Well, that was half the trouble, because then he noticed that she had stolen the main character's name. Couldn't she have taken any other name? But the girl had already started screaming at him and getting angry, because what difference does it make to him? With the next question, Ja found out that it was she who had read the novella to the 99th chapter, and he was interested to know what the author of the novella would say if he found out that the one who is in second place in the chapters read plagiarized the novella. But in any case, he was interested in where the meteorite from fifth scenario. But she made it clear to him that there were no meteorites in her novel, although Hannah found a meteorite with a fire dragon destroyed by Ja at Anguk Station. And then Ja remembered that he put up the remains of the fire dragon at auction, but apparently Bi-hyun is busy, because now the Tokebi are probably meeting at a meeting on the current situation, because the scenario is under threat. Suddenly Ja received a notification, which said that the guy had received some kind of bag from Tokebi, and he realized that this is Bishen, a brat, who even if he doesn't have time to communicate, he still knows what to do. Although, on the other hand, he understood that at this stage and incarnations only Anna Croft, who is sponsored by the Galactic Nebula, could afford this. His reasoning was interrupted by Hannah, who did not understand why she should go somewhere with him at all, because she believed that he could handle everything perfectly well on his own. Ja could not disagree with her, and he himself understood that taking Hannah with him was quite risky. After all, because of her, at least he didn't lose his life, and considering everything she did, she can safely be called a villain. But there was one thing, and this was her avatar skill, which will be quite useful in the future. She is also the second after him who knows about what is happening, so one could confidently say that the guy would need her. Therefore, he repeated her phrase again, in which she spoke for her faithful partners and asked her to sign a temporary contract. There were actually a lot of points in this contract, but the most important thing was that the participants in this contract had no right to harm each other, and Ja understood that this was not such an effective method, but in any case, now this is the most suitable item for a short-term contract. Hannah couldn't believe that the guy was asking her to sign something like that, but the guy didn't actually force her to do it. She had to decide this issue on her own. And at some point she began to smile and said that she would sign the contract, but only on the condition that he would share information with her. And besides, she already had quite a lot of questions. And Hannah made it clear to him that it would be better if he didn't lie to her, because she is able to use the lie detector. And the first question she wanted to ask him was what his attribute was. But the guy was still confused by the fact that even she had already managed to get a lie detector, but he had not. But in any case, he would not reveal his attribute, so he simply told her that he did not know, and even her skill confirmed that it was true, which shocked the girl. She really didn't understand how this was even possible. Was the skill broken? But Ja added that her skill was fine. He really didn't know, so he asked her to ask the next question, but warned her in advance that she would only answer 3. She had already asked the first one. Hannah was very angry and noticed how she herself asked him the following question, in which the evil one did not understand how he could not know his own characteristics. But the guy made her understand that this happens, which angered her even more. From that moment on, she only had one question left, which she thought about a little longer and therefore asked him why he abandoned the throne. Ja had expected this question, so he was not surprised by it. But without waiting for an answer, the girl added that because of him, all her plans went down the drain. Because her reputation would not have been shaken, he could not even imagine how difficult it was to work with those idiot apostles. But if she had taken the throne, they would have been in the next scenario a long time ago, and then Seoul would have been in ruins, but Ja already added this. And her lie detector confirmed that the guy was telling the truth. She was once again convinced that her skill did not work, but Ja explained to her that in fact it was not broken, because no matter who sat on the throne, they would still have died, and now her skill confirmed the guy's words. Hannah didn't understand where he got this information from and at what chapter did he stop reading. And how can he even know something that she doesn't know? But the guy let her know that he didn't stop reading, and that's why he knows more than she does. The lie detector confirmed the guy's words, and the girl froze in place. She could not say a word. She began to ask him if he was the same person who was able to read this nonsense to the end, but Ja was not going to answer her, because the limit of questions for her had ended. Hannah didn't have time to add anything, when suddenly Ja grabbed her by the jacket and ordered her to run after him as quickly as possible, because he heard some creature running straight in their direction. They hid behind the first column, and the shape of this monster reminded Ja of some person. But the description of the character did not affect him, which meant that he was not one of the characters. But after a few seconds it became clear why, because in front of him stood a huge monster who did not understand where these people could have gone. He was sure that he had just seen them here. Ja knew very well that wanderers had their own approach to survival. Some made money from coin farms, while others abandoned human nature, choosing the path of survival in the guise of another creature. And apparently this particular monster received power from the meteorite. But Doc Ja's assumptions were interrupted by Hannah, who suddenly said that she knew him, after which she added that this idiot in the form of a wolf also read the novel, and this surprised Ja quite a lot. He didn't understand how she could know this, so she had to tell him that she could recognize anyone. This is something like her personal privilege as the last reader. She can see the location and characteristics of those who abandoned the novel. Ja remembered Min Seop saying that the first apostle found him as soon as the scenario started, and it seemed like it was thanks to her skill. And that's the only reason the girl doesn't trust Ja, because at least her skill doesn't work on him, and this is strange for her. But speaking of this big guy, there were some who refused her proposal at the very beginning, and this guy in the guise of a monster was one of them. She wasn't too worried about this because almost everyone died in the first stages. But this guy is far from a failure. His name is Song Min Woo. And when the girl said his name, Ja realized that this name was incredibly familiar to him. But then he was able to guess where he had heard this name, and it was he who remembered those same shots from his school, where he was tormented by a guy whose name was Song Min Woo. The girl still thought that he was a rather strange guy, and very different from an ordinary person who had given up reading. And according to her information, he stopped reading 173rd. Za recalled how this guy bullied him at school and forced him to run to the store. But not only that, but before that, he beat him. Now the world has changed, but apparently the old traditions have not changed, because now Sun Wu grabs the guy by the jacket in the same way, only in the form of a huge monster. This ghoul beat up the guys and tried to figure out which of them destroyed his coin farm, which he loved so much. Hannah was practically losing consciousness and didn't understand why Doc Ja was hesitating and couldn't just destroy this monster. What was stopping him from doing so? At that moment, Ja simply could not believe that in front of him was really Song Min Woo, and he was especially surprised by the fact that he had actually read the novel. After all, such an idiot like Sung Min would never do anything like that, and in principle, he never reads anything. Doc Ja recalled how at school a guy laughed at him because he was reading a novel called Ways of Survival. He even took his phone away just to look at it. And now he looks him straight in the eyes. But now he has turned into a terrible monster, who apparently also recognized Doc Ja and was already preparing to destroy him. Song Min picked him up by the neck and was now almost 100% sure that it was Deok Ja. But Ja still didn't do anything, because he couldn't get over the idea that Song Min started reading this novel that day. For the monster, it was surprising that such a nerd as Ja could live for so long, because besides reading, he couldn't do anything else. Hannah saw that Ja couldn't do anything against him at all. His strength seemed to have disappeared. And the will is falling more and more every second. But the guy at one point decided that he needed to immediately pull himself together, because he once defeated a dragon, so he can defeat a ghoul. And besides, he still has the fourth wall skill in reserve. And as soon as Ja activated this skill, the realization immediately came to him that the matter was actually not in the strength of this ghoul, but in Ja himself. When he was Yu Jun Hyuk and saw everything from the first person, the fourth wall was also unstable. But thanks to this, he finally understood what the fourth wall skill means. While Ja was thinking about how the fourth wall works, Sung Min decided to deal a rather crushing blow to the guy, and he actually succeeded. But Ja continued to think that before he did not understand how his fourth wall skill worked, although he had it from the very beginning. But now it became completely clear to him. This skill makes the real world and the events in it a novel for him. Honestly, the guy himself felt that something was wrong, because he did things that he would never have done before. Calmness, despite the chaos happening in the world. This was all thanks to the fourth wall skill, which blocked all this negative energy. Through the pain, Ja watched as Hannah screamed at him, who told him that she believed him, and now he was just lying there and doing nothing. She continued to remind him that he always promised that he could protect, but then why now she only sees inaction? But Ja still had a fourth wall in her head, and in acting terms, it's an imaginary wall that stands between the audience and the actors, which none of them can break. A skill thanks to which he can observe what is happening as if behind the scenes, and since he is unstable, it means he has met reality in the form of Song Min Woo. So he finally forced himself to stand up and started talking about how this was his awakening event. But Hannah didn't quite understand what it was about. Ja continued to say that he couldn't let all battles be easy. Some things should be difficult. But this time he just needed to think. Hannah didn't want to be rude, but she asked to tell her how they knew him so closely. Ja didn't mind sharing with her that they had known each other since childhood. This monster almost traumatized the guy. But the girl didn't understand what almost meant. The guy replied that the injury was something more serious for him, and this idiot was just mocking him. In any case, the girl hoped that he would now be able to go into battle again, only now with new strength. But it seems that everything will not be as simple as it seems to her, because this time the pain from the wounds is much stronger than usual, and the guy was not entirely sure that he had enough strength to defeat this monster. He looked at the monster carefully, and could only think that he needed to look as carefully as possible, because this was no longer a person, not Song Min Woo, who pestered him at school. In front of him was now a 6th-level ghoul. And besides, now Deok Ja is not 17 years old. He is not a high school student, whose biggest tragedy in life is school bullying from his classmates. He began to think that if he behaved like this every time he met people who had harmed him in the past, then he would have problems, and it was as if he had received an additional scenario on order, which was called overcoming trauma. He needed to overcome his trauma within a specified period and get rid of the ghost of the past. Deokja realized that he really had no other options other than to start fighting, so he asked Hannah to wipe the blood from under her nose and stand behind. She had already helped him enough. After which he confidently began to move towards this monster, simultaneously improving his strength, his muscles filled with inhuman power. He was literally enveloped in lightning, and apparently, at this stage, the guy came to his senses and was ready to start a real fight. Hannah screamed at him and asked if he was okay, but he was fine. He just needed to complete his new script, which he started executing right now and has already scored a critical hit on this monster. Song Min-woo didn't even have time to blink an eye. Where does a guy like Deokja get such speed? Either way, he didn't care because he would end him right now. Zha never stopped investing coins into his stats, and this time he paid 7,000 coins to raise his agility from level 40 to level 50. In this case, he had reached a really high level, and his body was literally engulfed by a stormy wind. Now his speed is prohibitive. At least such a monster as a 6th-level ghoul is no longer a rival for him, and Jha showed this with his successful attacks. Although Deokja was able to cut off the ghoul's hand, he forgot that the peculiarity of ghouls is the restoration of body parts. But in any case, this guy's recovery is too fast. Most likely this is due to the fact that he has a sponsor. But this did not frighten the guy, because at least the goal of the scenario is not to destroy this ghoul, but to overcome the trauma. Besides, he would have been quite bored if he had managed to finish off this big guy so quickly, but he did not stop and continued to improve his strength. After which he went into battle again, and at the same time said that it seemed to him that they somehow greeted each other differently, so it was worth trying to do it again. But after Jha was able to deal a crushing blow to this monster, he added that he was very glad to see Songmin again. They had not seen each other for so long, and besides, the guy had changed so much since their last meeting. But when it came to finally finishing off this guy, it was as if Jha had moved to another space, and he began receiving notifications an infinite number of times that his 4th wall skill was unstable. At first he was a little scared because this was the first time this had happened to him, but then he realized that in fact there are no major or minor injuries in the world, and Hannah was completely right. Deokja is much stronger than this monster, but his fist was still shaking, even though he was trying to land as many punches as possible on this asshole's face. At that moment, Jha thought that he was weak and helpless, and knew nothing but books. Perhaps at least now he would be able to help 17-year-old Deokja get rid of his eternal nightmare. Songmin tried to shout to him, and begged the guy to finally stop. But Jha did not hear him, because his head was filled with thoughts that his nightmare would most likely never completely disappear. But suddenly the monster was able to bring him out of this state with just one word, forgive, which he began to repeat an infinite number of times, and as soon as Jha stopped beating him, the monster added that he admits that he was wrong. In fact, Jha did not expect an apology, so he continued to beat the guy and tried to convey to him that he did not beat him for the sake of an apology. And of course, Sung Min was always wrong. The apology, as Deokja believed, should not be addressed to him, but to Deokja, who was once 17 years old. The guy understood that then Songmin was young and did not quite understand what he was doing wrong. And as an adult, he knew that he should stop this senseless violence, but something inside him did not allow him to do this. He thought what Yoo Jun-hyuk did in this situation. What would he do with such an animal as Songmin? But as soon as he remembered that Jun had countless kills to his name, the answer came on its own. Deokja started smiling and suddenly started talking about how he was actually a grown-up guy for such nonsense. And he absolutely doesn't care about other people's opinions. He acts as he sees fit. That's why he still likes reading novels. And also to destroy idiots like Min Sung, which is why he dealt him a blow, the power of which was prohibitive. After such a blow, the guy was able to fulfill the additional scenario that the Constellations came up with for him and was finally able to lose his injury, which had been bothering him for a long time. The only thing Hannah didn't understand was how he was able to destroy the ghoul with his bare hands and not leave a scratch on himself, but Jha upset her when he said that he was actually still alive. But now Jha has done everything possible to ensure that his 4th wall does not waver. Although he did not get rid of the trauma, he was able to understand his past self, which is also no less important. One Constellation was so happy for the guy that she even decided to give him one of her stigmas. Za didn't even expect such a turn. Will he really be given a stigma? His hopes were not in vain, because the Constellation gave the guy a stigma, which was called a protective system that protects from injury, which was called rationalization itself. It was a rather complex name, and this was the only thing that confused the guy. But Hannah was more interested in what they would do with the monster. She offered to finish off this big guy, although Ja wasn't quite sure whether he should do it or not, because he's not even a human. So this isn't a violation of the rules, and the constellations from the Channel Behen probably wouldn't mind seeing how Ja deals with him. But even with such arguments, something stopped the guy. Something prevented him from doing it. Therefore, he decided not to go against himself and asked Hannah to leave him here and just leave, which simply shocked the girl because she so wanted to destroy this scoundrel. She still didn't understand how he could do this. Besides, he probably had a lot of coins that could be earned, and she decided that she would see the matter through to the end. Deok Ja was not the person who had the right to forbid her something, but still he added to her that if she did this, she would most likely regret it in the future. She then began to ask him what it meant and what was going to happen to her, but the guy again threw up his hands and let her know that he wouldn't just tell her. Hannah decided that he was just laughing at her, so as soon as he turned around, she took her katana more tightly and was already preparing to strike. Deok Ja did not stop her. Although he knew what consequences such an act could have, he simply continued to move on. But the girl nevertheless decided and delivered the final blow right into the back of this monster and accompanied all this with a strange laugh. But suddenly, she calmed down because she started receiving notifications en masse. Usually, she doesn't receive so many of them. She received a notification that said that she was still able to finish off the 6th level ghoul, but everything was not so simple, because the Demon King noticed the presence of the killer and remembered who dealt the last blow, so now he will pursue this person for the rest of his life. At that moment, she understood what Deok Ja meant when he told her that it was better not to do this, but it was already too late. Deok Ja could only laugh at her and add that he warned her that she shouldn't have done this. Hannah could only call him different names hundreds of times. She simply didn't have any other words to describe what he did. Deok Ja was aware that constellations are not the only powerful beings who watch the stream. There are those who refuse to become a constellation. They receive a physical body and extraordinary strength and participate in the scenarios themselves. They are called Demon Kings. Like the constellations, Demon Kings are looking for minions for themselves. Vengeful and evil incarnations easily become part of the Demon King's retinue. But Ja decided to notice that one of his friends was also cursed by the Demon King. But in the end, he did not die immediately. But such support frightened Hannah even more. In addition, the demon who will hunt for her is not so strong, but she attracted attention and now more constellations will watch her and perhaps even send donations. But the girl was not entirely happy with this. She didn't really want to be sponsored by angels. Ja then suggested that she would like to see more of the Demon King as her sponsors. The girl didn't answer him, and suddenly just covered her mouth with her hand. Za thought that she didn't want to have a sponsor at all, but in that case her behavior was quite strange. But then he finally realized that the girl simply doesn't have a sponsor. That's why she behaves like this. Ja did not blame her. On the contrary, he thought that it was better to choose a sponsor as late as possible, because there are many strong constellations, and by developing you can attract the attention of more powerful beings than at the beginning. But he could not even think that Hannah could be like this strong without a sponsor. Besides, according to her, she has proposals. She just doesn't want to deal with them yet. You can only choose one, and she didn't understand what the point was in making a choice rashly. Za decided to ask her who she would like to see as her sponsors, and the girl made him understand that he would be quite surprised, but in fact, he was already interested in the girl. And when she said that it was a black, fiery dragon of the abyss, it really surprised the guy, because he did not imagine that she would want such a destroyer as a sponsor. But he clearly couldn't say anything bad, so he answered her that this was a pretty excellent choice, and even wished her good luck with him. But the girl didn't really like the guy's face when she told him about it. Hannah realized that he didn't like her choice, but the guy insisted that the choice was wonderful. But he forgot that she had a lie detector. But fortunately for him, their dialogue was interrupted at that moment, because they heard some kind of, "That's a strange sound." Having walked a little further, They found themselves in the lair of werewolves, but it seems they were too late. Because there was no one left here, there were continuous traces of their presence. At least it seemed so to them at first glance, until Hannah noticed something in the distance. Jia thought that people have several ways to transform into other species, and one of them is cannibalism, eating the flesh of their own species. Someone becomes a monster by accident, in an attempt to survive, but after the transformation, they no longer hesitate to destroy and eat people. Jia was quite surprised that Hannah was angry that someone behaved like this with people, because the prophets made it clear to him that only information was important for her to survive and take over the world. She didn't understand what he was talking about, and asked him not to even dare remind her that she was a plagiarist, because she was already pretty tired of listening to it. Hannah didn't argue that she would happily take over this world, but she also wanted something left from this world. That's why she gathered the apostles. But Jia believed that they were just the last trash. The girl didn't understand why he was telling her this. It's not her fault that they are like this. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted again, because they heard shots in the distance. They decided that they should move in that direction, and Jia at that moment thought that perhaps one of the military was still alive and was thus trying to fight off the monsters. When they ran, as it seemed to them, to the place where the shots were, they found only a bunch of werewolves that someone had destroyed and piled on top of each other. They didn't quite understand who could have done this until they saw people with machine guns standing in front of them, and it was not difficult to guess that it was their doing. As soon as they saw them, Hannah decided to remember the situation when she told Jia that in Seodamun prison there is a person similar to her, and this person is the woman who stands in the very center. This is the leader of their group. She behaves like a reader, but there is simply no information to prove it. She also added that these were the most powerful wanderers she had met on her way. Jia listened to her carefully, and a question popped into his head. Why didn't these people show up during the battle for the throne? Their dialogue was interrupted again, and it was one of the group who decided to shoot at a bunch of werewolves, although it was not entirely clear why she was doing this. Although after a few minutes of such shooting, it became clear why she did it, because it was in fact not a bunch of dead werewolves, but a cover for the werewolf meteorite. Jia understood that this yellow meteorite was the source of the power of the werewolves in the novel, and now he sees it in real life. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a woman who was shooting at this meteorite and asked if he was Doc Jia. The guy couldn't even imagine how she could know him, so he froze a little and tried to think through his answer. He decided to tell her that there was some kind of mistake because his name was Yoo Jun-hyuk, and Daeok Jia is the guy he hates most in his life and is just waiting for the chance to destroy him once and for all. The woman asked his name again, and Jia repeated that his name was Yoo Jun-hyuk, and also added that she should convey these words to her leader so that he would not contact him. But apparently it won't be that easy anymore, and this woman answered him that she knew very well that his name was Daeok Jia, and there was no need to lie here. Jia looked at Hannah, who, using the lie detector, confirmed this information, and apparently this woman is really knowledgeable. After which, this woman added that she was here on the orders of her queen, who ordered that this meteorite be given to Daeok Jia. Jia couldn't believe his ears, because they didn't even know each other, and she was just so ready to give him the meteorite. It was quite strange for him. Therefore, the guy decided to find out who they were first. The woman told him without any problems that they were a group of Her Majesty's wanderers, but then Jia did not understand why that masked woman was silent, and where was her flag, even if she was the queen. The woman made it clear to him that their queen did not care about such nonsense, and besides, she had another message for the guy, in which she wanted to convey to the guy that they would take upon themselves the disaster in the north, but the other 4 would be on his shoulders. Jia and Hannah understood absolutely nothing from this message, so they asked them to explain normally what they wanted, but apparently this will not happen. Because they just turned around and started leaving, Hannah started asking Jia who they were, but the guy himself didn't know. All he could do was log in and check if the character was in the database, but first he needed to update it. After he did this, he received a notification that new characters were now available to him, information about which he could read right now. This woman with a machine gun was called Cho Yeon, and according to the character description skill, she was the first shaman of Joseon. Jia didn't even think that at this stage the Constellation John had already chosen a ward. Now Daeok Jia was even more interested to know who this queen was, Since her minions were so strong, he could only imagine at what level her strength was. But as Jia expected, information about this character was not in the database. It was as if she had entered his mind and controlled him. Deok Jia stood like a statue and didn't even hear what Hannah was saying to him. The girl tried to shout to him again because she was already starting to worry. But he came to his senses in time and reassured her, saying that everything was fine, although in his mind, he thought that this meeting shocked him more than the meeting with Min Woo. Jia understood that there is only one person in this world who can provoke such a reaction. Only one person is able to break through the fourth wall. Deok Jia did not doubt for a second that she was still alive, although he could not even imagine that she could appear in Seoul. When they began to move further, they noticed people who in the novel were called survivors. These are the people who were saved from the orcs. But Jia was now thinking that he had completely forgotten that it is not only the flag and the royal throne that makes people follow a person, but the power that the representative has, and apparently it is the power that makes everyone follow her. A moon rock is actually a meteorite that orbits a star in another dimension. In Jia's head, there was a light that shines from within, and he thought about the mana that flares up from touch. Just like in the novel, the yellow meteorite contains a power that can withstand the impending catastrophe. At that moment, he received a notification that said that the moonstone wanted to give him power, but the guy refused because he understood that if he received the power, he would simply become a werewolf, like the others. But he also understood that the power of the stone could be used not only for transformation into other species. After such thoughts, he received another notification, which was sent again from the moonstone, who thought that he and the guy had already met somewhere, when suddenly their wonderful conversation with the stone was interrupted by Hannah, who was curious to know if Jia could find out something. Jia made it clear to her that he was not finished here yet, and she left. And he mentally thought that Hannah is actually not a failure. She wants to get money from the angels, but at the same time she chooses the side of the demons, and her avatar skill is really excellent. In any case, she still wanted to ask him when he would tell her about what happened, because she was still worried about how that woman knew him and what was going on here. Jia, after thinking a little, said that most likely they still knew her, but now Hannah didn't understand why she said that they didn't know each other. But she didn't understand at first that he was not talking about the woman who was talking to them, but about their leader. He was sure that she was not really a prophet, or more precisely, that she had not read the novella at all. Hannah understood less and less with every word he said, because if she hadn't read the novella, then the crazy question arose. Where did she get so much knowledge? But she did not expect to hear such a strange answer from Jia, because he believed that their leader takes knowledge from the guy, from Deok Jia. He told her in more detail what he meant, and she didn't understand why he told her boring stories. But he did it only because he needed to talk about something, and nothing else came to mind. Hannah decided that from that moment on, she really didn't care who this woman was for him. She was interested in whether they could really just leave, and in general, how many people who know about the future besides them. Jia decided to ignore her questions, because he believed that what was more important now was to deal with the stone, and he was thinking about awakening it. Hannah didn't understand why he was saying this, because it was actually complete madness if he was going to cause a disaster. Jia again decided to ignore her hysteria and added that they need to direct mana at him, and, according to his calculations, 10 hours are enough to awaken. He takes 4 hours for himself, and she will take 6. The girl thought that it was not entirely fair why she should take 6 hours at all. But Jia gave her a pretty good argument, because her mana reserve is actually much higher than his. After which he decided to find out from her real level and asked her to answer honestly, because this is very important. Without this information, they will not be able to finish the script, so she had to admit that she was 55. This surprised the guy quite a bit. He of course assumed that she was above level 40, but for level 55 is somehow too much. Has she really invested all her money in magic? Then he decided to improve the situation, and now she would take 8 hours, and he would take 2, but it was even worse, and the girl began to talk about the fact that she did not have full mana now. Deok Jia was ready to hear this, so he gave her several flasks with a medium-level mana restoration elixir. Looking at how many coins he spends on various unnecessary things, she decided that his sponsor was rich, but she didn't even realize that in fact it was Deok Jia himself who was rich, and had no sponsor. In any case, it was time to start, and he would do it first. But Hannah was not sure that they should do this until the script began. Ja believed that it was safe, and they would not affect it in any way. And this, as she believed, would not cause any catastrophe. He asked not to doubt this. Deok Ja finally touched this meteorite, and literally immediately, a bright light began to emanate from it. But before proceeding, he decided to ask Hannah what would come out of this meteorite at the beginning of the scenario. At first, she was very angry that he was forcing her to look for such things, but then when she saw it, her surprised face was hard not to notice. After 10 hours and several bottles of elixir to restore mana, Hannah still asked Deok Ja to get up because what was inside began to move. A few minutes later, they were filled with a very bright light that literally enveloped their bodies, after which a notification came that they were the first to encounter a creature from another world, for which they received 2,000 coins. While this huge monster was crawling out, they received several bonus skills, one of which allowed them to communicate with interdimensional creatures. But they didn't have much joy, because when this huge monster began to emerge from the meteorite, it became clear that it was at least 3 meters tall. Ja knew that this is one of the ruling species of the world Kronos, which with the help of a moonstone can transform at night. They are warriors of the wind, which have monstrous endurance and gigantic strength. In Kronos, the first wolves are called Immuntars, and this particular one was called Lycaon. In the 5th scenario, it will be necessary to fight 5 disasters, and each participant will be given 5 assistants who can help stop them, and one of them was Lycaon. This huge wolf completely crawled out of his so-called egg and began to ask the guys if the time had come, and he also began to congratulate them on completing the scenarios of this world. After which he decided to express his bitterness about the disaster that had come to their planet, but he also asked them not to worry, because with him, they were completely safe, because he was an assistant who would help them stop it. It is his responsibility to help them with training and also to share information. But suddenly he stopped and stopped talking, because he noticed that it was only the 2 of them who woke him up and he couldn't believe it. This was quite strange for him, so he decided to ask them if he had completed the 4th scenario correctly. If so, then all 5 assistants, including him, would have woken up at the same time, so he was interested in finding out where the owner of the Absolute Throne was. Initially, 5 assistants, along with Lycaon, were supposed to appear when the owner of the Absolute Throne appeared. Therefore, Deok Ja had to tell him that they did not have the king whom he so wanted to see. This caused the wolf to be even more surprised, whether the owner of the throne had died, but he believed that this was impossible. So far, no one could be stronger than him, but Ja reassured him, saying that they did not have it in the first place. After which he had to explain to the wolf that they managed to go through the 4th scenario without the owner of the Absolute Throne. Lycaon only began to get angrier because he thought that the guy dared to lie to him, but Ja did not fall for it and added that they simply destroyed the throne. The wolf looked carefully at this guy and saw a huge number of constellations that were watching him, and it became clear to him that it was this guy who destroyed the throne, which Deok Ja himself did not hide. Lycaon literally went crazy and started shouting at the guy. How could he do this because that's all they had? Hannah didn't understand why this wolf was so angry. Ja told her that everything would be fine, but the fact was that the wolf understood that no one in this world had received his great divine blessing. Deok Ja confirmed this, and Lycaon did not understand why the Starstream constellations do not care about Kronos. Is it really that hard?